Red. Everywhere in sight is red. Now only death remains in this place. Why is so much blood flowing? Senior brother leader. Junior. My nephews and teachers. They're all dead. More than 20 sects led by a group of 9 factions. The last Suicide Squad was composed of elite members from the elite. The final battle between everyone and the heavenly demons ended in mutual destruction. Who is it all because of? It's because of this person. Demon descended from heaven. The evil ghost group that stained the world with blood. The leader of the demonic cult. Hua Mountain. What a pity, disciple of Hua. If you could kill me and walk out alive from here, this would have been your lifelong honor. Unfortunately, our fates have come to an end. Shut your mouth. You can feel completely proud. Although it wasn't on your own, in the end, your sword still touched me. The sword I bestowed upon you in the name of the heavenly demon. The title of Manhwa sword, the first in the world. I told you to shut up. It's a pity. If I had one more day left, definitely able to become a truly deserving existence of the name of the heavenly demon. Maybe this is my life. Hua disciple, remember. It's not over yet. The demon will come back again. At that time, the true demon world will descend. No one can stop it. Evil way. The war is over. Death that cannot be avoided is slowly approaching me. Where will Hua go from now on? All the Qing dynasty members of Hua have already died here. The Ming generation who followed the Qing generation also died. The rest are children with no combat capability at all. Are these fleeting Hua blood really meaningful? If we didn't care so much, can we at least save one more? It's futile. Cutting is all in vain. Plum blossoms will eventually wither. Hua 13 generations of disciples of the Hua Mountain sect, the 3 greatest swordsmen in the world. Plum Blossom Sword Zune. Pure brightness. Cut off the head of the heavenly demon, the first demon of ancient and modern times, who caused chaos in the world. Sleeping forever on the top of the 100,000 mountains. These are the few remaining lines of text I have left in the world. Qingming, you stinky kid. Is this a running lantern? Before becoming warriors, we must first become Taoists. Do you still not understand that there is no difference between unethical martial arts and violence? What nonsense! I used to be tired of dogma. As a disciple of Hua, I failed to follow Hua's teachings. I have only got an exaggerated reputation due to my natural talents, but in reality I am merely an outlier of Manhwa. Why didn't you think of it at that time? Everything about me originates from Manhwa. Do you regret it? Its senior leader. I regret it. If I could pay more attention to your teachings, if I could become stronger, maybe we can change this terrible ending. There's no need to regret. Huashan is still the same Huashan, isn't it? However, Huashan will never disappear. Day. Heavenly Demon. Is this guy still alive? Tian Moo. Heavenly Demon, what Heavenly Demon? You haven't woken up yet? You're full of nonsense, you're such a silly beggar. Everyone else has gone out to beg for food, how old are you, and you're still sleeping? What is this situation? That means this beggar is now. Oh, my goodness. You're laughing at me now. He's threatening me. Hello, it's not me who said it. You may have some misunderstandings. Let's put down the one in our hands and talk slowly. What's wrong with you? Breathe out. Hee hee. Hee. That doesn't sound like words. At least I am also a dignified Plum Blossom Sword Master during Qingming Festival. Even if the leader of the beggar sect sees me, he must show me utmost respect. Is this kind of little kid okay? You're dead today. It seems that I need to give you a good lesson today to correct your bad habit. First, block his bulky stick. Hey. Short. Why are my arms so short? It shouldn't be. How can I block it when it's so short? Rascal. What kind of misunderstanding? Okay, I'll help you clear up this misunderstanding today. If you want to be a madman, you have to be more obedient. You still have to rely on me to cure this illness, you brat. Uh-huh. Help me. Come back later. Groan. Dead beggar. I have never been beaten like this before in Huashan. You little brat, just wait. Look, I'm not going to end this beggar's den in the beggar's sect anymore. However, who is this little brat that was photographed on the water surface? What is the situation now? Is this what Buddhism calls rebirth? If I had known, I shouldn't have entered Huashan in the first place. I should have gone to Shaolin. Hello. You were when I was beaten up just now. The guy who just glanced at it and left. Are you okay? Although the boss is usually like that, I feel like he has hit harder today. A little. Not. I'll ask you at 2:10. Is he a beggar? Can't you tell from your own attire? Damn it, I'm actually a beggar. That's the second point. Heavenly Demon. Do you know about the Heavenly Demon? Seeing you so lively, I thought you were okay. It seems like I was really beaten up. Answer me, you stinky beggar. Hey, I got it, you stinky beggar. You know, Heavenly Demon. Isn't he the great demon who died 100 years ago? What? Year. You said the Heavenly Demon has been dead for 100 years. 100 years? What do you want to do? Are you sure you're not lying to me? What's the benefit of lying to you? Ho! Nonsense. 100 years. Since I have to be reborn, why can't I forget everything and reincarnate? Now it's like. In this world. It's like I'm the only one left. How did it become like this? Are you okay? Is Huashan? Hey. By the way, Huashan. Huashan Mountain. How is Huashan? Huashan Mountain. What is Huashan? Aren't you a beggar? I am. Same as you do. If it's a beggar, then it's a member of the beggar's sect. Don't you even know Huashan, who belongs to the 9-faction gang? Is it possible? What are you talking nonsense about from the beginning? The 9 factions and 1 gang. Shaolin Wudang Dinsam Kongdong Qingqing Ame Hainan Kunlun Beggars Sect Zhongnan. It's just that there's no Huashan as you mentioned. There is no Hua Mountain. Why? Come again. Hainan, you said Hainan. The guy on that island actually joined the 9-faction gang. Wait, these are not important. Huashan is actually not in the 9-faction group. Are you sure Huashan faction is not there? Manhua sect. It seems that I have indeed heard of this sect in Shaanxi when you say that. Shaanxi. Yes, that's right. It's the Huashan sect from Shaanxi, you know. 9 factions and 1 gang on Mount Hua. As far as I know, the Huashan sect no longer exists. No more. Huashan sect. Huashan, known as one of the most famous 3 sects in the world along with the Wudang Nanyang family. This Huashan mountain will perish. I. Oh, my head. I don't believe it. Seeing is believing. I'm going to Huashan. What a headache. If you don't want to be beaten again, go beg quickly. Shut up. Next, I will ask you a few more questions. Just answer them. I'm not even listening. Firstly, my body. What is the name of the owner of this body? Where did the beggar get his name from? Just calling out randomly. Didn't everyone call you Tsaosaner? It really fits the identity of a beggar. What about age? Look, this elasticity can last up to 15 or 16 years. Who knows the age of beggars? Forget it. Next, report your name and tell me the name of the kid who beat me up. You really forgot everything. My name is 97 Boss and I am Zhong Ba. Oh. Listen up. I have always repaid a drop of kindness with a gushing spring. Remember the name Huashan Qingming. On the day of our reunion, I will definitely repay your kindness today. Without further ado, I'll go first. How can I get to Huashan in Shaanxi? Hey! Run over. I want to run there. In my past life, I always thought Matthew was slow and had never ridden before. However, oh my goodness, I'm going to die. The child's body is indeed vulnerable, it just ran this distance and that's it. Can I go to Shaanxi with this body? Absolutely impossible month. I may have been exhausted without even seeing the shadow of Mount Hua. So how do I get to Shaanxi? Now Lord Qingming's clever plan can come into play. Roar, roar, roar. Ha 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 ha. Just start practicing martial arts now. It's hard for others to imagine how great this is. Even those who have reached the pinnacle of martial arts will have regrets. Regret not being able to lay a solid foundation and practicing martial arts seriously when I was a child. Regret not listening to senior brother's advice and training diligently. Also, it was discovered that someone was secretly drinking the wine hidden by their senior brother. Forget about the last one. It's quite beautiful. Come over from the enemy's side. I can definitely do it. Firstly, we need to find a place that can avoid external interference. You can do it here. Okay, what do we need to practice? I have a lot of miraculous skills in my mind. All the martial arts and history of Mount Hua will be with me. I know over 10 types of inner strength techniques alone. If it is not limited to Mount Hua, its quantity will double. What I need to practice now is the 6 directions. What is Liuhe Gong martial arts? That is to say, martial arts that can be sold for 5 cents on street vendors. But why would I choose such cheap martial arts? Because it's not cheap. Liuhe Gong is the introductory martial arts of Huashan. Everyone who first enters Huashan will start their martial arts career with the 6 harmony skill. Although Liuhe Gong cannot increase internal strength by geometric steps, but it can perfectly purify and cultivate the human body. It can be considered basic skill. But I don't have to be too impatient either. After all, as long as the accumulated internal strength tower is solid and spectacular enough, that's all I need. Right now. Smooth out the aura absorbed into the body more smoothly. It's like the feeling of picking out those tiny interlaced threads one by one on a huge cloth. Perfectly purify and pure breath. If you gather the purified breath to Dantian. All right. This small Dantian will become the foundation for me to step into another world. The small but complete breath is rolling like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger. It has become a huge landslide that no one can stop in the world. Next, let's run to Huashan in one go. Hey, hey. Ah. I used all my strength on the exercise just now. Hateful. Liuhe is of no help to me now. Qingming you. We need to learn how to use our brains. Ah, senior brother, I'm so annoyed. How can I get to Huashan? Big brother. What happened? There's a homeless beggar over there who took away all of our begging. Because he's a child and dirty, I don't even know how many copper coins passers-by threw at him. Is it? If that's the case, then it's time for education. Do you think so? Yes. It's his older brother. That's this kid. Hello. Hey, you stinky kid. Are you deaf? You say me. You. Not you. How dare you speak to me like that? C is speechless. Are you crazy, little brat? Although I don't know who allowed you to beg here. But for the sake of your youth, I'll spare your life. Provided that you have to keep all the things you have in your hands and those obtained through begging and get lost. You stinky beggars, have your conscience been eaten by dogs? I won't let go of the rest. What stinky beggar? Who do you mean stinky beggar? You kid. Although Dantian is not yet perfect. But there shouldn't be any problem anymore. I have mastered the sense of distance in this body. Hurry up and make a quick decision. Let's go together. Oh, by the way, my strength has weakened and I may not be able to hit too hard now. But you definitely have to endure a few more strokes. This kid is really ignorant. Give it all to me. Go ahead. I am the Plum Blossom Sword Zune of the Hua Mountain Sect. You stinky beggars. Adult. We were wrong. Who would call a beggar an adult? That. The big beggar. What beggar? I was wrong. I said you guys. Do you know how to get to Shangxi the fastest? Shangxi. Do we still need to ask? Oh, you know? If we knew, would we still be beggars here? Look, you're asking the wrong person. Ha ha ha, this is it. I'm really playing the piano to a cow. Ha ha. Hee. In case you see me again in the future, please remember. If I ask you anything, unless you want to die, no matter what method you use, you have to answer me. If you understand, go away. Yes. leader of the sect. I am Union. It's Union. Come in. That's it. A child has requested to see you. Child. Hello, Headmaster. Disciple Qingming wants to worship under the Huashan sect. Ho ho. The Huashan sect. Union, did you tell this child that we no longer accept disciples? The disciple said it. I also advised him, but he continued to beseech to see you once. Although Qingming now appears to be smiling, but his heart was already burning with anger. To ask why this needs to be traced back to not long ago. Finally arrived. Hua Mountain. Although the path asked by those beggars didn't work, I still arrived in the end. Wait for me next time. I will not spare you. Next, then. Climb up. Make every effort to climb up. As long as there is perseverance, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. I want to climb up Mount Hua. Hiccup. Where have you been? The plaque of Huashan sect. Our senior brother, the sect leader, climbs up to wipe it every morning. Where did it go? This is going crazy. Who came here? Hey, why is he a kid? Did you come by yourself? How did you get here on your own? That one. That's how it came up. No, not compared to this. I have a question for you. Are you a Taoist from Huashan? For now, let's put it this way. It seems that Huashan has not completely disappeared yet. Come in. Outsiders are no longer accepted here. But it's also difficult for you to come down the mountain now. We can't let guests who come here for fame come down the mountain in the dark, can we? The night in Huashan is very cold. Why is the martial arts field a muddy field? Where have all the turquoise stones on the ground gone? What's up? I need to calm down. Anyway, it's just some stones. Selling subsidies is understandable. The martial arts training ground is so big and looks fantastic. Is it? However, where has Jintian Palace gone again? That one. I just feel a bit strange. Is there already nothing there? It seems like you understand very well. That vacant land used to have a temple. I know, so where have we been now? This is a long story, but it's not something that a child like you can understand. Although it's a bit embarrassing to say it from a Taoist's mouth. But this can also be considered a glorious scar. Glorious ghost. No, it's okay. Yeah, that's right. Come with me, I'll take you to a place. Good. How can we blame you guys? Keeping the dying sect alive to this day is the hardest work for you. This is Yuchuan Courtyard. This place hasn't changed much yet. After all, Huashan is a gateway with its own way of attracting customers. Please pay respects to our ancestors at the Advanced Yuchuan Academy. Good. Wait a minute. It's all gone. The golden candlestick given by Emperor Jing to Patriarch Hao Datong. The scroll handwritten by our ancestor. Embroidery thread decorated with gold. All the paintings that filled the hall were gone. Most important of all. This. Here. Wasn't there a flower before? Flower. Yeah, flowers. Where have you been? How will you know? Yes, there is. It seems to be a strange white metal plum blossom. Yes, where did it go? Sold. After all, it's not very useful. It's not compatible with Taoist temples. It's already quite troublesome. How should I deal with it? Coincidentally, a businessman wanted to buy it and sold it at a good price. Senior. Huashan is really finished. Dark fragrant white plum blossom. Together with the purple Xia divine sword, they are known as the two sacred objects of Mount Hua. Not as flashy as gold, not as sparkling as silver, although very simple. It contains the essence of Hua Mountain. But this idiot in front of me actually sold such a valuable thing. Hey, are you okay? I have to intervene as soon as possible in this chaos. Please kindly ask the Taoist. Let me meet the leader. I want to join the Huashan sect. So, time returns to the present. The Huashan sect. Do you know what kind of place Huashan is? Yes, I know. I definitely won't accept it easily. But I have already prepared the script. Just use the missing Qingming from the war. My plan is like this. Qingming fell off a cliff and was saved by a passing woodcutter. Qingming was unable to get up due to serious injuries. But in order to thank the woodcutter for imparting the martial arts of Huashan and accepting him as a disciple, and I, Qingming, am the descendant of that woodcutter. It's like that. The best thing about this script is that it can adjust my seniority. If the woodcutter is my grandfather, then the leader and I are of the same generation. What a wonderful script. No matter what, we can't be in the same generation as young guys, can we? Hurry up, either reject me or ask me for a reason. I agree for you to join. Hey. Since you want to get started, I will grant it to you. Master, you clearly said that you would no longer accept disciples. I figured it out. The so-called fate is connected by cause and effect. A stranger suddenly appeared. Shouldn't you suspect him first? No matter what this child means, he came to Mount Hua out of admiration. People will not drive away birds that enter the eaves to avoid the rain. Even wild beasts that break into their nests in winter should share their food with them. Then what reason do we have to reject this child who has come into our arms? Union, please arrange a residence for this child and prepare for the viewing ceremony. I'm going to prepare now. No, it won't do. What about my seniority? Straight line soup. Surprisingly, it is the martial suit of the third-generation disciple. Hey. Life. Speaking of which, where is this? Shouldn't this be a guest room? It's strange to consider this as a temporary place to stay before establishing a master-apprentice relationship. Huashan itself does not have such a dormitory concept. Newcomers will form a master-disciple relationship with their direct master, living in the master's residence. Anyway, this means someone is staying in this type of room. Who is it? Who are you and why are you peeking into someone else's room? Is it a thief? What's up? What's up? What happened to Xiaojie? Report to senior brother, this guy is peeking at my room. Why do I have to experience such a dangerous scene after surviving? Silence, what noise? Why did you come back here during your cultivation time and cause a riot? Sorry, Uncle Sure. Who are you? I'm Qingming. Are you the disciple assigned to the White Plum Hall today? It's a bit late today, so you should rest first. Starting from tomorrow, it is essential to participate in the practice. The rest of you come with me. Correct. Hello. You wait for me. I want to improve your bad habits. Okay. After all, they are my lovely junior disciples. I will take good care of you all. But the way I love you may be a bit different from others. It's up to you guys. Take it off. Take it off. Take off what? What else can you take off? Of course, it's the clothes you're wearing. Men tend to get closer to each other in this way. Let's dance naked and get beaten up. This is the only way to deepen your feelings for your senior brothers, isn't it? If you understand, please take it off quickly. I just want to ask one thing. That person. Where has Yun Jianshir's uncle gone? The gym owner doesn't come to practice at night. Oh, why are you so insignificant, kid? No, you have to get beaten up first. Senior. Use a little force on your neck. What? 10. You guys need to get beaten up first. Bastard senior brothers. Senior brother Yin Zhong. Use some more force. Do you know that I asked you to serve me because you are a senior brother? I understand, junior brother. I will do my best to serve you. And there's also senior Zhao Jia over there. Oh, I'm not hitting you. Come over here for a moment. I don't know much about the situation in Huashan yet. I have a few questions for you. Is that junior brother? May I ask? I will definitely speak without reservation. Where has Jintian Palace gone? Do you know why the situation in Huashan has become so dire? That's because. Junior brother, do you know about the Plum Blossom Sword Master? No. It's me personally. According to the senior uncles. This matter starts with the Plum Blossom Sword Lord cutting off the head of the heavenly demon. Since then, the remnants of the demonic cult have gone crazy and attacked the Central Plains. In the end, they attacked Mount Hua and set it on fire, causing a scene of chaos. The losses caused by that incident were truly devastating. So far, I haven't regained my composure. And so on. That is to say, the reason for Huashan's decline. It's me. Oh my God, life is really. Ha 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 ha. The Taoist tendency of the Tai mysterious sword is too few and its power is too weak. I don't think removing it from Huashan martial arts will have any impact. Brother, what do you think? That swordsmanship is really not very good. Be decisive and directly eliminate it. But after all, it is passed down from our ancestors. Then don't let the disciples become interested in this swordsmanship. How about taking it out of the library directly? Opening. Your method is good. So let's do it this way. Okay, haha. But Qingming is. I called you over today not just to talk about this matter. It's time for you to take on apprentices, right? How do you think we should teach our disciples? What's so difficult about this? First, we need to give a beating. As the saying goes, talent comes from under a stick. After that, senior leader never talked to me about taking in apprentices again. Junior. Don't be so restrained, senior brother. Yes. Junior brother. The master of Cloud Sword Academy has instructed everyone to gather at the third martial arts training ground. Set. Starting today, junior brother must also participate in cultivation. Back sword. Front. Cut. Those. That's right. What swordsmanship? Your senior brothers are practicing the true Lyoha sword. This is the most basic combat sword technique of all Huashan martial arts. That's the basic swordsmanship of Huashan. What have these lunatics done? This is simply destroying these children. This is no different from teaching children the 1,000-character analects in order to help them become successful as soon as possible. This swordsmanship will indeed give them a slight lead over others at the beginning. But it's only temporary. How powerful can a martial arts skill without even a solid foundation be? Or even if you teach it decently, it's okay. Ah, ah. Naive blue. The future of Huashan. Just like this sky without a single cloud. Where should I teach them first? Senior. Ah, ah. What other swordsmanship techniques would you learn besides this one? Ah, ah. After learning the true Lyoha sword, I will learn the swordsmanship of the seven sages. After graduating from the White Plum Hall, he will also learn the Shaoqing sword technique. Grown. Finally, learn the sword technique known as the essence of Huashan martial arts. Tai Mysterious Sword. What? The mysterious sword of Tai. Taoism has too little inclination and its power is too weak. That swordsmanship is really not very good. Be decisive and directly eliminate it. It was already agreed upon. As a result, what they learned was still Tai Tai Mi Li Jian? Where did you sell the 24-handed plum blossom swordsmanship to, you bastard? Who is making noise? You guys stand up for me. Senior. Senior brother Zhao Jie. Junior brother. Oh, don't be nervous. Yes, it's junior brother. I have something I want to ask for your help with. Can you help me? What do you need me to do? Let the disciples gather in front of the White Plum Hall before the first moment of tomorrow's Mao hour. And from now on, you also need to prepare what I said. According to the number of people, every 5 people. Ah. Do we need to prepare all of these? Can't you do it? Leave it to me. Your positive attitude is very good. Go ahead. Currently, Huashan lacks both wealth, martial arts, and talent. Even if Huashan were to collapse directly now, it wouldn't be surprising. Money. Martial arts. Talent. And all I can change now is talent. What do you think of the current 3 generations of disciples? They don't look like those very promising people. 1,000-mile trip begins with 1 step. Then I'll let these unreliable senior brothers be the first step. I'm not happy. Where in the world would a junior brother call out to a senior brother? Is that right, brothers? It seems like they were the guys who were not in the Plum Blossom Temple the night before. The junior brother you speak of is me? That's why you're calling out to your senior brothers. Where did you learn this bad habit? Big Low. Hey, senior brothers. Sorry, senior brothers. My junior brother is so stupid that he didn't understand the hard work of his senior brothers. As a token of my apology, let's go talk inside the White Plum Hall. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. White Plum Pavilion Hall grid. It seems to be. Shake. Not bad, not bad. We need to keep our voices down, otherwise we'll wake up our master and uncle. So now, let's exercise together every morning. Dear senior brothers and boys. These kids didn't come to pay their respects this morning. Are the disciples of Baimei Hall still sleeping? I remember a new disciple came to our White Plum Hall. They didn't do any strange rituals at night, so they overslept, did they? This time we must sternly reprimand them. I thought Yin Zhong was that kid. Zhao Jie, who can restrain himself and act recklessly. Help! Oh my God! Master Shuzu! How did my lovely disciples turn into pitiful beggars? What's going on here? How did you become like this? What's going on? These guys are actually looking at each other's eyes. I, Yun Jian, stood in front of them. They still have concerns about who the people they care about are. It's Zhao Jie. Wait, who is behind him? New disciple. $1,065,000. Ah, Uncle Shizu. This kid. How long have you been practicing? Both legs are trembling. Someone, go fetch a bowl of water quickly. Come on. Oh, don't give me water. You've had the water, now tell me about it. What the hell is going on here? Oh, it's nothing. We have decided to practice together every morning starting from today. Perhaps due to the first day, everyone was full of enthusiasm, so it was a bit too late. Be full of vigor. These disciples. They were all scared out of their wits by this kid. The disciples of Huashan are actually afraid of a new disciple. He must be warned. Boy. The White Plum Pavilion has its own rules. Who allowed you to practice during bedtime? Then we won't practice anymore in the future. Hey. It shouldn't be like this. Then accuse him of coercing his senior brothers with this kid. No, we can't do this. In that case, everyone would become fools. The third generation of disciples were collectively bullied by a novice disciple. And I became the big fool who taught these fools. 1 month. Uncle Sure, just give me 1 month. I will show you the results. Senior brother's willpower is even stronger than I imagined. No one expressed dissatisfaction during the cultivation process. Do you think so? No, that's right. He's here to show me that even if he does this, no one will resist. Where did this kid come from? Although this guy has already conquered all the third-generation disciples. But he didn't use this control in other places, but in his cultivation. This shouldn't be a simple matter for you, right? Why do you insist on getting up in the early morning to practice? Although they can become strong enough with your guidance, even with the help of your master and uncle. But if you practice more diligently, your speed will increase. So we must save time sleeping. Oh, hey. Does he mean that there are any special reasons needed for cultivation? Do you remember what is the most important thing to get along with senior brothers? It's etiquette. I will definitely obey senior brother's instructions. There is no disrespect for elders, but rather respect for senior brothers. Do not commit crimes below. This kid is not easy. I didn't expect you to spontaneously come out to practice in the early morning. I was touched. If you can continue practicing like this in the future, your strength will definitely improve. Keep trying. Called Ku. Master, Uncle, help. Master Shuzu. Master, help me. Oh, senior brothers, I won't kill you. Let's go talk at the White Plum Hall. Senior brothers. A few days later. The extremely small and weak Dantian. Now it's finally a small achievement. I have also gained some understanding of Huashan during this period. Firstly, the White Plum Hall. As expected, due to a shortage of personnel to maintain the master-apprentice relationship. So Huashan hastily built this place like a dormitory. Another, the head of the sect and the Yun generation. Let's not talk about their character for now. Martial arts are really weak. Compared to the strength of the Huashan faction 100 years ago, they are really poor. Therefore, the strength of these disciples is also vulnerable. Even among the third-generation disciples, most of them became wanderers under the Huashan sect for the sake of networking. But what does it matter? After all, I am here during Qingming festival. I want to create the world's top sect. Ah, not. If you want us to cultivate, at least we should be able to eat enough, right? Senior brother Zhao Jie. As a senior brother, can't you say a few words to him? We haven't even had the strength to pick up the food these days, and we're almost exhausted. There are so many verbose words. Ah. Am I your errand runner? It's not that you're not allowed to speak. If you have anything to say, just say it yourself. Senior brother, let's have a chat. Good. You look quite relaxed from your expression. Senior. How does senior brother view Huashan? This question is a bit difficult. I can still choose to go home in the future. But you're different. Haven't you already chosen to dedicate your whole life to Huashan? Yes. I thought Huashan had no hope before. Don't talk nonsense. You can't say this kind of thing casually. But now I have changed my mind. Pure brightness. After that kid came, my thoughts changed. Although cultivation is forced. But every morning when I come out to practice, I suddenly realize I have never pushed myself to the limit of this kind of cultivation before. And that kid, digesting several times more training than us without feeling exhausted. Watching the guy gave me the idea of wanting to give it my all. I want to cultivate diligently in Hua Mountain. Become a master like him who can command the world in the future. Good. I think so too. This brought two people together. Yun Jian is also a good talker, so it's easy to solve. However, there is still a long way to go ahead. Next. Master Huashan, come out for me. Yes, we need to have the sect leader come forward. Open the door quickly. Are you really not planning to open the door? Master Huashan, come out. Huashan sect leader. Let's go in. Where is the leader of Hua Mountain? Get out of the way, it's not fast. Get out of the way for me. You guys can't do this. Oh, hey. UK, dare you touch me? Break in and give the gate to Huashan. What the hell is going on here? I've given you enough time already. We can't wait any longer. When are you going to pay? Pay back the money. You probably don't know. In this situation, still. Are you in debt? Master Huashan, do you have no sense of propriety, righteousness, integrity, or shame? Hurry up and come out. Don't think about running away, come out quickly. Huashan sect leader. Is there anything wrong with coming to Huashan so late? Indeed, it is. The leader of Hua Mountain. His every move and speech seemed to reveal a fairy aura. Indeed, it is. Don't put on a fairy-like appearance. I knew he was putting it on. Respectfully asked the shopkeeper of Lian Taiha building. Master, are you doing well in your old age? I didn't expect Manager Gong to personally visit. Ha! To be honest, I feel really uncomfortable coming to you for this kind of thing. If possible, I really don't want to go up Mount Hua again. But there are too many people urging me, and I have no choice but to disturb you. Please understand. Please also understand the feelings of these people, sect leader. Huashan has been overdue for quite some time now. Because it's about Huashan, we have taken extra care of it. According to the contract, we must immediately collect the penalty for your breach of contract. But after all, Huashan has been kind to us. We cannot be ungrateful either. 7 days. If we can't pay back the money by then, we'll have to confiscate the palace of Huashan. Hiccup. I actually showed such an ugly appearance in front of the child. So, they are businessmen in Huayin County? Yes. Um, uh, uh, uh. God knows what he'll do later, so it's better to hide quickly. Junior. Huayin County is the village at the foot of Mount Hua, right? Yes, senior brother. I went there once when I was doing business with my father before. Huashan faction borrowed money from those merchants in Huayin County. I'm not quite sure about the specifics either. But I know that humble shopkeeper. He is the shopkeeper of Taihe Building in Huayin County. He is also the largest shopkeeper in Huayin County. I heard that he has been involved in many industries based on ether and buildings, and is a big businessman. Taihe Tower. That guy just now was the shopkeeper of Taihe Building. Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Junior brother, please calm down. Calm. Please calm me down now. Taihe Tower was originally from the Huashan sect, which infuriated me. That guy just now was really the shopkeeper of Taihe Building. The shopkeeper of Taihe Building lent money to Huashan and wants to confiscate the palace and pavilion of Huashan. No, that's right. It's like this. This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that Taihe Building, which originally belonged to the Huashan sect, lent money to the Huashan sect since this incident. Since there is something that doesn't make sense, there must be something wrong. Senior brother Zhao Jie. You go quickly and get the one I'm talking about. Find it. Oh, that. That one. I'm going now. But what do you want it to do? There's a saying in Buddhism that goes, kill Buddha and ancestor. It means encountering Buddha and killing Buddha. Killing ancestors at every turn. To achieve the true Tao, one must learn to go against the Tao. I'm going out to find the real way. What are you going to do with your crazy appearance? You're not planning to leave Daomen, are you? Qingming, feed you crazy. The leader of Huashan seems to be very panicked. Did everyone see it? Can you not panic? We're essentially giving him an ultimatum. Do you remember how much silver they borrowed from me? A whopping 100 taels. Dear shopkeeper, if you personally come to collect the debt, they won't dare to play tricks anymore. Do you think so? Although we are profit-seeking businessmen. But I still feel a little guilty for bullying someone who has been in a relationship since the previous generation. Dear shopkeeper, you have already done your utmost in benevolence and righteousness. You have postponed their repayment date not once or twice. Everyone will praise Master Gong for your compassionate heart. That's good, that's good. Very good. I didn't expect their idea to be so simple. The heritage of Huashan cannot be underestimated. The true essence of Huashan is not only reflected in its martial arts skills. The most alarming thing is the history of Huashan. After all, it's hard to find someone in Shaanxi who has no connection to Mount Hua. However, nowadays, Huashan is like a duck that can be slowly cooked and torn open with just a flick of chopsticks, very tender. Even if you eat it now, you won't choke at all. But respectfully, shopkeeper, why do you insist on confiscating the palace of Mount Hua? That thing doesn't seem easy to handle, does it? Lu Zhongshan, the shopkeeper of Huayin Bai Workshop. It's better to confiscate other things. The value of that palace is far beyond everyone's imagination. Perhaps in your eyes, it's just an old palace. But it has great value and is a good product. I still don't quite understand. A bunch of idiots. My words may not sound very pleasant. But we only need to use the enemies on Mount Hua. Can't find anyone willing to spend extra money to buy this palace. Just to eliminate the existence of the Huashan sect. So please rest assured. I will definitely help you retrieve your money. Master Gong is indeed a discerning eye. Come on, I'll wait for a toast, shopkeeper. Raise a glass. Hee. That's really great. As long as we get the money from Huashan, I won't have to worry about food or drink in this lifetime. As long as it's related to money, it's definitely right to contact Manager Gong. Oh, that's really nice. The bright moon is shining in the sky. Eh? No moon? Today is actually a bad day. On days like this, we should take the main road. You. Stop. Oh, it seems like I've encountered a robber. And it's just a little bit. But do robbers nowadays wear that kind of clothing to rob? Isn't wearing that kind of clothes just telling others that I'm a robber? So you can become a robber. I am not interested in money. As long as you answer my questions obediently, I will let you go. Oh, roar. It's not that I don't want to answer your question. It's just a bit difficult to handle this matter. There are quite a few people who make a living under my control. Even if I want to go out alone, I can't do it. Are they the guards protecting the merchants? What do we need to do? Kill him. I still have some questions to ask him. Capture him alive and it won't affect his speech. I really don't like watching such violent scenes. Well, that's how it is. Oh, this is a bit too much. Didn't I say I wanted him to still be able to speak? Oh, is that so? The reason why people are human is because they understand human language. But some people can't understand what people are saying. Come over here, come over here. I repeat, as long as you answer my questions obediently, I will not hurt you. Do you understand? Understood. But then. Oh, what? If you had answered my question obediently at the beginning, I would have left after asking. Since you chose to resist, you'll have to get beaten up. No worries. I will make sure you can still speak. Xiqing. Jiushi.jiang. Speak well to me. What are you pretending to be complaining about? Yes, I will definitely speak well. Do you mean you lent Huashan 100 taels? Yes. Hello. I can even take off your underwear and sell it now. Not to mention 100 taels, I can't even sell 100 taels. You actually said you lent 100 taels of silver to the declining Hua Mountain. That one. The so-called high interest rate is like this. We will raise the interest rate and lend out the money. If we can't repay the principal, the interest will snowball like a snowball. In the end, the principal and interest are nothing compared to the big picture. Then you can swallow it in one gulp. You're quite proud, this guy. And you just said you're the shopkeeper of Huayin Bai Workshop. Yes. When did you acquire the Huayin Bai Workshop? What do you mean by that? Bue Fong is a foundation passed down from our ancestors. How is this possible? Huayin Bai Workshop is also one of the industries in Huashan. It can be said that the industries with relatively high profits in Huayin County are all from Huashan. Huayin County itself was developed by relying on Huashan Mountain. Before that, it was just a small village with a few dry fields. Huashan just found an agent to manage the store on their behalf. That means those agents took advantage of the decline of Mount Hua to embezzle the store. Wait a minute. Why did you hit me? Damn bastard. Unexpectedly launched a despicable surprise attack. Judging from your extraordinary strength, you shouldn't be a nobody. Report your name. I am the Tiger Slayer Blade, Zhang Bin. You must have heard of my name, haven't you? Sorry, I don't have much experience and haven't heard of it. But why do you ask me my name? I will not slay an unknown person with my sword. Just now, I knocked you out and forgot. Arrogant guy. Die. Zhan Hu Dao Jingbin. His internal strength is indeed superior to mine. The speed of internal strength is not something I can match. Does this mean I'm not as good as Jingbin? Fortunately, strength and speed cannot measure a person's strength or weakness. He went through different years than me. I keep all the memories I experienced during my time as the Plum Blossom Sword Lord. If the strength is insufficient, then use the opponent's strength. Go back and steady hard, come back. 24-hand Plum Blossom Sword Technique. See opening twice. Compete for a chance to speak. Connect to oneself. Is it difficult? I actually forgot about that guy. And it also revealed my swordsmanship. Did he recognize it? I even gestured for a plum blossom bud. You should have seen it, right? Clean and exquisite swordsmanship. Superior level of martial arts skills. The most important thing is that it faintly exudes waves of immortal aura. What? Can you feel the fairy aura? This is terrible. You are? Are you from the Zhongnan faction? Not have. You rewrite. Qingming 15th Final Southern School. Right enough. You may ask me, but I assure you that I know everything. That's great. Thank you. Why haven't you come back yet? Let it be. But senior brother. He's not a confused person. I will definitely come back in time. As long as nothing unexpected happens. Did nothing happen? Junior. We also wanted to ask you something. Did nothing happen? What could happen? Not only did you treat me well, but you also received a bundle of money. You are a member of the Zhongnan faction. Not being discovered is indeed a good thing. But I still feel a hint of bitterness. Even though the Plum Blossom Sword technique has been lost and is no longer a symbol of Manhua. But Lu Zhongshan, who has lived in Huayin County all his life, Didn't even think of Hua Mountain when he saw my swordsmanship. By the way, junior brother, what did you do when you went out? Children, don't inquire blindly. Aren't you also a child? All right, let them gather together. It's time to practice. I also practiced today. You just came back from outside. Senior brother, listen carefully. Whether it's windy, rainy, or snowy. Starting from today, I will practice for a whole day without falling behind. Even if it's a blizzard, a cold wind, or even if Huashan collapses, no rest is allowed. Got it. Let them gather now, then you. Oh, I won't go. I have other things to do. Junior brother's cultivation can only continue with you. If we were to practice on our own today. If you don't want them to give up halfway through their training, you still have to go with them. Look at Zhao Bin's expression. Got it, got it. Let's go first. Okay. Sob. So what should we do next? Let me clarify the current situation. The guys who used to manage the store on behalf of me embezzled it all for themselves. Proving that those shops belonged to Huashan, the ledger should have been burned down when the demon cult attacked. If there were a ledger, life wouldn't be so miserable. Oh, why don't I just kill them and take care of all those damn merchants? Can't. Everyone will definitely regard Huashan's sect as a sect that sends children out to do evil. At the end of the day, we still need a reputation. The title of being able to make Huashan not have to repay the money. Evidence that can prove those industries originally belonged to Huashan. But where exactly am I going to find that status? Account book. I think I've seen the sect leader writing the ledger a few times. As soon as I go, he quietly collects the already few account books. Wait a minute. Not many books. He put away the ledger. How could there be only a few books with so many industries in Huashan? A secret warehouse that only the sect leader can enter and exit. Right there. Senior brother must have left the ledger there. Although I have only heard rumors, if that secret warehouse really exists, the entrance should be inside the headmaster's residence. Think it over again. The leader's residence should remain unchanged from the past. I want to build a warehouse in the highly skilled Huashan area that is close to the sect leader's residence but not conspicuous. The small hill behind the headmaster's residence. If the warehouse is built underground under a towering hill, no one could have thought of it at all. This time, I'm actually going to do a treasure hunt that doesn't even exist in Fate. Master, even if I rob the warehouse completely, please understand. After all, we need to first solve the urgent problem of Huashan, right? I will try my best not to touch anything and hand it over to the sect leader intact. I will do my best. Oh boy, I'm exhausted. Even if it's just a small hill, it's still a mountain. It's not easy to search the entire mountain. Even with this method. As long as this internal force encounters a large space, that should be the warehouse. This is how it is from my assumptions so far. Although I don't know exactly where it is, there can't be any other underground space besides here. Oh, I'm so exhausted. This is ruled out first. No matter, let's do it again. Come again. Found. Then excavate. As long as I confirm with my own eyes, it's over. Brick. If this is really the secret warehouse of Huashan, it wouldn't be built with this broken brick. After all, it should have the Huashan ledger and treasures inside. Very good. Corridor. So what I found was a passage leading to the warehouse. Chief of the sect. So he knew about the existence here. Is that cracked wall the entrance to the secret warehouse? But what does he want to do? He didn't mean to do anything like that. But I realized that I couldn't do anything. The Huashan sect, which is gradually declining. The decline of martial arts and the depletion of wealth. In this situation, leading Huashan is really not an ordinary despair. Watching helplessly as the Hua Mountain, which he devoted his entire life to guarding, declined. What should be the feeling of not being able to do anything on one's own? But the sect leader couldn't confide this feeling to anyone. Because the sect leader is the pillar of everyone under the sect. As a result of this, he can only bear the pain and sadness alone here. It's all my fault. But it's not too late yet. Let's open this damn door first. My internal strength has been bounced open. Are you crazy? Is this 10,000-year-old cold iron? And the thickness should be at least 1 push or more. It was actually built with the world's most valuable metal, which was even more precious than gold. Even this thickness can only be chopped open by the world's greatest master. So the sect leader didn't even have the idea of opening it up. The problem is, I cannot split open this door either. With the skill of the sect leader, senior brother, it is not enough to split the 10,000-year-old cold iron. If this is the main gate and the sect leader enters from here, then there must be a way to open this gate. So as long as we find a way. Hey. This. The patterns carved on the wall. No, this is Sword Road. 24-hand Plum Blossom Sword Technique. Some of these sword paths are similar to the 24-handed Plum Blossom Sword Technique. This is the Bamboo Leaf Hand, and this is the Plum Blossom Sword Knot. And this is Liu Quan. When I found out these were sword paths, these patterns began to become clear one by one. If this is the clue to open this door, it turns out to be Zixia Gang Qi. Firstly, accurately apply the combination of Liu Quan and Juya Han's boxing techniques. Next up is the 24-handed Plum Blossom Sword Technique, and the final display is the Plum Blossom Sword Knot. This is the way to open this door. How was this thing created? Anyway, I roughly know how to activate it. Now there's only one final question left. How to present it? If it was the me from before, naturally it wouldn't be a problem. But now I'm just a little kid. It's possible to style according to memory. But if I had brought internal skills into the sword knot and displayed them all at once, it would be impossible for me to do so now. Well, there's not a solution at all. But I really don't want to do that. Consider it as a month of cultivation. Just use a little bit. Really only a little bit. Innate Qi. The power that every person possesses from birth to sustain life. That is, vitality. To use this power, one must have the awareness of paying the price. But I have no other way now. There's only one chance. Must succeed once. Can it be done? No, it's okay. Just gesturing with an unfamiliar body. There is no second chance. So heavy. The body and internal strength have reached their limits, causing the movements to become very slow. However, never stop. After Liu Quan, it's Juya Shou. Following the bamboo leaf hand is the 24-hand Plum Blossom Sword Technique. Absolutely cannot be interrupted. I am the Plum Blossom Sword Master. Did it succeed? If it still can't be opened like this, then it's really over. Opened. What a month, at least need to recuperate for 2 months. It's really painful to try to save the Huashan sect. Let me take a look at what the sect leader, Senior Brother Fei, has hidden with all his might. Just 3 bookshelves. It's much smaller than imagined. Only the top sect in the world can possibly build a huge secret warehouse using 10,000-year-old cold iron, right? No wonder they shout no money every day, but they've already spent their money here. Found. Huashan's Ledger. In addition to the original version of the Finance and Economics Pavilion, I also made a copy. This old man is really thoughtful. As long as there is this, it will become a problem. Stinky merchants, you're dead. However, is there only paper here? If Senior Brother had hidden a small vault here, I would definitely use it where it is needed. To rejuvenate Mount Hua, build halls and pavilions, or buy some meat, drinks, and wine. Ha, this little old man is really good. He doesn't even have a small treasury. What's the use of these now? Let's take a look at these papers. What's in the second bookshelf? Is it a secret script? Is it a lost secret script? Wait a moment. These are not lost martial arts. This is a martial art hidden in the snow of Manhwa. It seems that senior leader. I'm still reluctant to completely destroy these martial arts that will no longer be passed on to future generations. Perhaps it's because they're afraid of having a negative impact on the future of Huashan, so they're all here. The old man is really nostalgic. If the first bookshelf proves the obligation that Huashan sect leader should fulfill, the second bookshelf is filled with the sect leader's concern and loyalty towards Mount Hua. Don't worry, senior brother. I will definitely restore Huashan to its original state. Wrong. I will make it more prosperous than before. Is that the only one on the third bookshelf? Leader personally initiates. When someone sees this passage, it means that the next leader has already been selected. Sometimes a paragraph can convey more than just 100 words. So I wrote my thoughts here. The position of Huashan sect leader. It's definitely not the position of the leader Huashan. If you were the successor leader, you would probably already know. Those who can lead Mount Hua are the disciples of Mount Hua, the children who grow up strong and strong. The sect leader only needs to let them develop according to their own ideas. Protecting and supporting them is enough. Since you have become the sect leader, please abandon the urgent desire to lead Huashan. Huashan is just Huashan. No one can lead it. It is a soul and spirit that no one can control. Whether its momentum fades or it becomes the most prosperous place in the world, Huashan is still just Huashan. I hope that the descendants of the Huashan will, which was followed by the ancestors, can also inherit it. And we also need to cultivate future generations and inherit our ideas unchanged for generations to come. As your predecessor, the heavy responsibility of your former leader is entrusted to you. The 21st generation leader of the Hua Mountain sect, Qingming. What a verbose old man. So, what's next? Although it's a little less than what I imagined, it's still good to have these things. The most important thing is to obtain the ledger. As long as there is a ledger, the industries belonging to Huashan can be transferred. No, wait a moment. What does this warehouse look like? It seems a bit strange. In my memory, Senior Qingming was an old man who pursued perfection. The person who must turn on both kerosene lamps in the room for left-right symmetry. Why is this third bookshelf so empty? Can it be? There must be something suspicious about this bookshelf. That's true. Something. So I saw it there. The mountains of gold nuggets piled up. There are also neatly arranged various precious swords. And a bunch of unfamiliar gems and secrets. Is this a cat's eye stone? Hey. Hee. I am now a wealthy person. It's dawn. Perhaps for some people, it is the beginning of a beautiful day. But for me, all that remains is complaints. There are only 5 days left until the deadline proposed by Manager Gong. It's only been 5 days. Plum. Chief of the sect. Yunjian, what do you need? That. I'll explain the details to you later when I get there. The sect leader needs you to personally go there. Where to go? Since you've already said that, it must be an urgent matter. Although I don't know the reason, you should lead the way ahead. It's the sect leader. What's wrong with those children in Yunjian? The children spontaneously practiced in the early morning and then Right around here. Pure brightness. Where were you during Qingming festival? I am here. What are you doing? What exactly happened? Leader, why don't you take a look here first? It's a very important matter. I think your current state is the most important thing. What is so important? These are all things I accidentally discovered. How did you find all of this? How did you find it? Maybe it's due to excessive cultivation. I understand now. You should go back and rest for now. I won't ask anymore. The glittering gold in front of me. These are more important than gold. The industrial ledger of Dawashan Sect in Huayin County. Can't. If I open these books recklessly and cause them to be damaged, I will not be able to close my eyes. Besides, this is 7. Hiccup. Chief of the sect. 7 Plum sword records. Someone, box. Please take the box down properly. Yes, you're awake, headmaster. Quickly summon Xian Yong, the head of the Finance and Economics Cabinet, to come over. It's all true. Xian Yong, Finance and Economics Cabinet leader. Are you sure? I'm sure. The documents under the ledger have also been confirmed by the leader. They are all documents issued by the court. Not only can it prove the content written inside, even all industries in Huayin County, including Taiha Tower, can be immediately retrieved. The property brought back together should also be worth over 100 taels. Great, that's really great. It sounds like all the good news. That child. A child who was recruited because of a change of mind unexpectedly brought such a big blessing. It's simply the lucky star of Huashan. Suppose. If these ledgers are real, then we need to call some people over. Call all those people related to the industrial ledger of Huayin County in the Dawashan Sect to Huashan. A few days later. Oh, stop pushing, you're almost falling, brat. We'll be arriving at Huashan soon. Everyone, please work harder in the end. Correct. As long as you get the money, you don't have to suffer in this kind of place anymore. I really don't want to come to Huashan anymore. But why did the sect leaders suddenly summon us? Have you already prepared the money? 100 taels is not a small amount. I must be trying to plead for mercy, right? Seeing no money coming down. If we wait until the repayment date to plead for mercy, it will be too late. That's why they called us in advance, right? You owe us money and make us run around. I've never seen such a shameless person before. Although I am currently in trouble due to financial reasons, I am still the leader of Hua Mountain. We need to speak with moderation. Can't be scammed, right? But if Zhongnan sends someone to come, it can be seen that everyone is still quite interested in the palaces and pavilions of Huashan. As long as I receive the 500 taels that I deserve here, I can live my life freely and carefree. It's okay to never do any business again. At the entrance of Huashan, all the merchants had a similar experience. When it comes to the idea of personally cutting off the lifeline of Huashan, which has guarded Huayin for hundreds of years, everyone's heart is filled with mixed emotions. As long as they don't show mercy to the sect leader today, then Huashan is doomed to fail in 7 days' time. Nevertheless, everyone chose to gather here, just to recover the swollen debt like cotton soaked in water. You're here. The sect leader is waiting for everyone. Come this way, everyone. Refer to the sect leader. Welcome. Everyone has worked hard all the way. You're being too harsh. Although we are busy, we cannot compare to you, Headmaster. Of course, we need to visit our doorstep. This journey must have been very difficult. Everyone, come in and have a cup of tea. Chief of the sect. Forgive me for being presumptuous. We are all lowly merchants. I just want to discuss things as soon as possible more than etiquette. I see. I didn't think it through carefully. Actually, I'm calling everyone here today. It is to formally state Huashan's position. We tried our best to inquire, but couldn't find anyone willing to lend money to Huashan. It is impossible to raise all the money within the repayment period. Leader, we have already given you ample time. We are all businessmen who need to earn money to support our families, and we can't afford to delay any longer. So what I want to say is, although I cannot repay all the money, I can repay a portion first. I don't know, everyone present. Who can delay the repayment date? Please. Help Huashan. What's the atmosphere like? It's becoming increasingly strange. Is that so? I can't figure it out now either. The actions of the sect leader are intended to push them into the trap of hell. Or is it forgiving to others? Either one is possible. But the only thing that can be confirmed is Xinsong is not a simple person as he appears on the surface. If you are leading a sect, the leader must possess calmness. 99. Even though it is the place where Taoists live, the essence of Manhua is still the martial arts school. Therefore, the sect leader must fully grasp the pros and cons, gains and losses. So does Xinsong have the determination to be the leader? Chief of the sect. We have clearly informed you that the repayment date cannot be delayed any longer. Previously, it was just now that I also. Don't get me wrong. I am not currently seeking your respect, shopkeeper. Although Huashan still needs 100 taels. But the amount allocated to each person is different, right? So, I'm asking if there is anyone who can extend the repayment date separately. Tricks. What do you mean? For those who cannot extend the repayment date, can you repay the money on the spot? Although Hua Mountain is not as good as before, it does not mean that no one is willing to help us. I just haven't raised 100 taels yet, but I still have some. So please. If anyone is willing to help me overcome the difficulties of Mount Hua today, they will definitely repay me in the name of Mount Hua in the future. What nonsense is this? So, as long as the repayment date is extended, there will be a heavy thank you, right? You rewrite. Chief of the sect. Let's be more honest with each other. It would not be surprising if Huashan is destroyed tomorrow, we all know it in our hearts, right? But now you're asking us to trust you and extend the repayment date. Don't we have to take the risk of not receiving payment? How can we trust you? Huashan 2 characters. The history of Hua Mountain. Are these not enough? Chief of the sect. You're too far-fetched. Far-fetched. Then I would like to ask you in reverse. What is Huashan to everyone? Are the words Huashan and its history so insignificant? Who dares to casually discuss Mount Hua? Who else dares to say that the history of Huashan is illusory and elusive? Although it is indeed a low period now, Huashan has always been with Huayin. It is the Huashan Mountain that inherits the soul and essence of Huashan and has been shared with everyone. What does Huashan really mean? Please remember carefully, everyone present. Then let's do it this way. Those who agree to the extension stand over there. On the contrary, the person who received the money today should continue to stand still. Of course. You have to take responsibility for the decisions you make on your own. The person who chooses to postpone will no longer be protected by the business group in the future, even if the money is eventually tricked. All right, everyone can choose for themselves. Take a look at the sect leader. Unfortunately, no one is willing to extend it. TSK, Manager Liu. I said Mr. Liu, the shopkeeper. What are you thinking exactly? Don't look at me like that. I also know that I'm doing a very stupid thing. However, Master Gong, you are not from Huayin. You're just a son-in-law of Huayin. How can you understand? What kind of existence does Huashan have for Huayin? Anyone born and raised in Huayin grew up listening to the stories of Hua Mountain. Adults will tell you that when you grow up, you also want to enter Mount Hua and become a master in the world. Even when I grow up and realize that I don't have talent, I can't enter Mount Hua. How does Huashan, also known as Mount Hua, protect the world and Shanxi? I heard that my ears are about to grind out calluses. Suddenly saying something. It's not just me. My father and grandfather also grew up in this environment. Because Huashan is the pride of Shanxi and the pride of Huayin. For you, just get the money and leave here. After all, places like Hangzhou are filled with places that require spending money. But where else can I go if I earn money? My roots have been rooted in Huayin for the rest of my life. So you have to give up such a large sum of money just for this. You'll regret it. On the way to Huashan, I was always determined to get the money and spend the rest of my life recklessly. But now I'm saying these things. It must be crazy. However, I'm doing pretty well now. Even if I am being scammed here now. In the future, I will just recall that I should have received the money back then, but I could still continue living. But if I were to personally topple Mount Hua now, until the day of my death, I will live the rest of my life regretfully with useless money. I don't want to live that kind of life. You can do whatever you want. You're just one less person, there hasn't been any change. Who said he was the only one? Just being able to confirm that there are still people who aspire to Mount Hua is enough. Bring Union over. It's the sect leader. This is Huayin County Business Account Book. Huashan has bestowed blessings upon you from generation to generation. But you repay kindness with ingratitude. Huashan will use this account as the basis for not only our business operations, but also for everyone's business. We also need to confiscate all the property accumulated by everyone based on that cause. Master, what do you mean? Confiscate what? It means literally. Chief of the sect. Are you joking too much? If the position of the leader of Mount Dahua seems leisurely like a joke with you, then it's really regrettable. But the sect leader. How do we know if these account books are true? Are you saying that the evidence presented by Huashan now is fake? Huashan certainly wouldn't do that. But it's also possible that Huashan was kept in the dark by this fake accounting book, isn't it? You make sense. Union called Xian Yong, the head of the Finance and Economics Cabinet, over. It's the sect leader. The authenticity of the account book. It really needs to be confirmed one by one. You rewrite. Now the head of the Finance and Economics Cabinet has also spoken. Truly a discerning and respectful shopkeeper. However, I foresaw that it would cause controversy long ago. So 2 days ago, half of the account books were handed over to the Huayin government for authentication. Not good. Got hit. If the officers and soldiers seize our shop while we are away, including the merchants like me, we are all in Mount Hua, and we are unable to cope with it at all. They called us here in order to make us leave Huayin in the first place. 2 days is enough time to check all the account books. It said that only half of the payment was made, but there's no reason to check half of the account book. The account books in the box must have already been appraised. This indicates that the officers and soldiers at the foot of the mountain are ready to confiscate the shops and await their arrival. Chief of the Sect. Quiet. If you wait, you won't have the right to speak up. True family and friends are those who are willing to help you when you are in trouble. On the contrary, those who throw stones into a well do not need to be regarded as relatives or friends. Go back, everyone. When you return to Huayin, everything will be over. Normally, everything you have should be confiscated back. But considering your hard work during this period, I allow each of you to keep a card of belongings. I won't forget this account. And you never forgot benevolence and righteousness until the end. The fact that your store belongs to Huashan remains unchanged. Nature that belongs to Huashan must return to Huashan. But in the future, you will also continue to operate and receive corresponding returns. Let's discuss together whether there is a more advantageous direction for each other. Everyone, please come in. Although stronger than the group led by Manager Gong. But becoming an agent from a shop owner in an instant is too much. Grandfather, what have you done? On the other hand, what kind of property in a car? Shinsong, that big fool. Those are all the properties of Intihua. How can they just give them away? Looking down from Mount Hua, shops have been occupied by soldiers. We were loudly reprimanded for any slight protest, and if it weren't for the leader's request, we would all have been taken to the government office. Mr. Gong. If I hadn't been moved by his words at that time. I said, Shopkeeper Gong. So what do we do now? You should say something. Don't you think it's enough to trust you? Are you blaming me? No, I mean. Don't be surprised. We just need to take shelter from the rain now. Do you think those account books can be real? It must be a forgery. It's the account book forged by the sect leader himself. But isn't that a verified account book by the government? Although I haven't looked closely, the contents of the account book are also fine. That must have colluded with the county magistrate long ago just to divide our wealth. Let's go to Luoyang first. If those guys are trying to use their power to suppress us, then we will use stronger power to confront it. I really can't bear to see it. You're talking. Except for me here. Is there anyone else besides me? Wearing bandit attire in broad daylight. Still hunched over, is he an old man? It seems that you have developed a sense of theft upon seeing our property. But I advise you not to risk your life for nothing. Our belongings? I'm not stealing, I'm taking back what is mine. Motherfucker. My belongings. Are you from the Huashan school? I can't suppress this anger either. You guys just came to the door yourself. Boy. You might not be aware. Since ancient times, no one who ignored my words has ever had a good end. There are still such people in Huashan. Give me back all of you useless people. Correct. I really don't understand why someone like you would always stand by and watch. If you had appeared on Mount Hua earlier, you wouldn't have exhibited the same behavior as you do now. But you chose the wrong timing. You will die at my hands today. Just treat it as an ultimatum I sent to the sect leader. If someone like you dies at my hands, the sect leader must be in great pain, right? Die. Sure enough, I knew you had something, kid. A mere shopkeeper from a county town wouldn't have such a grandeur. But don't worry, I will avoid hitting your dog's mouth. That's how we can talk, isn't it? I dare not relax in the slightest. Martial arts practitioners must never underestimate any enemy. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion uses all its strength. What's more, after seeing the masked man defeat the guards, he didn't dare to take it lightly. However, why is he always making a face like he is sleepy? Let me help you change your expression. However, the fist that should have been punched was blocked, causing internal energy to backfire. Whoa. It's too slow. I advise you to stop. If you come a few more times, your fingers will explode first. You. Spinning legs. Disappear. Didn't I already warn you? Your fingers will explode first. Is he fast? Be unhappy. Is he very strong? Not strong either. This masked person is neither fast nor strong. If we just look at him from the outside, he's like this. 10 more are not my match. But I couldn't even touch his hem. Although it's slow, it can be done at the best time. Move to the most suitable direction and distance. Not a single bit of extra movement. Seem. I saw a ghost. Clearly know my moves. This guy is a monster. I don't even know how strong he really is. Oh, my goodness. We can't continue anymore. I originally wanted to play with you again. But I'm also tired. Why? People like you have never formally appeared before. It's none of your business. Huh? Big 7. People who only know how to talk will always have an illusion. Do you expect me to answer every question you ask? On the contrary, I want to ask you something. As a restaurant owner, your martial arts skills are too strong, right? With such strong martial arts skills, he only manages one restaurant in Hua, which French rule states that people with high martial arts skills cannot operate restaurants. That's not true. But with your strong martial arts skills, even if you don't run a restaurant, there should be many ways to make money. I don't understand what you're saying. I understand everything. Do you want to say? There is no conspiracy or trickery involved in this matter. Not obeying anyone is entirely my personal behavior. No, that's right. I understand. It's usually said like this. Oh, that's really not creative. Now, here comes the question. Do you know what I would do if I wanted to ask something from someone like you? How would I know that? Strike. Wasting my lips and tongue on someone who doesn't confess will only make me even angrier. So let's both take a step back. Don't say it out loud. Even if you don't say anything, I will still fight until I am satisfied. He's going to hit my left knee. If this speed is enough, I can block it. Shoulder. He's clearly going to hit the knee. How could it be the shoulder? This time is head. This time it must have been fired from above the head downwards. I have already seen it. However, I can't even dodge a move. If this continues, I will really lose my life. Look at this guy's eyes. Killer. That is the gaze possessed by a pair of murderers who have killed countless people. No, don't. I don't want to die. Hiccup. Tai Divine Palm. You guy. They are members of the Zhongnan faction. What a coincidence. Running a restaurant in Huayin. The person who collects debts from Huashan happens to be so familiar with the martial arts of the Zhongnan sect. Zhongnan sent you here. Damn. Even if he twisted my head off, I shouldn't have used the Tai Divine Palm. And on top of it, you used it in front of this guy from Huashan. I made a fatal mistake. If he hadn't suddenly drawn his sword when I was dazed from the beating, I wouldn't panic and use the Tai Divine Palm. If his purpose of provoking me is to expose my horse's foot, then this guy's castle is too deep. How? You don't want to say it. Okay, it's quite loyal. This is also a good choice. The Zhongnan faction is not an easily bullied sect. Since before, Huashan and Zhongnan have been archenemies and their relationship is not very good. But it cannot be denied that the Zhongnan faction is a major faction that can occupy a place in the 9-faction group. It's impossible for such a large sect to be so careless in their work. I guess Gongwen doesn't even think much about what he knows and can't ask anything. Actually, as long as we know that this matter is related to the Zhongnan faction, it's enough. Motherfucker. Although the martial arts world used to be desolate, it has never been so shameless. A group of 9 sects like this actually destroyed other sects with money instead of force. Still relying on this deceptive method. That's really impressive. This is actually a good thing for Huashan, isn't it? You should also know, right? Huashan is hopeless now. Huashan, which has lost its inheritance of martial arts, can no longer return to the Huashan of the past. The only difference is dying a little earlier and holding out for a while before dying. I just want to end the dying Huashan as soon as possible. The sects that have lost their inheritance of martial arts will ultimately perish. Who said that? Can't you understand? With your skills. You're wrong. Who said Huashan lost its inheritance of martial arts? You guys who are so good at talking always use this kind of twisted logic to whitewash your own behavior. It's better to say that you don't like Huashan and want to destroy it. If the opponent is those guys from the Zhongnan faction, then I will also recognize them. I have beaten many people. Huashan and Zhongnan both belong to Taoism, so there are many similarities between the two schools. Even the swordsmanship used is similar. Two neighboring sects of similar size will inevitably find ways to eliminate each other. I'm not from the Zhongnan faction. Well, I'm not from Huashan either. Is it possible? What about you, you bastard? Anyway, as a reward for showing me the Tai Divine Palm, I will also show you something interesting. It would be interesting if you could recognize it. But if you can't recognize it, it's a pity. Tell me, well, the guy who sent you here. Okay, hurry up. It's just that wielding a sword can generate such a level of strong wind. I don't know why his sword didn't touch my body. What exactly does he want to do? Only plum blossoms blooming in the snow can emit the strongest fragrance. Although it's winter now, the spirit of Huashan will never cease. When spring arrives and flowers bloom. The mountains and fields are covered in blooming plum blossoms. What is it that I see? Countless plum blossom petals spilled down from the top of my head. No, this is 24-hand plum blossom sword technique. Falling plum blossoms make rain. This is an illusion. I'm really going to die. Internal strength is still far from enough. If it were a sword like this that could have been easily wielded back then, now I feel like all my internal energy has been drained. It seems like we need to come up with a solution. You guys over there. Come over. Who wants to get beaten up before leaving? Does anyone want to leave here directly? Let me go, hero. No, no, don't let me leave. Let me go. That's great. Since you are so cooperative. Thank you very much. Stop. You. Do you have a brain? If you leave, how can I pull back so many cars by myself? Can you use your brain? From now on, each of you must count the amount of belongings in your car and report back to me. Correct. 1,802. 2,302. 8,800 taels. What? Why do you have so much money? Stupid, is this important now? Limit. So, one of you should go to the nearest bank and retrieve the money. I want to monetize all these goods. Also, remember to exchange the money for anonymous banknotes. If I find any markings on the silver bill, it's a dead end. I've never seen anyone like him in my life. Those. What if the person who went to the bank disappears and never returns? What's the use of running away? Do you still have money after your property is seized? No. That means you only have these. If you still want to make a profit, you can only come back, right? Those. If you report to the authorities. You can give it a try. Never come back. And it's better to escape to the ends of the earth. Because I won't let that guy go. I can't think of any way to escape from his clutches. What are you staring at? Hurry up and leave. Correct. Today's practice is really tiring. Is it really necessary to practice like this in the morning? It has really changed a lot. How can we describe this scenario? It seems like a martial arts school. Oh, it's a flood. What are you laughing at? Senior brother. Oh, me. I just feel like everyone finally has the appearance of a martial arts disciple now. Is it? But this idea is a bit strange. This was originally a martial arts school. No. I also think the same way. Haha. Until recently, I never imagined that the Huashan sect would have such a scene of sweating profusely while practicing. Junior brothers, let's go back. It's senior brother. My original goal was to pass the time on Mount Hua and then come down the mountain to go home when the time came. But recently, I feel that something has changed in Huashan. This is all because of that kid Qingming. That kid is currently changing Mount Hua. Although this wind is not strong. But no one knows about this trend. Will it end with a gentle breeze or become a giant typhoon capable of shaking Mount Hua? However, this trend will definitely show its effect in the future. Hey, how could you hang that over there? Move away, move away. Didn't I say to put all the building materials in and start working on them later? Are you deaf in your ears? Hey, if you break that, you'll lose your salary for the next month. Hurry up and move. What's the situation with this group of people? Hey, that one. Don't put it there. Put it over there. Master Shuzu. It's Jong. What is it? They are craftsmen. Craftsmen. That's right, we want to take this opportunity to renovate the Huashan sect properly. You also know that the palaces and pavilions in the sect are too old. Yes. What are you staring at? Hurry up and help those craftsmen. They are exhausted from moving building materials here. Blow one's breath. Still standing still, move quickly. Hurry up. Yes. Get moving, kids. What is it? Am I dreaming? What do I think and feel? This thing seems to be a type of food called meat. Meat actually appeared on the Taoist dining table. How is this possible? Send out. It's a windfall. Maybe. The changes brought by that kid during Qingming festival. It's faster than expected. You can see anything rare. No denying that. Not only did there suddenly be a large-scale construction project. We even placed meat on the dining table. Even sent 2 new sets of martial arts uniforms to everyone. My mouth still has a meaty taste to this day. Yeah, that's right. What's on your mind? I suddenly feel that money is such a good thing, haha. I also have this kind of exclamation. Even if we have money. I never expected my seniors to be so eager to change this place. Do you think they've ever thought about this kind of hardship? It's not because there's no money, there's no other way. This is the first time I have seen Master Union laughing so happily. I always thought he wouldn't laugh. Senior. What do you think will happen in the future? Don't you already know? Huashan is undergoing rapid changes. And we also need to be prepared. Preparing for rapid change. It's not just a matter of money. Didn't you also see it? The secret's in that box. I saw it. Oh, my foot seems to have tripped over something. Hey, why are there gold nuggets and boxes here? His acting when he pulled those things over was really terrible. How did he do it? How should I know? But one thing is certain. Huashan sect is undergoing changes. We cannot split the wind of change that is rushing towards us. Therefore, we need to gather our spirits and be prepared. If not fully prepared, it is very likely to be swept away by the strong wind that kid is blowing up. Don't worry, senior brother. I'm Zhao Jie. Yeah, that's right. By the way, where did that kid Qingming go? I haven't seen him since morning. Don't you know? The sect leader wants to see him today. He should be with the headmaster now, right? The sect leader is looking for him. What is the sect leader looking for him for? Since you have made contributions, you should naturally be rewarded. Perry has decided to reward you. So I called you over. Reward. Yes. What would you like? Without hesitation, handing over that huge sum of money to Huashan without any sympathy is definitely a scam. If you want money, I can give you a sum of money as a reward. I don't need money. You don't want money? Yes, you don't need that kind of thing on the mountain, anyway. You really have both Taoist and Taoist skills. Abandoning the desire for wealth is not an easy task. Even if you give me money, how much can you give me? My secret warehouse is filled with treasures. Can you tell me if you have anything else you want? I can also agree to let you learn martial arts that you cannot yet learn in your generation. I don't need martial arts either. This is not necessary either. Are you not interested in martial arts? That's not true. I think since our ancestors established such a learning sequence, they naturally have their own reasons. Yeah, you're right. That's strange. Is it better for me to teach you martial arts instead? But there are still many martial arts skills that need to be taken out now. What can I do to naturally hand over those to them as much as possible? Don't I really have to deal with this kind of thing? What can I do for you? What can Huashan, which has only a nominal reputation, give me? Ah, may I go to Huayin any time when needed? Firstly, one must obtain freedom. Only by expanding the scope of activities can one showcase their skills and abilities. Huayin County. Yes. I think there are certain limitations to learning martial arts in such a pure dojo. It's also important to occasionally go see the outside world, don't you think? I understand your thoughts. But this doesn't comply with the rules of the Huashan sect. Even though you have made great contributions, I'm afraid that some people may feel it's unfair, and thus become dissatisfied. That's really stubborn. Is there anything else you want? Hiccup. What else can I expect if you don't let me go to Huayin? Ah, Chief of the sect. You can also see that my health is not very good. It doesn't look very good. The pharmacy said that this is a damage to my vitality. I've also heard about this. So, can you give me a few spiritual pills? Panacea. Yes, it's a spiritual pill that can replenish vitality. Listen to the order, sir. It's the sect leader. In the name of the sect leader of Hua Mountain, allow Hua disciples to go down the mountain to Huayin without permission from others after Qingming Day. Correct. Blow one's breath. But during Qingming festival, you cannot leave Huayin. Didn't you just say it's not possible? You are responsible for the trouble you caused in Huayin. Go back. Leader's Elixir. Chief of the sect. It's not what I want, it's a spirit pill bastard. I'm almost dead. Even if you eat it, I don't have any elixirs, you brat. You have to rely on yourself for everything. What do you think? He is a person who possesses both Taoist and Taoist skills. You also felt it, right? Although he's just a child, he speaks very cleverly. But sometimes there is also a rough side. But considering his age, it's understandable. Yeah, that's right. And also, when talking to Qingming, it's not like you're talking to a child at all. It's not because of his tone. But it's because during Qingming festival, I couldn't feel the unique childishness of a child at all. How should I put this? On the contrary, it exudes the aura of a Taoist. A child's body actually has the Taoist school's energy. Only Taoist instruments can explain all of this. Xuanchang, what are you thinking? Ah, Master, you know me. I don't know how to judge people. You're such a person, so I'm asking about your feelings. Although he is a child, he doesn't look like a child at all. That's the feeling he gives me. I'm not the only one feeling this way. I know some children who have experienced hardships or have deep thoughts. This situation occasionally occurs. But just being more stable than children of the same age doesn't necessarily mean being the same as adults. But that child is not precocious, but really speaks and acts like an adult. Sometimes I even feel like he's just an old man. Are you saying that his castle is too deep? I didn't mean it that way. Just, I got it. I understand what you mean, but it's better not to overthink it now. You have also seen that he is still just a child. Obey your command. We are not using people, but cultivating talents. If it's a talented person, we'll help him unleash his talents. If there are any problems, just help them correct them. You are right. Union. How far along is the project? Ah, Due to the dangerous mountain terrain, it is not easy to supply building materials. Although the material was replenished to the greatest extent by cutting down the surrounding trees. But it may take some time for the trees cut down to dry and polish. Now I see. Do you think it's inappropriate for me to do this kind of superficial work as soon as I have some money? How could that be, Headmaster? I hope you can understand. Huashan must undergo nirvana and rebirth. Just like how people always tidy up their clothes when making decisions and setting new aspirations, it is necessary to maintain good manners. The same principle applies to sections. I think there is no more reliable way to convey a new will to the disciples than this. Your idea is correct. Junior, you need to analyze the newly acquired martial arts as soon as possible. It's Senior Leader. But you absolutely cannot make any mistakes. The fate of Huashan lies entirely in how to impart those martial arts to its disciples. I will definitely not make any mistakes. Then I'll leave it to you with peace of mind. Should I tell the sect leader or senior brother? The secrets that have been preserved for 100 years are like new books. When I first discovered it, I was flustered and didn't notice it. As if hastily written, there are traces of ink spreading in many places. If it's someone's conspiracy, I think I'm overthinking it. The content itself has no hint of wickedness, and no matter how you look at it, it still looks like an authentic work. In other words, someone wants to hide their identity and help Huashan. Who could this person be? You kicked me out for a spiritual pill. What's the use of me painstakingly writing the secret script for them? A sect that doesn't even bother to deal with beggars. Look at his expression and you know. Huashan not only has no money, but also the method of refining spiritual pills has been lost. It's really lucky that it wasn't destroyed. Ha, it's difficult now. Although I know there will be some side effects. But the problem is that the side effects are more serious than I imagined. The recovery speed of the body is not as fast as imagined. If this continues, it will take at least 6 months of rest to recover. The yellow flowers have cooled down in half a year. For children, not being able to cultivate for 6 months is really fatal. A child's body is constantly growing and changing. There is a suitable time to lay the foundation for internal strength. If this opportunity is missed, there will never be another chance. We must find a way. There are only 2 methods to restore innate true chi. Either eat precious spiritual pills. Either find someone with similar internal strength to pass on their skills. But now it's impossible to find the person who passed on my merits to me. To exaggerate, in the past, Huashan was filled with spiritual pills rolling around. Otherwise, no one would use plum blossom pill as a hangover cure. The medicinal effect is really excellent. I suddenly wanted to drink after thinking about it. Secretly drink without telling the sect leader, senior brother. After drinking, have another one. The sobering effect is really amazing. Sober up. Yeah, right. Panacea. Have. No, there must be. When my brain is not good, there are still times when I can help. Broken Intestine Cliff. It is the highest and most dangerous cliff in Huashan, known for its steepness among the 5 sacred mountains. The place I'm looking for is somewhere on this towering cliff. Madman. The secret of Manhwa that only I know during Qingming festival. There is a small cave in the middle of this cliff that would be impossible to find without personally going up. Although the Broken Gut Cliff is too dangerous and disciples are forbidden to practice there. But there is no better place than here to avoid the surveillance of the sect leader and senior brother. It has indeed helped me a lot. For example, drinking without telling the sect leader, senior brother. Or hide eating meat from the sect leader and senior brother. Or perhaps sleeping in without telling the sect leader, senior brother. Why didn't senior leader kill me to silence me? If it were me, I would also kill someone like me to death. What's important now is not this. In short, right up there. There's a spirit pill I've hidden up there. If it were the old me, I could jump twice to get there. But now this body cannot do it. However, what if it's from top to bottom? It's just that the danger has increased tenfold. Oh no, I don't care. I can only die once and die a second time. No, it will indeed die a second time. Damn. Damn it. It's really tiring to save Huashan. Oh my God, it's so damn. The reason why disciples are not allowed to cultivate on the Broken Intestine Cliff is not only because it is too high. The reason why Duanchang Cliff is called Duanchang Cliff. Just like its name suggests, it's a cliff. There is no place to step down or grab onto. That is to say, the Broken Intestine Cliff is an incredibly smooth cliff. Finished. I'm really going to die now. The rope saved my life. Sure enough, before doing something, people, be prepared. The calligraphy technique. Hiccup. Hateful. It's not a reed. Why is this bone so easy to break? This body is broken. But I still saw it. The entrance to the hiding place. The rope prepared by estimating the length based on my intuition actually brought me to the vicinity of the entrance. Move over there a little bit. So first, we need to break the spell of sucking characters. Then use the reactive force. Right now. Hey. How could this be? The calligraphy technique. It's not you, but rather a bit of a fight. Hiccup. Plum Blossom Sword Lord, this madman. What exactly did he think about setting up his hiding place in such a place? Isn't it like practicing martial arts in the mountains every day and wasting your brain? It's just me. Anyway, he still let me in. Almost died. Surprisingly, the Night Pearl was placed here. The Plum Blossom Sword Lord is truly beyond redemption. How much does this thing cost? It's me. Why do I always forget? That's it. There must be the plum blossom pill I hid here. As long as there is this, it will be of great help to my recovery. This is. As soon as the box was opened, it emitted a fragrance of plum blossoms. 3-2 seems to be surrounded by blooming plum blossom trees. Zumaiden. I actually hid snow plum pill, which is several times more precious than plum blossom pill. And these are just plum blossom pills stacked as cushioning materials. The Plum Blossom Sword Lord is truly a madman. Don't be angry, senior leader. At least I didn't hide the most precious purple sky pill. Wow. Firstly, it is necessary to fully recover the body. It would be even better if I could accumulate a little more internal energy during this period. There's no need to hesitate. Just have a snow plum pill directly. Upon entering, a delicate aroma spreads throughout the body. But I don't have time to feel this fragrance. You need to focus. The most important thing now is not to let the effects of Zumaiden escape from the body. We must keep it safe. But this cannot be used to restore innate true chi. Insufficient purity. Even if this Shueme Dan is the pride of Huashan, for my Dantian, the purity still is not enough. Must filter. But it's a pity that most of the breath has to be discarded. Am I taking a wrong path in order to build the most complete and perfect foundation? Although it's a difficult choice, I can't let my impatience get me off guard. Leave only the most essence and discard the rest. There are only a few fragments left. I really feel heartbroken. Only a few fragments were collected after filtering. We must dispose of these fragments. Promote Dantian Village. Push to the deepest part of Dantian. Where is the innate true Qi? Broken bones and wounds. It instantly recovered. I even feel stronger than before. Sure enough. It seems that the effect of the elixir is better than imagined, as the young body can absorb the medicine more perfectly. I really didn't expect it. And it also forced the remaining impurities in the body out of the body. Feel the blood vessels and the meridians have even widened. Huh. Why is the heart beating so fast? The medicinal effect started to reverse from the lower dantian and has now surpassed the middle dantian. Like huge waves. I can't control it at all. If even dantian is breached, sea will become obsessed. It must be blocked from flowing. Do you think your kid is a Taoist or a warrior? Senior brother leader. Martial arts are about controlling and suppressing. But those who follow the Tao will let nature take its course. Kid, there's no reason in this world that suppression can solve the problem. If a dam is built to block the flow of water, then the water will cross the dam and continue to flow. Let it go with the flow. If you don't pay attention to it, it will continue naturally. Human beings are both natural. How could there be no human presence in this vast nature? So let's go with the flow. Here is Upper Elixir Field. This is what my intuition told me. The cracked wall in front of us is the entrance to Shengdanshan. What kind of body has been destroyed? I can feel the huge vibration on the other side of the wall. It's only a matter of time before Dantian is breached in terms of momentum. The situation is even more dangerous than imagined. If this wall is not opened, it will eventually collapse. But if you open it directly, it's likely to get rolled in. So the only methods available now are: if a dam is built to block the flow of water, the water will flow over the dam and continue to flow. My senior brother told me let it go with the flow. Even if we block it, it will still come over. Let it flow naturally. I always thought it was just a nagging sentence and didn't take it seriously. It took me 100 years to understand this teaching. What's going on? Why am I floating up? All the meridians in the body have become wide open. The power has changed. This young body eventually persevered. Even a slight mistake could potentially result in hemiplegia or loss of life. If it weren't for the teachings of the sect leader, big things would have happened. But the cost is indeed real. Not only has the innate true chi been restored, but also the narrow meridians have also widened, and the internal strength has improved significantly. In summary, more potential. Only by dying once can one suddenly realize the significance of being taught as a nagging senior brother is completely different now. Martial arts are about controlling and suppressing. But those who follow the Tao will let nature take its course. I'm just a swordsman, not a Taoist. Huashan is not only a sword gate, but also a Taoist gate. That sentence contains the essence of Manhua. But the self-proclaimed Taoist's words are somewhat ambiguous. Can someone like me really lead Manhua to rise again? Anyway, let's give it a try for now. If it's not possible, then it's not possible. These are of no use to me now. But for others, it has a very significant effect, right? Okay, now it's time to go back. I'm not doing this because I want to drink. I'm just curious what a century-old fermented wine tastes like. The Hua Mountain, which has undergone earth-shattering changes, seems to have only this small cave that still maintains its past appearance. In this way, living in this cave feels like living in the past. That's really amazing. Extremely nostalgic. It seems like I need to come over occasionally to take a look. You're as light as a swallow. Not bad. The air at the mountaintop is really clear. What's this smell? What kind of body emits this odor? Oh, it's so cold. I feel like I haven't woken up yet. I'm almost exhausted. So sleepy. When will we continue to cultivate like this? Ask while knowing the answer. Hey. By the way, do you think that guy has been a bit strange lately? Why is it strange? I don't feel very well. From what you said, it seems like he hasn't been practicing recently either. That rumor can't be true, can it? What rumors? I heard he became obsessed with practicing martial arts. Think back carefully, is he getting thinner and more haggard day by day? It's precisely because of poor health that I didn't come to cultivate. So don't we need to practice anymore? Why did we listen to that guy so much before? It's not that we can't beat that kid even if we go together. But now, you should be able to give it a try, right? He seems to have lost skin and bones. If everyone works together to fight against him, there should be a chance of winning, right? Don't worry about them. Senior brother. They will soon recognize the reality. Light emitting. If we go up now, we'll die. How did it become so shiny? Hey everyone. This instructor is truly sorry to all of you. Previously, due to poor health, I couldn't take care of your cultivation. This made my instructor feel a deep sense of responsibility. I always feel like things are going in a strange direction. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay. This is also possible. We really have nothing to do, junior brother. No, it's not me. You guys are still practicing so seriously. This is my fault as an instructor. Although, we cannot go back to the past, but we can go back and make up for our mistakes. If you haven't practiced enough, you just need to double your practice. Run Joe. In chronological order. The last half of the people who arrived ran again. After reaching the top of Lianhua Peak, run back again. Ah, senior brother, how could you do this? Senior brothers. Hey, run quickly. Hurry up. If it's too late, we'll have to run again. Everyone, run. I actually want to rebel. What a group of cute little guys. But I still really like their rebellious appearance. Because obedient people do not have unlimited potential. However, if you still want to express dissatisfaction without that strength, there's nothing uglier than this. Is strength the second most important factor for a warrior to gain the right to speak? Let me help you cultivate that strength. In the thousands of years of martial arts history, countless people have won the top spot in the world through their own strength. But it's impossible for a sect to make a name for itself with just one powerful disciple. That is to say, in order to revive the sect, it is necessary to make everyone strong. I want to make you stronger than before. Manhua Sect. The last place doesn't have any food to eat today. You devil. I can actually stand up with this level of cultivation. I understand once again why senior brother is senior brother. This is not a matter of strength. It's because of strong spiritual power. Oh, why is it so light? Hello, the person who has finished their cultivation. Give all the sandbags. What's going on? Why are you all lying down? Where are you going? Everyone just lay down. Monster. This generation of children is really too weak, too weak. I wasn't like that back then. Are you the youngest? Let's do it this way for now. Come out to practice in the afternoon after finishing dinner. If I knew who was running away during cultivation time, my cultivation volume would increase tenfold. Arrange the cultivation equipment properly. You bastard. Why aren't you guys eating? I feel like I'll vomit after eating, so I can't eat it. Senior brother. Senior brother here. The intensity of this cultivation is too strong, isn't it? Yeah, senior brother, this is too much. If this continues, I doubt if I will die. My hands are shaking so much that I can't even eat. Eldest brother, can you talk to him nicely? Senior brother, please save us. Senior brother. Xiaojie. What do you think of it? The intensity is indeed gradually increasing. It has indeed reached a level that the body cannot bear. Iron becomes harder and harder with each strike, but isn't it? But that's stinky. Not. Qingming cannot possibly not know this truth. So, I think it's better to stick with it for a while longer. If there is still no change after a while, it's not too late to talk about it then. Big mouth. It stands to reason. I got it. I will step forward first when the time comes. I have to practice again after sleeping. I feel like if this continues, my body will collapse first. I always thought that no matter how cruel my cultivation was, I could persevere. But can I persist in this kind of cultivation? Senior. Senior brother, please get up. Senior. Pure brightness. Shoo, give it to me. This is what I finally got. You are my senior brother, and that's why I gave it to you. Give it to me. What? This is. Lingling pill. Breathe out slowly. Why did you give me such a precious thing? Why aren't you eating? Because you need this more, senior brother. Keep it confidential from others. You eat quickly. I will guide you. I feel ashamed of the idea that he is a demon. For thirsty people, only by giving them water can they know gratitude. Let's focus on cultivating ourselves during this period, senior brothers. I always feel different. The children's swordsmanship has become much smoother. Although the displayed sword power is the same. But that sharpness and smoothness have indeed changed a lot. You can also feel that the steps taken are stronger and more powerful. The stability of the upper body gave a hint of force to the tip of the sword. Can this situation be achieved in such a short time? Uncle, sure, just give me 1 month. I will show you the results. Could it be that kind of early morning practice? How long has it been since I last saw children emit such brave looks? Very good. I can feel that everyone's sword tips are very lively. I am very satisfied to see you all practicing so seriously. Therefore, I have decided. As long as you work hard like you are now, I will skip all the previous processes. Teach you this Taimi Li sword early. Oh. Our third-generation disciples are actually going to learn the Tai mysterious sword. It seems that we have indeed changed a lot. They will be rewarded for their efforts, and those who receive rewards will work even harder. As long as this virtuous cycle continues, these children will grow into swordsmen representing Huashan. Yunjian. Is Yunjian there? Chief of the sect. What is the purpose of your personal visit to Baimei Hall? I feel like there's something wrong no matter how I look at it. Huh? This is the Liuhe sword found in the box discovered during Qingming festival. Please take a look at the last page. Chief of the sect. This is conveyed to future generations. It is undeniable that the younger generations have developed or changed the martial arts of Huashan. The so-called martial arts should constantly change and develop. However, Liuhe is the foundation and core of Huashan. Changing Liuhe is no different from changing the soul of Huashan. I hope future generations will remember it in their hearts. The 6 directions. For a long time, it has been the fundamental skill that supports Manhwa. Just like enabling them to master the correct sword-holding technique for the first time. The beginning of Huashan martial arts all began with mastering the 6 harmonies proficiently. But the sect leader. Times have changed. Is Liuhe still suitable? Because learning Liuhe is slow. That's why everyone created the true Liuhe sword together, isn't it? That's why I came here to hear your opinion. As you said, abandoning the 6 harmonies and establishing the true 6 harmonies sword as the foundation of Huashan's martial arts is a decision made by the sect. But isn't the quote from our ancestors also very important? Not just important. The sayings of our ancestors are the signposts for future generations. All sects strive to follow in the footsteps of their ancestors. How can I deny my ancestors such a clear idea? The disciples of Huashan are taught by you. I have to consider your opinion on basic skills. Don't think about anything else. Speak up openly and honestly. It's following tradition. Still seeking change. Chief of the sect. The reason why we created the true Liuhe sword is because Huashan doesn't have that much time. I don't have time to leisurely teach my disciples. At that time, the sect couldn't even keep the plaque. Yeah, that's right. So I want to ask you a question. Does Huashan still have a future? In the future. Although the situation is much better than before. But it only barely solved one of the many problems. But there are still countless unresolved issues. I find it difficult to answer this question. Please understand that I am unable to provide you with an accurate answer at the moment. Then I object. Why? Because it's too difficult. Although the true Liuhe sword and the Liuhe sword are of the same origin, they are completely different martial arts. Although the progress of Liuhe is slow, It is a martial arts that can lay a very solid foundation. The true 6-in-1 sword is fast, flexible, and easy. Children learn very quickly, and they have fully absorbed the martial arts principles of the true Lyoha sword. If we teach our disciples the 6-harmony sword now, it may result in a situation where the gains outweigh the losses. The most important thing is to master the Lyoha sword to its fullest potential, which requires strong lower limbs and stability. But it's already too late now. What do they need most? Strong lower limb stability. Strong lower limbs. Stability? You've been practicing very well. I didn't do this, did I? Can it be? Can you give me some time? I have something to ask a disciple. Disciple. Pure brightness. Come over here for a moment. I have something to ask you. Oh. Slow but able to climb higher methods and fast and accurate methods of moving forward. Which method do you think is better for Huashan? Of course, it can climb higher. Why? Because it's Mount Hua. Hee. Pride in Hua Mountain. That blurry memory fragment actually came out of the mouth of the youngest disciple. Because it's Mount Hua. If it were other sects, they would probably choose the latter, but Huashan should not be like this. In order to regain the glory of the past and make the name Huashan spread throughout the world, we must not compromise with reality. He was answering the hidden meaning in Yun Jian's words. Are you saying that we can't compromise because it's Mount Hua? The disciple thinks so. I got it. You go back. I'm really ashamed. Yeah, that's right. I didn't expect to hear such words from a child's mouth. Because it's Mount Hua. Perhaps this is the voice of a child. But it is precisely because he is a child that he will not be shaken by reality. Although this path may be difficult to take. But I don't want to lose face in front of that child. A brief conversation was like rolling a snowball, forcing one to make a choice in an instant. This is not a small matter. Clarifying basic skills is a very important thing. Because this is related to the path that Huashan will take next. Cloud Sword, listen to orders. It's the sect leader. I command you in the name of Master Huashan. From now on, the basic skills of Huashan. Change from true Lyoha sword to Lyoha sword. Correct. It's not just about Lyoha. All martial arts in Huashan need to be reconsidered. As the owner of Baimei Hall, your role is very important. It's the sect leader. We must not let the sect continue to be mediocre. As long as the name Huashan is still used, Huashan must always be the strongest and must also be eyeing the first place. This is the obligation and mission to bear the name of Mount Hua. Huashan is Huashan. Also, these children are the future of Huashan. Perhaps it cannot be achieved in our generation yet. But under the guidance of those children, it can make Huashan famous again in the world. Disgraceful. This kind of thing still needs to be asked. Do you need to ask? You even brought the food to your mouth and asked me how to eat it. Calm down and think about it. None of these guys are successful. What they are doing now must be messy too. Everything. It seems like I need to go to Huayin. Even without looking, I know that the industries in Huayin are bound to be chaotic. Why do I feel like this sect can't function properly without me? What are you saying? What they are doing now must also be messy. Everything. It seems like I need to go to Huayin. Even without looking, I know that the industries in Huayin are bound to be chaotic. Why do I feel like this sect can't function properly without me? What are you saying? After numerous hardships, Huashan finally ushered in long-awaited peace. The money problem that has been troubling Huashan for a long time has been completely solved. And also found a new martial arts that can move towards the future. Originally, Everyone's faces should constantly be filled with happy smiles. Peaceful ghost. There are ghosts and wolves howling here. Senior. Let's open our hearts and talk. I heard that my senior brother is the youngest son of a famous merchant family. Is he the son of a mainland bank owner or something similar? What mainland bank? Just a small merchant family. But at least you know a little more than us, right? Isn't it all like this? I thought the youngest son of a big family was a useless playboy, but in the end, I realized he was actually very talented. What did you say? Forget it. So, why is this tea so bitter? I want new tea. Don't you understand what new tea is? Call out your shopkeeper. What do you think is the reason for the current situation? Well, this one. It should be because of the people who used to be in charge here, right? That group of scammers. Those people seem to have connections. Since they left, the guys here have also left one after another. Connections. Scammers also have connections. To be more precise, it should not be about personal connections, but rather about academic, geographical, and blood ties that are closely linked together. Most of them were their relatives and family members, so after seeing the situation clearly, they all left. The world is indeed very much like a family. Are you saying that without a partner, we would have become like this? This is the first reason. Also, there are the elders of Huashan. They have no ability to manage these businesses at all, which is the biggest problem. So, are you saying that Huashan currently has no ability to handle these businesses? It's like putting flowers in cow dung. Didn't I say it's poor tea, senior brother? Poor tea. How can you take Tai Guanyin? I don't know, it's also possible. Why are you shouting so loudly? I have to have tasted such expensive tea before to know. Do you think we've had this kind of tea before? Managing is not that simple. Both materials and goods need to be carefully selected. If you blindly buy good materials, your income and expenses will be unbalanced. But if you use cheap customers, you won't come back. But if the hired operators are not strong enough, then those people will turn around and take advantage of us, and they won't make any money at all. What if we start learning now? If you let to teach a group of men over the age of 40 martial arts, would you be willing? Unwilling. Not only that. Wholesale purchase is also a big problem. What do you think will happen if a Taoist who doesn't understand the ways of the world comes to purchase goods? I am here to purchase goods. But what is the procurement? I will definitely be treated as a scapegoat. Not only that, I'm afraid there won't even be any bone fragments left. This is not going to work. This problem was impossible to solve from the beginning. Senior brother leader. Junior brother finally understands the greatness of the sect leader. When senior brother was here, these careers never had any problems. Oh, that's so despicable. You have to rely on yourself for everything. So what? How can this matter be resolved? I don't know. Where did you remember all I've said? If I had the ability to solve this matter, I would have inherited the family business and been sitting in the money pile long ago. Even if my father comes, this matter cannot be resolved. Is the situation that bad? There is no solution at all. To operate a business of this scale without burden, at least a giant merchant with certain purchasing channels is needed. But there is no such person in Huashan. If Mr. Huang is still here, there's no need to worry about this kind of thing. Who is Mr. Huang? He is a tycoon. Magnate. It is one of the giant merchants operating in Shanxi province. He not only has channels to purchase goods from Qinghai, but also has channels to purchase goods from Yunnan and the western regions. That person has been supporting Huashan since before, in other words, he is very famous. It is precisely because of the existence of that person that Huashan did not completely decline. Hua Mountain. What did he see in Huashan? Whether it's a disciple or something else, it's not worth mentioning at all, is it? What's that look on your face? Do you want to have a fight with me? No, it's nothing. Although I don't know what he's interested in about Huashan. But I heard that he is not only supporting Huashan, but also supporting several places. Anyway, if that person were still there, there wouldn't be any problems. Can receive a lot of guidance or help. Isn't that the problem solved? Hurry up and ask that person for help, won't that be enough? Can't. Mr. Huang has been lying in bed for a year now. There are even rumors that he is unconscious. Ah. Pure brightness. Is Qingming here or not? I am here. You're here, huh? Refer to Master Shuzu. Those. You need to go back to Huashan during Qingming festival. Ah. Return to Hua Mountain. The high mountain where birds fly up and fall down sounds like sending someone to your doorstep. Do you have a conscience? Why do so many strong and lively senior brothers choose to come to me? I am a junior brother with such thin legs and weak lightness skills. Among these people, you are the most idle. I cleaned the front yard. What can I do for you? Please help me deliver this letter to the head of the department or the head of the Finance and Economics Cabinet. This matter is urgent, so we cannot delay it. This is a letter from the Galaxy Business Group. Please keep it safe. That Lord Huang's merchant group is the Galaxy Merchant Group. Ah. This matter is urgent. Don't delay. Let's leave now. Disciple will go back with this letter as soon as possible. Humph. That means this is a letter sent by Mr. Huang from the Galaxy Business Group. No, he's already unconscious. Did someone under him send it over? Humph. It should be a very normal thing to want to see the letters that fell into my hands, right? Do you think so, senior brother? Can you speak some human language, kid? I really don't get along with you. Leader personally initiates. An urgent report from the sect leader personally came from a dying person. Something must have happened to that person. People around us should help each other with this kind of thing. By the way, you can also get some big returns. Let me have a look. The long winter of the sect leader has passed, and new seedlings have sprouted in various ways. Skip the greeting. I have never been in touch before, but now suddenly sending this letter makes me feel extremely ashamed. But I still have to contact you shamelessly because my father's condition is getting worse day by day. My father. His son sent it over. I'm sure you know that considering my father's age, I should accept this situation. But recently, strange things have happened. The aging symptoms that should normally occur have not appeared, but instead, other symptoms have begun to appear. Other symptoms. Abnormal pulse, not to mention, the body is starting to turn red. I am unconscious and unable to move. There is still a black light emanating from between the eyebrows. Wait a minute. This is. Our Galaxy Business Group has invited many renowned doctors from the Central Plains region to treat my father. But no one has been able to diagnose it. With a glimmer of hope, he sent this letter to someone who had feelings for his father. If the sect leader has any understanding of my father's symptoms, no matter how he informs us, he will be extremely grateful. If it can improve my father's condition. In the name of the Milky Way Alliance, I promise to give you a substantial reward. Respectfully awaiting good news. Young Master of the Galactic Merchant Group. Huang Zongyi respectfully presents. Damn. Of course, ordinary doctors cannot cure this disease. Magic flower. Devil's flower. On the surface, it will appear as if it has been poisoned. Therefore, the treatment method naturally moves towards detoxification. However, the real reason why I cannot calm down at this moment is The magic flower is the bastard of the demonic cult. I thought they all died on the Mountain of 100. I didn't expect its lifeline to continue. The problem is, those guys are not only alive, but also 9. And there's also a feeling that they're planning something in the Central Plains. That's not right. Do those guys have any grudges against Huashan? Why does everything they do cause losses to Huashan? Why do so many people in the Central Plains choose to? Unfortunately, Mr. Huang made a mess of things. How can this continue like this? It is difficult to determine whether one has been enchanted based solely on the content written in the letter. We still need to confirm in person first. Plus, there are also substantial returns. It seems that I need to make a personal trip. According to Zhao Jie, this Galaxy Business Group is a wealthy conglomerate. How much money will be given for the generous returns mentioned in this place? If there had been no war between the demon cult and the Central Plains during my absence for the past 100 years, not many people should know about the magic flower. And those who can recognize this symptom have all died at the hands of the heavenly demons on the top of Mount 100. But after all, things are unpredictable. Perhaps there are still people alive. If anyone among them saw this letter. No, I won't allow this situation to happen. Who dares to grab my Qingming stuff? Wrong. Hurry up and intercept my patient. This is money. Wrong. Even for the sake of morality, I, Qingming, must resolve this matter. This matter must be resolved by me. Can't we build a few dormitories in Huayin? I'm exhausted from having to go up and down mountains every morning and evening. Senior brother, why do you feel like he's becoming less and less sensible? What could make him run so lightly? Senior, big, something's not going well. Qingming Festival, pure brightness. Come with me first, come quickly. Be out. Where did this kid go again? Oh, that's not what I'm talking about. Senior brother, take a look at that. I need to go out for a few days due to something. Help me find a reason to evade it. If you dare to be lazy and don't practice, I will bend your waist, so please don't be lazy. This lunatic. What should we do, senior brother? Let's keep it a secret, junior brothers. If discovered, it wouldn't cause big trouble. Talking about it now will also cause big trouble. He also said he would be back in a few days. Before that, we should try our best to help him conceal it. As long as it's not like today, just find this kid directly. The elders should not pay particular attention to the youngest disciple of the 3rd generation. If you're lucky, you may not be discovered. What if it's discovered? What you're worried about is this. I'm not worried about this matter. What I'm worried about is something else. I'm actually worried about what this kid needs to solve after leaving for a few days. How much more trouble does he have to cause? Hey, let's take a breath first. I ran over 300 miles in one breath from Huashan and felt like my throat was about to be burned. Is this level still too forced? I was really. You can jump to another mountain with just one step. A person who can leap across the river in just 2 steps. It doesn't take an hour to walk this distance slowly. If only I could have a glass of cold water. Throat whirring. Speaking of, I haven't been here for a long time. Zien. Many things have also happened here. That's the smell. second-generation disciple of Huashan sect during Qingming festival. This is a good place to avoid senior brothers, drink well, and play well. Oh, I'm getting drunk. What the hell? Shouldn't we apologize for hitting someone? Oh dash. Why does it smell like rotten plums? So he's another kid from Huashan. Pick it up. What? The people of Huashan sect are really the same. Anyway, it's a group of 9 sections. How come they don't even understand the most basic etiquette? There are more than 1 or 2 heroes who end up being beaten up like dogs and then chased away like dogs. Even so, you will still come to Xian to spread the smell of decay. It seems that Huashan has not been taught enough. Then our Zhongnan faction will make you understand. What would happen if you act recklessly at someone else's doorstep? Huashan and Zhongnan are no different from enemies. Why has the relationship become so bad? Then we should ask what good things can happen between the 2 factions in reverse. How could the relationship between 2 adjacent sects be good? Because there are too many similarities between the swords used by both Taoist schools, there is competition between the 2 schools in various aspects. The most important thing is that when there is a strong voice of either you or me, there is no other way but to draw a sword. Because it concerns dignity. In this way, when Huashan meets disciples of the Zhongnan sect, they will naturally feel very unhappy. So naturally, I don't like going to Xian. Of course, it doesn't include me. Groan. For me, Xian is one of the places where I can escape the surveillance of the sect leader and enjoy myself to the fullest. How could I not go there? Although there are many controversies, I have never physically attacked someone from the Zhongnan sect before. They were the ones who provoked me first. Really? But I have to admit that the people of the Zhongnan faction are really persevering. I don't know if they like to be beaten up or what, even if they're beaten up and barely alive. But if we meet again, they will still widen their eyes and rush towards a group of crazy people. Perhaps it was that perseverance that created the current Zhongnan faction. So, if we meet, there's a high possibility of a fight. Hey, how could it be so unlucky? What could happen? It's not like there were people looking for me like before. It's hard to. Can't even members of the poison sect Tang family cure their father? My Tang family is indeed the best in using drugs in the world. Only. But your father's illness is not poisoning. What? Are you saying that my father wasn't poisoned? Although the symptoms are similar, it is not poisoning. So your father should be doing this for other reasons. That. What exactly is my father's illness? Ah. Be sorry. I know you're not a doctor, Elder. It's just that I was too impatient. I'm sorry I didn't help you. What should we do? Father's condition is becoming increasingly severe. Holding a precious treasure, yet unable to do anything. Helping poor people all my life. But this year, he was tormented by an unknown disease and his life was hanging in the balance. Isn't this a bit too cruel? Young leader. I went in. Ji Mushing, elder of the Zhongnan sect. Young leader. You should also recognize it now. Now only Dao Ji can save Lord Huang. I understand what the elder means. But I don't want to rely on that kind of thing yet. It is not common for the head of the Zhongnan sect to personally preside over the sacrificial ceremony. Why don't you understand that only Huangde, a member of the Galaxy Business Group, is able to enjoy such benefits? Dot sent letters to various places and have not yet received all the replies. I will make a decision after all the replies are in. Compete for a chance to speak. All is vanity. That's too rude. The reason why I can tolerate such words is simple. This man, Ji Mushing, is an elder of the Zhongnan sect. The Zhongnan sect has always been known as a group of 9 sections. But recently, they have spread their fame all over the world with the momentum of breaking through bamboo shoots. There are even rumors that after several generations of accumulation, it will become the world's #1 swordsmanship. In addition, the influence of the Zhongnan faction in Xi'an has always been very significant. How dare the elder of the Zhongnan faction personally come to persuade the young leader to refuse? As a cost for the sacrifice, they will definitely ask me for 1,000 gold again. It's not that I don't want money. I don't feel heartbroken as long as I can save my father and make me hand over all my assets. But if they really have the confidence to use the Dao Festival to save their father, you should first rescue your father before asking us for compensation. In other words, they actually have other plans. Slow-witted. How can a disease that even famous doctors from all over the country cannot cure? Young leader. What happened? That one. Someone has arrived at Huashan. Are you referring to Manhua? The letter sent to Huashan was the latest sent out. Roughly estimate the time, it has just arrived. Surprisingly, someone was sent over so quickly. Huashan Mountain. The Huashan Mountain that is about to be finished. They must be trying to play tricks. What do you think this place is? Young leader, don't waste any more time. You don't need to see that kind of person at all. What ability does Huashan have to save your father? They only came here after receiving my letter. What's the point of turning guests away? Humph. Where are the guests from Huashan? At the door. You actually left the guests who came from afar at the door. No matter how brainless you are, you shouldn't be so impolite. I also want to invite him in, but I really can't understand this situation. Never mind, I'll personally invite them in. Excuse me. I am Huang Zongyi, the young leader of the Galaxy Business Group. Not disciplining the servants properly is my negligence, it's all my fault. No problem, it's also possible. I'm not here to receive hospitality either. Unequal length of legs. Hiccup. Fellow colleagues. Just me. Ah. I said it's just me. I brought a method to save Lord Huang. Please lead the way quickly. I would like to confirm what the generous reward stated in the letter is, okay. What exactly is the situation with this guy? A person. Answer. So. You're the only one. Yeah, that's right. Is Huashan ignoring my Galaxy Business Group? Or rather. Haha. I dare to do anything strange now. Young leader, didn't I say that? There's no need to see people from Huashan at all. Although I don't understand anything, I still want to get involved. But if I came in person, I felt too embarrassed, so I sent this little guy over. TSK, I heard that the leader of Huashan Mountain is a righteous person, but I didn't expect him to resort to such clumsy means. It turns out that I received this treatment because of my young age. It seems like we need to use some strong medicine. Greetings are a bit late. I am Qingming, the 3rd generation disciple of Huashan. We have received the letter sent by the young leader to Huashan. Also, I had some ideas about the symptoms recorded in the letter, so I visited my home. What? You said you have some clues about my father's illness. Yes. This is the first time someone has said that. So far, countless renowned doctors and experts have seen my father. But no one said that before seeing their father. Maybe. Ha! The little one is so young that he can deceive people. Young master, no need to listen anymore. Let's go in. There's no need to waste time here. Excuse me for interrupting. Who are you, calling me guy since just now? Are you talking to me now? Has anyone else here said that except for you, who are full of guys? Ha, look at this reckless guy. As a disciple of Huashan, you can't even distinguish the attire of the Zhongnan sect. Ah, the southern faction. It's not me looking at you. I seem to know this disease very well and thought you were a doctor. So, do you have a way to cure Mr. Huang's illness? Why did Mr. Huang get this disease? It's because Mr. Huang offended the heavenly way. The only way to cure Lord Huang is to offer sacrifices that can calm the anger of heaven. Oh, it's really possible. Then you should find a wizard or someone from Qingming to come over. That's the expert in this area, isn't it? There's no need to do this. There is Zhongnan here. Oh, who doesn't know that Zhongnan and Huashan are equally skilled in that aspect? If you really want to offer sacrifices, it's better to find a reliable Taoist to hold them. Since we want to offer sacrifices, we should find authentic ones. Find a cost-effective option. Do you think so? How dare you tease your elders? Is that how your master taught you? Slightly toot. You. Young leader, are you just watching the excitement like this? Quickly drive this guy away. Elder G. This is not the Zhongnan faction, but my Galaxy business group. It should be up to me to choose how to greet guests who come to my door. Captain, may I ask you a few questions? Surprisingly, it has transformed from you into you. You can ask. You just said you have some clues about your father's illness. I would like to hear your thoughts. I heard that Mr. Huang often goes out for business, right? Correct. He must have done business near Mount 100 before falling ill. Yes and no. You're wrong. Ah. Well, how is that possible? Then I must have been attacked when I was a merchant before. That's right, isn't it? You're wrong again. My father has never been attacked in these 5 years. Is it really impossible? How is this possible? What's going on? Where exactly was he beaten up? What do you mean by being beaten up? The tiny expectation that had arisen before has completely disappeared. Wow, haha. Didn't I say there's no need to see him? Huashan was originally a rogue sect that could deceive people. Judging from their current situation, one should be able to guess more or less. Little Path Leader. I hope you can understand my position. I understand that you are very enthusiastic, but my father's current condition is too serious and can easily be treated by someone with poor medical skills to worsen his condition. Please go back. Please convey my gratitude to the sect leader of Huashan for his efforts. Her body is red, but her whole body is cold. If pressed by hand, the red color may slightly decrease and turn white, but it will immediately turn red again. Before losing consciousness, I felt as if I had entered an ice cave and felt a chill. Not only does the eyebrows turn black, but there is also a black aura on the neck and top of the head. How did you know that? Do you need me to say more? Let's not talk here anymore. Please follow me into the house for a detailed discussion. I'll show you the way. How could you let him in? What do you mean? He just mentioned the symptoms of evil energy entering his body. Even if he knew about these, there wouldn't be any changes at all. Will the head and back of the neck also turn black when evil energy enters the body? Since you are so clear, why hasn't my father been cured so far? That is because this is about my Galaxy business group. Please do not interfere too much in the future. If you still want to intervene, we will formally protest to the Zhongnan faction. Groan. The situation is even more serious than I thought. It is indeed similar to the symptoms of the magic flower. But it doesn't seem like a normal magic flower. If struck by a powerful magic spell, it would be impossible for the old man's body to last for a year. Rusty. Is the situation not optimistic? That's not true. It shouldn't be too difficult to treat. It's really difficult. No problem, everyone. What? I said it's not very difficult. I have just taken some measures to save his life. However, if you want to recover, it will take some time. We also need some preparation. What needs to be done? What needs to be prepared? First, let's talk about breakfast first. That little path leader. So what exactly do we need to prepare? No need to prepare anything special. Because the treatment method is very physically demanding, I need to eat enough to be full. Speaking of which, the chefs here make really good dishes. Is he really trustworthy? But seeing the situation just now, I have to believe it again. Actually, the most important thing now is not to treat your father. The key is to find out why Zune fell ill. So I want to ask you a few questions. Who is the closest person to your father? Who is the person who follows Mr. Huang even when he sleeps? If not, who is the person who will not be suspected no matter what they do? Please exclude yourself. The closest person. Why do you ask this? Consider it as a treatment that requires understanding these situations. If you exclude me. Not clear. There are many people who assist their fathers. There are at least 5 people who meet the requirements of the trail leader. It looks really hard to find. What exactly are you looking for? You really don't understand what I mean by asking like this, do you? I saw that Mr. Huang's injuries were not from outside. So it was done by an insider. Chief, please be careful when speaking. The members of the Galaxy Business Group are all like family. They have been fighting in the Galaxy Business Group all their lives, and everyone respects their father very much. No, forget it. First, we need to have a skeptical attitude. If there is a misunderstanding, it would be even better. Do you think so? Having said that, don't worry, you can easily find it with just one look. Observe the state of Lord Huang, who is continuously injecting demonic energy into his body using unskilled magic skills. At first, there may not be any problem, but over time, it will be exposed. How do you plan to investigate? Talking to you in the room like this is considered an investigation. You just need to wait and watch the play. Something interesting is about to happen. You may need to help me with something. I will do my best to complete anything. Give me another bottle of sorghum wine. Groan. It's already very frustrating to let that little devil from Huashan enter Xi'an in a grand manner. Unfortunately, his name is still the same as that guy who can withstand countless cuts and cannot be hated in his heart. Plum Blossom Sword. Li Songbai, second-generation disciple of the Zhongnan Sect. Are you referring to the Plum Blossom Sword Lord? What respect? To use such a prestigious title for a guy whose body can be broken into countless pieces and cannot be hated in his heart. As soon as Huashan is mentioned, one becomes very sensitive. That person's plum blossom sword has disappeared for 100 years, and the impact is still so great. How powerful is he really? Please don't take it too seriously. Let me not care. There's a kid over there making a big fuss about treating Lord Huang. How could I not care? Is it really possible to cure it? Ahem, I heard that Mr. Huang has improved somewhat. So it's because of this. Mr. Huang is a person who has a clear sense of gratitude and resentment. If the child really cures Lord Huang will definitely not ignore Huashan, who saved his life. I am confident that I will provide full support. Must be stopped. Elder. If you think that child is annoying, can we help you drive him away? You. Yes, the elder's personal intervention may lead to gossip. But after all, we are second-generation disciples. There's nothing to say about the second-generation disciples of Zhongnan and the third-generation disciples of Huashan practicing swordsmanship. Will someone say we bully children? Who doesn't know that Huashan and Zhongnan have been in contact for a long time? Encountering each other by chance and sparring with each other, if we accidentally hit too hard, no one should gossip. Moreover, with the upcoming final meeting of the Chinese people, we are even more justified. I understand what you mean now. But I won't allow you to do this. Anyway, he is a third-generation disciple. If you engage in physical activity or demand sparring with that child, it will damage Zhongnan's reputation. What would people in the martial arts world think if you oppressed a child from a declining sect like this? I understand why you don't agree, Elder. However, if a disciple does something wrong and receives corresponding punishment, can it be resolved? It should be so. If anyone dares to touch that child, I will definitely punish them. There are rewards greater than punishment. Remember, disciple. They think it's natural for Huashan to be ridiculous. After all, when they were born, Inti-Hua had long since ceased to be prosperous. But the Hua Mountain I saw when I was young was not a place that Zhongnan could easily provoke. If it weren't for the attack of the demon cult that caused Huashan to lose power. Until now, Zhongnan may not be able to surpass Huashan. I absolutely cannot go back to that time. Since he left Huashan and came here, it seems that Huashan should have resumed its activities in the outside world. I thought I had suppressed them to the point where they could never get up again. It's necessary to have a good talk with the sect leader after this matter is over. See Gao Hui Zhongnan Sect's second-generation disciple. Senior. How are you planning to deal with that child? It's natural to coax him back appropriately. Although bullying a child is contrary to my character. But we can't let the elder have a big fight with a child, can we? What exactly did Huashan think of sending that child here alone? If he were at his age in Zhongnan, the sect would definitely not allow him to go out alone, would they? The situation of each sect is different. Perhaps they have their own reasons. Big. It seems that the situation in Huashan is really not good anymore. How could we possibly know about other sections? It's better to do your own thing. Don't forget that what we need to do now is to assist the elders well. It seems we don't need to go find him anymore. How do you do? It's truly an honor to meet the disciples of Huashan. I am Li Songbai, a second-generation disciple of the Zhongnan sect. Ah, hello. If it's convenient, can you tell me where you're going? Go to Mr. Huang's place. See if there is any improvement. Oh, I see. You have a lot of nerve. The platoon leader and famous doctors from all over the world cannot cure Mr. Huang. What good strategies can a child have? From the way he shamelessly said he wanted to save Lord Huang, it seems that he is not a kind person. If you're not busy, can you talk to me for a moment? Oh, that's okay too. What's up? Not for anything else. Isn't it true that since ancient times, Zhongnan and Huashan have often exchanged swords and developed together? Do you know that there are still regular competitions for swordsmanship at the end of China? Oh, is that so? I don't know, I have just been in this industry for not long. I think so too. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me if you have seen me at the Zhonghua conference? Teaching the swordsmanship of Huashan is of great help to one's cultivation. How? Can you allow me to experience the swordsmanship of Manhua? He will definitely refuse. Even if I don't know the depth, I should know that I am not my opponent. But I still have many ways to trick this guard. So what do you mean? You're going to have a fight with me? Hiccup. I don't want to fight with you, I just want to cultivate or compete with you. I don't want to fight with you anymore. Slightly. Isn't that what you mean by wanting to fight with me? You talk so roundabout. Anyway, I'm always here to fight. However, don't regret it. May I ask for your street number? I have no Taoist name. My name is Qingming. Pure brightness. Your name is Qingming. Hello, Qingming Taoist. I gave you some advice when you were still young. You may feel that you haven't done anything wrong. But this world doesn't depend on whether you did it wrong or not. Hurry back to Huashan before you cause any major trouble. If you leave now, can we still fight? It seems that you guys in Zhongnan fought with your mouths. Why did you provoke me so much? You guy. My cultivation is still not enough. The idea of wanting to give that rat a good beating actually surged in my mind. You're right. I no longer need to show mercy. Let's distinguish between high and low. Li Songbai, the last disciple of Zhongnan, is willing to lead and teach the swordsmanship of Qingming, a disciple of Huashan. Wait a minute. What's up now? It's not that I didn't say anything about you. Over there. The uncle behind. Yes. Can you lend me your sword? What? He actually asked me to borrow his sword. Is this what a disciple of a prestigious sect should say? The first rule I learned after entering the sword sect is that I cannot lend my precious weapons to others. He actually has the nerve to find me to borrow a sword? As a disciple of the sword sect, you don't even hold a sword. I never knew I would encounter such a situation. Just forget about borrowing it. Then I'll just find something I can wave around with. Hua Mountain to the end. Let's borrow him. Senior. Do you want to hear someone say that a disciple of the Zhongnan sect bullied a Huashan disciple who didn't even have a sword? Hello. Thank you. Let's get started. Aren't you planning to draw your sword? Is it necessary to draw a sword just for sparring? If you want to pull it out, just pull it out. Heart demon, he's really a heart demon. I feel like all my years of cultivation from talking to this guy are gone in an instant. I just wanted to scare him and then drive him away. Judging from him, he should be the kind of guy who can't remember without giving him a good lesson. I advise you to be more serious. By the time you scold me for being ruthless, it will be too late. Hurry up. It's getting dark. Let's take action. Hiccup. Oh, roar. It seems that senior brother is very angry. And it doesn't seem like it's going to end so soon. That child really annoyed his senior brother. Click of the tongue. Even joking around depends on the person. It looks like it can barely hold on. But he should be suffering to death, right? Although senior brother can end the sparring at any time. But it might leave a bad reputation for bullying children. Senior brother should only use the strength and speed that can barely make the guy hold on now to force him. Not hurting him yet being able to give him a severe lesson. This kind of lesson is too harsh for that arrogant child. Senior brother, please don't get too excited. He blocked it again. His slow and boring swordsmanship. Surprisingly blocked it again. Think carefully. He was waiting for me to strike as if he knew in advance where I was going. He saw through my sword path. How could he possibly know that he's not the roundworm in my stomach? Even if this guy has outstanding talent, he's just a child after all. It's just that our age is not much different from that of the elderly in our family. That's just such a child. Try blocking this move again. He blocked all of my sword moves. Surprisingly blocked my swordsmanship, which is one of the top talents in Zhongnan. This. Impossible. The sword cuts vertically down, it can even split the world. The 36 swords of the world. Jatianxia. Senior brother, don't get excited. Almost got serious. Hey. Senior. How could you treat a child like this? No, it's not me. But I've already withdrawn my inner strength. However, I tried my best just now, but I couldn't hurt him. Is it possible that the sword that took back his internal energy knocked him away? What should we do, senior brother? Wow. So much blood can be spewed out from one person's mouth. Anyone who sees this will think it's my fault. No matter who it is. Senior. This. What exactly is this? What exactly have you done? The situation is not good. The 5 organs and 6 viscera in the body are severely damaged. We must quickly carry it away. Be careful when moving. Take care. How should I explain it? The current situation cannot be explained clearly, not only by Zhuge Liang, but also by Zhuge Liang's grandfather who is still alive. You who claim to be from a prestigious and upright family. Surprisingly, he killed children like this. I thought the Zhongnan sect was a chivalrous sect. How can I understand you who have done such a thing in front of me? I will never forget what happened today. Young leader. Please leave the business group. What happened? Why is it so noisy? Young leader, what is this? These idiots. Young leader. I think it was an accident. Accident. You said it was an accident. The person who treated my father was almost killed by the disciples of your sect. You are now saying that this was an accident. The so-called accident. It's an unexpected event. Do you think so? Young leader, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't hit too hard. This is just a normal martial arts competition. I said. Now it's not just a matter of being too heavy-handed, is it? Why do disciples of the Zhongnan sect swing swords at children in Huashan? This. And you mentioned the martial arts competition. Although I am not very familiar with the rules of the martial arts world. But I heard that martial arts competitions only have meaning when both sides exchange martial arts knowledge at an equal level. Your Excellency is now saying that you are competing with a child who is half a year younger than you. Is this the chivalry of the Zhongnan sect? I won't say much either. Please leave the business group with your disciples within today. I command you as the young leader and acting leader of the Galaxy Business Group. Good. Not too few group leaders. Although some unfortunate accidents have occurred, please remember one thing. My Zhongnan faction also hopes that Mr. Huang will recover. I got it. But it seems that someone doesn't think so. Elder Disciple. Diao Hui and I will return to Zhongnan first. As the saying goes, it takes the person who tied the bell to untie it. You stay here, no matter what it takes to get the young master's forgiveness, and then return to Zhongnan. Hear that? The disciple understands. The doctor said his qi and blood have become chaotic and the situation is very dangerous. Although he has temporarily stabilized his qi and blood, I cannot guarantee that he will be completely cured. So there's no danger to life, right? It seems like this. That's good. Did the doctor say when he can regain consciousness? The doctor said it may take another 2 or 3 days to wake up. I hope my father's condition doesn't worsen during this period. This child is the only one so far who has improved his father's condition. Perhaps he is the only hope that can save his father. But they attacked him and made him lose consciousness. If they had even a little respect for the Galactic Guild and their father, they would never do this. The Zhongnan faction is too arrogant. By the way, young leader, can this child really heal the leader of the group? I still can't trust him. No renowned doctor can diagnose what illness my father is suffering from. But this young master can reveal his father's condition even before he sees him. Her body is red, but her whole body is cold. I saw with my own eyes that my father's condition was improving. My trust is not unfounded. It must be God helping me too. No matter what, we must spare no effort to cure the small path leader. I will remember it in my heart. Although we don't have any grudges. Consider this as the price for hindering me. Got you. Got you. You guy. Hey. Hey ha. Gotcha, you sly fox. I see how you hide in the air. It seems like you haven't figured out the current situation yet. It's not me who got caught. But uncle, how are you? Why on earth are you here? Ban Zifu. Xiao Xiao group leader. What did I say? He will appear. I did believe and doubt what you said before, but since it's already like this, I have nothing else to say. I didn't expect the murderer to be the most unlikely and trusted class manager in my opinion. How could this happen? Why do you doubt me? We have never doubted you. What? We have never guessed who the murderer is. We just thought pretending to be able to cure Lord Huang, and then I pretended to be injured and lay there. The killer would show up voluntarily to kill me. What if I didn't come? You can't not come. If you kill me now, you can shift all the blame onto the Zhongnan faction. How could you miss this opportunity? It seems that you have already agreed with the Zhongnan faction in advance. Not at all. They just provoked me at the most appropriate time. Thank you so much to them. What about your internal injury? The rest may not be clear, but the doctor said he suffered from internal injuries and had weak breath. Why do you keep asking such stupid questions? If even an ordinary doctor couldn't deceive me, I wouldn't have done this at all. I see that you have many curious things. But the most important thing now is not to clarify your doubts, uncle. The most important thing now is that you have fallen into our trap. And I found the murderer who attempted to kill Mr. Huang. Oh. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Ha ha. Can my attempt to kill you be considered as evidence of my intention to murder the head of the family? Young leader, you won't believe what he says. Don't you think this kid's logic lacks something very important? What's the important stuff? I plotted to kill the head of the family. Why would I do that? The homeowner is so good to me. It's precisely because of such a small group leader that you didn't suspect me, did you? Why did you kill Xiao Dao Chang? Why hide the fact that you know martial arts? Because this kid is confusing you, young leader. So many famous doctors in the world are unable to cure the leader of the group. How could a young man possibly cure the leader of the group? Then you should convince me. Do you think this can solve the problem? If I persuade you, will you listen? You have long been confused. People who are confused will never listen to others' advice. Getting rid of this kid is the only way to sober you up. Only in this way can we truly cure the leader of the group. Slightly, slightly, slightly. No matter what reason or defense he gives, how long do we have to listen to you keep talking? What? Just get beaten up and settle this matter. Everyone, take a look here. This is called Dan Magic Hand. If you are hit by the perfect Dan Magic Hand, you usually can't even hold on for a meal and your whole body will be dyed black and red and die. Of course, the current level is not perfect, but it can still kill people. If the person who fell for this trick is an ordinary old man who doesn't know martial arts, then it would be even simpler. If you can tell anyone else besides you who can continuously inject the Dan Magic Hand into Lord Huang's side without being suspected, then we'll believe you're not a criminal. Immediately arrest the general manager. If you resist, you can kill them. Correct. Damn it, it's about to end. Bad kid, good thing for me. As the saying goes, it takes the person who tied the bell to untie it. No matter what method you use to stay here, you must obtain the forgiveness of the young leader before returning to the south. On the surface, it appears to be a command, but in reality, it is more of a punishment. That stinky kid you said made me very unhappy. The truth has been clarified, right? You may have some unavoidable reasons, but you should go to the yamen to explain the specifics. It's better to beat you up and settle this matter now. So sleepy. Beat me up. You little one are really arrogant and conceited. Do you think you can stop me from fully unleashing the Dan magic hand? It's up to you. No, no, it's not me. There he is. Right over there. The hero of Zhongnan happened to come here to suppress the demon. Are you here to save us? Why do I? Ah, perhaps this is also a perfect opportunity to clean up this mess I've made? So, I must seize this opportunity. Give me the sword of Zhongnan to deal with the evil enemy. Finally solved one. They haven't decided yet, have they? The winner will be determined soon. He is at least a disciple of a prestigious sect and should not be defeated by someone who has not practiced martial arts well. Didn't you just show us his martial arts skills? I'm not lying. He is indeed very familiar with the Dan Demon hand. I'm just showing you in advance what will happen in the future. Xiao Dao Chang, are you really a Taoist? Yes, of course. And he is also the most experienced Taoist in the world. Compete for a chance to speak. A shelf could actually last for more than an hour. If I had known, I would have done it myself. The murderer. Successfully suppressed. Laborious. I will never forget the help of the Zhongnan faction. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's finally over. That's really slow. How should I understand the current situation? The problem that had been dragging on for a year was easily solved in just 2 days. Can this matter be solved so easily? How is this possible, Fgo? If it's really that simple, why hasn't anyone been able to find the killer so far? It's like there's a seasoned expert hidden inside this child's body. Little path leader. Why did the manager harm my father? Do you know the reason behind this? How should I know? You should have known in advance what you did, right? No. Finding out the truth is the responsibility of the government. What I need to do is solve the problem and get paid. Since we talked about the remuneration, you should be ready for it, right? This is a natural Eno. But you seem to have forgotten one thing too. You haven't solved any problems so far. I never asked you to help me find the murderer. What I want is for my father to be able to leave the sickbed and stand up again. Can you do it? This naturally goes without saying. So, I can also promise that our business group will fully support Huashan. Don't be so moved. I just did what I had to. Are you playing with me? How can the reward be given to Huashan? It should be given to me. Isn't it? What's going on? Do you want to ride a horse in the palace? Is that okay? I feel like he's even crazier than I imagined. Now all we need to do is cure Huang Wenrua. Big. Humph. I didn't encounter any difficulties and let the guys from the Zhongnan sect suffer a big setback, which made my heart even more comfortable. So now there's only one question left. To be honest, I don't have confidence. Although I said big things before. But calmly thinking about it, I dare not guarantee that I can definitely cure Huang Wenrua. Because I am not the Plum Blossom Sword Lord now. If we act rashly and let the demonic energy erupt. Huang Wenrua, who was weak, was afraid that he wouldn't even have a chance to say a word and would die directly. But if you don't try, no one knows what the outcome will be. Even if something really happens, don't blame me. Magic Chi. There is not a single gap filled to the brim. Even if it's partially blocked magic energy, it can still be considered magic energy. Although I don't know if my internal strength can eliminate them. But at least I will do my best. Maybe. Is it really possible to succeed? Thinking about it carefully, this is also inevitable. After all, what I have collected is the purest fairy chi among all fairy chi. If I had not stuck to purification, my internal energy would have been at least 10 times what it is now. But precisely because of the obsession with purification, it's so easy to solve the problem. Next, it's no longer a battle between demonic energy and me. But how long can Wang hold on? Hold on a little longer. I will solve it all at once. He actually started running away from me, avoiding me. Where did it go? Head. They all ran up to their heads. This can't be easily done. If you act recklessly and harm your brain, Huang Wenruo would probably die. But if we stop now, the demonic energy will spread like drops of ink in clear water, spreading with the purified body. I don't have time to think about it anymore. Attack is death, retreat is also death. I'm in a dilemma. In this case, then I won't attack or retreat, okay? How is it? There's no way out, right? Come on. Right here. You have no way out. Ahem, hey. Are you kidding? How could I faint over such a small matter? The self-esteem of the Plum Blossom Sword Lord does not allow me to fall. However, now, becoming increasingly blurry. Wake up quickly. If you faint, you're done for. The body is still too young to persist for a long time. So, we must make a quick decision. Damn the magic. What? What is it? Speed. By leaps and bounds, it has become much faster. The eyes can't keep up. It's different now. Their current aura is completely different from when they were inside Huang Wenruo's body. Perhaps realizing that they have no way out, they are desperately resisting. Plus, with too little internal strength, I'm starting to feel tired. Continuing to drag on may ultimately result in me not being able to hold on for the time being. My body doesn't eat this kind of thing. Ugh. You guy. Sword. Damn. That's too much. Continuing like this won't do anything at all. We can only use that method. If possible, never use this method. Once something goes wrong, it may turn into ashes. But now there's no time to hesitate anymore. Only that method can eliminate all the demonic energy in the body at once. Spread the internal energy of Dantian to all limbs and body. And then it exploded instantly. Oh, cough, ahem, huh. Body. It's about to fall apart. Really almost died. I can never do this again. I'm not strong enough to solve those evil spirits. I was just lucky today. Uh, uh, uh. Who are you? You're awake. Who else could I be? Of course he's a fairy. I have arrived at the underworld. I beg your pardon? After Huang Wenruo woke up, the Galaxy Business Group quickly investigated the truth of the matter. If I hadn't come, according to the team's plan, the Huang family would have been completely wiped out. And this guy will take all the property of the Huang family alone. Even found out that the true identity of Team Fu is a descendant of the business group leader who previously competed with Huang Wenruo. I also learned about his tragic background. But so what? Who doesn't have a story in this world? If you commit a crime, you will be punished. The only thing that interests me is the source of the Dan magic hand. And he said this was the secret script he found on a corpse he encountered in a deep mountain while traveling. It's really boring. If it were someone from the demonic cult, how could it be so quiet? They are a group of guys who will eliminate any obstacles as soon as they get in their way. Anyway, we caught the murderer and Mr. Huang's illness was cured. I also know that this matter has nothing to do with the demon cult, so it can be said that everyone is happy. I also became the lifesaver of the Galaxy Business Group and received the most prestigious hospitality as a result. It is a very prestigious hospitality. Father, you still need to be careful when walking. There's no harm. I actually feel more relaxed now than before I got sick. Those. Are you the leader of Qingming Road? Yes, didn't we meet when you woke up? Ah, is it because I ate too much and gained so much weight that I couldn't recognize it? Of course I can't recognize it. In 3 days, the person gained 2 circles directly. By the way, is there anything you want me to do? I came to find you. Not for anything else. I want to ask the young master to promise me something. First, please accept my gratitude. Father. Thanks to the old man, the leader of the small path, he saved his life. I really don't know how to repay this great kindness. Ah, wow, it's already 7 in one warehouse. Oh, you get up quickly. I have already heard about this period from Zhongyi's mouth. I really don't know how to repay the life-saving kindness of the young master. As long as I can do it, I am willing to help you. Please give me a chance to repay the kindness of the young master. This is my request. If the benefactor needs anything, just speak up. Oh, I'm a Taoist. How can I repay kindness with gratitude? If the sect finds out, that would be great. Plus, I didn't get permission from my sect to come here. Without permission from the sect. You rewrite. Urgent matters require no time to obtain permission from the sect. How can it get into such a mess? Then I must repay you even more. I will never report to the young Taoist priest's sect. What do you want? This is what you said. You said you wouldn't tell the sect. Correct. Those. What is the book in your hand? It's nothing. My memory gets worse as I get older, so I wrote it down in my notebook. Aged. You. Write down. Remember what? Didn't you ask me to say what I want? The book. All of them. Okay, let's get started. Father. Is your health okay? Although it's hard to believe, I feel like my body is really as light as a swallow now. It seems like I'm 10 years younger. Really? Monstrous absurdity. What happened? I have recovered, so you should not just come to visit my body. Don't waste your time. Let's get straight to the point. Father. No, my lord. I heard that you are planning to reduce your deal with the Zhongnan faction, and also promised to give Huashan a large amount of compensation. Well, yes. Master of the group. The Zhongnan faction is the dominant force in Xi'an and also the most powerful sect in Shanxi. Why do you want to distance yourself from this sect and instead join forces with the already declining Hua Mountain? It's too dangerous. You can understand how grateful you are to Captain Xiao Dao, but the reward you have given him is already very generous. Would it be too risky for our business group to deepen our connection with Huashan based on our current relationship with the Zhongnan faction? If you have truly made up your mind, please continue to maintain contact with the Zhongnan faction. Young leader, do you know what the duty of a businessman is? Ah. This one. The duty of a businessman is to abide by laws and regulations, conduct business, and build a good business world, as well as contribute to Guotai health. You're such a slick talker. It sounds quite like that. You don't need to say such beautiful things in front of me. Young master, you should be clear about this. It is the bounden duty of a businessman to make money. Even those who would prefer to pursue self-interest, even at the expense of law and morality, are businessmen. Yes and no. If you want to follow the right path, use the money you earn to go. If you want to help others, use the money you earn to help others. Merchants making money has nothing to do with good or evil. It's all about efficiency. What do you mean? You need to profit from the soon-to-be-defeated Huashan. You forgot. How did I develop the Galaxy Business Group to this scale? Merchant's perspective. Find projects that others have not paid attention to or have relatively low investment value and invest in them in advance. Whether it's a sect or other business groups. Father is like this. Develop the Galaxy Business Group into the largest business group in Shanxi. But the leader, sir. I still don't understand why you want to invest in Huashan. You don't have a clear basis, do you? Didn't you see it with your own eyes? You're right, Huashan now can't compare to the Zhongnan faction at all. However, if Huashan grows as I guessed and we maintain a good relationship with them, then the benefits gained from it will be unimaginable. Merchant's perspective. Okay, but I can't understand that even more now. If they don't grow stronger, wouldn't it be worth the loss? Moreover, there is no guarantee that Huashan can grow up to that level. Zongi. You're saying stupid things again. Businessmen are not people who hold evidence and wait for results. What we need to do is create a basis. We shouldn't wait for Manhua to grow stronger, but to help Huashan grow stronger. I have seen countless giants and experts floating and sinking in the sea of commerce throughout my life. But that child is the only one who surprised and amazed me so much. Previously, I scattered money all over the world in search of a giant python. I didn't expect a submarine dragon that was about to ascend to heaven to come knocking at my door voluntarily. Generally speaking, it can be difficult to understand from a normal person's perspective. Don't try to understand, just silently observe the development of things. In that case, you will understand one day. As long as the promised wealth today becomes an indelible burden on the child's heart and an unbreakable shackle, the interests of the business group will not be damaged. To pay this price and become lifelong friends, we actually took advantage of it. We took advantage of it. To be honest, the cost I paid was 5 times higher than I thought. What a little fox. Cunning kid. It seems that you have already made up your mind. I understand. Since my father thinks so, then I believe you. Although I still have some doubts. But I will try my best. Unlock the doubts in your heart. I will try to cultivate Manhwa. Very good. Finally heard a catchy sentence. There must be other ideas. So many things must not have been given just because of the grace of saving lives. But it doesn't matter what he wants. Anyway, I won't help him. If I were really a child, maybe I would have a burden. Unfortunately, I am an old man who has matured to the point where I can no longer mature. What can I do for you? I have no ill intentions. If possible, I would like to compete with you again. I formally request to compete with you in martial arts. I know you tricked me in order to solve this accident. But after all, the result is good, so I don't plan to pursue it anymore. What kind of trickery are you talking about? Are you curious? If you really want to investigate, you're the one trying to trick me, right? That's why I said I don't plan to pursue it anymore. This guy's personality is really rare. But what does this have to do with martial arts competitions? Whether it's losing face or being in danger. It doesn't matter whether it's being played between the hands of the young master or not. Ultimately, the reason for this is because I was too foolish. But what really caused me pain was before that incident happened. The matter of my martial arts competition and sparring with the leader of the small path. I still don't understand what I went through at that time. So you want me to compete with you again? You rewrite. Although I still find it hard to believe, I know that the martial arts skills of the young master are much stronger than mine. I just want to know what exactly I went through at that time. Oh, this person. Knowing that I tricked them, they still challenge me to a fight. But it doesn't feel like we're looking for a fight. This reaction is quite interesting. You may regret it. Willing to learn. So young. He should be about 10 years younger than me? At least one generation is missing. In principle, if there is one generation difference, I am a second-generation disciple who can accept the third-generation disciple of the same generation as that child as a disciple. Even with this gap. What's going on with this sense of oppression? Give people away. It feels like facing an elder. This momentum. Is it really the child who released it? Or is it an illusion created under oppression? I must confirm with my own eyes. Oh, hey. It feels good. On the surface, there is no apparent threat. But it was like encountering a tiger and couldn't relax. He's quite sharp. Superior perception means being able to see more things. It can also bring potential. It turns out that the large vessel was formed late. The more you cultivate, the more you will surpass others. Perhaps in the future, he will become the top expert in Zhongnan. Should I teach him a move? Come on. Illusionary sword. When did Zhongnan disciples start using the phantom sword? Please be careful. I have already known my shortcoming. So I will directly use my best moves. I will use the new martial arts of Zhongnan, the 12 snowflakes, to deal with you. You. Take the move. Snowflake 12 styles. You guy. Where did you learn this trick from? What did you learn from where? What are you saying? You. Snowflake 12 styles. Shit. Perhaps they can deceive people who don't understand. But it can't deceive me. Because I am very familiar with this swordsmanship. Swordsmanship that embodies the essence of Manhwa. A move in the 24-handed plum blossom sword technique. Plum blossoms are blooming one after another. The 24-hand plum blossom sword technique, which has been lost even to Manhwa. Why did it appear in your swordsmanship? Is it that strong? The gap between me and him. Just like facing the horror of ghosts and gods to the end. I want dead. Smooth out your disordered internal organs and viscera. The wound will heal quickly. Is that Zhongnan's new martial arts? Snowflake 12 styles. No, that's right. They must think that even if they use it in front of the Huashan sect, no one will recognize it. Because no one on Mount Hua remembers the 24-style plum blossom sword technique. This is mocking Huashan, who has learned this swordsmanship before. Started learning from the second-generation disciples. At that time, only the first and second-generation disciples, as well as the elders, knew this swordsmanship, right? I have never heard of the elders learning this swordsmanship before. Now only the second and first-generation disciples have this sword fighting technique. The elders have not learned it. If it is created by one of the elders, it will definitely be passed on to the next generation of disciples. A generation of disciples. That is to say, the guy who finally completed this swordsmanship is still in the Zhongnan sect. There is no need to investigate what happened anymore. When Huashan was attacked by the demon cult, most of the disciples of Huashan died in the mountains of 100, and Huashan was completely powerless to resist. Most of the people who stay in Huashan are children. And Huashan must have received help from that group of people, right? Heroes of the Zhongnan faction. Help Huashan. Expel the demon cult. The reinforcements of the Zhongnan faction. I had already guessed it. If a nearby sect is attacked by the demon cult but they watch from afar, they will be criticized by the martial arts world. The key issue is that some people may pretend to help Huashan, but their real purpose is to take away Huashan's martial arts. Maybe. The fire in Huashan may not have been caused by the demonic cult. 100 years ago, we both risked our lives to solve the crisis in the martial arts world. But these guys repay Huashan's kindness with ingratitude. Even if someone is blinded by greed and makes a big mistake, it is the sect behind them who need help to correct their mistakes. And even put the name of Snowflake on it as a new martial art to mock Huashan. You don't learn this swordsmanship. Why? Not learning. If you don't learn, you brat. This swordsmanship. It's impossible to achieve great success through practice. What? Although I really want to beat up this guy and the Zhongnan faction. But after all, it was thanks to this guy that he found out about the existence of Snow 12. Compete for a chance to speak. The foundation of Zhongnan's martial arts is steady progress. Perhaps based on basic swordsmanship, progress will be slow and heavy in the short term. But Zhongnan's martial arts is that the better the foundation is laid, the more infinite the possibilities and the stronger the future will be. But the 12 snowflakes are different. If you want to achieve great success with Zhongnan swordsmanship, you must immediately abandon this set of swordsmanship. The cumbersome and chaotic swordsmanship is not suitable for the martial arts system of Zhongnan. Do you understand? What the hell? The disciples of the Zhongnan sect actually don't even know Zhongnan swordsmanship. Why do I have to tell him this kind of thing? Why did these guys steal such a tedious swordsmanship? Wait a moment. The reason why these guys are doing this is not because of me. This thought suddenly came to mind. Maybe the culprit behind this situation is my relationship of beating up all the guys in Zhongnan. As a member of the 9 sects, Zhongnan should also have his own self-esteem for his swordsmanship. But by the neighboring school's personnel all destroyed, this naturally led to doubts about the swordsmanship of one's own sect. A bunch of idiots. If I were a member of the Zhongnan faction, perhaps I would be called the Zhongnan Sword Lord. Simply put, the most important thing is not martial arts, but the user's ability. Do something like this without even knowing it. But what's the use of telling you this? Anyway, you didn't do this. Zhongnan swordsmanship. I'm leaving. That one. I forgot what I just said. You shouldn't let others point out your own path. Guidance can only be considered as a reference at most, but ultimately it still needs to be decided by yourself. Whether it's the teachings of your elders or my advice, it's the same. As for what you need to do to grow up, you need to worry, think, and decide for yourself. Thank you very much for your teachings. Polite and courteous. I seem to encountered a deity. Although I really want to run to Zhongnan immediately and smash it to pieces. Senior brother, these people not only repay kindness with ingratitude, but also engage in such activities. Even so, should I endure it? What can I do if I can't bear to see you? If I had the previous strength, I would really. Can't. I must become stronger as soon as possible. Jianghu is a place where the weak prey on the strong. You've provoked people you shouldn't have provoked. I will definitely let you know what price will be paid if you provoke Huashan with ingratitude. Zhongnan faction. The sun is about to set, senior brother. Did something happen? He's not the kind of person who can get into trouble. It must have encountered a major event that cannot be returned within 7 days. There must be a reason that can be accepted by the elders. It must also be like that. It is said that Yun Jianshir's uncle has been called over by the sect leader again. If things continue like this, nothing will happen, right? Master of Cloud Sword and White Plum Pavilion. That's really audacious. Xianyong Finance and Economics Cabinet Leader. It's been 7 days and nights already. The 3rd generation disciple left the sect for 7 days without permission from the sect. Is that okay? Headmaster, you must not leave this matter alone. After finally establishing the rules of the sect, what would everyone think if they found out? Master of Xuanshan Wuge. Okay, calm down, junior brother. Perhaps the child encountered some unexpected situation. What unexpected situations can be encountered on Mount Hua? Even if he encounters any unexpected situations and leaves the sect without authorization, it is an undeniable fact. Do we even have to forgive this kind of thing? In case of a mistake. Mistakes and missteps. Leader, should we search the entire mountain? Master Xinsong. It is indeed impossible to rule out this possibility. So what are you thinking about allowing 3 generations of disciples to freely enter and leave Huayin County? There's a reason for all of this. The unexpected situation of the sect leader exists anytime and anywhere. But when considering the situation, one should follow the rules. Junior brother. The matter of the sect leader is enough to shake the foundation of Huashan. When did Huashan become a place of privilege for children? He's not even a 2nd generation disciple, he's just a 3rd generation disciple. Even if there are personal matters that need to be dealt with, he is not yet of the age to understand. Let's call it a day. Yes, I'm sorry. I was reckless. Was I wrong about that kid? The Qingming I know is not the kind of child who would cause such trouble. I will select disciples to form a search team. Even if you search the entire Huashan and Huayin counties, you will still find models for sale. Come back. Who's back? Headmaster. Qingming is coming towards the mountain gate. Qingming is back. Is he okay? Ah, Headmaster, he's okay. The limbs look nothing. No, I need to confirm with my own eyes. Wait a minute. Please wait a moment, Senior Leader. What are you calling me? Senior Brother Leader. I understand why you spoiled that child, Senior Brother. After all, having made achievements, how can we not cherish them? However, what exactly are you trying to say? Please do not unconditionally tolerate him. This will only ruin his senior brother. Rewarding and punishing is a way to manage a martial arts school and a way to quickly train people. If a child does something wrong without any punishment, they will not know their mistake. Please don't forget that the more you like that child, the stricter you must be. Do you think I don't understand this principle? Don't worry. I want to raise that child faster than anyone else. If he is safe and sound, I will detain him for half a day. That's not enough. It is a serious crime to disobey the teacher's orders and not come back on time. At least he should be allowed to reflect on the wall of the confessional cave for 6 months. Half a year. Yun Jian is just a third-generation disciple. If it was a second-generation disciple, then the punishment will only be more serious. Please lower the punishment that matches the crime, Headmaster. If the sect leader does not impose appropriate punishment on Qingming, I will accept the punishment on his behalf. Do others think the same way? Yes. I got it. Qingming, what were you thinking about causing such a disaster? Refer to the sect leader. Refer to the sect leader. Pure brightness. It's the sect leader. Is it necessary for you to leave the mountain gate? Yes, I do have reasons beyond my control. Boy, where did you come from as a third-generation disciple with such arrogance and rudeness? If your reasons are not sufficient, just wait for punishment. Tell me. If your explanation fails to convince us, you will have to face corresponding punishment. Hiccup. That. Don't hesitate, say it quickly. Please don't do this. Please don't blame this child. Hey, isn't this Mr. Huang? It's been a long time since we last met, but we can still be safe. Mr. Huang, it's been a long time since we last met. Just 7 days ago, we received a letter from you expressing your health concerns. Why did you come here? Thanks to the trail leader. I only saved my life with the help of the leader of the small path. So please calm down, sect leader. Ah. It was Captain Xiao who saved me and also saved the Galaxy Merchant Group. About it. You cured Mr. Huang's illness. Can you explain in detail? There is a plant called Wudang grass. It looks very similar to mugwort, but in fact, it is highly toxic. Everyone should know that I was originally a beggar. For beggars, they will eat everything they can, and occasionally they may accidentally ingest the 5-yin grass and become poisoned. After being poisoned, those who look sickly will eventually die. But in fact, it's easier than imagined to understand the toxicity of these 5-yin herbs. Just eat dried radish. Even if people were taken to the hospital, doctors would be helpless. However, as long as they ate dried radishes, they could miraculously recover. That is to say, Huang Durin was poisoned by the 5-ing weed? Yes, because the symptoms are similar, so I just tried it, and I didn't expect to recover immediately. I've heard similar things as well. There are indeed many books about poisoning in the Beggar's Sect. Well, is that so? So Qingming didn't lie, did he? You can ask any member of the Beggar's Sect. This is a true story I personally experienced during the war. Although it has nothing to do with the Dan Demon Hand, there's no need to make it public, right? Anyway, Hua Mountain and I have already come to a unified conclusion. As long as we speak like that, it's enough. Surprisingly, there is still this matter. So it's understandable that I didn't come back on time. If what the sect leader Qingming said is true, then we should reward him instead of punishing him. Indeed, it is still. How can the sect leader reward him? Even if what he did was a good deed. But after all, he violated the sect leader's orders and didn't come back on time, which should be considered a major crime, right? Please lower the punishment clearly. It must not be so perfunctory. Clear. Is my command more important than human life? Should I praise a disciple who is reckless about human life and comes back on time? This Huashan is a sect that pursues the right path. What is more important than saving lives and helping the wounded? Are my insignificant commands more important than chivalry? I didn't consider it properly. That's it. I made the first move, and the master also showed anger. Other elders probably won't punish Qingming's sins anymore. If we don't want the sect leader to be in a dilemma due to others' opinions and don't want Qingming to be punished, we must have a clear statement. The sect leader should also understand what I mean. Pure brightness. It's the sect leader. Well done. This wet stinky guy. Don't worry. Huashan has shown great kindness to me and the Galaxy Business Group. Actually, although I received help from the Qingming Taoist. But the Qingming Taoist attributed all the credit to Hua Mountain. Wow. Therefore, in order to repay the life-saving kindness of Huashan, I plan to invest in Huashan. Investment. The word investment is a bit inaccurate. More precisely, it is support. If you invest, you need to repay it in the future, while if you support it, you can choose not to repay it in the future. Mr. Huang provides some support. We are extremely grateful that you have helped Huashan so much over the years. Chief of the sect. If I didn't have this kind of intention, how could I have brought my family here? I plan to put all my wealth on Manhua. I have brought all the employees of the business group, and we can discuss it slowly. What do we need from Huashan, and what can we do for Huashan? Thank you. Thank you very much. Huang, great. You brought good fortune to Huashan before, and now you are helping the benefactor promote Huashan's reputation. I feel ashamed. The head of the Finance and Economics Cabinet and Yun Jian can leave the others behind and go back now. It's the sect leader. You've worked so hard. It's not a big deal. Why isn't this a big deal? Just saving people is already remarkable, let alone you saving Lord Huang. Huashan has a lucky star. Clearly, you are the ones who came later. I'm the one who came first. Pure brightness. It's the owner of the museum. I know you did a good thing. But it's also a fact that you're too hasty in your work. Especially when you left Huashan without saying hello. This matter is undoubtedly your fault. At that time, the disciple was extremely anxious and did not consider so much. It is also a fact that you violated the orders of the sect leader. You can't always use the excuse of doing something out of helplessness to avoid punishment. Why is this kid so old-fashioned? Keep improving and making progress. What a great effort. The fortune of Huashan has finally been unlocked. Good things keep happening. What kind of fortune of Mount Hua was untied? It's clearly because I came to Huashan. When will we be able to revive Mount Hua with these children? Oh, senior brother. I also have lower back pain now. Deshan. The industry of Huashan will be managed by me in the future. I will make sure that Huashan will not have to worry about money in the future. But at the same time, I have two conditions. Condition. The first condition is, you can't save the money you earn, but use it all for the development of Huashan. Good. I think so too. After all, Huashan has not yet reached the time to save money. The second one is, please treat the 3 generations of disciples Qingming kindly. The word treat well is used ambiguously. The Qingming festival now has privileges far exceeding those of 3 generations of disciples or more. What other privileges can be granted to him? Why don't we let him practice the martial arts secrets he discovered last time in advance? After studying the Falling Flower Sword and 7 Plum Sword, just give Qingming Cultivation. A cock's crow. That's a good idea. Can't. No, what happened again? Tell me. What are you dissatisfied with? Reward is not a reward method like yours. What kind of reward is that? That kid was already very busy practicing martial arts at the White Plum Hall. If you let him practice more martial arts, what kind of reward is that? It's just punishment. You swordsman. How do you feel like the conversation is heading in a strange direction? Rewards are not given in this way. The reward should not be the kind that even if given to the other party, there will be no loss for oneself. Only rewards that one feels sorry for after giving them are called rewards. Do you understand? What happened to this guy suddenly? During previous discussions, he openly advocated for punishing Qingming. Is this a small contribution? It's all thanks to that child who saved Mr. Huang that Huashan became wealthy. I just received generous assistance. And didn't Mr. Huang also say he wanted to help us manage the industry? It's still free. I see. Xianyong Finance and Economics Cabinet Leader. The Finance and Economics Pavilion is in charge of the livelihood of Huashan. And the previous financial cabinet can be summarized in one sentence. Is there no place where money can come in? Don't always think about spending money, look for places to save money. Lord, there are constantly letters coming in urging debts. No matter. Go bankrupt directly. Lord of the Pavilion. That's hell. How terrifying it is to manage the finances of a declining sect. The reason why the sect can still maintain its current state is that 90% of the credit goes to Xianyong, the head of the Finance and Economics Cabinet. It can also be understood. The expectation that has supported Xianyong's persistence until now is, there is a situation where surplus money comes in every month, which is the current situation. So it can be imagined how much he loved Qingming, who brought about this situation. So we must reward him well. Only in this way will he continue to earn credit. Merit is not earned, but established. Anyway, Master, this kid is a god of wealth. Only rewards that satisfy him will he go out and continue to earn credit. Do you know how much money this kid earned this time? Among a group of idiots who can't earn a penny back. Surprisingly, there are such people. Such a special guy, huh? Do you understand what this means? Chief of the sect. You must reward him generously. Big reward. I hope everyone can understand. He suppressed too much in his heart. We understand. But the head of the Finance and Economics Cabinet has a point, leader. The sect really should reward him satisfactorily. And the disciples will understand the rules of Mount Hua by the reward they get this Qingming festival. Big. So, what kind of reward should be given to him? That child likes to go down the mountain. Why don't you give him the job of liaising with the Galaxy Business Group? But isn't that just letting him run errands? Is this also considered a reward? Mr. Huang's favorite is Qingming Festival. Every time he goes there, he receives the best hospitality. Ah, that's true. What do you think of giving him the Plum Blossom sword in advance? After all, it is a sword filled with Huashan spirit. He should like it very much, right? Big. If not, let him go in and out of the library freely. Without. Give money directly, give money. As long as you have money, what can't you guys do? How do you feel that Huashan is becoming increasingly strange? Is your acting good? Aren't we on the same boat? On the same boat. Although I was lucky enough to save the leader of the business group, what am I? How qualified am I to be on the same boat as the leader of the business group? You need to start talking to the sect leader now. I don't want to take the same boat with Huashan. To be more precise, Huashan without a long trail is not worth my attention. I think you overestimate me too much. Little Taoist priest. I have been a businessman all my life. Probably doing business even when he dies. And as a businessman, my most formidable weapon is my ability to judge people's perspectives. If my eyesight were not good, I might have been ruined long ago. Even if I am lucky enough to have come this far, one day I will collapse. At that time, I wouldn't feel any injustice or regret at all. But if my vision is accurate enough, is it a good thing for the Milky Way and Huashan? It should be, right? Anyway, please don't say anything more about being on the same boat in the future. I don't really like this kind of language. Why is this? People who like to say such things will inevitably choose to betray. How could I possibly like such words to this day? There are countless people who praise and even cry for us who have saved the lives of the world. But no one has repaid this kindness to Huashan. Actually, I don't really like this sentence either. For merchants, a ship is a tool that can be used to go up and down at any time. However, is it still necessary to disembark midway if the destination is the same? After all, rowing a boat together with two people will make the speed faster. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. This way, we can confirm that our goals are the same. Although the Galaxy Business Group can benefit from helping Huashan. But if we could get this child's help, it would be even better. In this child's plan, Huashan is bound to develop. He thinks that as long as he is in Huashan, there will be a revival, right? You're really confident. The Galactic Federation will fully support Mount Hua. You should understand what I mean, right? Are you? Are you going to become an enemy of Zhongnan? Yes. Are you trying to profit from something we didn't ask you to do or don't want you to do? How shameless can you be? I never thought of profiting from this matter. I just hope you know about this matter. Ah, that's no problem. What a clever little fox. The old fox, whose business habits have penetrated deep into his bones, actually dreams of extorting me. Little Path Leader. You are awesome. I don't think anyone around the world who is your age can find someone as powerful as Xiao Dao Chang. Not only is there no one like me in my age group, but I'm afraid there's no one like me in the whole world. Who else has come back to life besides me? But you need to learn how to hide. This world is a place of terror. Various ghosts and demons roam freely. There are countless evil spirits who fight fiercely for profit. If the leader of the small path is too flashy, countless people who seek benefits with their promises will come looking for him. You're looking too high at me. I am just a child. So, I'll take my leave first. Wait a minute. Can you help me? Do you want to inquire about a few things? What a monster. I can't see through it. I don't know what he's thinking inside. I don't even know if the childishness he shows on the surface is real or fake. Manhua. I think it would be more appropriate to call it Long Yuan. Before anyone else noticed Manhua, they discovered a dragon in the pool here. As long as we make good use of this intelligence, the Galaxy Business Group may become the #1 business group in the world. How was your conversation with him? Oral reasons. Zongi. It's my father. My thoughts have changed a bit again. There are many things to do. Let's go. We need to start preparing. Indeed, Ginger is still old and spicy. Facing him is completely different from facing Shinsong and other elders of Huashan. Me too. He has been fighting in the battlefield like business world all his life. How can a group of Taoists compare to him? Anyway, poverty was the biggest barrier to the resurgence of MT Huashan, but now it's gone. This is not the time to talk about the Zhongnan faction here. If the Zhongnan school has forgotten its own roots and has been fascinated by other things, so Huashan has already lost its essence. You must focus wholeheartedly on martial arts. The strength of the Galaxy Business Group cannot be underestimated. They quickly stabilized the Huayin industry, which was on the verge of collapse, despite the best efforts of all the disciples of Huashan. It only took a few days for the industry to restore its original liveliness, and it was unstoppable. Thanks to them, the head of the Finance and Economics Cabinet has always had a Maitreya Buddha-like smile on his face. The stability that was only regained after decades. The days in Huashan pass by day like a steady stream of water. But there are also people who don't think so. Here's the last one. Cough, 2. Okay, let's have the last one. Didn't you just say that this is the last one? Continuing like this will result in death. Isn't there still no dead person here? Bastard. Cough, 2. A cough. Wow. What a strange thing. Let's exercise together every morning. Dear senior brothers, I was very worried when I first participated in the early morning practice. It is questionable whether such simple physical exercise really works. Because the swordsmanship of Huashan is mainly based on fast swords such as transformation swords and illusion swords. So I have always felt that the cultivation method of exercising strength may hinder the development of the Huashan sword technique. But I don't know why. When I really exercised my body, my sword speed doubled and my sharpness doubled. This clearly visible change. More and more people like this kind of cultivation. Those who used to long for the early morning training to end quickly. Now he has become someone who will continue to cultivate even if it exceeds the cultivation time. Arrive at the mountaintop before breakfast and then go back. I'm going to be the first today. We have changed. But there is one thing. Hee. Ha ha. Is this the extent of your cultivation? Senior brother, let's practice another muscle. I feel like Huashan is becoming more and more like a bandit den. Is this Huashan or Huashan village? Hurry up and tidy up your things. It's time to go back. After breakfast, it's time to practice morning classes. It's senior brother. Pure brightness. Are you not coming out today either? He hasn't been practicing much lately, has he? Really? Since we began to practice spontaneously, we haven't seen him during cultivation time. But it doesn't look like he's sleeping in. He always seemed to be the first to get up. Where the hell did he wander around? Will you go to the Galaxy Business Group again? Since Huashan stabilized, he often went to the Galaxy Business Group. It seems that the busiest time in Huashan is Qingming Festival. Yeah, that's right. By the way, Senior Brother, can you feel it? How strong have we become now? This one. After all, strength is relative. To know how strong one really is, a standard is needed. And our senior brothers have grown stronger together, so it's hard to feel it. But at least twice as powerful as before that guy Qingming appeared, right? Only twice as much. Don't break those things. Actually, I'm not quite sure. To be honest, doubling is a bit abstract. But there's one thing I can be sure of. I can hit 3 of my former selves now. That's not enough. You also know. That meeting is about to take place. I need to become stronger. Stronger. Good. Let him torture us again after Qingming returns. Okay, Senior Brother. Although this is to become stronger. What's the point of doing this every morning to avoid children? This cultivation method is not a shortcut. Striving to wield the sword is just to reduce the disharmony between the body and the brain. What a simple and clumsy method. Unity of man and sword. My sword is now in a state of perfect integration with my past body, a state of human sword unity. So although it can pose in a similar position, it cannot be perfectly executed like in the past. If one imitates hastily, it may have side effects. That means if you want to become stronger, you need to constantly cultivate and merge with the sword as soon as possible. The problem is that if you use it in front of those guys, you won't be able to cultivate at all. If one practices diligently, Huashan will become chaotic. So I'll just hide from them and practice. So recently, I have been going up to Luohua Peak every morning, waving my sword, and then going down the mountain. Who else would come here at this time besides me? Oh, hey. Is this the beauty under the moon? Although gentle, it is also powerful, magnificent, and dignified. An immature but unshakable sword dance. Her swordsmanship is very similar to Plum Blossom's. I actually saw the swordsmanship of Huashan before on the sword dance performed by the beautiful woman under the moon. I thought I had forgotten everything except for myself. The Huashan sword technique that I thought I would never see on others again. Surprisingly, it was displayed right in front of my eyes. The problem now is not which swordsmanship she knows, but it lies in the sword intent carried in the swordsmanship she wielded. That's right, it's like. Who? How disappointing. Unexpectedly discovered by such a little girl. The Plum Blossom Sword Lord is no longer capable. Who are you? I seem to have never seen you before. I also wanted to ask you something. Who are you? It looks like he's a disciple of Huashan. By the way, this woman. It's quite attractive. Although I was over 80 years old in my past life, I was still wandering in the martial arts world. But after wandering the rivers and lakes for so long, I have almost never seen such a beautiful woman. If it were a child like me who has not yet reached the age of weakness, she would definitely be intimidated by her beauty and at a loss. Quite beautiful. Tell me who you are. Huashan Sect Taoist Uniform. I have never seen you before. You are a third-generation disciple. Huashan prohibits 3 generations of disciples from leaving the mountain gate after sunset. I have obtained permission from the sect leader. What? Did the master allow it? Big. Dot or the third generation disciples? Big. You lie. You can go ask. Would Huashan disciples deceive people with the name of the sect leader? Why don't we move this sword away first? It hurts a lot. It is not allowed to spy on others' cultivation. Until yesterday, this was the place where I practiced. How can I answer that you suddenly blamed me for the current situation? Since you see me here, you should quietly leave. I need to confirm if there are people I don't know wandering around Manhwa. Do you think so? What happened? She's angry. It seems like she's not good at arguing with people. The blade is quite sharp, but the tongue is not very powerful. With her appearance, she probably wouldn't have the opportunity to argue with others. This damn world. What's your name? Pure Brightness. Got the Dao title so quickly? No, my name is Qingming. The third generation disciples are from the Qing dynasty, and your real name is Qingming. Yeah, right. But if I get a road license, I hope to get the Qingming road license. Ah. Me too. Stupid, stupid. She's really stupid. I am Louis Xue. He is a second-generation disciple. If you are a Qing generation from Huashan, then I am your senior aunt. Ah, auntie. Do you have a white generation? If it's not in chronological order, it's Qingming Xianyun Bai. After the Yun generation, there should indeed be a Bai generation. But since I returned to Huashan, I haven't seen a single person with a white character. I thought it was because the situation at Huashan was not very good at that time, so I skipped a seniority. Finished. Ah. Salute. It's not this immature little girl. She really is. Being young is a sin. Being young is a sin. It's a pleasure to meet you, Auntie. Can you leave quickly? The sun is about to rise. Publicly occupying someone else's cultivation site and delaying time. I will inquire with the sect leader to see if what you said is true or not. If you dare to speak one lie, be prepared for the consequences. What a strange child. Who? What am I? It seems that I need to find another place for cultivation. What's going on? Is this gloomy atmosphere like the first time I turned Hakubaiken upside down a few months ago? What's going on with this atmosphere? Your senior uncles are coming back. White generation. Is there any problem with the Bai generation coming back? First of all, do not call your senior uncles the white generation. If the senior uncles hear it, they will be reprimanded. I'm still you. This requires some thought. Anyway, the senior brothers left Huashan because of seclusion before. Huashan does not have a dedicated cultivation cave, so there is no place for large-scale seclusion cultivation. So why would everyone do this? Could it be that each of the uncles has a particularly bad personality and can beat big guys? Senior uncles wouldn't hit someone like someone else. Who do you mean by someone? Skip this paragraph. It's because of the Huazhong Conference. Flower End Conference. The Flower Ending Conference. Not. It's a martial arts competition between Huashan and Zhongnan. Huashan and Zhongnan gather together every 2 years to hold a martial arts competition to compare the achievements of the two factions. Oh, I think I've heard of this before. At the beginning, it was once every 5 years to gather and exchange. Afterwards, it gradually changed and evolved into the current situation of second-generation disciples competing with third-generation disciples in martial arts. It's said to be a martial arts competition. Actually, it is a one-sided beating. I was hit in the waist 2 years ago and it still hurts a lot now. How can we hold on this time? If they get beaten up again, their faces will definitely turn black again. At that time, the atmosphere will be a mess. That means if the elders were to fight directly, the situation would escalate, so let the second and third generation disciples compete in martial arts. And all along, you guys have been beaten up unilaterally. You rewrite. This time, in order not to be humiliated again, the master uncles collectively went into seclusion and have only returned now. In other words, the Huazhong Conference is just around the corner. Oh, is that so? We're going to have a martial arts competition with the people of Zhongnan, right? I didn't have any martial arts competitions at that time. They took advantage of the weakening of Mount Hua to create such competitions. Do these guys think Huashan is easy to bully? Even if Huashan has fallen, but I don't want to see my people get bullied. Will those guys be able to beat us once they return from their closed-door training? Uncle, guys. This one. In order to go into closed-door training for a competition, in itself represents being in a weak position. Even if there are achievements, it is difficult to guarantee that we will definitely win. Now I see. At least we should win too. Senior brothers. Are you ready to do anything to win against Jifan? For example, taking poison. For example, breaking an arm or a leg. Anyway, you should have already done it. As long as you can defeat those guys from the Zhongnan faction and make Huashan's reputation spread throughout the world, you should have the consciousness to not hesitate to die. 7. Don't worry, I will let you win. Let's beat them to 7 orifices and bleed them. Zhongnan faction. The second generation disciples are on their way back, sect leader. A few disciples seem to have arrived in Huayin, and most of the others are also about to arrive in Huayin. But the sect leader. Why was the Huazhong Conference, which was supposed to be held 6 months later, suddenly held earlier? News has arrived from Zhongnan. They want to hold it a little earlier this time. Can we postpone the meeting? Very difficult. Chief of the sect. Mount Hua is getting more and more momentum. Everything is going smoothly, at least there's no need to worry about going hungry anymore in the future. When I think about the situation a few months ago, there has been a tremendous change. Well, indeed. However, our sect is not fundamentally the martial arts sect. Although digging wells has cultivated new martial arts, it is not yet the time to produce results. Even if there are achievements, we still cannot compete with the Zhongnan faction. If the outcome of this Huazhong Conference is the same as before, I'm afraid that Huashan and its disciples, who have finally gained a glimmer of hope after much effort, will fall into the mentality of a failure and become listless. I don't know either. But even if we avoid the disciples of the Huazhong Conference, will we still have hope? But don't you think this will give them the illusion that even the sect leader doesn't trust them? I also know that it may still be difficult to achieve good results this time. The gap between us and Zhongnan has become so big that it is difficult to make up for it. Failure is not shameful. What else can we do if we still fail after giving our all? We can only continue to work hard. But if you avoid the martial arts competition because you don't want to lose, then that's another issue. It's something that absolutely cannot be done. A moment of comfort may lead to greater calamity. I was short-sighted, headmaster. They are children who have suffered a lot before they came back. Go prepare some delicious food. The ban on alcohol has also been lifted, right? It's the sect leader. Go prepare, don't make any mistakes. My heart feels like it's pierced with a thorn. It hurts every time I breathe. One day, it will dig deeper and may even take my life. Zhongnan. We can win against the southern faction. It's definitely not possible now. Is it still not possible for us to be so strong? You are indeed strong. That's the extent. He, just kidding. Of course not to this extent. Really? I knew it. At least to this extent. What's the difference? Anyway, we worked so hard before to become so strong. Is that okay? My body can feel it. I've only been practicing for a few months. How strong can I be? Can acorns be compared to big trees even if they are 3 times bigger? The growth momentum of the 3 generations of disciples now is indeed terrifying. I have never seen disciples grow up at such a speed before. But compared to the past 3 generations of disciples, there is still a big gap. And compared to Zhongnan's. If the Zhongnan sect still had the strength of that time, then none of the current 3 generations of disciples would be their opponents. It's only possible for Zhao Jie. As long as encountering a weaker opponent, there is a chance to win. Yin Zhong needs to encounter weaker ones. Only these 2 people. But when compared as a whole, we need to think carefully. What else would we do? How do we win? Just become stronger, okay? It's only 15 days until the Huazhong conference now. How to catch up with an opponent who has been practicing for several months but still can't win within 15 days. So didn't I ask you? Have you realized the importance of facing death? Change the cultivation method. But why do they always call us out late at night? You won't be more tired than before, will you? But if the result is pleasing, it's not impossible. Have you all arrived yet? It's all here, even though I came as you said. But how to cultivate this time? Wow. That looks like a real sword, right? It seems to be a real sword. What is he going to do again? The cultivation method that has changed. Nothing special. It's not really impressive, just. Everyone just needs to die once. What did that madman say? That kid wasn't planning to take action today, was he? No, don't make eye contact with him. I don't even want to die and see it. You were defeated by guys from the Zhongnan faction. Shake. However, senior brothers, can you win? No, you must win. I will let you win. Okay. As long as we can win, no matter what cultivation method we change, we will do it. But what did you mean by that sentence just now? Just die once. Big. You come out first. These guys who lack the loyalty of their teachers. Hurry up and come out. Got it. You said you wanted to be stronger, right? Answer. Actually, that's a bit strange. Senior brothers are already very strong. That means the previous practice was not in vain. Didn't you say that you still can't compare to those guys from the Zhongnan faction? You rewrite. Did it actually become stronger? If Li Songbai is regarded as one of the strongest among them, then the strength of the southern faction will also be consistent with the past. Only Zhao Jie has the possibility of defeating his opponent, while Yin Zhong needs some luck. The remaining 3 generations of disciples have no chance of winning. Unless God helps. No, maybe not. Even the heavens probably couldn't paint a picture of them defeating the Zhongnan faction. Actually, it's not because your senior brothers are too weak that you can't defeat them. Just because although you have built your bodies, you are doing the same things as before. The same thing. Is there anything wrong with what I'm doing now? What does senior brother think you learned swordsmanship for? This one. The answer given by Huashan is fixed. By practicing swordsmanship, cultivating oneself, and nurturing one's character, one ultimately achieves enlightenment. The sword of Dao Min is just a means adopted to attain enlightenment. But the answer this guy wants is definitely not this. In order to defeat the opponent. Cough. Your answer is completely inconsistent with the identity of a Taoist. It's a typical black-robed Taoist's answer. Very good. If I had known earlier, I would have simply ordered it. You're half right. That's for the sake of victory. Okay, then. What should you do if you want to defeat your opponent with a sword? Just become stronger, right? You rewrite. As long as you are stronger than the opponent, you can win. However, the current situation is quite different. Why can't I understand? It's simple. From now on, the two of us will compete and exchange skills. You can use any means possible. And I only use the move of swinging my sword. Only wield the sword. I know I'm no match for this guy. But if this guy only uses this one move. So, the final result is hard to say. Do you want to spar with a real sword? I'll remind you. Hey hey yee. You probably won't chop. Well, this one. Why not directly deny it? But rather vague and ambiguous. I think he has his own ideas, right? Can we start now? Oh, hey. It seems that you are quite confident, senior brother. Thanks to you, I am working hard to cultivate. Self-confident. Splendid. I'm coming. Take the move. This sword carries no emotions at all. Falling flower sword. How do I feel filled with emotions? Where did I offend you? 7 steps of life. Falling flower sword. Oh. The distance we pulled apart was unexpectedly caught up with the 7 star steps, followed by a move called the falling flower sword. Indeed very capable. If we only consider abilities, we won't lose to Li Songbai at all. I am qualified to be confident. However, wow. Senior Zhao Jie seems to be unilaterally suppressing Qingming. Senior brother Zhao Jie seems to be doing better than expected, isn't he? It looks like this. It seems like unilateral suppression, but Zhao Jie has never even touched Qingming. That's not some special footwork. Just taking a step back appropriately, he perfectly dodged Zhao Jie's sword. In a way, it's like a pre-arranged sword dance, giving people a feeling that Zhao Jie's sword deliberately avoided Qingming. So, can I also understand that Qingming is already familiar with Zhao Jie's movements? Although it has been several months since Qingming arrived at Huashan. But it was the first time he had a martial arts competition with others. No attack, just avoiding, but I can still feel it. The gap between Qingming and us. How much of that kid's behavior can I understand now? Only 1 inch. My sword was just 1 inch away from him. It's like he knows where my sword will come from, and he just dodged all of my sword moves with just one movement of his head. The hope is slim. I have already tried my best. That's why I feel like my strength has improved a lot. But my strength has only increased a little bit. This is impossible. This is impossible. This is impossible. Sword Chi. Senior brother Zhao Jie has cultivated swordsmanship. It's over. How's it going? The feeling of having died once. You. This bastard. All right, senior brother. You can rest now. Next. Zhongxiu seems to be calling you. Everyone knows he's calling you senior brother. Senior brothers. Think carefully, everyone. Can you really escape like this? If you don't come, then I'll go over. I'm coming. Hey. Come over here. Why wasn't it blocked? What? Didn't I already tell you that I would swing my sword downwards? Why can't you stop such an obvious attack? Of course, it's because it's too fast. The speed was so fast that I didn't have time to think about how to block it, so I didn't block it. Even a 3-year-old child knows about this kind of thing. You know too. Why aren't the senior brothers doing anything? What? It is simple, isn't it? This is the sword I saw. Pharynx 2. I feel several times faster. Are you sure you haven't slowed down? The sword that falls on one's own head is completely different from the sword observed beside it. Approach. Swinging the sword downwards is the most basic move that anyone can use as long as they exercise their body like senior brothers. Firstly, the lower body. The primary task is to develop a solid and stable lower body so that the body does not sway. Then transfer that force to your hand and merge it with your internal strength. It's just waving. There is no speed or extraordinary skill that cannot be seen with the naked eye at this moment. Quickly, crisply, and straightforwardly swing a sword downwards. I see what you mean. Compared to pursuing fancy but unfamiliar swordsmanship, it's better to rely on our already trained body to wield a simple sword, which is the best for us now. Combined with the determination to kill with one strike. You need to have the awareness not to wield the second sword again. If you can't kill with one hit, you'll die. So he will show us. It's true that seeing is better than hearing. There is a big difference between personally facing the sword that will kill with one strike and what you hear with your mouth. Junior brothers, if they don't experience the feeling of the Qingming sword falling on their heads now, it may be difficult to easily accept it. Yet, Qingming. We are disciples of Hua Mountain. Since you are a disciple of Hua, you should use Hua swordsmanship to defeat your opponent, right? What is the first form of the Liuhe sword? Swing the sword downwards. Isn't Liuhe the swordsmanship of Hua? Liuhe is not only the foundation of Manhua, but also the cornerstone of Manhua. All swordsmanship in Hua begins with the 6 harmonies and ends with the 6 harmonies. Only. The guy who doesn't even know how to use Liuhe has started learning superficial techniques such as the falling flower sword 7-star steps. You guys remembered it for me. If you can't proficiently use Liuhe, even if you learn other swordsmanship, it's useless. Just like a building that can be blown down by a small wind if its foundation is not firmly established. All swordsmanship in Hua is based on Liuhe. Senior brothers need to first practice the swordsmanship they have already learned to the extreme. We understand what you mean and know that Liuhe is very important. Approve. We are different from you. To be honest, the only one in our generation who can unleash that kind of power with Liuhe is you. Perhaps it sounds foolish to hear me say this. But for us, the most pressing thing is to gain the power to defeat the guys from the Qingming faction, rather than become powerful in the distant future. So, there's just one thing I need to ask you. We are doing what you said. Can you let us lose less badly? I really want to blow your head off. What are you doing? What's wrong with me? Why did you hit me? Why? Lost to the Qingming faction. That kind of guy has no right to live at all. I wonder which disciple of Hua dares to lose to those miscellaneous members of the Zhongnan sect. I said I would let you win. There is no such thing as glory despite defeat. Victory is the entirety of battle. I don't care if you pull his pants or sprinkle dust into his eyes. Just win the game. Mean. That's ridiculous. Can those who are defeated and killed on the battlefield still talk about being despicable or not? We must resort to any means necessary to achieve victory. I want to uproot your decadent ideas. Everyone, go get the wooden sword. Practice swinging the sword downwards 100 times first. 10,000 times. Do you want to be beaten to death after losing, or do you want to be beaten to death by me now? If Senior Brother Qingming does not accept disciples, the inheritance of Senior Brother's swordsmanship will be cut off. How accomplished Senior Brother's swordsmanship is. I am also worried about this matter. But I am also human, and I really can't bear to send my disciple to his hands. Why did those children have to be sent to that guy's hands and suffer that crime without making any mistakes? That kid firmly believes that strict discipline produces good results. But no individual can ever do that kind of thing. If you still consider yourself cultivators, don't bring up this matter again. I'm right behind you, Senior Brother. Oh, so you're here. Thinking about this really makes me unhappy. What's wrong with me? I was trained very well. This is not much different from teaching children to walk. It's just slightly different from holding onto the child and teaching them step by step to barely understand what walking is. Let's just die early. If I die, I don't need any wealth or glory. I just want to create a spirit belonging to Huashan that can be passed down even if I'm not here anymore. Wealth and glory are as magnificent as petals, but they will soon wither. But the spirit will be buried deep underground like a tree root, allowing the tree to survive. Although everyone knows it, how could it be said so easily? That woman probably won't come over, right? No matter how obsessed you are with cultivation, you won't go up the mountain at the beginning of the ugly moment, will you? I must make progress as soon as possible. It's not about finding my past self. Because I wasn't strong enough in the past. I did not defeat the heavenly demon. If it weren't for the joint attack of the people climbing the mountain, that guy's strength would have been somewhat depleted. I'm no match for that guy. Oh. Although the outside world has been saying that I am the best sword in the world. But in fact, I am just a loser who cannot defeat the demons alone. If I can face and defeat the heavenly demon alone. So. No one would die. Senior Brother Leader. And Junior Brothers. Can we all come back safely and continue living an ordinary life? As long as I am strong enough, those things won't happen. No one can guarantee that there won't be someone like the heavenly demon again. Perhaps a more terrifying creature than the heavenly demon will once again spy on the world of rivers and lakes. To preserve Mount Hua amidst numerous crises. I must become stronger. Become more than anyone else in this world. Compared to me in the past. Even. Stronger than the heavenly demon. The martial arts of the heavenly demon shattered everything I once believed to be right. As if mocking us who firmly believe that as long as we follow the path opened up by the sages, we can attain enlightenment. I must break the limits that I believe in. I must break through my limits and find my own sword that leads to a new realm. I feel like I've realized something. This matter is still far away from me. It's not about creating new swordsmanship, but about exploring a new realm. It's impossible to sail with just one sail. Hello. Wow, I'll go. What are you doing? Isn't she the same woman as last time? What's her name again, Lu? By the way, Louis Chouet. No, how did she dodge my gaze and come to my sight? Even if I am focused on thinking about the problem, I won't be able to hear any movement. Whether it was last time or this time, she was able to remain silent. At first glance, even though it's right in front of us, the sense of existence is not as strong. Who exactly is this woman? Did she learn assassination techniques? How should we end it now? How much did she see? Plum Blossom. Damn it, I saw it all. Let's just be natural first, as if nothing happened. Kill all so that there won't be any eyewitness left. Blow one's breath. Killing. Are you all right? Knock it off. Damn it, be natural. There is only one way now. Then I'll take my leave first. Wait a minute. Plum Blossom. I scared myself to death. There is only one witness this time, so no one will believe it. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. Be doubly careful when the white generation returns in the future. There seems to be something to do before the Bi generation returns, right? Before returning to Huashan, we need to handle this matter first. Shower, give me a pot of Shaoxing wine. Okay, please come inside. That's the smell. That's the smell. And after that. Since drinking the wine brought out of the cave, this situation has almost become a daily occurrence. Since the master has granted this privilege, it must be used flexibly. Right? Well, it's chewy. It is said that letting nature take its course is the key to success. Why are there so many things that are not allowed to be done in Shanmin? It makes it so troublesome for me to drink once. Taoists are troublesome. Stupid, you're also a Taoist. Oh, my different senior brother. I'm almost over 100. Speaking of, this wine is different from before, senior brother. It was the best time to drink while hiding from my senior brother. That's ridiculous. I have never missed the person sitting across from the wine glass in my entire life. What do you miss now? If my senior brothers see me in such a destitute state, they will surely laugh at me. After all, that group of people were already like that. Although they are called Taoists or living immortals, they are actually just a group of old men who love to play around. That place doesn't have such a thing, does it? Cough, refreshing. The bullshit metamorphosis to immortality. Where else is qualified to be called the immortal realm besides here? Senior brothers, I don't want to go there. You guys can live happily over there. Sir, please come inside. I can finally have decent food. I'm already tired of eating the bigu pill, senior brother. So didn't I bring you here? My senior brothers will definitely understand. Senior brother and senior uncle. A group of young people wearing sect costumes. It looks like he's only in his 30s. There is a plum blossom pattern on the chest. Are you a disciple of the white character generation? If they get tangled up, it will be troublesome. Hurry up and finish eating, let's go. By the way, where is Sister Lu? Didn't we agree to meet in Huayin County? I should have gone up the mountain first, right? You also know that Sister Lu doesn't listen. The masters should also know that we're back. It should be fine. It's well known that Junior Sister Lu is different from others. The waiter prepares a few signature dishes based on our number of people. Another pot of wine. Take a look. They are only second-generation disciples now, yet they were drinking alcohol in Huayin County in broad daylight. Even if you can come back to the sect later to do things, you should still have a sense of propriety. If my generation were discovered, I would be directly locked up in the confessional cave for a week, and during that week, I could only wield my sword in front of the wall. TSK, 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 what are the children now? The kid sitting in the middle should be the oldest. Come on, take it. You have worked hard, everyone. Oh, who can work harder than my senior brother? We are just following in your footsteps, senior brother. Thank you for saying that. Still a handsome man. I, as a man, look very handsome. How to put it? It feels like the legendary hero in the story. I know better than anyone that you are the hardest working people. This pot of wine is bought by me personally. Don't feel any burden, drink up. But don't get too drunk. Thank you, senior brother. Oh. It's really embarrassing. That senior brother. What level of strength have we reached? We should be able to achieve good results at the Huazhong conference after enduring so much hardship, right? Junior brother, to be honest, I'm not quite sure. The Zhongnan faction is very strong. They are truly a group of 9 factions. Such is the case. Although we used to belong to the 9 schools. But now the gap between us and them is incomparable. But that's just fame. Prestige and strength are not necessarily proportional. Although we lost the final game in the last Huazhong League. But in my opinion, the gap is not very big. Haven't we been practicing tirelessly all this time, forgetting sleep and food? Even after enduring such arduous seclusion cultivation, we are constantly pushing ourselves forward. We have done our best. Effort never betrays people. I think we are capable of competing with the Zhongnan faction now. Are you referring to the Zhongnan faction? Is this the current situation between our 2 sects from the beginning? Nothing remains unchanged. As long as we keep making progress. Our generation may not be unable to surpass the Zhongnan faction in overlooking the world. Poof. Hiccup. Is there a bug? I haven't lied to him. My acting skills are clearly perfect. Little brother. Ah. Who are you, little brother? I don't think I've ever seen you in Huayin County before. Can you please inform me of the house and name of the younger brother? Ah. My one. Finished. Who is this guy? As soon as I entered this inn, I felt an inexplicable sense of dissonance. I finally know where that feeling came from. It's because of this guy. He doesn't look big, but he orders such expensive dishes and drinks alcohol. To my knowledge, there is no heir of a high-ranking official or young master of a wealthy merchant in Huayin County who is so promiscuous. At least not among such young people. Who is this guy? I'm just a passerby. Don't pay attention to me, you guys can continue eating ha ha ha. Passerby. It's also possible. That little brother. It's also fate for us to meet. Can we exchange names and get to know each other? I am a second-generation disciple of Huashan's sect during the day. Why is this guy so persistent? You can't hit him either. The name is not important, haha. The essence of the conversation lies in sharing that covering your face like this doesn't seem like a gentleman's behavior, right? What are you talking about, Taoist? A gentleman is not a gentleman. Why don't you take the imperial examination? I still have something to do. Little brother. I still want to talk to you again. I don't have a hobby of chatting with men. Then I'll take my leave first. Where to go? Thank you for your hard work. Hey. I dodged without even looking. My grappling hand. Senior brother, Why did you release it again when you already caught it? HM? Ah, I just feel that as a Taoist, I shouldn't bully a child. Senior brother is still magnanimous, haha. Yeah, that's right. That's why it's like this. It's probably just a mistake. White generation. It's probably going to be a bit troublesome. So far, the reason why life in Huashan is so comfortable is because there is a significant age difference between the Yun and Qing generations. For new recruits who have just joined the army, the scariest person is not a general or an emperor, but a direct superior. I finished drinking so quickly. I could have drunk even more. Suddenly, a veteran who was thought to not exist appeared. Wow, I shouldn't have laughed out loud there. Unfortunately, those unfinished dishes. But what he said was so absurd that he couldn't hold it back. Defeat the Zhongnan faction. Just him. A group of guys who are not even as good as Zhao Jie can only show off their power with their mouths. Give me your hands. He's also known as a grappling hand and has a face to use in public. This blow is even greater than the first time I met 3 generations of disciples. Even if 3 generations of disciples learn martial arts, how much can they learn? Even if I officially start learning martial arts, it's still pretty much the same. But the second generation disciples are different. The third generation is still in the stage of laying the foundation, while the second generation disciples are already in the stage of rapid growth through cultivation. My head. I shouldn't waste my time like this. When can we turn them into producible materials like this? Senior brother Zhao Jie. Master Uncle Zhu asked all 3 generations of disciples to gather at the martial arts arena. The senior uncles have returned. Okay, I see. I'm on my way over. Ah. Has that kid Qingming come back yet? Oh, that smell of alcohol. This guy has been drinking. Pure brightness. Junior. You. Get up and mess around. Oh, the sunset is so beautiful. What's wrong with the sunset? No, it's nothing. I originally wanted to take a nap, but I didn't expect to take a nap directly. You're not dozing off, you're just sleeping. Senior uncles are back. Let's gather at the martial arts arena. Hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. The smell of alcohol on you is too strong. Hey. Where did the alcohol taste go? What kind of wine? How could senior brothers speak nonsense like this in such a peaceful place? Let's go out quickly. You'll get beaten if you're late. By the way, what are we going to do at the second generation disciple return ceremony? After all, they are people who have returned from their arduous seclusion and cultivation. We still need to welcome it. Damn hard work. It's just that I've been locked up in a dark confessional cave for half a year, eating moss and wielding a sword every day. That's why I developed this idea. Eating the Bai Gu Dan comfortably and waving the sword a few more times. I just feel like the guy who drinks as soon as he comes back after working hard still has the face to talk about his cultivation. Master uncles, this time they really sharpened their knives. Just to defeat those guys from the Zhongnan faction. The sect leader also made a big investment to support their cultivation. You should pay attention to your attitude. During the day, Uncle Sure can be quite serious. If you act like usual, he will definitely teach you a lesson. Okay. I will really teach you a hard lesson. Got it. Are you guys coming? It's senior brother. Second generation disciples arrived. Open the door wide. Oh. Here they come. The momentum is extraordinary. Really? Even now, he still thinks he's very handsome. Besides, many people used to say that I was delicate and my ears were calloused when I heard it. No, I actually think I'm more handsome. After dressing up, if you go down the mountain, the beautiful girls will line up and buy. Conscience. Don't get involved in this kind of thing. Perhaps. Do we know each other? Little brother. What does this guy want to do? How about beating him up? Look at your eyes, you should know me. I don't understand what you're saying. Ah, really? Strange. Why do I feel we are old acquaintances? May I ask my junior fellow practitioner, when did you enter the door? He is the door you entered during your departure from Huashan. He's just starting out. You probably haven't seen him before. Oh, is that so? Speaking of, you guys are quite close. As a senior brother, taking care of a junior brother is a good thing. Do you think so, young master nephew? Although it's our first time seeing each other, there is no sense of unfamiliarity. It seems that we are very destined. What's your name? Pure Brightness. Pure Brightness. My name is Daytime. Don't you know the master is waiting for you? Who allowed you to chat idly? In the future we may meet frequently, you should remember my name. Qingming's nephew. You have met Uncle Daytime before? Never seen. During the day, Master Shu was hailed as the first genius of Manhwa. Has even been rated as someone who can help revive Manhwa. The #1 talent of Manhwa? That's something I used to hear compliments from others when I was a child. But it turned into something else very quickly. Are you using that mouth to say dirty words after drinking, you mud monkey? Ha ha ha. Isn't the most talented person in Huashan's senior brother Zhao Jie? What? What are you saying? It will be heard by others. Why is your reaction so strong? During the day, senior uncle. He is someone I can never reach. Yeah, the loser mentality is a good thing. Can make people humble. A Triton among the minnows. It does indeed sound like a good word. But sometimes the complete opposite. A crane is most natural when it's with a crane. But it's very unnatural for a crane to stand in a flock of chickens. This situation is mostly due to defects. By the way, she's also a centenarian. What was it called, Lou? She probably hasn't told anyone about me yet, has she? Oh, you can't take your eyes off Aunt Lou either. I understand that even the first time someone sees her, they can't take their eyes off her. After all, she's too beautiful. What? But I advise you not to dream anymore. Lu Shirgu has already fallen in love with Uncle Daytime. Did I say something wrong? You two have never seen a woman comparable to Lu Shirgu before. With Lu Shirgu's beauty, the first beautiful woman in Shaanxi should be guaranteed, right? One moment, the first genius of Huashan, and another moment, the first beauty of Shaanxi, popped up. I thought Huashan could already represent Shaanxi if I didn't know. Senior. If you had waved your sword once more and cared about someone's love history, you might already be famous all over the world now. How can you say such heart-wrenching words? It's just that. Refer to the sect leader. Refer to the sect leader. Everyone has worked hard. Is cultivation very hard? No hard work at all. This is the hard-earned cultivation resource that the sect has spared no effort to save. How can we dare to speak the word hard? Is there any achievement? The disciple only knows that the way of sword is unfathomable. At the same time, I also understood how ridiculous we were before our cultivation. Very good, this is a good thing. Financial Pavilion Master. Should we hold a grand banquet to comfort the disciples who have returned from their hard work in cultivation? Ah. What did they do? They had a big banquet. Financial Cabinet Leader. No, it's nothing. It should be so. Coincidentally, it's already ready. Please move forward. Since you know it's hard to save up, save some money. Since the incident with the Galactic Merchant Circle, he has been saying strange things. Union. You should reminisce with these disciples who have suffered a lot. It's the sect leader. Also, Pure Brightness. Ah. You come to my residence once. I have something to talk to you about. Go again. Go again? He actually told the sect leader to go again. I've prepared candy. Are you coming or not? Okay. I got it. Master, Uncle Master. That child. Ah. I advise you not to interfere with him. It's good for both your physical and mental health. Ah. Especially you. Is this really the Hua Mountain in my memory? Meet. Where did Hua get the money? During the year we were away, there were many changes inside the main hall and cafeteria. It's been too long since I last came back. I thought this place would be a bit dirty and messy, but I didn't expect it to be so clean. Could it be that the god of wealth descended to earth during our absence? Isn't the reaction of those disciples very obvious? Senior brother, are you tired of eating meat? Is there no other dish left? For example, seafood and the like. What are these guys saying? I'm tired of eating meat. This kind of statement doesn't match Huashan at all. The Hua Mountain in my memory is the only sect that can compete with the Beggars Sect for the top beggar in the world. No, the Beggars Sect may not be as poor as Huashan. The Beggars Sect is just a group of beggars gathered together, but the Beggars Sect itself is not poor. Will such Huashan have money? What's up? Are these foods not to your taste? Ah, that's not true. The disciple really cannot understand the current situation. What happened at Huashan during our absence? Well, I see. It's because I didn't think carefully and didn't consider your position. It's a long story. You will find out in the future. You just need to know that there is a lucky star coming to Huashan. Lucky star. What's going on? Why 3 generations of disciples? No one taught that young master nephew a lesson. Even Master Yun Jian, who usually pays the most attention to etiquette, remained silent. It's like it's all taken for granted. Can it be? That kid has already taken control of all 3 generations of disciples. In addition, he sat beside the senior brother Yin Zhong, who was the 3rd generation disciple, and Zhao Jie, who was the strongest. This indicates that he not only has fame but also holds real power. What methods did that little brat use to control everyone? What's wrong with being so angry again? He asked me to go to the Galaxy Business Group. Wow, go again. I'm not a carrier pigeon. I'm so annoyed. Weren't you quite happy before? But this hasn't happened once or twice. Fortunately, as long as it's delivered to the branch in Huayin County, it's enough. If I were to deliver it to Xi'an, I might really be exhausted. I don't know what methods he used, but it's a fact that he controlled 3 generations of disciples. I know Yin Zhong is the kind of person who will serve his elders with respect even if no one intentionally suppresses him. But that kid doesn't look like that kind of person. It seems necessary to find a day. Senior brother, won't you eat? You haven't touched chopsticks since just now. Ah, eat. Of course I will eat it. Ah. Where did Junior Apprentice Lu go? I don't know. Still on the way to the cafeteria. Should we look for her? This is a great opportunity for fellow martial brothers to reminisce about the past. How could anyone be absent? Why do you only think about eating? But we can't even find Junior Sister Lu. You also know that no one can find her unless she appears on her own. Yeah. It's just a waste of effort. Senior brother who can be fair and just in everything else, but when it comes to Junior Sister Lu's situation, he becomes very reckless. It seems that we can't eat this meal anymore. Junior. Junior. Here. Excuse me. May I sit next to you? Lu Junior's sister actually took the initiative to talk to a man. When was the last time Sister Lu spoke? Can. Let's go out and talk. Can't. I don't want to talk to you. You can leave now. What? What is this situation? I have never seen Aunt Lu take the initiative to talk to people from her sect. Now Lu Shirgu actually started talking to Qingming first. However, just for a moment. I can't even go anymore. Pay attention to your tone when speaking, you idiot. It really only takes a moment. Can't you understand people's language if I don't go? I have nothing to say to my senior sister. Stinky kid, pay attention to your tone. I have something to say to you. Can't I just have a good meal if I'm annoyed or not? Then I'll wait for you to finish your meal. I can't even say I'm going. I have a lot of things to do. Go find someone else. I came to find you. Why are you looking for it? Humph. Your name is Qingming, right? It's low. Okay. I heard that you often travel between Manhua and Xi'an, following the instructions of the sect leader. I also know you're tired. However, Auntie has already begged you like that. Even if you're tired, you should go out and talk to her. This is your duty as a nephew. I personally think this sentence is very good. Not only did I consider my own dignity, but I also accurately pointed out that kid's mistake. I've already said that. He should listen. Why would I do that? Hold back. If I get angry, it will only make others think that I am showing timidity. Why did you just say? Correct. There are certainly many reasons. Firstly, people need to understand the rules. There are also rules that need to be followed between master and disciple. The rules. A term of respect for a nun. Apologize quickly. Uncle said you don't understand the rules. Yes, it's you. Apologize quickly. This is the welcome banquet for the return of the second-generation disciples. You're actually talking about private matters here. Didn't the uncle say that you're wrong? Sorry, senior brother. Junior sister didn't think it through. No, it's not junior sister. That's not what I meant. Oops. It's not apologizing to him, it's apologizing to the Granduncle Master. After all, you made the mistake in the presence of your master and uncle. Ah. Sorry, uncle. Sorry for my poor consideration, disciple. Haha, you're too narrow-minded. No problem, please sit down quickly. I'm in danger. We must find a way to prevent the situation from continuing to develop. Ah, Master, congratulations on your return to Huashan. You've been working hard lately. Today is really a good day. Since Aunt Lou has also returned, let's officially start the banquet. Ha. Isn't this dish delicious? Do you think so too? Your name is Qingming, right? Finished. It's already like this. Qingming, please be quiet. For once. As long as you understand the rules this time, it's enough. It seems that your time traveling abroad has been very difficult. It's like that. Surprisingly, he repeatedly asked the questions he had previously asked. If you're tired, go back and rest. Let me ask you something. Are you sure you didn't see me during the day today? I advise you to be honest. Oh, I said it's my first time seeing you. Did you grow up deceived? Is it? I didn't originally want to do this. But if I don't crack down on his arrogance, others will think I'm easy to bully. Master Uncle. The disciple has an important matter to report. Important matters. As far as the disciples know, 3 generations of disciples are not allowed to leave Huashan without special instructions. Not allowed to wander outside with private servers. However, today, during the day, I saw a 3rd-generation disciple wearing a private suit appearing in Huayin County. And that person is this disciple. Is it? Yes, it must be him. If you entrust this matter to your disciple, he will definitely reveal his whereabouts. There's no harm. Not have. Ah. I said it's okay. Is there a problem with my ear? Why do you always have auditory hallucinations? Uncle Yunjian, who was so sensitive and strict about rules, just now. Not only did they not say they would punish the 3 generations of disciples who violated the rules, but they also said it was okay. Without the permission of the division, the disciple could also leave and enter the division freely. No, you can allow that as well. Who the hell gave the 3rd-generation disciple such power? The leader gave it to me. Do you have an opinion? Palm leader. Really? It's really chewy. Humph. Such being the case, we can only walk one way until it gets dark. I will never show mercy again. See you, Elder. Big. All right, let's wave the gift. I just came over to have a look and had a great time. Yunjian, you need to manage them well and not let them play too crazy. It's Uncle Sure. Elder. I have something important to report to you. What's the big deal? What is the important matter that the disciple needs to report? Today at daytime, the disciple saw the 3rd-generation disciple of MT Hua in a restaurant in Huayin County drinking. What? Drinking? 3 generations of disciples drinking alcohol. Are you sure you read it correctly? Which one of the 3 generations of disciples do you see? A disciple can never be mistaken. Although he doesn't admit it, the disciple sees it clearly. Don't hate me. You provoke me first. It's the disciple sitting over there. Pure brightness. Pure brightness. That's right, disciple. I saw that Qingming festival. So what? Ah. So what? What I mean is, 3 generations of disciples going down the mountain alone to drink in Huayin County is a serious crime. Did you set the rules of Huashan? No, it's not. According to your statement, is there a rule in Huashan that prohibits disciples from going down the mountain to drink alcohol? Ah. Also, it's okay to drink a little alcohol. What's the connection between Lin and it? Long and old. You people who can't even earn your own meal money back. What's wrong with him using his own money to drink and support you? As a senior uncle, you still have the face to complain. This. Even if you're like this, you can still be considered a senior uncle. Just like you can be considered a second-generation disciple. I know every day that practicing swordsmanship, eating dry rice, and you guys are nothing to be trifled with. Believe me or not, I'll blow your head off. A group of guys eating meat bought by their nephew's money. Your nephew relied on a little bit of saved money to drink. You can't even bear this, so you hurriedly came to me to complain. Don't eat, you bastards. What have you done? What qualifications do you have to eat meat? Ha ha ha, junior brother. So you're here. Let's go out. Go to a place without disciples. What exactly is this? What's going on? Senior brother, don't you think it's strange? I'm not talking about the sect leader, I'm referring to the reactions of Elder Xian Yong and Master Yun Jian. Didn't you feel it, senior brother? The elders are protecting that disciple. Pinno. Sister Lu is no exception. We've known junior sister Lu for quite some time now, and she hasn't even spoken a few words to us. But it's the first time I've seen her so actively engage in conversation with others. Bai Shang. It's senior brother. Stop talking. Don't have any more incidents. Play up to. It's senior brother. I didn't consider it properly. But I still feel wronged. We worked hard for years to come back, but not only were we not warmly welcomed, but even the love of our elders was taken away by a guy who appeared from somewhere unknown. We have passed the stage of being loved by our elders. You should also understand what I mean, right? I understand. I can't understand it better. I understand that the key issue is not whether someone is liked or not. I always feel the dominance of Huashan has already fallen into the hands of that guy. The Huashan Mountain now is completely different from the Huashan Mountain before our seclusion. Previously, Huashan was like a teacup with a missing corner, with outdated objects, buildings, and people. Huashan is full of old things. And the second-generation disciples are the only hope for this outdated sect. My biggest hope is during the day. But when I returned from a year of seclusion, I found that my sect had changed a lot. Even the word ever-changing is not enough to describe such changes. I used to think that this old thing had a certain charm. Now looking back, it's full of poverty. Although I don't know what that guy did to gain the protection of the elders in the sect. But now Huashan is still my sect. I must be the one who carries the hopes of Manhwa for all. The one who can lead the sect to recover its former glory can only be me. Senior, are you really planning to just stand by and watch? Otherwise? Do you want to give a severe lesson? If this continues, Huashan will return to its old path again. You calm down first. I'm not unwilling to take action. Firstly, we need to inquire about some information. Asking for information. Everything has a sequence. Shouldn't we first inquire why our senior brothers are sheltering that disciple? Have you figured out how to inquire about these situations? There he is. Come in. Disciple Ain Zhong saw 2 senior uncles. Come in. During my absence, as the senior brother, you must have suffered a lot to serve the elders of the sect. I just did what a disciple of Huashan should do. Yeah, you're right. You just did what you should have done. However, it seems that something shouldn't be happening at Huashan now. Because of a child. What do you mean? Is it Qingming? I'm sorry. As a senior brother, it's my fault that I didn't control him well. Uncle, if he makes you unhappy, please punish me. Can you tell me what happened here during my absence? I will make a decision based on what you say. During the day, my senior uncle asked me to go over. Go ahead. My senior uncle asked me to go over because he wanted me to tell him about this period of time. Is it really okay? Go ahead. He spoke too firmly, which actually made me feel uneasy. If he tells me what to say, I might feel more at ease. It is a matter of course to tell all the things to the uncle. But there's still a feeling of betraying the Qingming festival. First, this story begins with Qingming's first trip to Manhua. So that child. Not only did he discover the treasures and martial arts of his master's school. Yes, uncle. I also found the master's ledger and paid off all the external debts of Huashan. And they took back all the shops. Yes. Even connected. Mr. Huang from the Galaxy Business Group has also been cured of his illness. As a reward, the Galaxy Business Group agreed to take care of the finances of Huashan. Yes, that's right. This is how it is. I understand. You can go back first. It's Uncle Sure. What did he mean by those words just now? That child alone solved all the headaches in Hua Mountain. I finally understand why the elders of the sect love that kid so much. This is not just a small achievement. As long as that kid's relationship with the Galaxy Business Group is still there and he can help Huashan earn money, his status will continue to rise. No wonder the sect leader is special to him. However, if we think in a different way, we feel like he hasn't done much either. What do you mean by that? You think it over carefully. Isn't Huashan a martial arts sect? It's unacceptable for martial arts sects to give preferential treatment to a child who only knows how to make money. If there was no chaos in the order of Huashan, how could this happen? Junior brother, I advise you to be careful when speaking. Your words are questioning your granduncles and granduncle-grandfathers. That's not what I meant. But what you said is not entirely unreasonable. Ah, you're right. Huashan is a martial arts sect. No matter how much money is earned, as long as Huashan remains a martial arts sect rather than a merchant group. So the most important thing is still martial arts. Plus, the Huazhong Conference is about to be held. As long as the elders of the sect realize the fact that the Huazhong Conference is imminent, they won't have time to keep track of their seniority. Let's focus on martial arts first. Not long after, everything will return to the right track. Senior. Not only will we participate in the Huazhong Conference, but the 3 generations of disciples will also participate in the battle, right? How could I not know? Then this is not something that can be achieved solely through our cultivation. Should we stop the 3 generations of disciples from embarrassing themselves? Keep talking. If you only think about ourselves, we should focus on cultivation. But as the elders of the children, we can't only care for our generation. Look. Should you personally instruct the 3rd generation disciples on martial arts? Junior brother, indeed. Attach greater importance to Mount Hua and think for Mount Hua than anyone else. You rewrite. Merely redeeming the care of the elders in the sect is not enough. If this continues, the Qing characters will climb on our heads. I have to tell them before that. What is an adult? We also need to tell them why they have to bow down to us. I really wish the child named Qingming was there. He also has expertise in martial arts. Otherwise, that kid would be very difficult. he could actually sleep. I'm really worrying unnecessarily. One more, please. Where has my authority as a senior brother gone? How are you, senior brother? Uncle asked me to tell him what this kid has done. So what? You told the truth. What does it mean to be honest and straightforward when you talk to your senior brother? Forget it. Why hide something? Me too. Anyway, he will eventually find out. What was his reaction? You can also guess. Ah, this lunatic. Who would make such a big mess the first time he meets his master? This guy. Originally, Master Shu wasn't very strict with the 3 generations of disciples during the day. But now that our relationship has become so bad, I don't know what he will do to us. It seems that we have become a thorn in his side. Yeah. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Anyway, when we heard that the Grand Masters were about to return, I think everyone had already guessed what would happen. Yeah, that's right. Gather everyone together and tell them to proceed with caution in the future. Even if it's just a small matter in this situation now, he will hold onto it tightly. Yes, I understand. Senior. I have a question for you. What happened? If Senior Uncle and Qingming were to face each other during the day, who would win? Stop talking about useless things and quickly get to work for me. Cut. This kid is also a problem. Now you treat me like a big brother from the same hometown. Sleeping so soundly. Not even know what he did. What a troublemaker. The calm of Manhua is coming to an end. As expected by the headmaster. At present, the relations between the 2nd generation disciples and the 3rd generation disciples are extremely delicate. This is nature too. What had to happen, happened. The age difference between Generation Bai and Generation Qing is really too small. The youngest disciple of the Bai generation, Louis Xue, is of similar age to Yin Zhong of the Qing generation. Even if they were almost bankrupt, to maintain the dignity of the upright sect, they would still strictly select disciples. However, as finances became increasingly difficult, it became naturally difficult to sustain this practice. The result is that the family children of the sects that receive funds in advance are accepted as disciples. They don't see their peers as competitors, as the age difference is not significant. But the age difference between the white generation and the clear generation, who are only 10 years old, inevitably care about each other. It's still too urgent. What do you mean? The previous Qing generation may not be able to deal with the Bai generation. But now the Qing generation is different, isn't it? Yes. The thing I was worried about before still happened. What's different from before? It should be that the core has changed. Previously, the Qing generation headed by Yin Zhanghe and Zhao Jia were just the 3rd generation of disciples of Huashan. But I found that the Qing generation, who are united by Qingming as the core, are gazing at higher places. My fault. It's not your fault. I am the one who proposed building the Hakubaikan. The groundwork for this incident was already laid when the Baimei Hall was built and the 3rd generation disciples were admitted early. Since the separation of the Qing and Bai generations, knowledge has been learned and cultivated by the Yun generation, and only by peers. They didn't get anything from the white generation, so their relationship naturally became distant. What should we do next, Headmaster? What can we do? Actually, sometimes it's not a bad thing to let them touch it. Let's just go with the flow, don't you think? But this is the disciples' business. If it turns out bad and gets out of hand. Cloud Sword. It's the sect leader. Let's just trust the children. During the day, this child doesn't act so aggressively. Day. Don't you think so? The leader's idea is completely wrong. The problem is not during the day, but with that kid during Qingming festival. The sect leader only observed Qingming and did not personally teach him. So the sect leader feels that Qingming is just a child who can bring good fortune. During the day, this child's thoughts are quite upright. It was just that my self-esteem was hurt before, and that's why I acted that way, but that child will not damage the relationship between uncle and nephew. He will handle this well, so you don't have to worry too much. Ha ha ha, that it is not anxious. It's going to be chaotic. Help! I can't move my whole body anymore. Iron only becomes harder when struck. Only by polishing can a person become stronger. A polished person's body will not rust. Do you understand? People never rust, you lunatic. Who allowed you to lie down during practice time? Just came over to take a look just in case. Sure enough, without the supervision of elders, you would be lazy. The Huazhong conference is about to be held. How can you be so lazy and lazy? After today's practice is over, you need to clean up every corner of the sect. This is a punishment for your laziness. Something just passed by. It seems like they're saying something like cleaning. Why did the uncles suddenly? What are they doing? Ah. Did you eat the wrong thing? Is it? Why? Look at me, what am I doing? Does this kid have a conscience? When walking, you need to straighten your knees and walk side by side. You can only go after you get permission to drink water. You're so narrow-minded. I have long been accustomed to being beaten, but I really can't adapt to this kind of torture. I didn't expect that my martial uncles would be this kind of people. I used to respect them very much. They even took out the rules they established a long time ago. It seems they are determined to torture us. Just because there is a rule in Huashan that disciples must keep their swords in their hands. Is it okay to demand that we hold a sword while eating, taking a shower, or even sleeping? We often gather together and call out anyone who makes a mistake and scold them all. Senior brother, should we do something? What can we do? This is too much, isn't it? They're clearly bullying us. We can't keep being bullied, can we? Shouldn't you do something? Do what? It's the senior uncles. You should also know what they want, right? Know what? I know your character very well, and I don't want you to grovel. Can you just bow your head a bit and we'll take care of the rest? Bow your head. I think I said something wrong, haha. Well, I mean. Senior. Besides that method, I have a better one. This method can solve all problems once and for all. What method? What other methods are there? Of course, I beat up all those senior uncles once. Catch him. Quickly catch him. If he runs away, we're dead. It's too fast. I can't keep up with you anymore. Attack from the side. There are also people ahead. Right now. Catch him. Release. Don't let go yet. Don't put it away. Don't let it go. That group of bastards actually did something that even people 100 years ago would disdain to do. One punch. I punched them. Hurry up a bit more. Qingming, calm down. If you hit Master Shu, you will be expelled from the sect. Pure brightness. I understand how you feel, but absolutely not now. Do things like this need to wait for the right moment? Let go before I take action. The Huazhong Conference is coming soon, Qingming Festival. So what? You think? Uncle Bai Tian will participate in the battle as a representative of the second generation of disciples. What if he gets beaten up by you and can't fight? Just don't let him get hurt, okay? This is my ultimate skill. You can't possibly not know it. Of course I know I've been beaten so many times. That doesn't work either. How much confidence do you think Uncle Sure would have if he were beaten by his nephew? Let's endure it a little longer. I may feel a bit tired now, but being bullied by my senior uncle during the day is better than being ignored by those guys from the Zhongnan sect, right? I still think it's more comfortable to give them a hearty beating. Just endure this once. The Huazhong Conference is really important. Please. Yes. As long as we endure until the end of the Huazhong Conference, right? You rewrite. Until the end of the Huazhong Conference. I got it. For the sake of my senior brother's face, I endured it this time. Thank you, I'm almost moved to tears. However, what if they provoke me? This shouldn't happen, right? But if such a situation really occurs, you can handle it on your own. I can't control it anymore. Oh. Very good. How is it? No reaction, very quiet. I can tell they're very angry, but they didn't choose to resist. Not even words that might cause problems. Is it? This is a little different from what I expected. I thought they would explode with just a little stimulation. I originally wanted to slowly provoke them and then punish them with one of the following crimes when they disobeyed the discipline, so that they would never dare to resist again. I didn't expect them to endure it. Could it be that you haven't exerted enough pressure yet? The degree is sufficient. If we continue to deepen, we will also encounter problems here. K. Pilno. It seems that he is not a reckless man without any ideas. What are the other 3 generations of disciples doing? Apart from doing some strange cultivation, there's nothing particularly special about it. Senior brother, forgive me for speaking frankly. Delaying like this won't do us any good. We don't know when uncles will hate 3 generations of disciples. And it's only a few days away from the Huazhong Conference. We should also prepare for the Huazhong Conference. I know. Since what should have been provoked has already been provoked, it's time to give them a heavy punch. Next, then. You also know that the Qing generation was originally very kind. Such is the case. When we left Huashan for seclusion, they were still a group of innocent children. I didn't expect such a big change after just 1 year. Whether it's body or personality. There is a saying that goes, those who are close to ink are black. Actually, we don't need to punish all disciples of the Qing generation. The crux of the matter is the child called Qingming. So, what are you planning to do? Isn't what we're doing now just maintaining the rules of Huashan? Qingming is also my good mentor, and naturally I need to comfort him. He may be a bit arrogant, but he's definitely a good kid. The problem is the method. I really don't want to use rough methods. Unfortunately, time is running out and there's nothing we can do about it. Sometimes we also need sticks to educate, don't you think? I believe that one day they will understand your deep meaning. I hope so. It's just that it hurts a bit now. She's not here, is she? I will never go to that place again. It has been discovered twice and will never be discovered the 3rd time. If she's discovered for the 3rd time, is she still human? I have to suffer so much to avoid a wet and inexperienced child. That guy with a white face and a bunch of unheard of rules is scaring us. Can't you avoid me if you can't provoke me? Although I really want to flip the table. Please. It's strange that I've been seeing the shadow of senior leader on Injong's face lately. To be more precise, it's not that they look more and more alike, but rather that their facial expressions are becoming more and more alike. Every time I cause trouble, I show a fearful expression. Strangely enough, I felt guilty. Bo. I will endure until the end of the Huazhong conference. I really want to kick the butt of those white people. But I'd rather kill those guys from the Zhongnan faction. This place is good. There shouldn't be anyone around, right? We cannot take it lightly. That senior schoolmate or something. It's all her fault for always following me like a leech, making me unable to do anything. Fortunately, when I acted with other disciples of the Qing generation, she was quite restrained. Whenever I am alone, she will suddenly appear and say she wants to talk to me, which will bother me. If I could feel her trace, I could dodge it in advance. Strangely, it's hard for me to catch that guy's trace. Is she a ghost? Oh, there's no such thing as a ghost in this world. I have never encountered it in over 80 years. There are people with weak breath and relatively low presence. She's just more special. Pure brightness. You really are. Can you make a sound before you appear? Scared the hell out of me. I am your senior aunt. You are my nephew. So what? Be polite to your senior sister. Damn it, auntie. Like a ghost. What the hell? Why do you always follow me? You're UO. Senior leader, if he sees my appearance, he would probably burst out laughing. I was actually accused of being impolite by a granddaughter girl. This is what we call the impermanence of the world, isn't it? What's the use of being so beautiful? I can't even guess what she's thinking. That swordsmanship. Ah, the swordsmanship that makes plum blossoms bloom. Plum blossom. I don't understand at all what you're saying. You may have misread. I don't know what you're talking about, so don't blame me, Fugongshi. Teach me. Ah, what are you saying? Teach me. The swordsmanship that makes plum blossoms bloom. She followed me for this reason. I thought she would question where I learned non-Huashan martial arts. He said I learned magic or something, and then grabbed me tightly. That. Do you know what this is? Oh, no. I really don't know what you're talking about. I will tell my senior brothers about this matter. You say it. I just don't know if they will believe what you're saying. I will also inform the sect leader. Speak up, speak up. Feel free, feel free. How could they believe it? A little brat who has only been worshipping Huashan for half a year can use the swordsmanship that makes plum blossoms bloom. A term of respect for a nun. Didn't you say you were a senior schoolmate? You are a senior schoolmate. And I am my nephew. Teacher nephew, what can you teach? Instead, you should teach me swordsmanship. Hey, hey. This method is useful. There's no harm. Can you teach me? There is a saying that goes, do not be ashamed to ask below. Can you speak? I don't know what you saw. But that might just be a dream. It's also possible that it's just a fantasy or that you're too tired to read it correctly. I really don't understand what you're saying. So you'd better leave. I couldn't have read it wrong. Because I have seen it before. What? Swordsmanship that can make plum blossoms bloom. Plum blossom sword technique. This set of swordsmanship is one of the few among the countless swordsmanship techniques in Huashan, not imitating the plum blossom, but the way of the sword towel that made the plum blossom bloom. Plum Blossom swordsmanship is not passed down in the form of a secret manual, but instead in the form of a mnemonic formula. Only one move among them can be learned by an ordinary disciple. The rest can only be taught to the elders at Hua Mountain. But that day, all the elders of Huashan died on the top of Mount 100. No one expected that Huashan would be completely wiped out. We didn't leave any mnemonics at all. However, besides me, she even said she had seen swordsmanship that made plum blossoms bloom. In other words, what is the relationship with the Zhongnan faction? Zhongnan? What is Zhongnan? Is this a performance by her? This confused egg doesn't seem like the kind of person who can make an ignorant expression without any flaws. Me too. If she had really seen it in Zhongnan, what she would have seen was the Snowflake 12 styles, which could not have fully displayed the power of the Plum Blossom sword technique. To fully unleash one's strength, it is necessary to combine it with the internal skills of Huashan. What do you mean by seeing before? When and where did you see it? I've seen it before. Long ago. Long ago. Teach me. Here we go. I really don't know. Is it? Accepted it. I finally gave up. Hey. Then there is nothing we can do. I say, you pull out your sword, what for? You don't want to teach me, do you? Has this woman gone crazy? I said I won't teach you anymore. Why did you draw your sword? You're right. I am a niece. You are my nephew. I really should teach you something. No wonder she's not very familiar with the White Generation disciples either. She's really abnormal. I'm coming. What are you coming for? Come on. Leave. Come. Oh, very sharp. This is a killing tactic. She really wants to kill me. Not. Which senior sister would use a real sword to strike her nephew? Because you are stronger than me. Just like what I saw before. Quickly and lightly, like a dreamlike sword path. But it hides the killing moves that attack the opponent's weaknesses. Not to mention the Qing generation, even the swords of the Yun generation cannot be seen. The sword path closest to Huashan's origin. Flaw. You crazy girl. Aren't you crazy? If I hadn't dodged earlier, I would have died. You can't avoid it. How can you have so much faith in me? I'm here again. Since I know she has nothing to do with the Zhongnan sect, if I use my sword again, I will be charged with assaulting my senior sister. We can't let her get hurt, we have to defend while suppressing her. Hiccup. Don't use killing tactics against you, crazy woman. Call me auntie. Which nun would use a killing tactic against her nephew? Are you mentally ill? Hey. Her gaze seems a bit scattered. She is already immersed in the sword. Because she unleashed her killing moves to the fullest, causing her to enter a state of selflessness. Enter the Forgotten Realm, you will more than likely realize your sword intent. If you disturb someone who has entered this state without authorization, they might even become obsessed at the moment the state ends. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't dare to intervene in this matter anymore and would just withdraw and leave. The speed is fast, but the connection between moves is full of loopholes. It should be tilted a little further. For example, like this. Unexpectedly, I had an epiphany during the practice. I always thought that Zhao Jia was the only one on Mount Hua who had great talent in swordsmanship. It's simply incomparable. Her speed is indeed very fast. Raise your arms higher. Only when you scratch your neck like this can you have strength. This time it's too low, go up a bit. This time it's too high. Don't hit there. That's right. I feel like it's gradually getting better, but this is only temporary. Look at her state, she's getting deeper and deeper. What are you doing? Hey, hey. Why are you there? You guy. Ho. What is this? Click of the tongue. How dangerous it is to use sword chi. Ah. By the way. Lu, that girl. Entering a state of selflessness during sparring is extremely valuable for martial artists. If you were disturbed by the sound just now. I haven't woken up yet. Really slow. But is this too late? Fortunately, she is slow enough. If she was forced to wake up from her obliviousness because of the conflict just now, she would feel regret for the rest of her life. You guy. What is this doing? Don't you know how important selflessness is for martial artists? Since I know, I still do that. I didn't really like you before. But I didn't expect you to be so jerked that you wanted to interfere with your lost mentor. I'm not destroying her. I'm helping her. Since you know, you drew your sword and rushed over to hit me. What? What? What if I accidentally injure my esteemed mentor? If you hadn't resisted. Do you want me to wait until I die? Are all the white people crazy? Usually, a group of people is mainly composed of normal people, and occasionally there may be lunatics mixed in. But how do I feel that the proportion of the white generation is exactly opposite? How could I kill you? Not only does it have killing intent on the sword, but it also carries sword aura. You have already done everything that needs to be done. This one. He's right. I did develop a murderous aura on my sword. But how did that guy manage to be unharmed from any injuries? I will no longer pursue what you did before. But now you must immediately throw away the sword and retreat. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson today as a martial arts practitioner, not as a master uncle. Oh. Really? If that's possible, I'd be so grateful. But I think it would be even better if I could help her temper herself again. A martial arts practitioner will never wait for such a precious opportunity in their lifetime. It's a stroke of luck to have me by her side to help her. Unfortunately, a troublemaker appeared. What else can we do? This is your blessing. It's a sad thing to have only one expert to lead Mount Hua, but what should we do now that the wood has become a boat? But right. Teaching the person who caused this situation a lesson is another matter. Is it really okay? It's okay. You guy. You're mistaken. I didn't mean anything else. Oh, why are you so impatient? What are you trying to say? Speak clearly. No, I'm just worried. If someone finds out that you were fighting with your nephew, it doesn't seem very dignified. Do you think even though I'm here, I still care about my appearance? If you think in this huge mountain, the uncles and elders will still protect you, then you are wrong. If they want to punish me, then I will just have to endure it. That is to say, no one can shield you now. That sounds like a man. However, I have a better approach. Would you like to hear it? What tricks are you going to play again? How could I play tricks? It's just an oath. Swear never to tell anyone what happened here. What? That means even if I get beaten up, I will never report it to my senior brothers and grandfathers. I will also face it like a man, just like my senior uncle. What exactly is his place of residence? You kid. Are you trying to save it? Don't think that I'll forgive you just because of this. Wrong, wrong, wrong. I didn't mean that. Let's not care about what your shu, shiji, or even sex are. Just solve the problem cleanly and decisively. Leave no stone unturned. This is beneficial for everyone. I won't complain to the elders no matter what kind of beating I get. If I inform on him, I will look up to my uncle in the future. Of course. Uncle also needs this. How? Good. You can still be considered a man. As you wish, I can swear. I will never tell anyone what happened here. So, you're taking an oath. Shouldn't you also swear? Yes, yes. I swear too. This way, there will be no worries. In this martial arts competition, I am not your uncle, nor are you my nephew. And I will also eliminate all negative emotions towards you during the martial arts competition. Before that, this battle will not end. Martial arts contest. What kind of martial arts competition? What? Who said this was a martial arts competition? You're done, Brett. He is only a disciple who has just started for half a year. Are you crazy? You're wrong. What's wrong? The crazy person is not me, but you. How could you provoke me if I wasn't crazy? This guy stayed until the end. I'm going to kill you. This magic sword is really rough. Changing tactics has also become unfamiliar. Moreover, his transformed moves resemble the righteous path of the Zhongnan sect. Li Songbai learns the illusionary sword of Huashan. And you have learned the righteous path of the southern school. What a group of unworthy descendants. I must change your bad habit today. Never. No one can. Get rid of my stinky habit. Cough, Rise. How could this happen? What? How could this happen? How could you possibly change the sword moves you created for the sake of change without any flaws? But no one has ever noticed this loophole. It's not because you've only faced people with similar abilities to you. Cough, Wow. You dare to stand up? That you mean? My swordsmanship is wrong. Big. Now you may be slightly ahead of them. But the lead was very weak. Are your younger students going to catch up with you soon? How do you understand these? You're just getting started. You made the same mistake as Li Songbai. It may not be much anymore. Because this situation very likely occurred many times hundreds of years ago. I just don't know what consequences those changes at that time will bring. But I have the experience of reaching the peak and bringing it into the current situation. If I look at it again, I can tell. You should be grateful for being a disciple of Huashan. To be honest, I really want to give you a good beating. But after all, you are a lovely disciple of Huashan. It's better to help you get on the right track than to beat you up. Don't worry. I don't need to punch you, I'll punch you with a sword. What? Someone said. The purpose of Huashan swordsmanship is to imitate plum blossoms. In fact, those who say this are not familiar with the swordsmanship of Huashan. The swordsmanship of Huashan is not meant to imitate plum blossoms. Forget it. I told you, but you don't understand. You should understand while getting beaten up, right? What is this? Lower limb. Shoulder. Wrist. A cough ho. Waist. Knee. Ankle. Cough, head. Another shoulder. Cough. Head, oh. Head. Head. Head, oh. Cough ho. Why? I shouted 5 times but hit 6 times. Are you awake now? Whoa. Cough, What are you afraid of? I am lost. Even so miserable that I don't want to discuss the degree of victory or defeat. Let me ask you something. How could you be so strong? Oh, hey. After experiencing such an unrealistic situation, I realized it so quickly. After all, his self-esteem is so strong. It's not that I'm strong. Uncle, you're too weak. I am too weak. Big Pinno. Don't underestimate me. I am Daytime. Not only the senior brother of the Bai generation, but also the top expert. One day, he will become the leader of Huashan and also the person who leads Huashan. You rewrite. But how does this prove you're not weak? Frog at the bottom of a well. What's at the bottom of the well? This idiom suits you very well. Other frogs don't even want to go into the small well, but this frog is eating so much that its belly is bulging. You actually said I'm a frog. Hello, Uncle. You should also know that Huashan is finished, right? I know. So I have been working hard. I originally wanted to resurrect Manhwa. What efforts have you made? When? In my opinion, it's not like that at all. You guys are ostensibly going into seclusion, but in reality, you're just playing house. Drinking on the way back. Not long after that event called the Huazhong Conference or something, they still come to bully their nephews. Is this what you call effort? I don't think you even know what hard work is. You only invest the remaining time after completing all the things you want to do, which is not an effort. The so-called effort is to do less of what one wants to do and more of what must be done. You're not trying. You just want to be the overlord of Huashan's small kingdom. Because in this Hua Mountain, no one will compete with you, and no one will nag you. To mention who I have fought with, at most, it would be the people of Zhongnan School. There are many people in this martial arts world who are more powerful than them. They just think they are very strong because they have some abilities. Frog, don't be naive. It's not that I'm too strong, but that you're too weak. That. Are there many people from other sects who are stronger than you? What nonsense are you talking about? Of course, I am the strongest. It's just that you weren't beaten up because I was too strong. You can't even defeat the Zhongnan faction now. Of course, it's incomparable to places like Shaolin, Wudang, and even Nanyang families where there are experts everywhere. That means even if I don't want to defeat you, it's not difficult. Do you understand? I know. I know. I always knew. However, but what can I do? Unless I am a disciple of Wudang or Nanyang, the only path I have is to work hard. What I mean is, you haven't put in any effort at all. Not only did I not work hard, I even went in the wrong direction. Do you think that just by working hard you can become an expert? You might as well go and fight the Scarecrow. After 500 years of fighting, you should be able to realize something, right? That. Then you will know the correct direction. At least stronger than you. Then you can make me stronger. Of course you can. In this case, please make me stronger. I will do whatever you ask me to do. If it can make me stronger, there's nothing wrong with learning from my junior apprentice brother. I will acknowledge you as my elder brother, or even as my teacher. No, I don't want it. Huh? I said I don't want it. Why? No, it's not that. You are saying so many things, yet it seems to me that you are not giving me any direction. Why should I give you directions? How troublesome. Also, Uncle, you may have made a mistake. This matter is not over yet. People can be really selfish sometimes. Some people never think about what they have done before, but feel that it is enough to redeem themselves at the appropriate time. And then I forgave myself. You're actually right. The crime is indeed redeemed. But what you redeemed was the crime of bullying 3 generations of disciples. But right. The crime that angered me is not so easy to settle. Are you still unable to understand? No, no, no. I can understand. I get it now. No, no, you haven't fully understood yet. You can tell from your expression that you are still in a confused state of how this happened. Don't worry, there's still a lot of time left in the long night. I will make you understand today. Why are you so weak? Why is your swordsmanship wrong? Also, why can't we provoke trouble? I'm coming. "10 years of accumulated depression dissipated in the morning. What to install? It looks like he was beaten badly, but in fact, it didn't hurt his body at all. He can get up after sleeping for a while. But whether it hurts or not is none of my business. I didn't expect hitting him to be so comfortable. I had to put in so much effort before. Can you make some noise? Movement. I have it. When? When you hit him. You've seen it all. From just now on. You want to kill someone to silence them. How come? Killing someone to silence them is not enough. That would be a bit extreme. What are you doing with my head? It's nothing. I was thinking. Which part of the back of the head can cause amnesia? I completely forgot. Really? Well, I forgot everything. Looking silly, I didn't expect my survival instinct to be quite strong. I forgot all about it. But you have to teach me that swordsmanship. Here we go. Since she saw me beating up during the day, it's hard to dodge anymore. Why do you need to learn that swordsmanship? I can't say. I must learn this swordsmanship. It doesn't seem like I wanted to learn because plum blossoms are beautiful. Do you really want to learn? You don't have to ask me. Because this was originally the swordsmanship of Huashan. I will teach you in a while. Now there is no Huashan left. Oh. She knows that Huashan doesn't have this sword technique. That means she recognized me as using the plum blossom sword technique. You're right, Huashan doesn't have it now. But as long as it's ready, it will return to its original position. Prepare. This sword road seems to be a UNV sword. I have studied and practiced swordsmanship for a long time. However, I always feel like it's different from mine. It's not just the movements that are different. It seems to be fundamentally different. This is the UNV sword, right? You rewrite. Do you understand? Not completely incomprehensible. However, I seem to understand what you're trying to express. Are you saying that I should explore it myself? It's impossible to learn without reaching a certain height. I should first practice what I have already learned and solidify my foundation, right? I thought it was stupid, but I didn't expect it to be quite smart. Good comprehension ability. I know. If you tell me what happened today, I will never teach you. I will never say it out loud. Good. You're so good. I am your master's aunt. And you are my nephew. I know, I know. Good, really good. Oh, by the way. Don't forget to bring that idiot back. If we keep him here, it's not a big deal either. Plum Blossom. Father, I will definitely restore this swordsmanship. And one day I will return to Huashan and apologize for my wrongdoing. Swear, come with me. Huashan is a particularly beautiful place. I must learn. Must. He's back. What's the situation? Why did you wake up so early? Is the cultivation too comfortable? No, something happened. What happened? In the daytime, our master uncle suddenly disappeared, and our master uncles came to our Baimei Hall to look for him. What? Why did you come to Baimei Hall to search for someone who disappeared during the day? Do they think people from Baimei Hall kidnapped him? That's quite smart. Why didn't I expect it? This method is much easier. Why do they randomly suspect others? It's really frustrating. It seems that this matter has nothing to do with you. In that case, they guessed right. Bastard, why do you feel unhappy? You have no reason to be unhappy. You have been with senior uncle during the day. A surname. Is it difficult? You didn't do the thing I thought of, did you? What's on your mind? Haha, I don't think so. You're not stupid. You probably wouldn't do that. You shouldn't have hit the master. Or either or. Let's do it like we said last time. Is there any difference between these two? If you hit the face, you can also add points. Oh, I'm not a kid. Oh. Okay. Senior brother still trusts you very much. No matter how much you try to cool off, you can never hit your senior uncle. I didn't hit him. I just beat him up like a dog. That's right. During the day, Uncle sure does have someone who looks like a dog. You lunatic. Do you understand the sense of propriety? Is it appropriate to beat my senior uncle? Do you know how serious it is to deceive teachers and destroy ancestors? Ah, do you think I'm a fool? I have already taken care of everything and there won't be any problems. Don't worry. Don't you know what kind of person I am? I just know what kind of person you are to do this. Oh my God, even if you're crazy, you should be careful with your manners. How could you hit Master Uncle? How could you hit Master Uncle? At the very least, some bottom lines should be followed. When did he comply with that kind of thing? So what did Uncle say? He should still be able to speak, right? He asked me to make him stronger. What? Is it possible? Upon careful consideration, it seems quite possible. Haven't we already been through this? But he's a senior uncle. We are still senior brothers. So why? How did you answer? You agreed. No, I hit him directly. Why? If you feel a little uncomfortable in your heart, beat it until you feel comfortable. Don't worry unnecessarily, go to sleep quickly. You will understand when you wake up after sleeping. I'm sleeping now. He didn't really hit his senior uncle, did he? I guess it's just a joke, right? Senior brother, I have discovered a quality of Qingming festival. Although he often talks nonsense, he never lies. Yes, it's really an advantage. That monster doesn't even spare the white generation now. Where does Huashan go from here? Why haven't you come yet? Isn't it already time to bully us? Do you think I'm a fool? I have already taken care of everything and there won't be any problems. Don't worry. Is what he said true? I don't know if there really is no problem at all. But it's possible that everything has really been dealt with. This is the first time I've heard that as long as you beat up your senior uncle, the problem can be solved. Why is it so quiet today? Qingming won't really beat Dayu, right? That kid probably didn't lie. Otherwise, this kind of change wouldn't have happened. Senior. Does this mean that Qingming is stronger than Bai Tianshi Shu? Why do you keep asking this question? It's obvious. What about compared to the Zhongnan faction? Qingming and the Zhongnan faction should not be at a disadvantage when it comes to fighting, right? After all, not only can he win during the day, but also unilaterally beat him. If we leave during the Qingming festival at the Huazhong conference this time, even if Qingming defeats the Zhongnan faction, will there be any difference? It should be different, right? Of course, having a master in a sect is a good thing. But in this world, relying solely on one expert is not enough to accomplish anything. Just calling out names at most. However, after Qingming leaves Huashan, it will once again decline like before. If you really want to restore Mtihua, we cannot rely on Qingming, but rather strengthen ourselves. Only when no one in this world dares to look down upon the disciples of Manhwa sect will we be qualified to revive the past glory. What do you think? You're right. Actually, I am also looking forward to the Huazhong conference. We should know by then. Know what? Qingming is the hero who changed Mount Hua. The master who can only reign and dominate in this small Huashan mountain. Can you get lost to me? I said there's nothing left to teach you. UNV sword. Go find Uncle Yunjian and have him teach you. UNV sword is a female swordsmanship. Master Yunjian's proficiency in the UNV sword is not high. Am I a woman? Am I a woman? Teach me. How did I come across such a scoundrel like you? Lu Shirgu was originally like this. Can you say that? Let's still do morning exercises. Correct. Damn it. Get out of here. Senior brother, are we really just going to let this slide? That guy doesn't have any intention of reflecting on his actions. Should we punish him now? Punishment. It's up to you. It's nothing. I can't tell him that I got beaten up. The more I think about it, the more I can't believe it. Beating someone so badly, but on the surface, there was no damage at all. That's really tough. Why don't you suddenly let us suppress 3 generations of disciples again? I really don't understand my senior brother's thoughts. Where do you have any ideas? I just don't want to get beaten up. Isn't it about to arrive at the Huazhong conference? I just feel like my thoughts are a bit thoughtless at times like this. There will be many opportunities to discipline 3 generations of disciples in the future, but the Huazhong conference is an important event held only once every 2 years. Our internal affairs are certainly important, but matters concerning the reputation of Huashan are equally important. Considering the highly symbolic nature of this matter, I think we should put aside everything and devote all our energy to the Huazhong conference. You're right. Well, after all, our enemy is not the 3rd generation disciple, but the Zhongnan sect. You probably haven't forgotten why we went into seclusion for cultivation, have you? Senior brother's point is reasonable. I got confused for a moment. The truly confused person is me. Fortunately, I finally found a reason to justify it. If he says things like, "Why are you pretending to be a good person now, even though it was you who asked us to do it," then I will be really speechless. Thank you for understanding. The matter of the 3rd generation disciples can be dealt with later, but the Huazhong conference must be foolproof. Please have your junior brothers check their martial arts skills again and consolidate them. It's senior brother. They may have forgotten about the impoliteness of the 3 generations of disciples by the end of the Huazhong conference. They will see very absurd scenes. Not only will we be surprised, perhaps the southern faction will be even more surprised than us. I should focus on my own things. Although I still find Qingming a bit awkward, my goal since 2 years ago has been to prove myself at the Huazhong conference. Moreover, the thought of that guy also attending this conference leaves me with even less time. This time, I will definitely prove my value. The disciples of the Zhongnan sect have arrived today. Are you all ready? Yes, Headmaster. The reception of the Zhongnan faction this time is guaranteed to be foolproof. That's good. Unlike the food that used to be inaccessible and the abandoned martial arts arena. At least this time, we can't be so embarrassed anymore. The more I think about it, the more I realize that Qingming has really helped us a lot. Not only did it solve the problem of eating, but it also brought back the face of Huashan. How does the tea taste? I feel that the tea flavor has become more intense. After being exposed to the sun for so long, the tea flavor should have slightly weakened. Drying the plum blossom petals properly will actually make the fragrance more intense. I've been sunbathing plum blossoms for decades before I understand. Huashan is no exception. I'm just trying to hold on. Although I have also thought about recreating the glory of the past, in fact, I am just persevering every day. And then holding on, it turned into this. Sometimes, waiting is a good way instead of tricks and tactics. It's not just us who are making rapid progress. Sometimes the sect leader can give people the illusion that they have already achieved complete enlightenment. But, as long as a person is alive, they are still improving. The leader who embarked on the path of a Taoist will not stop honing himself until the day he dies, will he? How could we not trust him? Huashan will surely regain its glory in your generation. I hope so. Even if it really reproduces its glory, it's not my fault. All thanks to the efforts of the disciples. Why isn't this your credit? Because I know my shortcomings. If Huashan hadn't become like this, how could I have taken the position of the sect leader? If it weren't for my senior brothers leaving Huashan, I might just be reciting Taoist scriptures and slacking off every day. Since they left Huashan, it means they have no qualifications to become the sect leader. The sect leader is the sect leader of Huashan. By the way, how are the 2nd generation disciples? They have finished their cultivation and are stabilizing their mental state. Chief of the sect. Frankly speaking, the disciple is a bit afraid. Fear. Do you think the second-generation disciples can't defeat the disciples of the Zhongnan faction? Disciples also want to believe in children. But you also know that. KS. How are the 3 generations of disciples? Huh? Didn't the 3rd-generation disciples also fight in the Huazhong conference? Are those children also preparing seriously? It seems like they are preparing very seriously for battle. I said they were preparing seriously, but in fact, I even feel that they are taking it too seriously. But they have just started, not long ago. What would you do if there was a mountain in front of you? A mountain. This one. It can only go beyond. If there is a way, you can take a detour. If you have time, you can take a break and walk again. But if neither of these are available, can we just flip over? The disciple is afraid of not being able to flip over. At least you can gain experience, right? So next time we can easily climb over this mountain, right? The Huazhong Conference is actually a stage for communication. Winning or losing is not important. The most important thing is to communicate and see if there is any progress. You're right. Yep. They are guests who have come from afar. Make sure everything is foolproof. Disciples should remember it in their hearts. Mr. Huang from the Galaxy Business Group also said he would help us, so there shouldn't be any problems. I'm just worried that the Zhongnan sect won't give up on that matter. Big. Don't take it too seriously. Everything has its own solution. It's that disciple. Just step back and go for the final inspection. Winning or losing is not important. As a Taoist, I lied as if nothing had happened. If there's anything different about Huashan compared to before, it's just the addition of the 7 Plum sword records found during Qingming festival. It's impossible to recreate the past glory with just the 7 Plum sword. If there is the Plum Blossom sword technique. The ancestors. Please bless Huashan Mountain. Senior. Zongshu hates the second-generation disciples of the Zhongnan sect. Was Huashan really one of the 9 factions and 1 gang before? At least it's a sect that has been in the 9-faction gang. The villages and towns near it are too small and dilapidated, right? You're saying the opposite. It is precisely because of Huashan here that such a large village and town have emerged. Qing Jinlong, second-generation disciple of Zhongnan School. It's just a place where people who come and go to Huashan can temporarily reside, which shows how powerful Huashan used to be. Well, that's true. But they have already declined now. I don't understand why we have to participate in this meaningless activity. What's the point of comparing swords with a group of inexperienced Huashan disciples? It's better to wave the sword once more than to have that time. The elders of the sect have their own considerations regarding this matter. Watch your language. However, me too. This Huazhong conference is still meaningful. Li Songbai, second-generation disciple of the Zhongnan sect. Avenging a shameful guy is also a very fulfilling thing. There was no response at all. Since he caused the trouble outside, he has become quiet and reserved. It's really boring. Senior brother, this is the first time in nearly 100 years that our sect has been humiliated by disciples of Huashan. We must seek revenge. It's only right and proper. Huashan. When I came here before, I felt very relaxed. Now back to Mount Hua, it overlaps with a person's shadow. Maybe. We are currently entering a tiger's den. This mountain terrain. What exactly did they think to build a Taoist temple in such a place? No wonder it's finished. It is still meaningful for Taoist temples to approach nature after leaving the moral world. In order to learn the Taoist scriptures and to understand oneself, one naturally chooses places that are rarely visited by humans. What kind of Taoist temple is Huashan? I'm already half in the world. If Wudang builds its Taoist temple in such a place, I can still understand. That's true. After enduring so much hardship, we should at least be given something delicious and tasty to eat. This time, they will definitely give us grassroots again and let us sleep in the collapsing palace. I don't expect them to provide any good dishes either, I just hope they can give us a good night's sleep. Dog kennels are better than there. Senior brother, there's no need to hold useless Huazhong events like this in the future, right? Why do we have to come so far to Manhua to endure so much hardship? How do I feel like we're doing something good for those guys in Huashan? I know everyone has a lot of dissatisfaction. Just endure it a little longer. You should also know what kind of feelings the elders have for Huashan. I also can't understand this. Why are they so persistent about the dying sect? Perhaps it's because I'm afraid it still has potential. Potential? If they still had potential, they would have regained their glory long ago. It's been almost 100 years, and they're still dead like that, so that's where they should be. Which sect did not have its heyday? The most important thing is now. You rewrite. Will they still be like this in the next 100 years? The sect has not developed at all. They are a bit too weak to compete with us. The bullshit 9-faction gang. I'm worried it might lower our style. I advise you not to underestimate Manhua. Maybe we'll suffer a big loss. Do you mean like you, senior brother? Senior brother, don't worry. We won't do anything like that with the ambition of Mount Jianghua. We will also destroy the momentum that our senior brother gave them. I'll remind you again not to be careless. Even if it's a bit careless, what does it matter? Isn't it just a Huashan mountain? Do as you please. Anyway, it's you guys who are unlucky. He is right. Continue getting some rest. KOL Na, an elder of the Zhongnan school. Have you forgotten about the Galaxy Business Group? The disciple did not forget. We have lost face in a sect that is on the brink of decline. Do you know how angry the sect leader is because of this matter? One slap on Huashan is enough. Is it okay for our Zhongnan faction, which aims to dominate the world, to fight against third-rate sects like Huashan? The sect leader wants to completely sever ties with Huashan during this Huazhong conference. If someone gets slapped in the face by Huashan disciples again because of carelessness, I will never spare him. Generals will never leave any future troubles on the battlefield. Lions fight rabbits with all their strength. This Huazhong conference is not only to suppress the momentum of Huashan, but also to erase their spirit and energy. You must keep it in mind. It's an elder. Since we've rested well, let's continue on our journey. Don't make those people wait in a hurry. I feel like the door is much cleaner than before. I have long known that Galaxy Business Group has invested in Huashan. But it hasn't been long since this incident happened. In such a short period of time, all the debts were resolved and the mountain gate was rebuilt. How is this possible? It seems that with some money, we first repaired the most eye-catching mountain gate. I'm sure they begged for a lot of money somewhere. Don't worry about these. Even if the mountain gate is rebuilt, it cannot change its fundamental nature. All I did was a bunch of things that didn't fit my identity. It's really hard to come from afar, Elder Sima. I am Elder Xuanchang from Huashan. We've met before. Nice to see you again. Big. Why hasn't the leader come out yet? The sect leader is inside. Compete for a chance to speak. Is it like a guest coming from afar without even showing their face to the sect leader? An elder actually pointed fingers at the sect leader. That's really rude. Judging from their attitude, they should be prepared. Please come in. We are ready to welcome the disciples of the Zhongnan sect at a banquet. A banquet. Did Huashan treat the Huazhong conference as a matter of eating, drinking, and having fun? How come? Groan. Whatever. Lead the way. I need to meet the sect leader first. How much support can the Galaxy Business Group provide? It's obvious. Judging from the fact that they first repaired the most eye-catching mountain gate. I probably haven't had a chance internally yet. It's not the Huang to martial arts field. The status of the internal palace. It's much cleaner than before. They not only rebuilt the mountain gate, but also... What's wrong with you? This place seems to have changed a lot. There are still people who will spend so much money to support you now. You are from a prestigious and upright family, so you probably wouldn't engage in theft, would you? Steal. You. Watch your language. What theft? It's unbelievable. What nonsense are you talking about? Go, go, go. Die now. What? You said. What are you saying, this guy? May I ask what you meant by what you just said? That sentence. I've only run a few steps and I'm just thinking about resting. Stop talking nonsense and run seriously. Oh, cough, When will I? That's what I mean. I didn't expect you to misunderstand. What a shame. Do you think I will be deceived by your tricks? You. Elder. Please calm down. It's useless for you to argue with a child. May I ask, Captain, what is your surname and name? Me. How come I told you and you would know? Breathe out. Maybe I really know. Can you tell me now? That's true. It's not difficult anyway. My name is Qingming. Pure brightness. If I remember correctly, the Huashan disciple who humiliated Zhongnan was called Qingming. However, he is much younger than I thought. Just because this little guy, all the transactions of the top 10 business groups in Shaanxi were taken away by Huashan. It's ridiculous. Oh. It turns out to be the Qingming Taoist. But I see you. It seems like they haven't learned etiquette before. I beg your pardon? You're too far away from me, I can't hear what you're saying. Can you come closer and talk about it? What? Are you deaf? I asked you to come over and talk. Can't you hear me? This guy. Where did he get the confidence to do this? If he really gets beaten to the point of spitting blood with just one move while negotiating with Li Song, it means his kung fu is not very strong. Where did he get the confidence to pose like this in front of me? You. Are you a third-generation disciple? So what? Then I will be your senior uncle. Wouldn't it be better if you came over, rather than me going over there? If you still know some etiquette. Oh, is that so? Well. Really? Think carefully, you're right. Can you pass on this sentence to the elder next to you in its original form? Compared to the elders of the Zhongnan sect pointing fingers at our sect leader, I should be more polite when pointing fingers at my senior uncle. Do you think so? Unexpectedly distorted my intention as if I were accusing the elder of making a mistake. He didn't say anything himself, but he induced me to say it towards his purpose. You should step down. Elder. You little one, your mouth is not ordinary. I see that you did this to protect your sect leader, so I won't hold you responsible this time. Yes, yes, yes. But my rudeness is different from yours. And you know why. How should I know? It's strength. Impudence is impudence only when someone else points it out. It's not impolite when no one is blaming. Also, the right to accuse comes from strength. Without the ability, your rude behavior is considered impolite. If I, as a powerful person, make an impolite move, it is not impolite. Before learning etiquette, you need to learn how to speak. Children who get angry are easily forgiven. But your temper will ultimately kill you. Remember what I said. Here we go. Okay, Elder. The fact that a group of thieves entered Huashan openly and honestly already made me very annoyed. But how dare you insult the sect leader of Huashan? I originally wanted to give you some face. But at the beginning, you wanted to lift the table. Are you out of your mind? What the fuck are you doing? You actually provoked the elders of the Zhongnan sect just now. Elder, that's an elder. Bastard. Did you also see what those guys did? Can you bear to see them like that? We don't want to endure it either. But what can we do? Hello, senior brothers. Listen carefully to me. That group of guys. If you dare to lose to those guys, you guys are doomed. Got it? You can lose to anyone. I can take it lightly if you were beaten up elsewhere. But I don't want to see you lose to those guys from the Zhongnan faction even if I kill you. If anyone shows me something I don't want to see, it's best to be mentally prepared. Coco, we have no confidence in fighting. What? Confidence. Not confident in winning? So you have confidence that I will kill you, right? You can try losing once. See if I can kill you guys. Do you understand? You care a lot. Saying you care is actually more of a ridiculous feeling. It's unbelievable. Don't worry about them. Overestimating oneself is the privilege of the weak. Little fools, unaware of the vastness of the earth, are the most reckless. Don't feel regretful. We will have plenty of opportunities to teach them a lesson in the future. I would like to see if he can still speak recklessly after tearing his mouth apart. That's not something a proper disciple should say. They provoked us first. You're right. It was them who first provoked us. The words spoken by the powerful party are the truth. To put it simply, warriors speak with swords. No matter how powerful the mouth is, there won't be any change. This Huazhong conference is expected to be very interesting. Pure brightness. What happened? It's completely different from 2 years ago, with a somewhat calm demeanor. Is it because you have money? No matter what, they can't surpass me, the Zhongnan faction. Their inexplicable leisure. It's really annoying. I wonder if you are satisfied with this tea. The tea aroma is very long-lasting. But personally, I don't like the fragrance of plum blossoms. Can you tell me why you dislike the fragrance of plum blossoms? Why? The forest emits various fragrances. The smell of earth and trees. and the fragrance of dew. But when the plum blossoms bloom, only the fragrance of plum blossoms can be smelled. The aroma is too strong, masking all the fragrances around it. Only the harmony of yin and yang can last in this world for a long time. So I prefer mellow tea leaves over the balanced plum blossom aroma. Why do you say this at such a time? The plum blossom aroma is too strong and disrupts the balance. Are you implying that Huashan in the past advocated for domineering refusal and harmonious coexistence with the Zhongnan faction? That's all for the topic of tea. Let's get to the point, Headmaster. Our Zhongnan faction believes that after the end of this Zhonghua conference, there's no need to continue holding such events. Can you tell me the reason? It's simple. We find this kind of meaningless competition with Huashan for the development of our Zhongnan school no benefit at all. After all, the gap between us is too big, isn't it? The Huazhong Conference is not just an event for talent exchange. The original intention of the Huazhong Conference was to facilitate communication between Huashan and the Zhongnan faction. Don't you think it's hypocritical? The relationship between the Zhongnan faction and Huashan has never been good. Wrong. To be more precise, we are more like enemies. All of you here now wish you could chew me up and eat me as evidence, even though I have never said the wrong thing. The relationship between Huashan and the Zhongnan school is like broken porcelain. There is nothing more significant than working hard to repair broken porcelain. Since the porcelain has already developed cracks, how can they be easily eliminated? They don't plan to hold the Huazhong Conference anymore. The meaning of his words is that after this Huazhong Conference, the Zhongnan faction will openly trample on Hua Mountain. What statement is more shameful than this one? Your decision is too sudden, isn't it? We should have done this a long time ago. Elder. So, let me ask you something. Do you think Huashan as it is now is qualified to be the rival of the Zhongnan sect? Our Zhongnan faction has supported you for so long and I feel we have done our part. What is offering? Don't you think that's too much? What's going too far? The Zhongnan faction has put aside their past grievances and has been helping Huashan. The Zhonghua Conference has always been held in Huashan, and we have never expressed any dissatisfaction. Every time the Zhonghua Conference is held, we will support Huashan with some financial resources. But now you're blaming us for sending someone from Zhongnan. It's not like that. The reason why the Huazhong Conference is held on Hua Mountain. Just because you want to personally come and mock the declining Huashan and show all the disciples of Huashan the victorious appearance of the Zhongnan sect. The assets you provided in the name of support. I just want to make the poor Huashan unable to refuse the bait thrown by the Huazhong Conference. The sect leader should also find this statement unreasonable. But what makes me even angrier is, after listening to these words, I couldn't refute them. Chief of the sect. If you can't understand, I'll say you understand. When you see the results of this Zhonghua conference, Huashan will be the first to propose not to hold the Zhonghua conference again. If you don't want to ruin the children, I hope you can think about it carefully. Zhongnan faction. Did you choose hegemony? This is not something I can decide. That's really rude. Every time they hold the Huazhong conference, they are always unreasonable, but this is the first time they have been so unreasonable. He's just an elder, how dare he stand in front of the sect leader? Should we protest to Zhongnan faction? Forget it. But, sect leader. Sometimes words are the most useless. Does anything we say make sense? I can put up with any humiliation. But that's not what I'm worried about right now. Children. My concern is the children. Judging from his straightforward words, I'm sure the competition at the Huazhong conference will be even more difficult this time. I can endure as many injuries and insults as I have suffered. But what should we do about the pain that children suffer? It will indeed be more difficult. But we can't terminate the Huazhong conference now. If you give up because you're afraid your opponent won't even fight, what about the lifelong stigma carried by the children who are about to compete in martial arts? Chief of the sect, you can't think like that about this matter. They want to use this martial arts competition to show everyone the gap between us and them. Let Huashan no longer be qualified to be called a prestigious sect. They want to give the last blow to our faction, which is already at the end of its rope. Isn't that their goal? Maybe. But we also have no other way to deal with it. We don't need a very good coping mechanism. As long as you don't lose during the competition, isn't that enough? Let's trust the hard-working children, Headmaster. Perhaps. They will bring us good news. Next, it's your turn to prove it. Keep running. Faster. Pure brightness. If I catch anyone, they're dead. I didn't expect it to be so bountiful. It's such a bummer. Senior's expression is so serious. This Hua Mountain is indeed a bit arrogant. Hilo. But most importantly, is it not martial arts? Putting out so many delicious foods, what's the use of decorating the appearance so beautifully? A sect without strong military support is ultimately just a facade of gold and jade, but a ruin within it. That's correct. But what I want is perfect victory. Fame, wealth, martial arts. A landslide victory the likes of which none of these have ever seen. The declining Huashan Mountain makes me feel uncomfortable even if there is one item that can be slightly on par with us. We must never compare ourselves to this sect. Have you forgotten? Our determination. We must turn the Zhongnan sect into the top sect in the world in our generation. But the way you seem to be relaxing your guard like you're here for a trip now makes me very angry. Strictly control oneself. Also, don't forget our purpose of coming here. If anyone cannot show the face of the disciples of the Zhongnan sect, I will not spare you until the elder teaches you. See? I will definitely remember it in my heart. Jean Long said everything I wanted to say. Refer to elder. Refer to elder. The disciple feels ashamed. If the disciple knew you were here, he would never dare to say such words. No, you are right. The disciples of the Zhongnan school should have this mentality. Moreover, this final Hua meeting not only requires victory. We also need to make them afraid to mention the Zhongnan faction again. Did you understand? What do you mean? The competition is about martial arts. Point up is basic. But their momentum is sharper than expected. Our Zhongnan faction's mercy is also limited. Facing that kind of momentum, we will also get hurt, right? That's not possible. How can that be? No matter how important the martial arts competition is, if our disciple gets injured, it will be meaningless. You should be extra careful and try to end the competition without getting hurt. Even if it's I accidentally broke their arms and legs. Disciples must discipline their junior brothers well and complete the martial arts competition smoothly. Okay, I trust you. I'll leave this matter entirely to you to handle. Also, can you help me with something? Please give instructions. Never let it go. That arrogant and rude guy. Are you referring to the child named Qingming? Children under the age of 20 dared to express their opinions in front of me without showing any weakness. I don't want to see that kind of child grow up in Huashan. That's why you have to remove the source of the problem. The disciple remembers it carefully. Friend Liang. And the master uncle. Disciple Xian Yuliang. Although young, his strength is the best among the third generation of disciples. He is the best person to deal with Qingming. The final grand conference tomorrow will surely go as the elder wished. Your disciple will definitely get it done. Good. I trust you. This Zhonghua conference will kick off the heyday of the Zhongnan faction. I will definitely crush you completely. Hua Mountain. Why did you come out? Cannot sleep. What about Qingming Festival? I am still in bed. Is his courage made of iron? He spread-eagled. He has even started to snore. Sometimes I envy him, and sometimes I think he's too crazy. Tomorrow is the Huazhong conference, and he can still sleep. No, it should be now, right? After all, it's already past midnight. It's not that I'm too bold, but that my senior brothers are too timid. It's late at night. Why are you not sleeping and out doing? Too nervous. Nervous. This kid has started again. I know. I know if I lose. Only those who are not yet prepared will be nervous, right? We didn't mean it that way. We're afraid we won't be able to perform well tomorrow. Senior. Can senior brother do better if we go back to 10 days ago? 10 days. Go through another 10 days of crazy cultivation. Just thinking about it makes me vomit. People who have done everything they need to do don't need to be nervous at all. Now the senior brothers are not nervous, they are just lacking confidence. Admit your weakness with equanimity. What's important is whether you tried your best. Senior brother, have you tried your best? Well, I did my best. I can be certain about this matter. That should do it. No matter what others say, I know you all really did your best this time. So don't just think about wasting time here and go to sleep quickly. Getting enough rest before the competition to maintain optimal physical condition is also a manifestation of strength and effort. Where are you going? Cultivate. But today is the Huazhong conference. What's so great about this event? Cultivation is 100 times more important than it. He really went to practice. What a pointless distress. On the day of the Huazhong conference, it was surprisingly the same as usual. I feel like a fool after being troubled by this problem for so long. Qingming is right. To show that you have worked hard until the end, you should at least try to make yourself fall asleep. Hurry up and go to sleep. It's senior brother. What a strange guy. Just a few words calmed down the tense mood. Regardless of the outcome of the Huazhong conference. As long as there is Qingming and the 3 generations of disciples, they will continue to become stronger. Not going back. Oh. Here we go. You probably didn't come with me today, did you? As long as she dares to come, that woman like Lu. I just untied her head and tied it up with a rope, throwing it down for hanging. By the way, she's my senior aunt. I can't hit my senior sister either. Oh, I'm so angry. Why do I hide from others in the middle of the night? There is movement. Look, I knew it would be like this. Also with, not the same. That person is not the godmother. Not only, but still 2 people. Two people meet in the deep mountains and forests in the middle of the night. How does it feel like there's a hint of conspiracy? What tricks are you playing? Day. Why is that guy here at this time? The other guy is. Why are you here, kid? It seems like you're doing pretty well. Younger brother. You look very relaxed. What reason do I have not to be leisurely? Copper. Dragon. Play up to. Don't call me that name. I am Daytime. How can we casually discard the name given by our parents? No matter what others call you, you are Qing Tonglong. It's actually called Copper Dragon. That means they are brothers. One is called Golden Dragon, and the other is called Copper Dragon. I really want to meet their father. What was the thought behind giving that name? I said my name is Daytime. I know, Copper. It looks like you're doing well in Huashan. You look pretty good. What are you trying to say? I just wanted to see you. Look at how you, this stupid little brother who ran away from home to defeat my brother, are doing. 2 years ago, you've already confirmed this, haven't you? I won't get tired of suppressing losers no matter how many times I do it. Disgusting guy. Although he disguised himself with a gentle smile, the nauseating smile emanating from his rotten inner self could no longer be concealed. As long as he feels weaker than himself, he will relentlessly suppress him. How could I not know your thoughts? Because I have been treated like this before. How is it? If you kneel down now and beg for mercy, Zhongnan may still accept you. Don't talk nonsense to me like this. I am not only a second-generation disciple of Huashan, but also a senior brother during the day. My current goal is to build Huashan into a stronger sect than the Zhongnan sect. Don't say such things in front of me in the future. Even if I beg for mercy, you will mock me and deny everything. You were already this kind of person. Brother, this kind of relationship is really magical. We've been apart for so long, but you still know me so well. But you made a wrong choice. If you really want to defeat me, you should join the Zhongnan faction. Only in this way can there be a 1 in 10,000 chance. But if you didn't choose the southern faction, you actually threw yourself under the gate of Huashan. Join a sect that is about to finish and still want to defeat me. Ah. Ah, ha, ha. That's hilarious. Ah, ha, ha. You're right. The reason why I first worshipped Huashan was indeed due to your childishness. I want to lead your most hated Huashan to defeat you who ignore and disdain me. That's childish, right? But your ideas are a bit too foolish. Or is this your style? At first, it was indeed because of childishness. But I really like Huashan now. I am extremely proud to live as a second-generation disciple of Huashan and my senior brother during the day. Please make me stronger. So this kind of thing still exists. Living as a second-generation disciple of a dying sect made him feel proud. His idea is really great. Are you mentally abnormal? Does this kid want to die? Don't underestimate Manhwa. It may seem strange to you. But after I arrived here, I realized that happiness doesn't necessarily come from eating good food and wearing good clothes in a good sect. At least I'm needed here. I have set a goal to make this place no less prestigious than any other sect. Huashan gave me a goal. Even made me feel love. Love. You actually said such weak words. It seems like you haven't recognized the reality yet. Let me tell you what reality is. You're done. The price to pay for making such a useless choice is that you will only be a third-rate warrior and suffer humiliation for the rest of your life. Afterwards, you will watch me become the leader of the Zhongnan sect. Indifferent. I only thought about my life. That must be a life like garbage. It's actually quite interesting to see you like this. And I don't need to watch for too long. I'll tell you today. How foolish and rubbish is the life you have chosen. Declining sects and fools. Is there a more suitable combination than this? Don't use your stinky mouth to mock Huashan. Believe it or not, I filled it. Can you do it? Just like you. After today, you and Huashan will no longer have the face to venture into this world. I mean what I say. Just wait. Can it really be done? Can't. Cannot be shaken. I am a daytime resident of Huashan. One day, I will become the leader of Huashan and lead Huashan to regain its former glory. I can do it. Cough, You're quite sensible. You. How'd you get here? Why is there no movement at all? Ancient clepsydra with a copper dragon's head. You heard it all. Uh-huh. Humph. Well, Xiao Tonglong really impresses me as a disciple. I didn't expect you to be so considerate of Huashan. Please do not tell anyone else about this matter. I'm afraid some people may think in a bad direction. Wow. Don't worry, uncle. I am Qingming. He is the last one in the world who can keep secrets the best. Do you mean your mouth doesn't have a door? That's all. Anyway, senior uncle, you are Qing Jinlong's younger brother, right? Although we are younger brothers, our relationship is not very close. And I'm not the same mother as him. I have been around since I was young. Okay. Those things are not listened to. You can almost know. Either he is a bastard or the youngest in the family is suppressed by his talented older brother. Finally, he ran away from home and came to Huashan. Is it? Don't generalize other people's lives so simply. My life is not as you described. Good timing. I said it's good. You can come to Manhwa. No matter what your background is, no matter what kind of story you have, as long as you choose to come to Huashan, Master Uncle, you are a disciple of Huashan. I will prove to you that abandoning the Zhongnan faction and choosing Huashan was definitely not a wrong choice. This kind of thing shouldn't come out of such a small guy's mouth. But why do I feel at ease after hearing this sentence? Proof. When? Of course, today. Now is the time to crush those disciples of the Zhongnan sect. Let's make a big fuss. Martial Uncle. It's evident that everyone is very nervous. Actually, there's no need to be so rigid. Don't be too obsessed with winning or losing. Just consider this Huazhong conference as laying a foundation. No matter the outcome, you are still Huashan's proudest disciple. Just remember this matter. It's all nonsense. The martial arts competition is about to begin, and his words not only failed to boost the morale of his disciples. Not even did it make the disciples have the idea of bearing the reputation of Manhua. But it made the disciples who were burdened with huge burdens and nervous relax. I will keep an eye on you. Go ahead. Can. You are not allowed to enter freely. Everyone, please go back. You can't break in like this. What is it? Chief of the sect. They said they wanted to watch the Huazhong conference and then barged in without hesitation. What? Not only are the costumes very gorgeous, but I also know a few of them. They were either heads of the top 10 trading groups or local celebrities, such as gentry. Why watch the Huazhong Grand Meeting? Let Huashan no longer be qualified to be called a prestigious sect. Poor means. I don't know if outsiders are not allowed to come in without permission. The one in charge of the sect leader. Why did you fall for their tricks even though you knew their thoughts? Master, it's not what you think. This situation seems different from what we said before, right? Chief of the sect. It's different from what we said before. Isn't this done by the Zhongnan faction? What is it? Can you explain it to me? I was planning to stop it. The person who brought them here is. It's my boss. What? Mr. Huang. Sorry for not informing you. I just thought this kind of conference would be too boring without an audience, so I brought some people over. That's a good idea. That's true. After all, it's the last Zhonghua conference, so it's not bad to make it a grand event. Father, Captain Chao sent a letter. Letter. Yes, this. Let me have influential or famous people as the audience. I did as you said. It's none of my business now. All the necessary preparations have been made. I declare. The Huazhong Conference of the Year. Officially started. First set. Senior Brother Wei Wu. You must win. Don't lose, Senior Brother. You can definitely do it, Senior Brother. Senior. Haha, I'm really looking forward to it. The representatives of two sects actually started the battle first. It can even be said that the outcome of this game determines the final result of this martial arts competition. That's right, the outcome of this martial arts competition is not too much to determine the result of this conference. By the way, I heard that the disciple named Qing Jinlong is a talented person who can lead the Zhongnan sect to its peak. The style is indeed extraordinary. Like a young hero from a novel. If only looking at the demeanor, the Huashan disciples are also excellent. I always feel that they look somewhat similar. Maybe it's because of the relationship between black and white, like a painting. Haha, that's right. It's really exciting. Anyway, how can Huashan disciples be opponents of Qing Jinlong? You actually chose to fight instead of running away. How could I be scared away by the Zhongnan faction? Not to mention running away in front of you. His mouth is quite sharp. I am a second-generation disciple of Huashan. He is also the future leader of Hua Mountain. Day. Fuhu Qingyang Sword. Tiger Claw Dance. Oh. Master Uncle's subduing Tiger Blue Sun Sword. The technique of running and attacking at an astonishing speed, like a dormant tiger attempting a surprise attack. I have also seen it before. But when did this swordsmanship become so rough? Even the famous Qing Jinlong couldn't stop it, and could only retreat. Is this the result of being in seclusion? When did this child reach such a level? Qingming Festival. Uncle has the upper hand. Uncle sure is chasing after Qing Jinlong to fight. I also saw it. Maybe. Maybe we can really beat Jifan. Impossible. He hit first, let's see if we can win. How could he win if he couldn't even touch it? Does it seem like Uncle Shirt is going to win now in your opinion? Why? Why is that? Why? Why? Why is that? Why? Why can't I even touch it? Why? Too vague. As if looking at a towering cliff. A cliff that I dare not climb or climb over. The efforts I put in. Those times. Where did they all go? Oh, did you have a great time? You. Ah, ah, ah. Ah. Fool. What's the use of being proficient in Huashan's martial arts? Do you think you can touch one of my hairs? You can personally experience it. Feel how foolish you and the people you value are. I thought the gap had already narrowed. Uh, uh, why can't we even touch it? Uh-huh, uh, 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 uh. You don't even have the strength to stand up, yet you're still so murderous. But that's where it ends. You will never touch the hem of my garment in your life. Why? Your understanding ability is really poor, kid. How many times have I said it? You Huashan. The gap between us and the Zhongnan faction. It's just this big. Huashan's martial arts are no match for our Zhongnan school martial arts. 100 years later, no, it's the same after 1,000 years. If you still want to catch up with me, I advise you to leave Huashan. There is no future here. The sect that is on the brink of collapse is left with only those who are mocked. I won't leave C. I'm disciples of Huashan. If you were still a man, of course you would do this. Just. I still won't show mercy. Ouch. Did I say it too late? Senior brother. Senior. Don't you think it's too much? How could I go too far? This is just a martial arts competition. Is it necessary to beat someone like this in a martial arts competition? It's precisely because it's a martial arts competition that it ends like this. What? If I had a real sword, what do you think it would look like now? Don't be angry, after all, I'm also very anxious. How did I know he was so weak? I thought he could defend himself anyway. I'm sorry about that. Take your senior brother to the pharmacy immediately. Correct. Just let me experience it. Your amazing swordsmanship. Without exception. Forgive hate. You are his opponent. Obey orders, senior brother. Ha ha ha. Sure is powerful. The disciple named by Tian is very strong, but Qin Jinlong is even more beyond expectations. Deserving the name of the first prodigy. That's right. The Zhongnan sect that cultivates such disciples can be called the sect of the sect. That's right, that's right. Ha ha ha. Huashan is indeed a new experience for me, but in terms of investment value, it is not as good as the Zhongnan school. No wonder people scold businessmen. A person who was beaten so badly is still thinking about making money. Although I am a businessman like them, they are really a group of guys who can't help but be disgusted. Then again, Xiao Dao Chang, what exactly are your thoughts? I thought you asked me to make this situation bigger because you had already come up with a strategy. If this continues, it will be difficult for Huashan to regain its former reputation. It will only accelerate the decline of Mount Hua. I hope you don't make me feel like I'm overestimating you. Is Uncle sure okay? How could it be okay? I guess. You're badly hurt, aren't you? How can the wound not be serious? Even if your relationship is bad, don't you think you're too cold? After all, he is your senior uncle. Did you really not feel anything about your senior uncle being beaten so badly? Calm down, senior brother. Do you even know what is the duty of an apprentice? Please calm down for me. What are you looking forward to? What? You can't. Do you really think he can win? I never imagined that the Huazhong Conference would end with the victory of Huashan. But I think it will at least regain some face. After all, I worked hard. Is the sect of the 9 factions really that unattainable? If hard work can lead to success, then the world is full of experts. What's important is not effort, but how to work hard. You watch. All second-generation disciples will lose. All. There was originally someone who could win. But she doesn't seem to be going to battle. Can't even have a draw. Would we be so miserable as to lose the martial arts competition? Lost? Who said we would lose? You didn't just. I'm talking about second-generation disciples. Let's warm up in advance. We need to play beautifully. We. Oh, what? It's done so quickly. I thought you would hold on a little longer. We'll be able to talk nonsense. I want to see how long your smile can last. Nine-game losing streak. Headmaster. We can't fight anymore. If this continues, even 3 generations of disciples will be injured. It can't be stopped. Ah. How can I stop it? Stop. How to block? And even with so many famous scholars gathered here. Do you want me to say that we are not opponents of the Zhongnan sect? If we continue to fight, it will only hurt our disciples, so let's stop here. Do you want me to personally admit that Huashan has completely declined? I can't make it. I really can't do it. I'm not doing it for my own reputation. Even if it's to preserve the slightest possibility of Huashan's revival at any moment. I can't say that either. It's already difficult to get off the tiger now. Just think like this. Chief of the sect. Erg. 10 consecutive victories. This achievement is really amazing. This is a situation that our ancestors have been eagerly anticipating countless times since the beginning. Is this long-cherished wish about to be fulfilled in my hands? It's simply overwhelming. I can't even figure out if the Zhongnan faction is too strong or if Huashan is too weak, haha. Huashan, which was once flourishing, is inevitably declining. Yeah, that's right. Even public opinion has completely tilted towards our side. Next, as long as get rid of those young seedlings, and they will never be able to stand up again. The sky is really clear. If possible, I really want to leave this place immediately. Next, the participants in the martial arts competition are 3 generations of disciples. Have you reached us yet? 10 consecutive defeats. After enduring such arduous cultivation, one should naturally have some confidence. But the reality I see is, deplete all the confidence I have accumulated before. Qingming Festival. I know you're angry, but please calm down first. Calm. The first session of the 3 generations of disciples from both factions. Catch him. Don't let go of him. You kid, calm down for me. You were the last one to come on stage. You can't do this. Qingming Festival. Why is that child a person? It doesn't matter who. Before I kill you all. Hurry up and come up with someone. What is that madman doing? Breathe out. This overestimating guy has finally come out. Friend, forgive me. It's Uncle Sure. I didn't expect him to appear first, but the result won't change in any way. Go tell him exactly what he is. Yes. Pure brightness. I'm going to tear your stinky mouth apart. I am from the Zhongnan faction. Fresh. Friend. There are so many useless people talking. Do you want to die? This. What is it? That kid disappeared in an instant just now. I can't see that kid's move. As an elder of the Zhongnan faction. How is this possible? Get up, you brat. I haven't used my internal skills yet. Why sell them so badly? Poisonous guy. Surprisingly hitting someone while speaking. Do you Huashan not even have this courtesy? Bullshit politeness. Do we need to shake hands and have a drink before fighting? Cough. Cough, Get up quickly. I don't have that much free time to wait. Hello, are you okay? I can still fight. This guy won't die if he continues like this, will he? Woo-woo. Although I do want to kill the guy from the southern faction. But if the first person I killed in my second life was punched by me during a martial arts competition and bled to death, wouldn't it be too bad? Does he need to be sent for treatment? I have also encountered this situation for the first time. Firstly, we need to obtain the understanding of both sections. Oh, hey. He wants to continue fighting. Although he is a disciple of the Zhongnan sect, this is quite pleasing. You despicable and shameless person. Fundamentally, I have no idea what propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame are. I must dismember you into pieces and feed you to the dog. I beg your pardon? Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, it's too late, you little person. I'm going to beat you up so much that even your family can't recognize who you are. I take back that you're pretty likable. Okay, then let's continue fighting. What? I was a little guilty just now, but now it's gone. That idea has disappeared completely. Come on. I will show you what it's like to not even touch a hair. You little person. Xianyuliang. Don't get excited. Don't underestimate your opponents either. Your motivational technique makes it great. Yeah, whatever you think. I'm telling you, don't expect me to show mercy. Your sword will never touch mine. You've already been punched by me. I'm going to kill you. You big jerk. Cough. I really am. Recent. Little brats. Very impolite. Politeness. Uh. How? You haven't even touched me, have you? What are you panicking about? What is the current situation? Am I dreaming? Qingming really defeated the 3 generations of disciples of the Zhongnan sect. Still so fast. And it's overwhelming. Not. Master, this is. Hey. Chief of the sect. Why even senior brother Xianchang? No, it's not that kid. He can't be that strong. It's impossible. I should have lost. How could he win? The disciples of the sect have already declared war. What are you saying here? Why don't you just let them lose? How long has that child been in school? Less than 6 months. 6 months. We defeated the disciples of the Zhongnan sect in just 6 months. And it's overwhelming. It really only took half a year to cultivate to that level. He didn't learn any other martial arts before he started. Yes. But the disciple is not quite sure what level he is at now. Because he rarely showcases his abilities. I thought he was just a lucky star. If I ask for anything more, I feel too heartless. After all, what he did for Huashan was not just 1 or 2 things. However, the martial arts talent demonstrated by that child just now is not low. He is a genius. Anyway, we gotta win, right? In that case, we can be considered saving face, right? Save face. Without. Not only did it save face, but it also. Perhaps Huashan found talents who can shoulder the heavy responsibilities of the next century. The children from Huashan seem to have won the battle. Well, it seems to be, and it is very overwhelming. The first disciple of the Zhongnan sect to go to war must also be a talented person. So Huashan also has such talented people. It should be. When those things happened to the Galaxy Merchant Group, I was still in a coma and hadn't seen the strength of the leader with my own eyes. But the reason why I invest is because of a reason. The little priest will never fight a battle he can't win. Perhaps he had already guessed this before. So the result may be completely different from what everyone expected. Winning against the disciples of the Zhongnan sect cannot be just a coincidence. At his age, to be excellent is not enough to describe him. From now on, everyone can see his extraordinary brilliance. Don't fantasize. He's already mine. But they only won one game. If all 3 other generations of disciples are defeated, it means only that child is outstanding. They're absolutely right. Come on. Let me take a look, Qingming Taoist. Is it just this one change? Or rather, the counterattack of Huashan has just begun. That's great. After finishing the fight, I actually felt refreshed. He must be a demon, right? It's really great. Well done during Qingming Festival. You should have fought harder. I feel like 10 years of depression suddenly vanished. Wow, haha. That's really great. You are brilliant. That's really amazing. You really have the right to be proud, kid. Of course, with strength, one can be proud. It ended instantly. Oh, okay. Don't make such a fuss. I'm so annoyed, go away. Senior. It's my turn. Qingming has fully accomplished what I should have done. No, it was done for me beyond perfection. I have to continue it. I have already made preparations. What are you staring at foolishly? Go up, see, this kid is always the most moved. Why do you want so much? Don't you have any suggestions? For example, what are the characteristics of the martial arts of the Zhongnan school? Can you use it after I tell you? Hurry up and go up. Just hit your head when you see it. Okay. I got it. Everyone has hopeful eyes. With the idea of maybe winning. If I lose this battle. Senior. If you dare to lose, you're doomed. The current wind. It has already started blowing towards Mount Hua. Yin Zhong, a third-generation disciple of Huashan. Inviting disciples of the Zhongnan sect to participate in a martial arts competition on stage. Calm Jin. Exist. You go up. Go defeat that arrogant kid. Obey your command. Dare. Leave flaws in my perfect victory. Pure brightness. You're more powerful than I expected. Maybe you can win. But not necessarily for others. The result of your first battle cannot bring victory to Huashan. I will never let you succeed. It's been 2 years. No, less than 2 years. Today may still have the same result, right? If it weren't for Qingming Festival. Every time I compete with the Zhongnan faction, I get beaten badly. It makes people feel that all cultivation is meaningless. I also feel hopeless because no matter how hard I try, I can't win. When everyone is faced with despair and wants to give up. Only one person has not surrendered and is still challenging. That person is Uncle Daytime. In this case, a person suddenly appeared in front of us as if they had fallen from the sky. Qingming Festival. We were tortured by him for half a year. I am also making all my efforts to cultivate. Did our practice really narrow the gap with them? I'm not sure. But regardless of the outcome, I will never be easily defeated. There shouldn't be any need for further ado, right? I will let you know deeply how merciful I was during the last martial arts competition. I don't intend to express my gratitude to you. Nonsense. Speak less. Same posture as last time. The attack routine of rushing straight ahead quickly. I can clearly guess the next sword move. But it just can't be stopped. However, it seems that you haven't lost interest in playing with things in the past 2 years. However, you are still not my match. Hiccup. It's so fast and heavy. Attacking so fast, yet still carrying such weight. I feel twice as strong as during the last martial arts competition. Is this Khan's true strength? But why? Why can I see his movements clearly? Crackling. Assorted. What happened? He not only blocked my swordsmanship, but also pushed me out. Come near. That's it. What? No, it's not. I didn't mean to tease you, I just wanted to ask you. You probably didn't intentionally release the water just to embarrass me, did you? And then suddenly become stronger again. Don't think just because you blocked a few swords you're already amazing. You big jerk. What has been done to us during this period? You can give it a try. After all, I have practiced countless times. The technique that is practiced repeatedly and never missed. Hack. All changes in swordsmanship ultimately come from fingertips. Stable as Mount Tai. Don't miss any changes in your eyes. Also, when the moment of victory or defeat arrives, having the determination to kill with one strike, we must have the awareness not to wield the second sword again. Without any hesitation. Learned. Oh, wow. I won. Congratulations to Senior Yin Zhong. The Southern faction has won. Zhang, Master. You can't drive Hishi now. Chief of the sect. Senior Xian Shang, please take a look at the sect leader. Senior. Well done. That's great. Senior brother. How did you do it? What should I do? Xiao Jie, just go straight up. Ah. You can't even lose if you want to. You'll find out when you go up. What have you done? What? For us. It's nothing. It's just teaching you how to win. The disciples of the Zhongnan sect are very strong. They are really strong in their age group. But in a sense, it is also weak. What does it mean to be strong yet weak? They have learned far beyond what they should have learned at their age. Isn't learning and practicing more a good thing? Practicing martial arts is like building a tower. The height of the tower will be determined by the firmness of the foundation. But they had not yet finished constructing the first floor when they began constructing the second and third floors. Build upwards while gradually reinforcing. What do you think would be the result of a tower built in this way colliding with a tower built very strongly on the first floor? It should collapse, right? You rewrite. There is only one basic martial art. Perfectly use one's own body to accurately strike the opponent. And it will basically continue to extend like a tree root. The deeper the tree roots extend, the more stable the trunk will be and the more lush the branches will be. Become faster, more accurate, and stronger. I'm just making you pay more attention to the basics. You see, Senior Zhao Jie's movements are completely different from before. A lower plate without any shaking. A crisp and decisive move. A calm and analytical gaze on the situation. And most importantly, even if you can only attack once, you will focus all your energy. All that's needed now is enough. As long as there are children of similar age to you, they are basically no match for you. Since it's so simple, why haven't other sects done this? Simple. Senior brother, I think the previous cultivation was very simple. No, it's not what I meant. It's just theoretically simple. Is it? If you were to spend half of your day studying and the remaining time cultivating your character, sincerely serving your parents, treating friends and family with sincerity, not bullying the weak, not coveting wealth, respecting the elderly, loving the young, and being loyal to the country. Can you live like this? I can't do it. Why not? As long as you do it, you are a gentleman. So that's what he meant. Everyone knows how to become a gentleman. But there are very few people who can be called gentlemen by adhering to these conditions from ancient times to the present day. He should be trying to express the truth that everyone understands, but still won't do it. As the saying goes, a drop of water wears through a stone. So we must work hard and strive for progress. Nothing is more important than hard work. Do you know why our ancestors demanded of us? Keep striving for progress? Because people cannot do it. Every time I practice hard, I have to push myself to a dead end, work hard, and keep working hard. As long as these unrealistic admonitions are achieved, it will become like that. This is all your work. It is the result of the efforts of the senior brothers. When you persisted, the winner had already been determined. Birds with wings that haven't hardened yet only realize it after jumping out of their nests. The importance of takeoff space. All previous practices carried this meaning. What the hell is this guy? Where did you learn this knowledge from? I won again. That's great. In an instant, we won 4 consecutive victories. Except for me and Zhao Jie, the strength of the other 7 people who participated in the battle was basically the same. They could win so easily, the result of the next few martial competitions should be no different. That is to say, Manhua. We have defeated the Zhongnan faction. I won. You won. We won. 3rd generation disciples succeeded. 10 win streak. After 10 consecutive losses, there will be 10 consecutive victories. Which side has a stronger momentum? It is self-evident which side is more like the winner. Qingming won. We won. Thank you. Thanks to you. Win. This can also be considered a win. 10 consecutive defeats in the past. 10 consecutive victories now should be considered a draw, right? Coco is already wrapped like this. Senior brother, you may not know. High rate? No such word in my dictionary. Please. If I suffer such shame, I may never be able to lift my head up for the rest of my life. Please, let it go while the atmosphere is still good. If it ends in a tie, it's better to do nothing. The account for taking away our Huashan Plum Blossom swordsmanship has not been calculated yet. They not only insulted the sect leader in front of all the disciples of Huashan. He even stuck his foot into the front yard of Huashan and made anyone who underestimated me have to go back with their entire tail. This is not my style. Senior brothers. I need to do something now. Don't miss any detail, be sure to look from beginning to end. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at Qingming with a ghostly expression. I will see this back countless times in the future. It is the back of the leader of Huashan. Ancestors. Oh, I never thought there would be such a day. I have always believed that this day will come, but I thought it couldn't be achieved here. The leaders and children have achieved it, ha ha ha. Yeah. That's really great. Hee, that's great. I can't even speak clearly. I can only say this sentence repeatedly, yes. After death, I finally have the face to meet my ancestors. Well, why is that child? A group of trash. What a bunch of trash. Do you still have the face to return to the southern faction after being beaten up like this? The reputation of the Zhongnan faction has been tarnished by you fools. Unexpectedly, I lost to the disciples of Huashan in front of so many people, you fools. 10 consecutive defeats. Draw. Tie with Manhwa. Destroyed the perfect victory belonging to the Zhongnan faction. How dare they? Excuse me, wait a moment. Let's first clarify one thing. Mr. Huang. What's up, Captain Xiao Dao? You should have made a reasonable judgment after seeing the end from the beginning, so I would like to ask you. This conference. Who won? He asked me who won. I see. The young leader had no intention of ending this conference in a tie. How could I not cooperate with him when asked so openly? What are everyone thinking? The young master is right. This conference should indeed have a winner or loser. Well, that's... If we really want to determine a winner, I think it should be the Zhongnan faction. After all, their second-generation disciples are older and won. Oh, how could that be counted this way? Isn't the Huazhong conference just about the future of a sect? From the future perspective, Huashan should be considered as the winner of all 3 generations of disciples' victories, right? What are you saying? The 3rd-generation disciples of the Zhongnan sect are much younger than the 3rd-generation disciples of Huashan. If we really calculate, then the 2nd-generation disciples of Mount Hua are younger than the 2nd-generation disciples of Mount Zhongnan. As you can see, it's really difficult to come to a conclusion that satisfies everyone. That's right. But if it ends like this, won't everyone feel uncomfortable? So I came up with a method. How about we just determine a winner? The 10 people who won over there. The 10 people who won with us here. The loser doesn't count as the winner. Let's try again with 6 matches between the winners. What? Isn't that simple enough? Those are all 2nd-generation disciples over there. We are 3rd-generation disciples. However, let's forget about this boring one-on-one martial arts competition. If you want to fight, just fight hard. The winner continues to fight against the next person, as is often said. Car will battle first half. Whoever has the most people left wins. How about? If you're scared, go die. What the? Martial arts contest. Relay battle. Pure brightness. What are you daring to represent Huashan's proposal to the Zhongnan faction? Do you think you're qualified for that? Then you should ask the sect leader yourself. It's not difficult to be by your side anyway. What do you think of me as? I speak so casually. Even this basic gift box. This proposal is quite interesting. I really want to watch it. Let's see if the 3rd-generation disciples of Huashan are still so brave and skilled in battle when they compete with the 2nd-generation disciples of Zhongnan sect. Let's not talk about fairness for now. If we can still see interesting martial arts competitions, then I agree. I also agree. I also want to see it. Me too. Now, as long as our two factions agree, that will do. Cough, ugh, ugh. What the hell is that kid up to? Do you still agree? What agreement? You made me agree to this outrageous proposal. Master, that kid is very smart. Although there were times when it was excessive, I never thought that child was stupid when I talked to them. Instead, I feel that his intelligence is even superior to mine. He can't possibly be unaware of our concerns. There must be a way. Let's trust him. Huashan agrees. Such being the case, the Zhongnan faction also agrees. Rascal. What for? What's up? What are you going to do? How can we possibly win against the second-generation disciples? That's a second-generation disciple. And the first genius of Qin Jinlong, Qin Jinlong. Do you think we can win against Qin Jinlong? We're so strong now. Who will win? Senior brother, do you have a conscience? No, it's not that I saw you make such a ridiculous proposal. Don't dream. You can't win. What Qin Jinlong's? Zhao Jie's words can still be compared with other second-generation disciples. But Qin Jinlong couldn't withstand a single move, let alone what is basic or not. Because Qin Jinlong is on another level. What can we do? Do you have any plans? Plan. This is a wheel race. They must be planning to use up the energy of our second-generation disciples with 9 people in a row, and finally let that guy named Qingming go up and pick peaches. Cunning kid. Actually, as long as we don't lose, that's all we need to do. 10 battles, 10 victories. 20 battles, 20 victories. He wants to play as many times as he wants. Without. We don't need to jump into the pit they dug. Even if you win all 10 third-generation disciples after going up, what's there to show off? You can stay behind and take charge. Lu Bai, you will be the first to participate in the battle. At your service. Never let you lose. What is planned and what is not? I am the plan. Hurry up and come up. Even if Huashan is strong, it will be of no use if we cannot prove it. Whether it is 2 or 10 times more powerful, only we ourselves know. We must let everyone in the martial arts world know that Huashan is undergoing changes. This is the fastest way for Huashan to regain its reputation. So what can make the reputation of the sect spread? The third-generation disciples of Huashan defeated the third-generation disciples of Zhongnan sect. This is probably just a fun thing. The third-generation disciples of Huashan defeated the second-generation disciples of Zhongnan sect. This is indeed surprising. But if just one third-generation disciple of Huashan defeated all second-generation disciples of the Zhongnan sect, this will become a legend that overturns the world. Senior, mark my words. Don't miss any details from beginning to end. Your confidence can be called the #1 in the world. But I'm telling you, confidence without strength will only make you look embarrassed. Huashan third-generation disciples Qingming cordially invites disciples of the Zhongnan sect to compete in martial arts. Lu Bai, a second-generation disciple of the Zhongnan sect, accepted the invitation for a martial arts competition at Huashan. It feels like he suddenly changed. The casual style on the body disappeared. Like a swordsman on the battlefield. Don't miss any detail. Don't miss any action during Qingming Festival. It's senior brother. Never blink. Zhongnan faction. I'm going to create a legend today. I want to change your bad habit. That is, when did the Zhongnan sect have that kind of swordsmanship? This is breaking sword style. Ahem, how come there is such great power? There are no fancy moves, and they are not sharp. Just a simple swing of the sword. Uh-huh. Why is it so fast? You're not giving me a chance at all. It doesn't give me a chance to use the 12 snowflake style at all. Uh-huh. Once. Just give me a chance to meet. Next. Just using basic swordsmanship suppressed Lu Bai. Although I can also instantly suppress Lu Bai. But with basic swordsmanship, Lu Bo wouldn't even have a chance to counterattack. Something that even I don't know if I can do. That guy, exactly. Who is he? We must stop him. My intuition tells me like this. If he grows up the way I want him to, one day, that guy's shadow will cover the entire Zhongnan faction. By the way, just like when the Plum Blossom Sword Lord was active in the past. Forgive hate heart. You go up. Also, you should never win so easy. Try to play with him for a while, consume his physical strength. I will never be careless. Because I never underestimate my opponents. I have never been overly confident either. As long as it's not as careless and dismissive as Lu Bo, how could I possibly lose to this kid? How? How can you have such a heavy sense of oppression? Uh-huh. What is this? Next. Just two swords. Just two swords defeated Zhong Shuhan, the second strongest disciple in the second generation. It's still early. I not only want them to taste the taste of failure, I still need to leave an indelible mark on the Zhongnan faction that cannot be erased no matter how hard I try. As long as Huashan is still in this world, the imprint of the southern faction cannot be erased as long as it exists for a day. You did the worst thing you should have done. Huashan sacrificed everything to save the world. Even though I tried my best to stop it, senior brothers sacrificed their lives to prevent the heavenly demon from reaching the top of Mount 100. The world we protect also includes. You're the Zhongnan faction? Not only do you not repay that kindness, but you also steal our swordsmanship, disrespect our Mount Hua, and even plan to trample on it forever. I've been suppressing my anger every day, and I've held on until now. And today I can't bear it anymore. Next. Lioha exhibition is over. The next one is. That posture is. Falling flower sword. Cough up. Uh, uh, uh. Different. The fallen flower sword we wielded is completely different in level from ours. We never think that the falling flower sword is as outstanding as the martial arts of the Zhongnan sect. So this swordsmanship is so powerful. It seems to be saying to us, the martial arts of Huashan are definitely not inferior to those of the Zhongnan school. Senior brother. That's the falling flower sword. Don't move your eyes. That's the swordsmanship of Huashan. We must learn these Huashan sword techniques and pass them on to the next generation. Can you show us what the swordsmanship of Huashan is like during Qingming festival? How strong is Huashan swordsmanship? Next. Sixth. 6 people were knocked down in total. Is it going to be completely destroyed? And he was also a disciple of 3 generations. It's like going out alone. I can't. Senior brother, you. It's unbelievable. The disciples of the Zhongnan sect were actually scared by a child 10 years younger than themselves. It seems that everyone no longer understands what shame is. Then I'll go. I can no longer tolerate that arrogant guy. So just open your eyes wide and see how I'm going to get back the reputation of the Zhongnan sect. I just don't know if there's anything else to look for. Bring me the wooden sword. Yes. Stop. Wanza, go ahead. Ah. Me? After going up, at least consume some physical energy. Do you understand? Oh, yes. Jin Long, come with me. Do you think others can win? You should have guessed it too. You guessed right. He's simply a monster. No, he's just a monster cub now. But if we continue to let him develop, one day he will grow into a real monster. It will once again hinder the development of our Zhongnan faction. Do you understand what I mean? What is this, elder? I admit that his strength is somewhat outrageous compared to his age. Can it really make the elders so worried? That guy named Qingming will become a stumbling block for my faction. Do I look like I can't beat that guy? Jin Long, you are genius. But how many geniuses do you think there are in this vast world? I'm afraid it's more than 10 in your generation. Perhaps even more. Do you think you can become the number 1 in the world in the future? The people who fight for the title of number 1 in the world are not geniuses like you, but the gang of monsters. This is the way of the world. They can ignore common sense as if nothing happened, and they can also suppress rules. Only those who break through common sense with extraordinary talents are qualified to seize that title. They are such a group of people. Elder, however. Even if he's really a monster, he's just a little kid now. Even a tiger can be bitten to death by dogs when it is young. Ah. What do you mean? Kill him. Talent is something that can be broken before it is fully displayed. It is still possible to succeed now. That guy is indeed a monster, but you can still deal with him. So now we have to kill him. After this, there won't be another chance to kill him. If you can't kill him, even if you cut off one arm. Golden Dragon. He's crazy. Elder Long, please be rational. Rational Tianshi. Do you want to live in that guy's shadow for the rest of your life? Golden Dragon, it's your turn to choose. I take full responsibility for everything. You simply missed the shot. During the martial arts competition, it's inevitable to encounter some unexpected situations, don't you think? I have something to tell you clearly in advance, disciple. I'm not close to being blocked by that kind of guy. However, if that child obstructs the prosperity of the Zhongnan faction, we should resort to any means necessary. You're right. 8th. I originally wanted to win 10 games. But now it doesn't seem that easy anymore. The rest of the people are already scared like that. At the end it will be that guy to fight. Can it only end with 9 consecutive victories? I knew that now was not the time to fight the little priest head-on. However, I can't stand by and watch as my sect is shamed. I didn't expect there to be such a sensible guy. But if it's this person, it's also possible. The second-generation disciple of the Zhongnan school, Li Songbai, sincerely invites the Huashan disciple Qingming Taoist to come to a friendly competition. Huashan's third-generation disciple Qingming accepts invitation for martial arts competition. He is the only disciple of the Zhongnan sect that I don't dislike. Then let him take a look. You will reach a realm someday. As long as you can withstand and overcome it, it will become a good medicine. On the contrary, it is poisonous. It all depends on you. All I can show you now is the basics. This is the realm of swords that the Zhongnan faction pursued back then. Haha. Why did it suddenly darken? What is here? I realize that this is not reality. But what exactly is the sense of powerlessness that makes it impossible for me to escape? This is. I saw it. The realm of unity of body and sword. Ninth. There's only one person left now. Come out. Qin Jinlong. Has there been a similar situation in the history of Manhua? Like today, Huashan sect stepped on the Zhongnan sect. Even when the Plum Blossom Sword Lord was alive, his status was only high, and this situation has never happened before. When was that already? Huashan disciples can stand upright in front of Zhongnan disciples. Chief of the sect. Don't say anything. Let's just watch quietly now. Let's see what he will show us again. So unfamiliar. Usually, their gaze towards me is always filled with anticipation. That is the recognition and expectation I have worked hard to obtain throughout my life. But that guy only took half a day to turn expectations into worries and anxieties. Should I praise you? What is worthy of praise? It's not a big deal. How dare you underestimate me, Zhongnan sect? To underestimate this is not something to underestimate. What's worth showing off about defeating someone weaker than oneself? I didn't like him very much from the beginning. His indifferent expression seemed to suggest that I was on the same level as others. You don't even need the quality of humility. You are too modest, which actually makes people more angry. I admit that you have the right to be arrogant. You are fully qualified to become an unparalleled genius if you can defeat our 9 second-generation disciples. At the same time, you are also unfortunate. Because you and I were born in the same era. And the unfortunate price is that we cannot overcome the gap with each other for a lifetime, watching my back for a lifetime. If you choose the Zhongnan faction instead of Huashan, you may surpass me. It's a pity. You seem quite confident. Huashan is not good, just the southern faction is fine. Is that so? Why do you think so? It's obvious. Huashan is still immersed in the past and wants to regain the martial arts of the past. Do you think it's still possible to recreate the glory of the past? But the Zhongnan faction is different. We never get obsessed with the past. Because we will create better martial arts, establish a better system, and strive for a better future. This is the fundamental reason why Huashan cannot catch up with us. He is very confident in his sect. Because of the strong support of power and reputation. I really want my fellow teachers to take a look and learn. If the future the guy talks about didn't come from stealing the martial arts of Manhua, I have thought a lot about the future of Zhongnan. How should we deal with them who repay kindness with ingratitude? I just left a seed for Zhongnan. I don't know if this seed will sprout or not. But I have done what I should do, out of morality. The swordsmanship of the greedy mountain. Then take it thoroughly. I will show you what kind of swordsmanship you want to steal. What I need to do now is not the task of Qingming, the third-generation disciple of Huashan. Instead, it belongs to Plum Blossom Sword Venerable's Qingming's task. I have prepared a gift for your future. A lifelong, unforgettable gift. Get out of the way. I want to watch the battle. Master Uncle. Senior. Senior brother, is your body okay? Senior. I have to watch the battle. I woke up to news of Qingming's 9th consecutive win. If I could continue to lie down after hearing this news, it would not be the fault of a senior disciple of the Bai generation. Stool. Bring the stool quick. Even if my body is ruined, I will cheer for Qingming in the nearest place. Sure, to win. Qingming. Disappeared. Ah, so fast. My eyes can no longer keep up. Even. I have begun to doubt whether what I see is true or not. Snowflake 12 styles. Snowflakes are falling one after another. Indeed, it looks very similar. Beautiful as if alive. And the fatal blow hidden inside. On the surface, it looks like it has indeed been taken away. It's completely the 24-handed plum blossom sword technique. And it's not even on the same level as Li Songbai's 12 snowflake moves. I guess ordinary people would foolishly get beaten up when they encounter this illusionary swordsmanship. No extra movement, and the power carried by the sword technique is so exquisite that even I can't help but sigh. However, snowflakes are falling one after another. You can't beat me by running away like this. When did your Manhwa swordsmanship become known for its flower-like qualities? But that is an old story. Your symbols will be covered up by my new swordsmanship. People will only remember the snowflake 12 styles of the Zhongnan sect and forget the swordsmanship of Huashan. The ancestors of the Zhongnan sect created this sword technique. It just wanted to deepen people's impression that the swordsmanship of the Zhongnan sect is more powerful than that of the Huashan sect no matter what. To be honest, I didn't think this was very meaningful before. What's the point of proving that you're better than a dying sect? However, it must be very meaningful to use this sword to cut off the future of Huashan. Come on. I will cut off your last bit of infatuation. Just use that clown-like swordsmanship. What? Joker. How dare you compare my swordsmanship to that of a clown? Ah, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to underestimate you, I was just underestimating the Zhongnan faction that created that swordsmanship. I can see that the influence of the Zhongnan faction on you is significant. You kid. I want to take you. I'm asking you one thing. Is the swordsmanship. What is the meaning? What do you mean? Forget it. That's it. And the swordsmanship you just used is the Snowflake 12 style. It is indeed very similar to the swordsmanship of Manhua, but there are still many shortcomings. The swordsmanship of Huashan is faster, sharper, and more magnificent. His mouth is quite sharp. It suddenly dawned on me that no matter how much I said, it was all in vain. I don't think I need to waste any more time. You will meet today. Die on this sword technique. Snowflakes like blades will cover the entire sky, even the sunlight will be obscured. There's no you at all. Where to escape? Extreme Snowflake 12 styles. Snowflake is huge. This is too much beyond my estimation. Not a level I can reach. Qingming Festival. It's just like. With that set of sword forms that can make plum flowers bloom. But also, slightly different. Compared to the one shown before Tomb Sweeping Day. This is also a completely new experience. The members of the demon cult must have felt the same way when facing the 24-handed plum blossom sword technique, right? It's just a flower rack. But it's not that there's no threat at all. That posture is. Qingming's sword. He probably isn't proficient in that swordsmanship yet. Qingming, no. Faced with the Zhongnan swordsmanship which has unknown origins, this swordsmanship is indeed rather weak. They should think that only the plum blossom sword technique can make plum blossoms bloom, right? Because the Snowflake 12 styles, which you are proud of, imitate the plum blossom sword technique. That's why I called it a flower rack. It's not just the plum blossom sword technique that can make plum blossoms bloom. What swordsmanship is important? As long as they are swordsmen of Mount Hua, they can make plum blossoms bloom. Jiqing Plum Blossom Sword. Sea flower. Flowers do not only bloom in lush forests. Lonely tree on steep cliffs also has the way to blossom. However, only a tree that can stand tall in a gale will only bloom. Plum flower. As far as I know, Mount Hua can no longer make flowers bloom. That's why everyone says Mount Hua is not what it used to be. Why did the disappearing plum blossom bloom before my eyes? My snowflakes are disappearing. Why? Because everything is illusory. Jiqing 7 Plum Sword. Sea flower wall. Oh, Surprisingly, it destroyed my snowflakes all over the sky. How could this happen? The Snowflake 12 moves that no one performed were above me. This has surpassed perfection and is simply too complete. This is impossible. Snowflake 12 styles. Filled with the essence of our Zhongnan, it's not your antique plum blossom sword technique from 100 years ago. It's comparable. But why? Do you really think that Mount Hua's swordsmanship only follows the form of the plum blossom? How is that even possible? HBO. The ultimate goal of all martial arts sects in the world is make your sect become enlightened through the body like something in nature. The Tai Chi point of Wudang, the 5 elements of Tsang Sun and Kongtong. Only Huashan is a plum blossom. Only plum blossoms. This sets Huashan apart from other gates. Huashan is said to be a sect that has been taken away by magnificent and beautiful things, and tends to be more inclined towards the secular world. However, after practicing the sword of Mount Hua for a lifetime and reaching a realm that others cannot reach, I finally understood. That is to say, The sword of Huashan was never meant to recreate the plum blossom. The sword of Huashan does not imitate the plum blossom. The sword of Huashan is meant to make plum blossoms bloom. Not plum blossom. Is to bloom. For flowering. The plum blossoms on Mount Hua are in full bloom, so it is shown as plum blossoms. As long as we can let the sword blossom with new life, it doesn't really matter what kind of flower it is. Even if it's not the plum blossom sword technique or the 24-hand plum blossom sword technique. The 7-plum sword can also make plum blossoms bloom. This is the sword meaning of Huashan swordsmanship. It is the belief that those living on Mount Hua need to possess. But if someone is attracted by the magnificence of plum blossoms and confused by the sharpness of swords, they cannot learn the essence of Huashan swordsmanship. Instead, it will sink into a magnificent quagmire. Just like Qing Jinlong now. You have shown me clearly. See how your swordsmanship was defeated. The appearance of being defeated by my sword will forever remain an indelible mark in your memory. Every time I swing my sword, I think of today's situation. I subconsciously learn this posture every time I practice. In the end, you will find that the strength you imagined cannot escape from this swordsmanship. These will all become shackles that trap you. There is nothing more satisfying than using this revenge method to deal with the cruel you. Even if someone you trust betrays you. Even if we lose the core swordsmanship of our sect. Even when the implacable enemy charged into the mountain gate. Mount Hua will not disappear. Let it slip away. This world is inherently infinitely cyclical. When plum blossoms bloom, they carry the path that the ancestors of Mount Hua wanted to understand. I should have done something, but I didn't, and I'm atoning for that. So you must see clearly. This is what you have lost. This is also the realm that you will eventually reach. Plum blossom / condense into a wall based on chopping. When walls come together, they become chaotic. Manhua will ride the wind and dance, becoming a powerful whirlwind. That's it. The sword of Mount Hua. Extreme 7-plum sword. Hua Jia. This is the sword of Mt Hua. So beautiful. Where exactly is the difference? Why can't my sword be so beautiful? Why? Qing Jinlong. I tried my best, but couldn't defeat Qing Jinlong. The victor of the 2020 Wudang Competition is Wei Huashan. Wow. Ooh-ha-ha. Ooh-ha-ha-ha. We beat Zhongnan Sect. 10-win streak. 10-win streak. That crazy kid actually won 10 consecutive games. The first victory of the Huazhong Conference. This is the first time, damn disciple of the Zhongnan Sect. It should be very frustrating not to win a single game. But those uncles who had been putting on airs in front of us were happier than us. Maybe everyone will argue and their relationship may not be good either. But when the name Huashan appeared, that kind of emotion was not worth mentioning. This is the sect. Senior brother, that crazy guy won. He defeated Qing Jinlong. Oh my god, I actually won 10 consecutive games. Ha ha ha. You, release me. It's still a bit far-fetched. It's quite good to use the 7 Plum sword to the extreme to suppress Qing Jinlong. This internal injury will probably also take a long time to heal. But. So what? This is not the end. As long as the Zhongnan faction is still around here, there will still be disputes with them. But now this is enough. Master Shuzu. Yes, look at my memory. This Huazhong Conference. Ending with the victory of Manhwa. Huashan won. Haha. The trend has changed. Through today's incident, Huashan should undergo a change. Is this okay, senior leader? I knew it would happen like this, so I never expected it. Because my senior brother is already someone who is stingy with praise. Qingming, you kid. Lift up Qingming. It hurts so much. Internal injury. I've got an internal injury. How long has it been since I saw the disciples of Mount Hua gathered together like this, looking so happy? Master. I know you're happy, but shouldn't we take care of the situation? It is not a good idea to leave the Zhongnan faction alone. Too major. Congratulations, Headmaster. We were lucky this time. You can have fun, Headmaster. After all, this kind of thing is a rare good thing for Huashan. And this could be the last happy thing, so just enjoy yourself to the fullest. I admit that we lost this Zhonghua conference, but please don't forget that it doesn't mean that Huashan can defeat the leader of the Zhongnan sect. The martial arts competition between the 3rd and 2nd generation disciples alone cannot change anything. It's still so impolite. So, Senior Brother Zhao Jie, how can you be so impolite after winning a few battles and losing your own decency? Me? Are you talking to me about physical fitness or something? I am your senior brother. That means, how can elders lose their sense of propriety? It's so impolite. Leader, I came here to say hello to the opponent's elders after the martial arts competition ended. Well done. This kid is still so polite. It's all because of him. Although I am very angry, I know that this guy in front of me will become the biggest enemy and obstacle of the Zhongnan faction. If that's the case, let me stay here. Are you sure you can kill with a single blow? This kid's scheming. I should see you often in the future. Next time, I will bow to you first. Cough, Let's go. So why bother, knowing full well you won't profit from it? Look, he actually left the children of the sect to go first by themselves. A useless guy. Pure brightness. Well done. You've seen me outside, sect leader. Leader, can we talk? Don't push it. It's clearly me who came first. We want to talk about a business deal with Huashan. Leader, let's talk for a while. Business. Humph. Do you want to talk to us about business? You should talk to me, the head of the finance cabinet, about this matter. Follow me, please. There's still plenty of time. We can talk slowly. I'm going first. Correct. Can I go over for a moment? Little path leader. Well, why did you come here? You can't come here, can you? Your senior brothers should be gritting their teeth at me now, right? I have developed some animosity in my relationship with them. It's not just a little bit, it should be very big. People hate traitors more than enemies. However, Li Songbai has a completely indifferent nature towards such matters. I came here to thank you for your guidance. You shouldn't let others point out your own path. Before, I couldn't understand what little leader meant. But now I understand what it means. I also understand how I should go now. You have learned these from disciples of other sections. What's so important about finding a teacher and distinguishing between different sections? Anyone can become a teacher as long as there is something to learn. Hey, you look more like a Taoist than me. Senior brothers should also learn a lot from today's martial arts competition. You have to be careful, senior brother. He's very powerful. He will now cultivate with you as his target. He will become more powerful, more terrifying. This sentence might not make any sense to you. The path you have chosen may be very difficult. The path you have chosen is definitely not easy. Even so, do you still have to take that path? I can't hide anything in front of the little road chief. It's not that I want to take that path. But I have to take that path, right? Farewell. This may be a lonely battle. After all, among a group of disciples of the Zhongnan sect who cannot forget the Huashan sword technique and continue to work hard towards their current goals, it is not an easy task to maintain the true Zhongnan sect sword technique. It's gonna be a lonelier and more difficult fight. But if he succeeds, he may become the hope of the Zhongnan faction. Qingming Festival. The sect leader is looking for you. He wants to talk to you alone. Alone. How could it be so easy to get away with it? Should have come or has come. In fact, I am your ancestor. No, don't say that. Do you mean that you found this secret manual on the road and then you learned it? Nor would it work. Ha. How the hell am I supposed to explain that? Ha 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 ha, cute little guy. Master, this kid is the god of wealth, the god of wealth. I have never seen a situation where one can still make money after a martial arts competition. Now those famous people are competing to invest their money. That's not a small amount of money, it's a large sum of money. This cute little guy, ha ha ha. Have you been injured? I just beeped a few times and cried, which means I got a few small cuts. The wound is prone to suppuration. Hurry up and go to the medical clinic to have a look. No, we can't let you, this busy person, come over. We should have the head of the medicine hall come over. Who are you saying is busy? Of course, Qingming is busy. What can the head of the medical hall do? Quickly summon the medicine hall over. Correct. Huh, wow. What a cute little guy. Can we talk outside? Correct. This is the second time since then. Watching his back like this. Leading alone towards the declining Hua Mountain. The sad back. Because it can't be seen by others, it can only sob quietly in a secret cave. But his back now. It looks much more comfortable than before. Pure brightness. It's the sect leader. This is the highest peak in Hua Mountain. How do you feel after coming up? Dashin. So high. What? Yeah, you're right. It's very high. Your swordsmanship has made plum blossoms bloom. Has it started yet? Calmly. Although I couldn't guess what question he would ask me first, I wrote a lot of answers specifically to deal with this situation. Just don't speak irrelevantly, and speak slowly. The first question is pure brightness. Hee. Thanks. What are you doing here? Why bow to disciples? I am not thanking you as the leader of Huashan, but as Xinsong. I have always wanted to see such a scene in my life. Thank you for helping me achieve my biggest wish of my life. However, Compared to my identity as Shinsong, the position of Huashan sect leader is more important, so some questions still need to be asked clearly. How did you use the 7 plum sword to make the plum blossoms bloom? It was done naturally. Naturally. Yes, when the 7 plum sword reaches a certain level of training, at a certain moment, it naturally begins to make the plum blossoms bloom. Why is this happening? I'm not sure. Just. All the swordsmanship techniques of Huashan should eventually be able to be achieved, right? The question I asked was really stupid. He's right. This is the Huashan sword technique. This child is the youngest disciple among 3 generations of disciples. He's just saying he walked ahead of others. So as long as others train hard, one day they will also reach the end of swordsmanship and let the plum blossom bloom. All disciples of Huashan can make plum blossoms bloom. If that day really comes, the era of Huashan will be restarted. Plum blossom swordsman. But no one dares to say this now. Although no one in Huashan is qualified to hold this title now. But when all the disciples of Huashan can make the plum blossom bloom, there will be someone who inherits this title. It's just that there's still a lot of room for improvement. The atmosphere was pretty good just now, you kid. Pure brightness. Yes. What is Huashan to you? Huashan is for disciples. Senior. What is Huashan to you? What is Huashan to me? Huashan is Huashan. What else can it be? For disciples, Huashan is Huashan. Now I see. As long as you are a disciple of Huashan, that's enough. But after today's incident, even if you want to stand still in the future, the world will not ignore you. This is the principle of the world. Can you handle these? If I can't bear it, I won't even start. I see. Since you think so, Huashan will definitely protect you. I can make promises that you need to bear. Me and Huashan. I will help you stop it. He should have wanted to ask me many things, but he didn't say anything and just said he wanted to protect me. Shinsong. Although he has neither achieved as much nor as famous as I am. But I still respect him. Also recognized him. You shouldn't have protected me. We should move forward together. For Hua Mountain. I hope to hear more from you one day. Your wish will definitely come true. One day it will happen. Roar, hee hee. We actually won against the Zhongnan faction. Did you see the swordsmanship I used? The Zhongnan faction can't even move anymore. Haha, what are you saying? You clearly fell down. I may not be able to sleep. Whenever I close my eyes, I will think of that set of swordsmanship. There is always a feeling of being attracted. I don't know how to say it, but that's how it is. Does this kid also have that feeling? At first, I was so excited because I won the game that I didn't realize it. But once the excitement subsides, what remains in my memory is not the victory or defeat, but the swordsmanship. How should I express myself? Fantastic. If I could personally perform that dreamlike swordsmanship. Can we also use that kind of swordsmanship in the future? Xiaojie. Ah. This may not be what I, the eldest disciple of 3 generations, should say in 1717. But to be honest, I just want to become stronger. I don't care what level I can reach or what swordsmanship I use, I just want to become stronger. But when I saw that guy's swordsmanship, I suddenly had this idea. I also want to be like him. I want to use that swordsmanship with my own hands. Perhaps all 3 generations of disciples have the same idea. Because everyone has been learning for so many years and finally saw the true Huashan sword technique. You just asked me if we could use that swordsmanship, right? I believe we can. Because we are also disciples of Hua Mountain. How could a disciple of Manhwa not be able to perform Manhwa swordsmanship? The swordsmanship of Huashan. Think carefully, did you say that? That's right. What? That's right. What happened? The martial arts competition is so successful that I still have the face to chat here. If it were me now, I might be thinking about whether to wield my sword 1,000,000 times or go back and forth to the mountaintop 200 times. Winning the martial arts competition marks the end of one's life. Or do you guys not want to live anymore? The young man of their sect chose a difficult path to silently move forward in order to find the root of their sect. Senior brothers are delighted to have defeated the little devil who is 5 years younger than them. Is it? They don't look big now. How small they should have been 2 years ago. At that time, they were probably still having runny noses. You were actually beaten by them and a group of children. We do still have some shortcomings, but in terms of results, aren't they quite good? Making mistakes in actual combat is difficult. An error. Senior brother, after being stabbed and falling on the battlefield, he made a mistake and then turned around and left. We practice just to avoid making mistakes in real combat, but you say mistakes are unavoidable? It's precisely because you cultivate with this mindset that you end up fighting like that. Then what do you say? Can we also use that kind of swordsmanship in the future? Do you think that day will come when you are so happy after the martial arts competition? Mom, I miss you so much. Don't mix joy and sorrow. This is just one time. We will collide countless times in the future. In the future, if you think back on this matter, you will find that it is nothing at all. If we do it seriously, as you said. Will there really be a day when that sword technique will be used? What? Senior brothers, have you made a mistake? It's not whether you want to use it or not, but you have to use it. Do you think I would just stand by and watch as none of you Huashan disciples could even bloom a single flower? So, hurry up and cultivate for me. We can't let them drift too far. This is just the first step. It's good to be confident, but don't let confidence turn into arrogance. What are you doing there? I have something to tell you. Can you come out with me for a moment? Oh, my legs. Judging from what he did, he looked like an old man. Despite being so young. Thank you for taking the time. Oh, it's nothing. After all, you're my senior uncle. What's wrong with you? Take me to such a gloomy place. Do you want to sneak attack me like last time? I watched your martial arts competition with Qingming. It's simply overwhelming. Where there is. Your senior uncles were also greatly shocked. After everyone calms down, they probably have mixed feelings in their hearts. What are you trying to say? Don't go around in circles. It's annoying. Speak up if you have anything to say. My camera. You might not be aware, it's really hard for me to say that as your uncle. But no matter what I think, I still think this is the best way. I don't mean I don't believe in the teachings of my elders, but I feel that what they teach is different from what you teach. The most important thing is that although I don't want to admit it, I'm worried that if this continues, we may be surpassed by 3 generations of disciples. At least this matter. Are you saying that you plan to let go of things like self-esteem? Let me teach the 2nd generation disciples, including you. That's pretty much what it means. Why should I teach you? I said it last time. Why do I have to endure that hardship without saying anything beforehand? After all, Coco and I are from the same school. Same door question. So what? So it seems that Master Shu has squeezed out time to help his 3rd generation disciples in the same sect cultivate before, hasn't he? If you say so, there's no need for you to teach 3 generations of disciples, right? But now you are teaching 3 generations of disciples. Why? Well, why is that? Why? What can't be obtained from second-generation disciples, but can be obtained from third-generation disciples. Do you want us to bow down to you? Oh, why did you make me a rebellious person? I have never said that kind of thing myself. Coco is Huashan, after all, it has its own rules. Master Uncle, have you seen the scenes of 3 generations of disciples practicing? I have seen it. Like rolling a pine ball back and forth. That's easy to talk about. If I treat you like an elder, can I teach you like I treat 3 generations of disciples? Senior brothers, I can still have the heart to practice for a while. But if I were to practice with you, my uncles and grandfathers wouldn't let me go. It seems that it can be taught. He was telling me that there were problems with it, but he wasn't saying. To receive guidance, one must be a disciple. Oh? During the period of receiving your guidance, all second-generation disciples will respect you as their master. Ah, wait a minute. Only during the period of being taught. After the cultivation is over, if you scold me behind my back, won't there be any other way for me? Since you want me to teach you, just lower your head completely. Regardless of whether it's time for cultivation or not, you must respect me. If not, I won't teach you. Good. From now on, you are not my nephew. The second-generation disciples of Huashan will not make any behavior that questions your leadership position. I use my name as collateral. Fish on. Ho-ah. This cultivation method, even if I train every day, I still can't get used to it. But after all, it has an effect. I've been enjoying myself a bit lately. Oh, what's the situation? Why are they? Have they all come out yet? What exactly is going on during Qingming festival? Why do the senior brothers stand in front of the White Plum Hall in the middle of the night? Big. Senior brother, you've been working hard lately. I feel heartbroken watching my senior brothers being bullied by their senior uncles. Can bullying be worse than being bullied by you? But you can rest assured now. From today, a beautiful era of an equal cultivation time will begin. What does everyone mean? Is that place called hell? Oh, how could that be? Good. Today, everyone spontaneously participated in the practice like this. I, as an instructor, am deeply moved. Everyone knows that only through hard work can cultivation be called cultivation. Feeling comfortable or satisfied after finishing cannot be called practicing. At the moment when the cultivation is over, cursing out loud without even having the strength to grab chopsticks and lying on the plate is the real cultivation. There is no shortcut to becoming strong. The only way to become strong is to give it your all and work hard. As long as you believe in me and follow me as an instructor, you will definitely become stronger. Do you understand? Correct. Got it. Hee hee. It's this eager look and aura of learning. I used to face those silly young boys every day before. Looking at these guys now, I suddenly feel very comforted. Okay, let's start from the basics. Senior brothers, why are you standing still? You need to personally tell them how to exercise their muscles. Ah, that's what it means. Hey. It seems that in the next 3 months and 10 days, new cries of sorrow will ring from Mount Hua. We will do our best to teach you. They're really excited. So what? I want to learn from you. You should learn from others. No one is willing to teach me. Why are there 2 people teaching me? Where is Sister Lu? Junior Sister Lu is playing there. If you learn from me, no matter how much you beg for mercy, I won't take care of you. This is also what I hope for. That's really impressive. I've never seen such a difficult guy before. However, if I persist, can the swordsmanship I use also make plum blossoms bloom? What? How come you only say some weird stuff? Senior uncles and brothers, I need to say hello to you in advance. As disciples of Huashan, you cannot aim to make plum blossoms bloom, because it's just a process. Remember, your goal should be to learn swordsmanship that can make plum blossoms bloom. Master. Father. Before, I only cared about my own strength and didn't care about the martial arts of my fellow disciples. At that time, I thought it was natural, but now it's not. What a person can do is ultimately limited. Because Huashan is not facing a powerful individual, but rather other sects in the martial arts world. When all of them grow up to the point where plum blossoms bloom and become my backing, the others are finished. I want to unify the martial arts world. I want to draw plum blossoms on the bald donkeys' heads in Shaolin. Okay, since we understand now, let's start quickly. Yes. Even the centenarians are now. Don't worry about them. Anyway, we can't control that kid. To interfere with him in order to guide him is actually hindering that child. We are already old and the sun is about to set. What we should do is become the fertilizer that can make those children shine. So you just trust them to let go. That child's inner wisdom is that he will never go astray. Whether it's something that can make the plum blossoms bloom, or a strength that cannot be understood, or even an unclear identity. Although there are many curious things. Stretch your waist straight. If you can't even hold on for 2 meals and want you to look good. But I can't make him wary just to satisfy my curiosity. Road. The Tao should follow its natural course or be tolerant, right? No matter who Qingming is, as long as he is still a disciple of Huashan, we have no reason not to tolerate him. As long as there is a way, it is enough. Since Qingming has taken on some of the teaching tasks, I can't just do nothing. I also need to work hard to keep up with the growing Hua Mountain. At least not a burden for those children. Speaking of, if he were to teach me too, would he be too greedy? Don't give me that. Do it right. Correct. Finally make it through a difficult pass. There are still layers of obstacles ahead. The achievements of the 3 generations of disciples are no longer slow. But the thought that as long as they continue to cultivate like this, they will become masters in the near future makes me inexplicably anxious. Suddenly feeling a heavy burden on my shoulders. So this is the mood of the guide. If I had also been in this mood at that time, will the fate of the brothers and Huashan change? Don't overthink it. Those are all things of the past. The important thing is to build on the past to live a good life in the present and create a better future. I can see. Although slow, it is indeed growing. There is no shortcut to this matter, step by step, without stopping, to explore in one's own way. In the future, Huashan will break free from the protection of this steep cliff and head towards the world. At that time, we will have to face the ruthless nature of the martial arts world that we have never seen before. Before that, I must establish a trustworthy and dependable backing for them. Whether it's me or Huashan, who is the backing? To do that, I need to grow stronger than I am now. It's no longer the Plum Blossom Sword Lord of the past, but the current Qingming festival. Become stronger, more powerful, even surpassing the heavenly demons. Has your plum blossom bloomed yet? Not yet. But one day it will bloom. The plum blossom that belongs only to me. When it blooms at the tip of my sword, the whole world will be shrouded in the fragrance of plum blossoms. Master, don't worry. I can do it. I am Qingming. The spring of Manhwa, which made the plum blossoms bloom, passed by. Quietly. Casually. Blooming and withering. Blooming again and withering again. Plum blossoms in the world have thus blossomed and faded twice. Time is like this, flowing like water. Finally climbed up. Here. This is the Huashan sect. Since the Huazhong conference 2 years ago, Huashan's status is completely incomparable. Now, I finally have that feeling. The gate of Huashan sect in my impression is not so clean. I hope my father's judgment is not wrong. Is anybody there? I have an important matter to attend to. Is anybody there? If someone had heard it, they should have done it now. Who came here? Ah, that one. I'm here to find Master Huashan. Our faction does not receive visitors today. Please come back tomorrow. Ah. No wonder there was no one up the mountain. Are we going to climb the mountain again tomorrow? This is a bit. Wait a minute, I'm sorry. Isn't there any other way? I must meet the sect leader. Unfortunately, our faction does not accept visits from outsiders today. If there's nothing urgent, we'll talk tomorrow. I am not an outsider. My name is Wei Xiaoxing. It's from the Huaying sect, a secular sect in Huashan. I have an urgent matter to meet with the sect leader. Is it mine to go up the mountain without considering the situation of your faction? But could you please pass on a message to the sect leader for the sake of Huaying Gate? Huaying Gate. So you are set by the Huashan secular sect, right? Ha ha ha, good. You're from Huaying Gate. The only secular sect that has been paying tribute for the past 30 years is the Huaying sect. So handsome, he looks like a disciple of Huaying sect, ha ha ha. What happened? You can tell me. I will do my best to help you solve it. Ah, that one. What's the situation? Why are you so enthusiastic? Are you short of money? If it's a problem with money, I can lend you some money at a low interest rate. No, it's not. You. I know, I really know. Can't I just shut up? You say whatever I do. When will he be able to return to normal? Okay, my mood should calm down now. Can you tell me what happened? What brings you to Huashan? Ah, it's the sect leader. Our Huaying Gate is now facing a major disaster. So my father sent me to Huashan to seek help. What do you need us to do for you? Pure brightness. I would like to invite the hero of the Huazhong Conference, Huashan Shenlong Qingming Taoist, to our place. That, you're called Wei Xiaohang, right? Yes, headmaster. Don't come up with a conclusion right away. Can you explain the cause and effect first? Oh, I'm sorry, I was too flustered. In fact, the cause of the incident originated from the newly opened martial arts school across from our Huaying Gate, which started from the Dao Hall. As soon as the Taoist Academy opened, it used radical methods to gather nearby cultivators as a secular sect of Wudang sect. Perhaps because our Qingming have done a lot of practical work in the Nanyang area and gained recognition from the locals, their voices are not very strong. But now they have changed their strategy and started provoking our Qingming. Under their continuous provocation, my father, who couldn't bear it anymore, was seriously injured as the head of the Huaying sect during a martial arts competition with the head of the Kodo Hall. If that's the case, we wouldn't have gone up Mount Hua. Maybe the Taoist temple wants to drive us out of Nanyang. We heard that they went to Wudang Mountain to look for reinforcements. I heard that there will be disciples from Wudang Town coming down the mountain soon. My father quickly sent me here. Let me meet with the sect leader and ask for Huashan's help. Dada. Since it is a common sect in Wudang, it should pursue the Tao. Why would it? Master, please help me with Huaying Gate. If Huashan doesn't help us, Qingming will have to remove the plaque. Those people are truly devoid of morality. Indeed, we cannot let the problem continue to develop in 1717. Anyway, Huashan is ready to emerge from the mountain. After all, the number of secular sects also represents the strength of Huashan. If Huashan wants to regain its past reputation and return to the era of having hundreds of secular sects, now it needs to start expanding one by one. Soon, some of the second-generation disciples will go down the mountain with the Jinshan disciples who are still staying on Mount Hua to open the school. But if they didn't care about the problems of these secular sects before they opened, how would they view our Huashan mountain? But now we can solve this problem. Do you want to invite Qingming to sit in town? Yes. Before coming, my father had repeatedly reminded me. Be sure to invite the hero of the Huazhong Conference who defeated everyone in the Zhongnan faction alone 2 years ago. Huashan Shenlong Qingming Daoist returns. Well, I'm not wrong. The rumors are a bit outrageous. Who spread it? I got it. We need to discuss. You can go out first. Good leader. We must immediately send our disciples to bite those guys to death. Is Qingming easy to bully? Bite what? Bite is not letting the dog go. Master, this matter is not that simple. For Huashan today, Wudang is still too powerful. Although this is just a struggle between secular sects, since ancient times, there have been numerous cases where the struggle between secular sects has evolved into a struggle between sects behind the scenes. Leader, we need to consider two things now. Is now the best time for Huashan to restart its downhill activities? No matter what our thoughts are, as long as the disciples of Huashan sect go down the mountain and confront Wudang, the world will assume that Huashan has officially launched external activities. You rewrite. As for the second point, it is. Can our disciples defeat Wudang disciples? This point. The second point that really needs to be considered is. Can you send that kid out? Yunjian, what are you thinking about? What's there to think about? Of course we have to send it. Send him out. Anyway, that kid Qingming is bound to venture into the martial arts world sooner or later. Dragging around like this is not a solution. If letting him stay in Huashan can bring him enlightenment, I have no objection. But after all, this is just an illusory dream. So of course we have to send him out. It's better to wake up earlier than to wake up later. Awaken early. Well, that makes sense. This made me suddenly realize. What is Qingming doing? I went into seclusion a while ago and haven't left yet. Judging by the time, we should be leaving soon. Very good. Bring Yinzhong over. Traveling far away. Are you saying that after the Qingming festival, we need to go on a long journey? You are sincere. No, it's not. Take the distinguished guests of Qingming to see Qingming festival. I need to go with this person on this long journey and let him introduce the situation on the way. Good. Doesn't look very old. But his aura is completely different from mine. Like a calm lake water. Is this the disciple of Jinshan? Those. You said. What kind of person is Qingming Taoist? Now no one knows the name of Huashan Shenlong Qingming Daoist. But since the Huazhong Conference, no one has known his whereabouts, so everyone is very curious about what kind of person Qingming Daoist is. Some say he is a swordsman with a sharp aura, while others say he is a very bold hero. Great Xia. Is that what people say? Ah. Is that really true? Yes, that's what they say. Did I hear it wrong? I think you will feel it more when you see it than when you hear it from me. Here it is. This is called Manhwa Cave. Very few people come here. When disciples want to cultivate or have enlightenment, they will come here. So, during this period of Qingming, the Taoist priest is here for enlightenment. Or something like that. I'll help you call him out. Qingming Festival. Pure brightness. Qingming may have been immersed in deep cultivation, so I didn't hear any sound. Did he really call people properly? Being fully focused, haha. No, it's not. Let's forget about it today. Let's go back first. That person is. Defeated all 10 second-generation disciples of the Zhongnan sect, including Qin Jinlong, with their short stature. One of the few rising stars in the world. Damn it, I'm tired of eating by Gu Dan every day. That's why I don't want to be locked up. The next time I go into hiding, I'll change my name and surname, change my name and surname. He shouldn't be Qingming. Sword Lord Return Season 1, coming soon with afterword to meet everyone. Why is there so much dust? Who is this person? I don't think it's the Huashan Divine Dragon, but if we set aside this person's attitude, he doesn't seem like an ordinary person. His tall and slender figure, coupled with his appearance, is truly remarkable. Noble and dignified. Is it today? It's not estimated that there are still 3 days left. Why did you come to me today? The sect leader is looking for you. Oh, here we go again, headmaster. This is pity. I asked you to come and free me from the seclusion. He really dotes on Jade. It's not what you think. It seems like something happened. Something happened. What happened? This is Wei Xiaoxing, young hero Wei. From Qingming. Huaying Gate. Now I see. Speaking of Huaying Gate, there used to be a folk sect in Huashan called Huaying Sect. I thought all the folk customs of Huashan had long disappeared, but unexpectedly there are still surviving Huashan folk customs in the world. Do you know Qingming? I don't know. How could I possibly know? Okay, we'll talk about the specific situation with the sect leader. Okay. If you don't leave, I'll leave first. I can finally taste the meat flavor. This person and Yin Zhong are both disciples of the Zhenshan school, but his speech and behavior are far from that of a Taoist. It's like a hooligan spitting everywhere on the street. Let's quickly follow along. Aren't we going with Huashan Shenlong? I just said I'm coming here to find the Huashan Divine Dragon. Although I'm not sure what Huashan Shenlong is, the person we're looking for is that guy. What? Is it difficult to say that person is? He is Qingming. Young Xia, don't be too surprised. The days ahead are still long. So, the common boys of Wudang attacked our common people, but it's not enough. They even brought in a group of powerful Taoist priests from Wudang's own sect. Yes. How dare these bastards? Don't worry, headmaster. Leave this matter to my disciple, I will handle it thoroughly. How do you want to clean it up? What else can be done? Of course, he immediately rushed over and smashed the heads of those guys from Nanyang. Isn't that what happened? It's from Daoguan. Regarding the Daoguan. In short, as long as I break the heads of those guys in Wudang together and make them never dare to set foot in Nanyang again, I will burn down the martial arts school and clean everything up. What set fire to that place? It's a gym, you crazy. Can't Daoguan catch fire? In front of the fire, whether it's from Nanyang or Huashan, it's the same. I've already said it's from the Taoist temple, but why did you suddenly mention Manhua? Didn't we also get burned down once? Is it really okay to send this kid down the mountain? I think it's better to reconsider. Huashan should protect those who submit filial piety within its sphere of influence, shouldn't it? Otherwise, who would be willing to give Yingliang to follow us? Don't use random words to say filial piety, that's Silver supporting Huashan. All the same, all the same. In short, since those guys picked up the matter, Headmaster, we must confront it. You just need to leave this matter to me, and I will go and smash those guys' heads. How do you want me to leave now? Oh, my head. It seems that we need to find a few children to go with us. I need to understand the situation again. There are a few things I also need to think about again. So you can wait until tomorrow or the day after before setting off. Yes, none of this is important anyway. As long as I can see those guys from Wudang, that's great. Ahem, okay. I will arrange for someone to accompany you as soon as possible and then inform you. Yin Zhong, please arrange a place for Wei Xiaoxia to stay. I think he should also be hungry and take him to dinner. It's the sect leader. Disciple resigns. Pure brightness. You have gained something from this seclusion. My harvest will be personally experienced by those guys in Wudang. Xuanchang. Its senior leader. Maybe I'm overthinking, but the secular sects of Wudang suddenly arrived in the calm and peaceful Nanyang. Do you think all of this is just a coincidence, deliberately provoking the Huayin Gate? You said that. I don't know if sending Qingming down the mountain this time is right or wrong. If their goal has always been it, the leader won't do it. Attacking the common people just to lure Qingming out of the mountains is really your overthinking. What are the benefits of Wudang actively provoking Huashan? That small land of Nanyang doesn't have any significant benefits worth it. Since the final ceremony in China, Qingming has gained widespread fame. Nowadays, speaking of the first of the new generation in the world, he ranks first. And that's what I'm worried about. The name of Huashan Shenlong is too eye-catching. Perhaps Wudang will not care about minor disputes over power and interests. But they will never allow any other Taoist sect to have a higher reputation than them. So what? Chief of the sect. Do you know what nickname the children of Huashan give Qingming? He has a nickname in Huashan. The children call him the Huashan Rabies. Hiccup. Ahem, calling him a mad dog is a bit too much. A ferocious dog is probably more accurate. Isn't that also a dog? Why can't it get along with dogs? Master, in the past 2 years, the children have undergone arduous training. Don't you also see this in your eyes? With their current strength, neither Wudang nor Shaolin dare to underestimate them. Among them, Qingming Boy is making even faster progress. Those who rashly challenge the Huashan Divine Dragon will surely let them know why he got this title. However, if Qingming's actions are too outrageous, someone should dissuade him in a timely manner. Ahem, So, Master, how many candidates do I have in mind for the child who will go with Qingming Festival? Are all the rumors false? Is this person who even eats so crudely really the Huashan Divine Dragon? Ah, wow. Ah, woo-woo. It's better to say that this person is the Huashan Divine Dragon. Ah, woo-woo. Have you all been practicing seriously during my absence? Brother Yin Zhong, that's true. The 3 months without that guy were so comfortable. He insisted on calling that guy out early. Of course, everyone is working hard. Oh, is that so? Then let me personally inspect it. The most important thing at hand is the matter of Huayin Gate. Yeah, I have to smash those bastards' heads first. So, what time do we depart? The sect leader has instructed us to depart early tomorrow morning. The time is even earlier than the sect leader had previously set, and the situation of the Chinese film gate is very urgent. Let's hurry back and pack our bags after finishing our meal. After all, you have to leave as soon as possible. Got it. I'll go back and prepare first. I thought I was going to be beaten again after several days. I'm scared to death. It's too difficult to live. Isn't that person the youngest? Not only does he speak so impolitely, but even his senior uncle has to look at his face. Wei Xiaoxia, you don't need to bother understanding these things. Because in the future, even if you don't want to know, you will understand. We need to depart on time to arrive on time. Yin Zhong, the third generation of Huashan disciples. Don't worry, everyone will gather on time. Zhao Jie, the third generation disciple of Huashan sect. Oh, you're here too. During the day, senior uncle. During the daytime. He is the one who led his senior brothers to eliminate thieves in the martial arts world. Saved many people. Second generation disciple of Huashan sect during the day. Huazheng sword during the day. You really don't look like ordinary people. This heroic spirit. I slept well last night. You slept well. If I could sleep well, damn it. That guy has already cleared customs, but it's not enough to expect me to go down the mountain with him and explore the rivers and lakes together. What have I done to suffer like this? Well, this is... My first meeting is Wei Xiao from Qingming. Warehouse, what kind of person? Woman. When did she appear behind me? Wait, let's talk. Wen Yixue, second generation disciple of Huashan sect. She's so pretty. Although she has a cold expression, her appearance is very beautiful. Such a beautiful woman is truly rare in my life. That's really strange. Huashan is clearly not a sect with many disciples. But every person I have met is not ordinary. And the most peculiar one among them is undoubtedly 3 generations of disciples of Huashan sect during Qingming festival. You're here so early. You'd better sleep in. It's nothing. Why are you so diligent? Uncle, also go. Anyway, that's it. Okay, if Uncle sure wants to go, then forget about it. Does Auntie also have to go? Big. Is it necessary? Is everyone here? Greetings, Master. Wei Xiaoxia. It's Master Xian. I know you have many concerns in your heart. But these children are trustworthy people who can definitely help your faction. Master Xian, thank you for putting so much effort into the Huaying sect. Take care of the children during the day. I trust you. Correct. Yixue, Yin Zhong, and Zhao Jie, the 3 of you will assist during the day. Please rest assured, sect leader. Also, Qingming. It's the sect leader. Remember not to cause trouble. Why is your advice to me different from others? Keep in mind. It is. Go. Went to Nanyang to help Huanmen and tell the world that Huashan is still alive. Leader, we're leaving now. 2 years. The time is not short either. Nowadays, the time has come to let the world see a brand new Huashan. Haha. But 2 years ago, we were still worried that our disciples would be humiliated by Zhongnan. Now I'm actually starting to worry that those children are too ruthless towards Wudang disciples. Don't worry, just wait for them to come back. They're not a group of reckless children, are they? They will definitely spread the name of Huashan throughout the world on this trip. The name Huashan is bound to spread throughout the world. After all, a notorious reputation can be considered world-renowned. A few of us are certainly fine, but with Wei's stamina, it is impossible to run from Huayin County to Nanyang. So we need to find a better way to get there. Don't worry, you don't need to be concerned about this at all. I will solve this matter. When did you bring it with you, kid? Taoist drinking. Huashan cannot help but drink. Ah, this is it. And you don't have to try to understand his behavior either. Anyway, even if you see him like that, you won't understand him. Wei Xiaoxiao. It's a daytime Taoist. I haven't been able to fully understand the whole situation of the urgent departure yet. May I ask what kind of place Qingming is? Although I know that Qingming is a common household in Huashan, since I am going to handle matters this time, I think it would be better to learn more about it. Hiccup. There's nothing particularly special about our Qingming. The Bu Huaing Gate is very extraordinary. To this day, as a commoner from Huashan, it is not something worthy of praise. However, Huaing Min still rightfully called itself Huashan Layman's Temple. There is no other place in the world besides Qingming that treats Huashan like this. We are not doing this with any ulterior motives. It's just that my father has always been proud to be a disciple of Huashan. I think they must have suffered a lot, right? This person must have advised his father countless times to give up Manhua. A martial art follower followed the declining sect. How could there be anyone going to such a martial art gym to learn martial arts? If they give up their status as commoners in Huashan, the business of the martial arts school will actually be better. My father was overjoyed to hear about the Huazhong conference. He said Huashan would soar like a koenpung spreading its wings again, and then drink up 2 pots of wine that he had treasured for a long time. My father has always been proud to be a disciple of Huashan. But to be precise, my great-grandfather was the disciple of the common people in Huashan. Although it cannot be considered a direct relationship, he has always kept in mind his identity as a commoner in Huashan. My father is lucky that the gym has been running well and has never gone hungry. If it weren't for the guys from the gym intentionally causing trouble. I heard that the sect leader lost the martial arts competition with the master of the gym. Yes. However, this fact is somewhat suspicious. Strange. My father practiced martial arts diligently and never slackened. Perhaps I am boasting by saying this. But my father will never lose to ordinary young people. That's right. Unlike ordinary people, the deeper the internal strength of martial arts practitioners, the slower the rate of physical aging. So this old man in the martial arts world is not a weak person, but a strong one. The owner of the gym is extremely young. I really can't understand why my father would lose to such a young man. If this is just a simple dispute between secular sects, there are more than 1 or 2 suspicious aspects. Actually, I should apologize to everyone. I came here on behalf of my father. But I don't think Huashan will sincerely help us in my heart. After all, opposing Wudang is not an easy task. Before, I didn't believe in Huashan, but now I seem to understand why my father often talks about Huashan so much that he can't forget it. Regardless of the outcome of this matter, I will be grateful to the Huashan sect for the rest of my life. What? Regardless of the outcome. How can you say regardless of the outcome? There will only be one result. It's me knocking those guys' heads apart. Why is he so obsessed with his brain? We are also curious about this. If you restrain yourself, you will make the sect leader angry to the West. How could you estimate that he is actually looking forward to me doing this? To be honest, the sect leader doesn't have many days left. I need to show him the scene of me smashing those guys' heads before he drives back from Hushi. So he can only leave with a smile when he ascends to immortality, right? That's really amazing. However, these few words surprisingly contain both respect and rebellion towards the sect leader. No matter what reasons they have, I want them to know that anyone who dares to move Huashan must be careful of their heads. Senior brother, why are you still standing there? Hurry up. Those heads are still waiting for me. Rushing too fast can make the horses tired. Oh, do you know how much silver these horses cost? They can withstand it, faster. The people from Huashan sect who came to help us are about to arrive. Wei Lishan, master of Huaying Gate. They will definitely come. Yin Pinghua, a disciple of the Shadow sect. Master, it's useless. The other party is Wudang. Although Huashan has recently become famous, Wudang is a famous gate in the Taoist school that no one can match. If Huashan is willing to help us, it would be great. But they are not foolish and would not want to get involved in this matter. Master, wake up. We can only solve this matter ourselves, and there won't be anyone to help us. When we need help, they can't help you at all. Why waste their efforts? We are commoners from Huashan. The roots cannot be lost, nor can they be lost. Do you think that if we deny our identity as commoners of Mount Hua and abandon the name of Mount Hua, everything will be better? If that's the case, then it doesn't make any difference which sect of commoners we abandon Huashan and become. If Wudang loses its popularity, then abandon Wudang and Shaolin. If Shaolin loses its reputation, then abandon Shaolin. No, this is not allowed. I don't want to live like that. No one will know about this matter. This has nothing to do with whether others know or not. It's just sticking to what I should stick to. Trapped in a dead end. It seems that the master will never give up Huashan because of my few words. After all, that's why I admire the sect leader so much. But if it continues like this, I believe Huashan will not abandon us and ignore us. They will definitely send Huashan and long to help us. Lord Wei, are you inside? I'm here today to negotiate with you. Hurry up and come out. Lord Wei. Master, what should we do? There are no other ways. I have to go out. If I don't go out now, won't I be ridiculed by others for being timid like a mouse in the Huaying sect? What are you doing here again? I have nothing to say to you anymore. From the owner of Daoguan Hall. What are you doing again? Are you asking knowingly? It was said that whoever loses the martial arts competition will have to leave Nanyang. Are you still staying here to get another beating? There is no reason to leave after losing a martial arts competition. This is an unwritten rule in the martial arts world, don't you know it too? Anyway, even if you insist on maintaining the business of the martial arts school, it will only become increasingly difficult. Isn't that all obvious? Cut to the chase. You are required to leave Nanyang within today. I said I won't leave. You don't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Master, let me say a few words for you. You need to step forward. Why bother with trivial matters in the district? Not a bother. This man. He wears a crown on his head. Wearing a black Taoist robe. Also, embroidery of pine trees on the chest. There are thousands of sects in the world, but only one has a pine tree pattern embroidered on its chest. This person is a disciple of Wudang. First meeting. The second generation disciples of Wudang. Very cool. Oh. So cool. You're the one who never stops wielding the sword. It's really dazzling. Ashamed, those were all false names, I didn't think you would have heard of them. Bu sword is really cool. Or in other words, Wudang sword dragon is really dazzling. He is the first swordsman among the younger generation in Wudang, and perhaps also the first swordsman among the younger generation in the world. The departure of this person from Wudang sect is tantamount to declaring to the outside world that they attach great importance to this matter. I have heard the whole story about this since the owner of the gym. You said you want to stay in Nanyang. Yes. But I don't think it's a good decision. Nanyang is only 1 acre and 3 parts of land. If there are 2 martial arts schools, it will inevitably cause trouble again. These disciples have to be divided between 2 sects, which will only be detrimental to both sides. How could I not know about these? But ultimately, we were the ones who established the martial arts school here first, so why do we have to leave? This is because, looking at the magnitude of the loss, it is obvious that the loss of the Qingming is more serious with 2 martial arts halls standing side by side. However, we will not force you to leave like this. Wudang is willing to give you some compensation. What do you think? Opening from the Dao Guan has indeed caused losses to your faction. If you are willing to leave Nanyang, all expenses for this trip will be borne by Wudang. These bandits. He knew that the key to this matter was not the cost of leaving, yet he deliberately said such words. Huaying Gate is a sect from Nanyang. The disciples in the sect also lived in Nanyang, and everything in the past of Qingming was in Nanyang. If Huaying Gate abandons all of this and leaves Nanyang, it means they have to abandon Huaying Gate's history and start over from scratch. Qingming has no intention of doing so. Good. If you really want to stay in Nanyang, I have another way. Are you saying there is a compromise on this matter? I will do whatever it takes to stay in Nanyang. Then please remove the plum blossom pattern from the plaque. 2 pavilions cannot coexist. Even if the relationship between Huashan and Taoism is shallow, it is still Taoism. Wudang will never accept the coexistence of other Taoists in the place where Wudang lay folk reside. Take your pick. To erase the name of Manhwa and continue to stay in Nanyang with Wudang. Or to make the name of Huaying disappear forever in Nanyang. What is the choice for Qingming? We will not abandon Manhwa. Are you asking for trouble? In that case, I'll give you 3 hours. If you haven't left here in 3 hours, then I will personally clean it up. You are deceiving people too much. Wudang, which is famous all over the world, acts so despicable. Despicable? I think you misunderstood. It is precisely because Wudang acts in such a way that the name of Wudang can shake the world. We have said everything we should have said, and it is already a matter of benevolence and righteousness. Master, you stubbornly rejected our suggestion. You remember clearly. I'll give you 3 hours. Could it be that? Are you holding on so stubbornly because you are waiting for reinforcement from Manhua? You don't think Huashan will help Qingming? Be our enemy with Wudang? What else are you talking about? The common people of Huashan. If I really wanted to seek protection so much, I should have chosen a better backing in the first place. What nonsense are you talking about, you bull-nosed Taoist? What kind of person? I asked who you are. It's me, you Taoist priest with a big nose. Who are you? Who do you care who I am? Is this person a lunatic? That's ridiculous. Even if you don't recognize us as Wudang disciples. Even a normal person wouldn't dare to push away so many strong male protagonists carrying swords with their hands. Could you please let me know? Why are they all stuck at the door? Could you please let me know? Father. Asteroid. Father. Xiaoxing, you're finally back. Father. I've lived up to your expectations. I brought back disciples from Huashan. Manhua. Manhua definitely. Do we look like Shaolin monks? We have hair. The way these people appeared just now was so unexpected that I didn't even notice it. I just saw it now. The plum blossom patterns embroidered on the chests of these people. Huashan heard that Huaying Gate had a sudden disaster, and the sect leader specially sent us here. The second-generation disciples of Huashan have seen the sect leader of Huaying Gate during the day. Day. Huajing sword during the day. The sect leader actually came over during the day for the Huajing sword of the Huaying sect. Father. The main door. It's really majestic. Its aura is not inferior even when standing next to the endless sword Jinshuan. What about the Huashan divine dragon? We didn't come together. Oh, so you're the gatekeeper. I have heard a lot about your deeds. I heard that for 30 years, you have been sending filial piety to Huashan without any obstacles, and you are our esteemed guest. I already said that's not filial piety. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Huashan Qingming. What? Qingming? That's right. Qingming. What? Qingming. Could it be that Qingming, also known as the Huashan Divine Dragon? You are the one. I don't know what the Huashan god is, but I am Qingming. That's right. Why do you need me to provide any evidence to prove my identity? He looks like a rundown household, and it turns out he's the Qingming Festival. That rising star in the martial arts world, known as the one who dominates the world. The Huashan Divine Dragon, even better than my sword dragon name, is actually him. Master, you can rest assured. We will handle this matter properly. The sect leader said that Huaying Gate is the most important among the common people in Huashan. They actually think that kind of guy is stronger than me. We are here for the dispute among the common people. Huashan, daytime. Wudang is really cool. Just now you seem to be talking to the sect leader of Huaying Gate. Now, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Let me tell you. Are you saying that Huashan wants to intervene in this matter? After all, Huashan has no reason to stay out of the matter. Wildly arrogant. A sect that has just regained some of its former fame dares to intervene in Wudang's affairs. It's ridiculous. I'm curious about how you plan to solve this matter. If both parties prioritize peace and negotiate to resolve the issue, it would be best. But I don't think Wudang has such plans. From just now on, I noticed that this person's aura was intimidating. With this aura alone, he seems to be able to suppress the surroundings. Huajing sword. Isn't he just famous for being different from that divine dragon? How should we proceed? Are you going to have a martial arts competition? We won't refuse. You're sick. Are we here to compete with you in martial arts? What are you saying? I'm sick. Are Huashan disciples like this ignorant of etiquette? A guy who breaks into someone's sect and makes them want to leave without wanting to die, yet still talks about etiquette. It seems that you only talk about etiquette when needed. You. Come back in 3 hours. I will compete with you as you wish when the time comes. However, when you come, it's best to be prepared for your heads to be shattered. Can we believe that this sentence is the attitude of your Huashan sect? Words uttered cannot be taken back. Furthermore, in my opinion, Taoist, you have already made a decision in your heart. You can see it clearly. One day. I'll give you one more day. Tomorrow at this hour, I will come knocking on your door as you wish. Also, please remember that this was proposed by your sect first, according to the rules of the community. No matter what tragic situation tomorrow may be for Qingming, they cannot blame us. 3 hours at a time, 1 day at a time. It's up to you the final say. You might as well say that you're scared and want to run away. Don't bother him anymore. The more I talk to this kid, the angrier I get. Oh, I'm so angry. I'll come back at this time tomorrow to say goodbye. Wow, he can even tolerate this. Wudang is truly Wudang. I told you, just trust us. You don't need to get involved in this matter. Just rest assured. Without. No need to intervene. Each of you knows what you just did. I want you to mediate them who told you to confront them. Oh my God. Father. Father. Did we do something wrong? Wait, it's not us. It's you. Senior brother, why should we extend their grace until tomorrow? Senior. We should break a few bones of those guys now so they know how powerful they are. Now. That's right now. We'll go back immediately and teach them a lesson. Do you know why I postponed this matter until tomorrow? What? Because if we were to take action at this moment, I'm afraid I might take the life of Qingming. They will also soon understand. What stupid thing did they do just now? What will happen if you become an enemy of Wudang? Hill boy. Father? Manhwa is an orthodox sect. The name of a prestigious and authentic sect naturally requires countless predecessors to pay with blood and sweat. Although Huashan is currently facing difficulties, one day it will regain its vitality and its name will once again spread throughout the world. So you must guard Manhwa today and never distance yourself from them. So one day, our Qingming will also soar in the sky with Hua Mountain. You have to protect Hua Mountain. This is not a dream. It's really good wine. Senior brother, throw me the meat over there. I won't give it to you even if I die. Besides, didn't you already eat your own portion just now? Don't be so stingy. Hey, take your hands away, or I'll cut off your hand. Everybody. Do you know what the situation is now? And you are still drinking here? Father. Really sorry, they're usually relaxed. Master, would you like to have a drink too? The sect leader is still suffering from internal injuries. Can you grow a little brain, kid? What nonsense is it? Authentic from a prestigious family. Qingming plans to give up Nanyang and leave. Father. I also have a deep affection for this place. Letting go of everything and leaving my homeland is not an easy task. At this point, we have no other choice. Anyway, thanks to everyone who fought for us today, we took the opportunity to leave and everything was resolved. The main door. I know you don't believe us, but please. I don't mean I don't believe you guys. Just because the opponent is Wudang. Being enemies with them, even if we survive this time, the same thing will still happen. Until we are forced out of Nanyang. I was just about to ask you. They act so out of line. Is there any natural treasure here? Tian Kai Di Bao. There aren't many treasures in Nanyang. If there were any treasures in Nanyang, it wouldn't have been peaceful all the time. Well, that's true. If Lord Wei knows something, there shouldn't be anything unusual. After all, everyone must have heard of it. The group of Wudang disciples I know would even mutter about the infinite heavenly Lord of Fuxing in their mouths. There must be something suspicious about those guys who manage to do things to such an extent. Anyway, as soon as it gets light tomorrow, everyone should set off back to Huashan. The things that come after that, I will take care of myself. What? That's not possible. What? The sect leader has orders. We need to handle the Huaying Gate properly before returning to Huashan. This matter is not as simple as you think. Huashan will never forget the kindness of Qingming. Huashan will never ignore the common people. The world will soon understand this clearly as well. Pure brightness. The Huashan divine dragon among the people. Perhaps I am too arbitrary in judging people. But before that, I want to ask the sect master something. Please. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do my best. Good. Do you have any more wine left? Can you have another bottle? No, if there are, can we have 3 more bottles? Ah, this wine was finished in one go. I really didn't read it wrong. Senior brother, what do you think? Is it true that the Huaying Gate will flee overnight, as the Taoist temple owner said? It is indeed possible for the head of Huaying Gate to escape. Huashan disciples would never do such a thing. Truly pacify the second-generation disciples of Wudang Sect. Why? Because they care about reputation. If one truly lives up to their name, they will not be too obsessed with fame. But if someone doesn't live up to their name, they will be obsessed with false fame. I think that guy can't bear the title of Huashan Divine Dragon. If he provokes others first but turns around and runs away, he will be ridiculed by the world. But those guys also need to consider their face. I just saw that they are just a group of shameless brats. If they really don't know what shame is, we can teach them. It's also said that being famous at a young age may make one look down on others. Is it not the responsibility of seniors to dampen his enthusiasm and teach him to bow his head? Senior brother is right. But don't forget our true purpose of coming here. Do you remember? That's natural, senior brother. I never forgot for a moment. It doesn't matter if it's Qingming or Huashan. Since we have encountered some obstacles, we just need to sweep them away. If this matter goes well, we will be able to surpass Shaolin and become the #1 sect in the world. We insist on coming to Nanyang to establish this fake secular sect called Diagnosing, but in fact, it is for the purpose of Sword Tomb. Sword Tomb. Just follow the plan. Our Wudang will soon be able to dominate the world. Ah. Pew. Oh, did I drink too much? My stomach seems a bit uncomfortable. I already told you to drink less. Why didn't you expect to feel uncomfortable when you were holding a wine jug and pouring it into your stomach? But this wine is really delicious. What can I do? You're the one who felt uncomfortable in your stomach because you drank too much alcohol. As soon as you woke up, you started drinking again. Ah, stop shouting. It's making my head buzz. At this point, you can still drink. We're going to start fighting soon. I'll just wake up after drinking. Ah, that smell of alcohol. Father. According to your command, I gathered all the disciples of the Huaying Gate, and the gate has already been closed. Wudang disciples should break in soon. Should we fight together? Fight together. Actually, if we count it, it's not the Huaying sect that provoked Wudang this time, but Hua Mountain. If we make a good plan to leave Nanyang, withdraw and not fight against Wudang, then Huaying sect will not suffer too much loss and can escape a disaster. But if we don't leave and instead fight against Wudang with Huashan, many disciples in the sect may get injured because of it. Especially my younger brother and I, even more so it's impossible to be safe and sound. Asteroid. What do you think we should do? Of course, we have to fight alongside them. They are guests, and we are the masters here, aren't we? Hey, this crazy kid. As the host, we cannot stand idly by and let our guests fight alone. Most important of all, I respect my father and cherish the Huaying Gate, and it all stems from this. Father insists on helping the declining Huashan without hesitation or expecting anything in return. You're so proud of Huashan. Not really. Because this is Huaying Gate. Huashan folk family. Proud. Yeah, that's right. Even if they are just lay disciples, they are still disciples of Huashan. How can we remain indifferent when our fellow disciples are fighting alone? I went to Huashan this time to see the head. Without any hesitation, he sent his disciples to help us in the Wudang sect. Their approach may be inappropriate, but their desire to help us is not wrong. Today, even if I die, I will fight with them. Even in death, we must fight together with the disciples of Huashan. I'm really ashamed. These are all things I have said in my daily life. But my faith was shaken by the crisis in front of me. So it turns out that only you are still sticking to my teachings. Yin Ping. You go open the door. What? Then tell the disciples. Those who are willing to fight, stay, and those who are unwilling, go home immediately. I won't hold anyone accountable for leaving Qingming either. If after today, Qingming can still exist in the world, they can come back at any time. Qingming is willing to accept them unconditionally. Otherwise, no one would stay. Won't. I will stay, Shaoxing will also stay. That's enough. We will shoulder the name of Huashan and face Wudang. Father. I understand, those two can do it themselves. Do you want to leave? I will not bear the name of Manhua. But I will shoulder the name of Huaying Gate and fight against them. Ah, this wine is really delicious. Senior brothers, when do you think those people will come? How do we know? Listen up, everyone. I have never interfered with anything you do, but I have to tell you that the situation is different now. The sect leader said that this is a signal sent by Huashan to the outside world, telling the world that Huashan is about to reappear in the martial arts world. Today's battle is not just our battle. You must not forget the fact that we shouldered the name of Huashan in this battle. We must bear in mind. Also, Qingming. Got it, got it. I'll do it. No. If you want to take action, don't hold back. Anyway, this matter must be irreparable. Since that's the case, it's better to do it thoroughly. Oh ho. This is quite to my liking. But didn't the sect leaders say not to cause trouble? Isn't it you who is clamoring to smash the heads of those people in Wudang before the sect leader returns to the west? TSK, 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 our sect is becoming more and more respectable. Huaying sect disciple. We just opened the door. Lord Wei. I asked the person who wanted to leave. Because they don't want to fight. Even so, are there still so many people staying? Huaying Gate is very good. The disciples here are also very good. It's just like Huashan back then. Last night, I was in a daze and couldn't entertain you properly. You all have seen that my Huaying sect is in trouble, and you have specially come to help us. I would like to thank you all from the bottom of my heart, and thank Huashan. Although I don't know what the outcome will be today, I am willing to lead the Huaying sect and the other Taoist priests to fight together. Master Wei, please don't do this. We just did our duty. As I thought. I heard that the master of Huaying sect has a heroic spirit, so it seems that this statement is not false. If I were him, can you make such a decision like him in the face of the current situation? Indeed. Truly deserving of being someone who has been steadfast in their loyalty for 30 years, they are different. What he said about loyalty, only I think he's talking about giving money. This sounds like we're talking about silver. But you don't need to do anything either. What? I can't explain it clearly for a while. Just look at it. It was just about time they arrived. Right in front of that. Hands on. Yes. Here we go. There are 3 people. Wow, wow, wow. You alone are in charge of everything. What a monster! Oh, hey. Should we let them in first and then proceed with the action? Uh-huh. Oh. Did something hit us? I feel like I've been hit by a gray and white wind. Surprisingly, none of the three disciples were able to see the opponent's attack clearly. How is this possible? This can only happen if those people inside are several times stronger than us. It seems that the people inside know how to use deceitful schemes. You guys follow behind me and come in with me. There might be some traps inside, and I'll take the lead. Yes, senior brother. Where are the traps? Why do we have to smash the door when it's already fallen? Nowadays, children in this world have no manners at all. Side TSK. Only these people are there. You guys alone want to deal with us. Hands on with Wudang disciples. You guys really have confidence. I really don't know if you guys are confident or arrogant. That guy's expression and tone. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere before and it's a bit familiar. It looks a lot like the old master uncle, doesn't it? Stop talking. Hold back and say spicy. Hey. What is happening? How did they stay so calm? I really don't know where you got your confidence from. Manhwa has always been crawling Mount Wudang's foot. Do you all think that with today's Manhwa, you can be our enemy? Huh, what? Who is crawling at whose feet? 100 years ago, it was you who submitted to our feet. 100 years ago. Ah, that's right. You mean the era of the Plum Sword Master that you are so proud of. However, do you know that the Plum Blossom Sword Lord whom you are proud of once suffered a disastrous defeat under the Tai Chi Sword Emperor of Wudang? What? Ha. Judging from your reaction, it's certain that you don't know about this matter. At that time, the two of them once lost a devastating battle to the Plum Blossom Sword Lord. It's just that the Taiji Sword Emperor was generous and kept the results of the martial arts competition hidden for the sake of the reputation of the Plum Blossom Sword Lord. That is to say, you are no match for my Wudang, whether it was 100 years ago or now, just Hua Mountain. Nonsense, how dare you fabricate that person's gossip? This is really too much. That person's name is not something you can casually mention. I am that Plum Blossom Sword Master. You guys better treat me well. But then again, who won who? Emperor of Tai Chi Sword? The old guy who looks like he's about to sink into the ground and walks around in the clouds all day long. I did compete with that Taoist priest with a big nose. But he insisted that the outcome of that battle would not be known even if he died. That's why he didn't publicize it. As both of us are cultivators, I will tell you what is the true path of cultivation for a Taoist. Don't blame my subordinates for not showing mercy. Reflect on the mistakes you have made. I admit that your strength surpasses mine. It's my lack of cultivation that makes me willing to withdraw from the martial arts competition. Wait a minute, I've already said I want to quit. Stop fighting. I'm still talking, why are you hitting me? How can you do this? Brother, please let me go. Since then, whenever I passed by Wudang, I would call him out and ask him to treat me to a meal. Buy some of the most expensive drinks on the top floor of the restaurant and enjoy it to the fullest. He's a useful little brother. Although he is older than me. Anyway, is this a distortion of the facts? Anyway, no one knew and there was no evidence back then, so he just talked nonsense. These guys. Hey. Does it mean that the people from 100 years ago appear behind you to cheer you up? You brat, they've all died long ago. How pedantic. I think you should switch to practicing witchcraft instead of Taoism. How dare you insult the name of Wudang? Wei Xiao chivalrous swordsman. Have I taken care of everything I asked you for? Are you referring to that news? I have already informed the locals in Nanyang of the news during the daytime, but well done. Hiccup. What? What? Someone is watching the excitement. I always like to make the scene bigger. How many senior brothers can you handle? 2. I have about 3. That's 5 of them. Lu Shirgu, you only need to be responsible for 4 of them. During the day, senior uncle, you just need to deal with him. And what about you? You still need me to do it. Whatever. Okay, then let's do it. Uncle. Aunt. Senior brothers. I always feel like things are not quite right. It seems like we've reversed things, but the strength of Wudang disciples can fully prove the achievements of our cultivation during this period of time. On us. Show them the Huashan sword technique. Correct. Upper. Let them see clearly the strength of Wudang. Correct. Most of these people holding swords have been constantly striving to improve their strength in the past 2 years. But who among them is like a disciple of Huashan? Have you experienced those terrible 2 years like me? Not have. After all, that madman used all means to torture us. Choose. Did I run to exhaustion or was I beaten to death? I used to think that as long as I could become stronger, no matter how difficult the training was, I could endure it. I overestimate myself. My arrogance flew away with the spring breeze in the 2 months after the end of the Huazhong conference. I almost thought I was going to die. No, maybe even if I die, that guy will shout at me. After all, it is a very difficult thing to smash everything you have and reorganize it. However, does this kind of cultivation really have an end? Can I really hold on until the end? How strong can one become by practicing hard like this? Is my decision really right? I became exhausted and questioned myself 1,000 times in my heart. Only. I can't escape. The years I endured. The 2 years I spent with Qingming left marks on my body and sword. Clear at a glance, the strength of this person in front of us. The posture of holding a sword. Direction of gaze. Balance of the body. I want to point out every flaw. I'm sure I'll win. This man is not my opponent. Wudang swordsmanship emphasizes the importance of using one's skills to control others. They will wait until they fully meet their opponent's sword and then decisively strike, using the force of the opponent's sword to suppress the opponent. Wudang ascended to the top of the world's sword schools precisely because of this swordplay. Is there a way to deal with this swordsmanship? Just need to be faster. Water can extinguish fires, but as long as the fire is strong enough, water can also evaporate. Ahem. Slow down. It's too slow. The winner must be us. How is that possible? How could I be defeated by the disciples of Huashan? My friend, your swordsmanship is not bad. You haven't experienced days like ours. Has it become too strong too? Senior brother Zhao Jia made 3 mistakes, senior brother Yin Zhong made 4 mistakes, and after the 2 of you, please wait for me. It seems like we'll have to listen to his nagging again. But after the battle just now, I'm more certain. The swordsmanship of Manhua is very strong. It's not just about letting them know. Now is the time to let everyone know. The other party has no fighting power at all. They can't see any difference in seniority at all. Huashan easily secured the victory. Defeated Wudang, who was known as the Big Dipper of the Jianghu. Father. Well, it's so strong. The feeling at this moment is not pain, but a surge of emotion. Huashan has undergone a transformation. The disciples have become top experts. Would you like a drink? This kind of lunatic has also appeared. These two types of people didn't exist in Huashan before. Daoist, your senior brothers and uncles are currently engaged in battles with others, and you can still drink. What's there to it? They have been training hard these days. If they lose to that kind of guy, they will really have to find a hole to drill into. I don't even look at who taught them. Ambitious. How could his speed be so fast? Let's do it. What? You don't seem like someone who cares so much about face. Don't hesitate anymore, let's take action. Wudang disciples all came to help. What? Why are you still standing still? Hurry up and take action. Correct. I have to keep this scene in mind. Wudang disciples actually attacked Huashan disciples directly with many Defu in order to deal with them. Damn it, I would actually do such a shameful thing. If it weren't for Wudang having to win this battle, even if I were defeated in a humiliating manner, I wouldn't have resorted to such a tactic. I admit you guys are strong. However, why didn't that kid take action? Do you look down on us, Wudang? I finished drinking so quickly. I think you misunderstood. With your strength, he doesn't need to take action yet. Only with equivalent strength can one wield a sword, right? What? You don't need to get angry either. Because I, like you, don't have the strength to provoke him. Everything in the world has some strange existence. Since there are three-legged black-headed snakes. There are also monsters with 3 heads and 6 arms. 3 heads and 6 arms. But you don't have to feel regretful either. I'll play with you. Against Unending Sword, my Huazhang sword will suffice. Letting Huashan Shenlong take action is a bit overkill, isn't it? You guy. Wudang Sword Dragon is really dazzling. I have heard this name several times before. He is hailed as one of the top rising stars in the world. If it weren't for the name of Qing Jinlong from the Huazhong Conference, he would have been among the 6 dragons like him. In other words, truly impressive strength is on par with Qing Jinlong. Powerful internal strength and steady swordsmanship. He's like waving a silk ribbon. I understand why this person is praised by people in the martial arts world. But that's all. Because I can also make the plum blossom bloom. What? Qingming sword. Plum blossom slash. Whoa. Plum blossom petals. Yo. This scene is really magnificent. It's really a flower sword. Uncle Baitian is really amazing. Hold on a minute. Why are there the most people besieging me? My strength is the weakest among us. If you dare not deal with senior uncle during the day, forget about it. Why should we go after the second most powerful person? Who is the second most powerful person? Isn't she right there? Over there. Didn't you see that? Her movements are flawless. What's going on with her dancing swordsmanship? Oh, wow. Should we continue? If your faction continues, there is still a possibility of winning. But if these injured disciples are not treated immediately, there may be accidents. Hiccup. This dispute isn't important enough to warrant giving up the future of your fellow apprentices, is it? Take your senior brothers back to heal and leave Nanyang before tonight. We won this battle. Senior brother, lean against me. Thank you, Huashan, for showing mercy. Today we give up. Do not touch the Huaying Gate again. Today, you are in battle. You brothers put the name of Immortal Sword in jeopardy. I trust that you will not let his name be tarnished. Goodbye, don't send me off. I heard that Huashan is regrouping to regain its former glory. It seems that this is not a rumor. They actually fought against Wudang for the sake of Huaying Sect. If Huashan is such a sect, then their commoners are also worth doing. Lord Wei. Qingming and Huashan are protected. In the future, Qingming will be safe. I, in the name of the Master of Huaying Gate, would like to express my gratitude to Huashan. Great kindness. You're being too harsh. This is our responsibility. Interesting. This scene is really touching. Congratulations, Lord Wei. Ha ha ha. You've always remembered Intihua every day, and now you've finally been rewarded for it. Thank you all for your kind words. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't expect to be able to wait until this day. I thought the fallen sect would revive its prestige. In order to help our master's disciples, they came from afar. Father's words are correct. There. Heroes guarding the Huaying Gate are right there. I believe they are also raising their glasses to celebrate today's feat at this moment. I have to apologize to them. I didn't trust them before. I can't help but get angry with them. I have to apologize to them for all of this. I want to discuss the future of Huashan with them. Over there. Go there. We also need to raise a toast together with them to celebrate. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. You lunatic, stop it for me. What do you want to do, you bastard? Catch him. We must catch that kid. Grab. Qingming. Calm down and think carefully. The people from Wudang have already left. You don't need to do this. The matter has been resolved, and now we only need to set off and return to the mountains. The sect leader has repeatedly reminded you not to cause trouble. I beg you, kid, not to. That's right, uncle, auntie, and senior brother's affairs have been resolved. You don't have to worry about the next thing. Although I was not satisfied with your performance during the martial arts competition just now, I don't mind considering that you have won. Except for senior brother Zhao Jie. Why am I excluded? Next is my job. Hee. Finished. Hiccup. Father. It seems to me that you made a mistake, isn't that right? This is. Senior. Are you awake? This is on the way back to Wudang. We are still in the mountain. On the way back to Wudang. What about that matter? How about? Hiccup. I lost. How's it going from the gym? Let them clear the gym before tomorrow morning. Because this is a promise made under your name, senior brother, I have brought shame to Wudang. We attacked Huashan without moral principles in front of so many people, but the result was not only damage to Wudang's reputation. Even the purpose of our trip was not achieved. By the way, the purpose is the sword burial grounds. Truly comforting. Yes, senior brother. Return to Wudang immediately and inform the sect of the situation here. We can't just go back like this now. The rest of the people stay here to recuperate and wait for instructions from the door. No need. Not have. Uncle Wu Jin. No vibration. Wudang's first-generation disciples, the Wuzi generation, are the backbone of Wudang, and the strongest three of them are known as the Wudang Three Swords. Wu Jin is one of the three swords. Uncle Wu Jin. Why did it appear in Nanyang? I seem surprised to see you guys like this. Why am I here? The master was worried and sent me to take a look. Now it seems that the sect leader's concerns are correct. Are you being besieged? Are there 3 times as many people coming from Manhwa than from your place? Do they have help from other sects? Groan. You bet on your name, and you still lost? Yes, yes. However, my little bit of false reputation does not count. Do you think your reputation belongs to you alone? Don't be naive. If you do something shameful or show cowardice, it is not you that the world will ridicule and curse, but Wudang. Why don't you understand that your reckless thoughts will bring shame to the name of Wudang? The disciple knows his mistake. Okay. Anyway, those are no longer important now. We give up Nanyang. What? At this point, we might as well cross Nanyang and head straight for Sword Tomb. Coco, don't we still know the exact location of Sword Tomb? That's why we need to take Nanyang, isn't it? The secret of the location of Sword Tomb has been cracked inside the door. Ah. Losing to Huashan is indeed a shame, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future to avenge the previous shame. Compared to such trivial matters, we have more urgent goals, so they all cheer me up. The support from the sect will arrive soon. The severely injured disciples should return to Wudang first. Only leave the uninjured disciples with me. It's Uncle Sure. Wudang has actually solved the mystery of the location of the Sword Tomb. As long as I find Sword Tomb, I can repay these humiliations. Is it really cool? Can you walk? You need to calmly assess your injuries on your own. Being injured is not something to be ashamed of. Taiwan can go. I will never cause any trouble for everyone. Great. You follow me. Master Uncle. What kind of person? Show yourself immediately. Men in black. I am a passing robber. Come and ask me a question. What is the sword burial mound you mentioned just now? Passing bandits. He said he was a passing robber. In the middle of this mountain road. Shouldn't he be a bandit? Is that so? Then I am a bandit. Is this person crazy? But the pattern engraved on that guy's sword. It's a plum blossom. Manhwa Sect. The madman of Huashan Sect. Huashan Shenlong. Why did you suddenly? No, I'm not. I'm not that person. You're too obvious, aren't you, jerk? I thought that even if you were not good, you would still be a disciple of Huashan and would care a little about your reputation. I didn't expect you to be shameless. Really, I've already said that I'm not that person anymore. You should pretend not to recognize me, it's true. You didn't even notice me. Okay. It seems that you are not a disciple of Huashan, but a bandit. This uncle is quite understanding. That's right, you're definitely not a disciple of Huashan. Because you cannot be a disciple of Huashan. And I just chopped down a bandit who threatened us here. Oh, this person is actually smart. I have a good advice for you. If you immediately take off your handkerchief, apologize and beg for mercy, I can stop at the right time and not investigate further. But if you insist on doing this ridiculous thing to the end, then I don't have the heart to accompany you anymore. Oh, is that so? Then I can also advise you. If you tell me immediately what the sword tomb is and tell me everything you know, then I can let you leave here in one piece. Otherwise, I swear. Show no mercy. I heard that Huashan has become stronger. I also heard that the Huashan Divine Dragon is the most powerful among them. Oh, what a strange and embarrassing thing to say, haha. Over-awarded, haha. Hello, at least pretend to cover up your identity. But I had no idea about all of this. Whether it's the plum blossom pattern engraved on your sword or your identity as the Huashan Divine Dragon. Because that's the only way I can justify even if I severely injure you. This is like pulling a sword out of its scabbard. Even though he hasn't taken any action or mobilized his internal strength, he has already displayed such momentum as if he is about to pierce through a person's flesh and skin in the next moment. Even the martial arts skills of second-generation disciples are ultimately only at the level of young people. But this person is different from them. Out of all the people I have fought since I was reborn, he is the strongest. This is the real Wudang sword cultivation. I'll give you another piece of advice. It's best to be careful and protect your head. I have this little quirk. I think you misunderstood. With your strength, he doesn't need to take action yet. Only with comparable strength can you fight with swords, right? That Flower Zheng sword had said this before. I have no chance against Shang Huazheng. If even he says so. So that means that the strongest in the Wudang disciples is the one called Wudang Dragon. But even so, how can he defeat Master Wu Zhen, who is at least 30 years older than him, with his own strength? Moreover, Wu Zhen is the strongest among the same generation. Before we get started, I have one more thing. Let's make a bet. Bet. If we try our best to win but gain nothing, neither of us would be happy, would we? So let's each say a bet. If I win, then I need to know what sword tomb is. What about you? If you lose, I want you to take off your scarf and kowtow to me to apologize. We also need to admit that Huashan is not a match for Wudang at all. Oh, I already said I'm not a disciple of Huashan. But it doesn't matter if I agree to your request. But let's make this clear, you can't back out once you lose. Okay. Bring it on. Are you asking me to make the first move? Sure, are we supposed to just stare at each other like this? Arrogance should have a limit. How dare you? Since you won't take action, then I'll take action. I said hello. If his target was my neck just now, then I would already be decapitated at this moment. Thank you for showing mercy. Thank you, there's no need. But if you really want to thank me, then don't hesitate and use all your strength. That's natural. I also have this intention. That's right. Come on, let me take a look. Let me see how much the martial arts world has changed over the past century. How much more has the martial arts world improved? Or rather, the entire martial arts world suffered heavy losses in the battle with the demon cult, and the strong have all withered and fallen. Whoa! Master Uncle. This is the sword chi that Wudang is proud of, continuous and endless. To maintain this continuous, powerful sword chi, the swordsman must have extremely strong internal force. The reason why the strength of the second-generation Wudang disciples could only come to a halt within the younger generation lies here. Wudang martial arts emphasize accumulation and then sudden release. Practitioners are often late bloomers. Wudang's unique counterattack and its softness and gentleness to defeat the enemy, its ultimate key lies in using its powerful internal force to suppress the opponent. In other words, even if two people cultivate the same martial art, the power will be very different depending on the depth of their internal strength. Sword of the clear current. This sword chi is really like a clear stream. Use any moves you have. It was split open. How is this possible? How could he possibly split open the endless sword aura of Wudang? Ahem, Since this is not feasible, let you try this Jiangchuan water flow. Tai Ching sword technique. Oma. Flawless. Martial uncle, how can you perform the Tai Ching sword technique so perfectly? How can such powerful internal force be withstood? Even if the Huashan divine dragon has the ability to communicate with the heavens, it cannot stop the rushing of this long river. Compete for a chance to speak. Let's end it here. The power of this sword is sufficient. What? What? Oh, cough ho. It's really unremarkable. What nonsense. The Wudang 3 swords only have this skill. This won't work. Let me give you a good beating first. Whoa. Oh, cough cough. Ahem, This attack is truly astonishing. If I were to be hit by this, the consequences would not be as simple as getting hurt, and it's highly likely. Immediate death. My strength is clearly weaker than this person's. Oh, I've dodged. Why would a strong person with such strength cover their face and make such a strange move? Can't. Now is not the time to consider these things. I am truly amazed that you can easily break through the vitality of my Wudang. After all, the chi flow had cost me a lot of mental energy and internal force. However, what would you do if dozens of strands of main chi were to attack at the same time? Tai Ching sword technique. Qing Jiang Biu Jing. Oh, roar. It would have been better if it had been like this earlier. Dark fragrant pastry. He dodged. He dodged dozens of breaths. Remain unbroken. Once this continuous sword aura is released, it is difficult to stop. This kid has dodged out of the range of my sword chi attack, but the sword chi I released will not stop. It still goes towards the direction where he cannot be attacked. This is only a waste of internal force. But as long as we wait until this moment. At the moment when this guy has nowhere to settle and can only soar into the sky. Soft palm. Spinning palm. Even the spinning palm can do it. It seems he has put in a lot of effort in cultivation. A difficult combination attack, narrowing down my dodges. The attack method that came up with so hastily is quite decent. Ahem, ho. Ambitious. I can't predict all of his movements, but he is stronger than me in every aspect. If this continues, I will definitely lose. At that time, both Wudang and my reputation will be damaged. Impossible. Must win. Although there are orders in the door that prohibit me from using this move now. As long as we can win. That action is. Huijian. This is a symbol of Wudang swordsmanship, which is also the most advanced swordsmanship in Wudang. Taiji Wisdom Sword. This swordsmanship is so powerful that it has never been cracked. Surprisingly, it has already been taught to my martial uncle in the sect. The winner must be Uncle Sure. At the moment when Master Shu unleashed the Sword of Wisdom, the battle had already split into victory positions. Hey, let me say. You idiot. How could that be? Just when the game was getting exciting. What kind of foolishness did you suddenly commit? Oh, You're at least from Wudang. How come you don't even have basic common sense? Even if you use the most skilled swordsmanship, you're still not a match for me. You actually. How dare you? To use. Rusty. Swordsmanship. Are you looking for death in your heart? My waist, my waist. Ahem, huh. If we continue to compete, we will definitely lose. I was planning to use this last move to turn the tide, but I didn't expect it. Even this move was broken. Do you think that just because you use a more powerful sword technique, you can beat me even if you haven't mastered it? Why have you brats been going on for so long? I still haven't made any progress. If this continues, I will really be beaten to death. We have to escape. As long as a loophole can be created, I can escape from life. Head. Just one chance. If we could withstand the impact with both legs at the moment the sword falls and avoid the blow. Oh, my head. Right now. My chin. You idiot. Bastard. I said, these major sect's disciples are. When others yell head, is it only knowing how to block the head? How naive and foolish would it be to believe everything the enemy says? I said that regardless of whether it is a disciple of Huashan or Wudang, they should all leave the mountain gate to practice. Let's treat it as a long lesson this time. By the way, my message. Hey, get up. Kid, you need to tell me what that sword clock or sword cup is. It looks like he needs to sleep for at least 3 days. Did I hit too hard? Hello. Come over. Can you tell me? That sword cup. Sword tomb. Sword tomb. Oh, I don't want to say. If you get hit by that fist, it's over. But this is our last dignity. Oh, what, good. I confess. I made a bet with this guy, and it should be up to him to make the decision. Since you aren't willing to speak up, I can only wake up the people who should speak up. No, I can't. After living for so many years, I have also come to realize one thing. Relying solely on force cannot solve everything in this world. However, most of them can still be solved. I kept hitting him until he woke up. Or beat him until he dies. You guys just watch over there, don't speak up. 10 million. Tomb. Do you even go robbing tombs these days? Is Wudang short of money? No, it's not like that. You put that down first. Well, this one. No worries. As long as you explain things clearly, everything will be fine. Is it difficult? After I find out, I will beat him up again, haha. I can't say for sure. If you want. As the name suggests, Jianzhong is a tomb. Why does Wudang need to find a tomb? Because of that tomb. It's a tomb with no trace of sword snatching. What? Is it the sword without trace that I know? Capture sword without trace. He lived 200 years ago. That is my previous generation, the former number one under heaven. His tomb is called Sword Tomb. Wudang wants to dig his tomb. Yes. Isn't that just tomb raiding? What else are you talking about? But why? There are many people who have been known as the number one in the world. Why do you insist on finding the tomb with no trace of the sword? You are ordinary people from Wudang who have never seen the world before. A while ago, a lay sect of Wudang was robbed. During the pursuit and investigation of the thief, we obtained a treasure map from his hands. We didn't realize it until we unlocked the secret of the treasure map. The sword tomb is located near Nanyang. You rewrite. You only know the approximate location of the sword tomb, and the exact position is not yet clear. If you want to find out the specific location, but Wudang disciples flock out, others may have doubts, and then they will definitely flock like wild dogs stealing food. So in order to avoid being conspicuous, you came and went to Nanyang freely, deliberately causing trouble, and looking for trouble with the Hua sect. Is it like that? That's right. That makes sense. Wudang would relentlessly pursue and attack small places like Nanyang, which is really strange. So what? What is inside that sword tomb? Do we have to say this too? You'd better tell me. If you tell me everything you know, I'll let you and him leave safely. Seize the sword. As the name suggests, he is the sword stealer. No trace, no sect, and no one knows where he comes from. He suddenly emerged and challenged swordsmen from all over the world. In this way, he swept past countless sword cultivators, taking their beloved weapons as his spoils of war. Why he did it, I have no idea, seeing as he's been dead for 200 years. But what can be certain is that he suddenly disappeared after taking away the weapons of those masters back then. And the weapons he took away were all peerless divine weapons. I understand what you said, but those masters obediently handed over their weapons to him back then. I heard they once made a bet agreement. If the challenger loses, he must keep his beloved weapon. If he loses without a trace, he will return all the weapons he has taken. But in the end, none of those people beat him? Yes. So there was a rumor in the world after the sword was stolen and disappeared without a trace in the martial arts world. It is rumored that sword stealing without trace placed all the stolen weapons in one place. Not only, but he also used that place as his burial ground and even left his martial arts secrets there. Whoever can find Sword Tomb will command the world. Hey, stop it. The rest of the story is obvious. Oh, yes. This is just an ordinary legendary story about a rundown street. However, the story of this rundown street has indeed become a reality. So you just want to dig open that tomb and get the secret martial arts manuals for the divine weapon and sword stealing without trace, right? You rewrite. Oh, is that so? Oh, I see. Yes. It's like that. I see. Uh-huh. You really don't have a word of truth in your mouth. Hey, how do you educate the people under your command, kid? What do you mean? I really said everything I knew. Do you think I look like a fool? Are you saying that you really didn't lie? I just didn't say everything. Right. Okay, you don't have to say it, just watch. I'll wake this guy up and have him tell me in person. Ho! Wudang caused such a commotion just because of the weapons and martial arts that were stolen without leaving a trace. You guys are Wudang. Stinky kid, if Zhang Sanfeng and Zhang Jinlin heard your words, they would probably jump out of the coffin and smash your head with Tai Chi. At a young age, full of lies. You can take care of this fight for him. This kind of fighting will really kill people. If I want him to die, he must die. Do you think if you don't tell me, I won't be able to find it? Your thoughts are so obvious. Is that treasure map still with you now? Since Wudang only sent you here, the answer is already clear. Since you didn't say anything, I took the treasure map and researched it myself. However, if you dare to play with me, you will naturally pay the price. It's a medicine fairy. Ah. What? It's a medicinal immortal. Stealing sword without trace is medicine immortal. Medicine immortal. It's the medicine immortal who was known as the first alchemist of ancient and modern times 200 years ago for his alchemy skills. Correct. That refined elixir can bring the dead back to life. Eating the mixed Yuan Dan, which is bigger and more powerful than Shaolin, as a meal. That medicine immortal. Hey. Hey hey. Immortal medicine. Hey hey. That's right, he should be the medicine immortal. That's how it makes sense. Medicine immortal. He is known as the first alchemist of ancient and modern times for his alchemy skills, but apart from alchemy, the world knows almost nothing about him. How powerful is his alchemy technique? The mixed element pill he refined contains extremely powerful internal energy, which even the world-renowned Shaolin Great Return pill cannot match. For martial arts practitioners who value internal strength and martial arts as their destiny, the mixed element pill is truly an invaluable treasure. Even 100 years ago, if there were rumors that the mixed element pill would cause chaos and bloodshed in this world, countless martial artists have repeatedly fought against each other in order to seize the mixed Yuan Dan. But now it's not news of the mixed element pill, it's the tomb of the medicine immortal that is now in the world. Doesn't this mean that there will also be a method of refining mixed element pills in that tomb? Really? The sword tomb without trace is the tomb of medicine immortal. There's no point in me hiding anymore. The intention in his eyes is too obvious. If I don't reveal the truth, he won't let us leave safely. Although the medicine immortal has ascended to the throne of the world's #1, there is little evaluation of his martial arts in the martial arts world. There are not even any rumors about his martial arts skills. In other words, he defeated numerous martial arts masters without using any special moves. There is only one explanation for this. His internal strength is extremely profound. Back then, many people suspected that sword without trace was the medicine immortal. There have also been many rumors in the martial arts world. But after he personally denied these claims, few people mentioned it again. But after his death, one of his friends secretly revealed his identity. To this day, only a few sects know the true identity of sword stealing without trace. Now another sect that knows the truth will be added. I have already told you everything I know. Please spare us. Of course, I will definitely let you go. I will definitely let you go. After all, I am a man of my word. One last thing. Bring the treasure map and you can leave. What the? Then wait a minute. I didn't mention this condition earlier. I don't know. But think about it. Even if you have a treasure map, you still don't know the exact location of this sword tomb. I alone don't even have a treasure map, and even if I flip Nanyang upside down, I can't find this sword tomb. Do you think that's the truth? Otherwise, you wouldn't have told me so readily about the sword tomb incident. And if you leave, you will definitely bring Wudang disciples to seek revenge on me. Just think about it, the scene is like being chased by a group of ants. In this way, I couldn't find the sword tomb and was chased by guys from Wudang, so I didn't get any benefits. So at least you have to give me the treasure map so that I won't lose money on this deal. How did things end up like this? The treasure map cannot be hidden. You don't give it. Can you, as a Taoist, still forcefully steal someone else's belongings? If you are still a cultivator. Tao? Hey, it's a bit ridiculous to hear that from you. Senior brother. You can choose for yourself. I chose to hand over the treasure map and safely return to Wudang with a group of ants. Still, Choose to let me bury you here and leave a head outside to breathe until I find Sword Tomb. Which one do you choose? Don't true cultivators have to let go of their materialistic obsession? So, this means that only those who have solved the cryptogram in this picture are qualified to enter the Sword Tomb. Yao Xian, this old man is really not behaving properly in this matter. But who am I? I am a rare and unparalleled genius in the history of Mount Hua during the Qingming festival. This is how rare it is for me to stay. What am I going to do here? I completely don't understand. This doesn't seem to be a trace of a sword either. If it's about hitting people's heads, I'm naturally a good hand. But if it's about using my brain, when have I ever done this? Hiccup. Forget it. Leave it to them. In short, I beat up that dull or something painful. They have stolen the treasure map again, and the guys from Wudang will definitely rush to Nanyang in droves. Even me, with my current strength, would not be able to take on all of them. I have at most 3 days. 3 days. I must find the location of Sword Tomb within 3 days and enter it ahead of those guys in Wudang. As long as you can obtain the refining method of the mixed element pill, Huashan can take another step towards the direction of the world's #1 sword gate. When the time comes, I want to be the first to take the elixir. Although it's a bit late now, we should also go and take a look. He must have gone after those people in Wudang. If we follow the direction of Wudang, we may still encounter him. We'll follow along. Can we stop him? What evil did I do in my past life? How could I have such a nephew in this life? But can he still cause any major trouble? I'm not saying he won't cause trouble, I just think he shouldn't create a difficult situation to deal with, right? Because every time Qingming causes trouble, there is a reason for it. And every time he causes trouble, he can handle it himself. How should we calculate the suffering he causes us every time he recycles and picks up the mess? Now in this situation, she can still leisurely drink tea. But it's also true that the senior apprentice is not like an ordinary person. Return. Oh, the direction seems to be a little bit off. Is it that difficult for you to come in through the gate? Let's get down to business first. Gather over here. Everyone gather here. You brat, everyone has already gathered together. Where the hell have you been? So, we must decipher the secret behind this image. Let's put aside the matter of cracking this image for now. I beg your pardon? Who did you just say you beat up and stole this picture of unknown origin? I've already said it before, haven't I? It is a clear stream sword. That clear stream sword of Wudang. It's him, I tell you. Why do you always ask me to repeat the same thing? So. You went to rob the Wudang school just now. You lunatic. How do you plan to resolve the consequences of this matter? Those guys are definitely extremely angry and will come to us for revenge. Let me go. It's okay, they don't know who I am. Didn't I cover my face? But you were still wearing a sword when you went, right? Oh, hey, this is even more arrogant than pulling hair from a tiger's mouth. That's Wudang. You actually stole something from Wudang. Master Uncle. Uncle, can you avoid swallowing this? Can you just hand it over to those guys in Wudang without swallowing it? How about I return it? This is the tomb of the medicine immortal. This is a mixed element pill. This thing is poisonous. This is clearly poison. But I have no reason to disagree with this poison. Why is it just a mixed element pill? How can I let go of this? If a person lives for a lifetime and only seeks stability in everything, they will never be able to escape mediocrity, right? As the saying goes, sometimes we have to act decisively and not think twice. We have to take a gamble. Don't worry too much. If I bet everything, I'll bet once. It will be a complete defeat and never to be undone. That's the truth. However, if you encounter a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you still have to take a chance. I also agree with Qingming's statement this time. What? We don't have time to worry about these anymore. At this moment, those guys from Wudang must be speeding back to their sect. If we wait for them to bring reinforcements, then everything will be over. We have to get this before they even die. Zhao Jie. Give it a try, Master Uncle. Yin Zhong, even you. These guys' eyes. They are serious. Just crack this picture, right? After cracking it, won't there be any problems again due to any mechanism or trap? Big. Just untangle this picture. Anyway, I will find a way to enter Sword Tomb. Is it? Damn it, at least I'm a man too. There's nothing wrong now. There's no room for maneuver. This can only go one way until it gets dark. Even if the sect leader wants to unscrew my head afterwards, I don't care. Let's take a gamble first. Yin Zhong, Zhao Jie, oh, it's Uncle Sure. Also, junior sister Lu. Let's go together. I will spare no effort to crack this image tonight. We must capture Sword Tomb before those guys from Wudang come. In order to mix Yuan Dan. Mixed Yuan Dan. Mixed Yuan Dan. Mixed Yuan Dan. I've really grown up. Mixed Yuan Dan. Mixed Yuan Dan. Kanjen Dan. Mayo. Mixed Yuan Dan. Hun Yuan Dan. Mixed Yuan Dan. But in just one day, the wall collapsed. I really want to forget those gratitude feelings from before. I always feel like my inner demons have been getting worse day by day since they came here. Ho. Previously, it seemed like things had improved a bit. However, this injury cannot be cured by medication alone. After all, it is almost impossible to completely cure internal injuries. I can't let others see me in such a weak state. Qingming has just overcome the crisis and gained a chance to start over. If at this critical moment, news that the head of the household is bedridden and can't move, it will inevitably be very disadvantageous to Hua Mountain. If it really turns out like that, I wouldn't be able to close my eyes even if I died. Take a break. Sleeping for a while will always be better. There are still many things to be busy with tomorrow. I must hold on to this body. As long as I make it to Huaying Gate and settle down, Xiaoxing will take over my position. As long as we survive until then. You're about to rest. Xiao Dao Chang, what do you need? Do you have any discomfort? It's not me who feels uncomfortable, but the sect leader, right? Isn't it? The urgent situation of Huaying Gate has been resolved. Now it's time to solve other things. Deal with what? Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Don't speak up. Wait a minute. Young priest. What are you going to do so suddenly? You have an internal injury. Of course you have to treat it. The leader said he wants to treat my internal injury. Little Taoist priest, this matter is not as easy as you think. Not only me, but also the trail leader can suffer internal injuries if I'm not careful. Oh, how could that be? I am too aware of the consequences of making mistakes. And I am also very familiar with the methods for treating internal injuries. There are two ways to treat internal injuries. The first one is to use one's own spirit to dredge the disordered and damaged meridians. But Wei Lishan, his strength is not yet able to heal such severe internal injuries by himself. His injuries are too severe. So that leaves only the second method. Others injected Qi Yuan into Wei Lishan's body and forcibly repaired his meridians. However, this method is 10 times more difficult than the first one. You're crazy. When he injected his internal energy into me, I almost opened my mouth and spoke. What's the situation now? He suddenly took action. What if I accidentally shouted and went crazy just now? Well, luckily I wasn't completely injured. Effective. It does have an effect. The pain that has been tormenting me for so long is fading away. A refreshing and gentle aura filled my body. Is this the essence of Taoism? Xiao Dao Chang is really a disciple of Huashan. He just spoke. Just hold on a little longer, it'll be over soon. As far as I know, only those who can inject internal energy into others' bodies while also being able to speak can do so by cultivating their internal energy to the point of being extraordinary. The elders in ordinary sects of this realm dare not even think about how he could do it. Who exactly is he? Get up and sit down. The body can actually move at will in 1717. The body really sat cross-legged on its own. Starting now, luck will be on the big day of the week. Large circle of vital energy. Simply put, it means connecting all the meridians in the body, including a few that cannot be touched or tampered with. Heal your internal injuries. The meridians that cannot be tampered with. I will guide the direction of the internal energy, you just need to follow the luck. Wait, this will work. Coming. Qi runs through his meridians, finally like a river, gathering in the dantian. On the other hand, dantian is the best place to transport qi to the whole body. However, dantian is also extremely fragile, and any slight deviation can cause severe damage to the entire body. But how could I possibly make a mistake? Running Big Sunday originally required a more relaxed state and ample time, but currently there is neither time nor ease. Although running Zhou Tian too quickly may bring a certain degree of impact. But if we continue to delay like this, Lord Wei's body will soon collapse. So what else can we do? We can only endure it. By unblocking the stagnant meridians and removing the accumulated impurities and internal injuries within the body, one can also be cured. Afterwards, I will retrieve the original aura circulating in his body. Let the aura return to my body. This is the day of the week. But there was one thing I didn't explain to Lord Wei just now. The Zhou Tian needs to repeat this process 12 times to complete the 12 Zhou Tian. Pain. I can't feel any pain at all. My internal injury has not only healed, but my strength has also become stronger than before. Little Taoist, this is. Huashan will remember it. Manhwa shall never forget the favor. The sect leader has shown great kindness to Huashan over the past few decades. Huashan will definitely repay you. Please continue to protect the name of Huashan as you do now. Someday, the name of Qingming will be spread all over the world together with the name of Huashan. Qingming, the third-generation disciple of Huashan sect. This person is known as the Huashan Divine Dragon by the world. After enduring so much hardship, I finally received his words. Welcome the dream I once dreamed of. Qingming's revival. I will definitely protect Manhwa. You will. Not really. This is not right. That's not right either. Where did it start wrong? I am a waste. I am a waste. I am a waste. A little further to the right. No, it's on the left. What are you guys doing? Doing what? How can it be solved? Although many people also call me a genius, this picture is not something that an ordinary smart person can solve. I can't solve it. I dare say that there are no more than 3 people in this world who can solve this mystery. But Wudang has unlocked it. Look. It seems that Wudang has an extraordinary person. So, those guys from Wudang have already untied it, but you told me that Huashan cannot be untied. I didn't say that. Master Uncles will definitely be able to unravel it. But we have to crack this diagram here because time and manpower are too tight to open it. The result is still the same. Anyway, we can't solve it just by ourselves now. We need people who specialize in practicing machine skills or formations. But it's hard to find people who have specifically studied these even in the provincial capital. In small places like Nanyang, it's even more so. What do you think about Qingming? Why don't we go to a bigger place now and look for it? Wait a little longer, those guys from Wudang will come like a pack of vicious dogs. What are you saying now? Go find someone else to interpret the map. Do we have to watch helplessly as those guys from Wudang swallow the mixed element pill and become stronger just because we can't open this thing? Isn't there nothing we can do about it? No way out. Wrong. There's always a way. What expression is that? What does he want to do? This picture is real, isn't it? It should be true. Although this picture is obscure and difficult to understand, it still follows a certain pattern. If we were given some more time, we would definitely be able to unravel it. In summary, this image is indeed genuine. What should I do? If only I could think of a clever solution to this problem. Qingming. This is already a matter of helplessness. How can we defeat Wudang just by ourselves? So give up this time. Wait a moment, Bo. Senior brother, what did you just say? I said give up. Not the previous sentence. We alone cannot defeat Wudang. Relying solely on us. That's right, just us. We alone cannot stop it. If it weren't just us, then it would have become. Make a big deal out of this. 6 what? As Senior Ain Jung said, we can't stop Wudang anyway. If that's the case, then why not just make it a bigger deal? Spread the news of the Sword Tomb somewhere in Nanyang to the whole world. Are you crazy? You caused such a great disaster to bring back this priceless treasure, and now you're going to spread it to everyone. Have you lost your intelligence, kid? Wait, Master Uncle. Although Qingming's words may sound crazy, upon careful consideration, they do make sense. What? Uncle, please think carefully. Wudang is determined to defeat Sword Tomb, so they will definitely send many elite disciples to Nanyang this time. In this way, the 5 of us alone cannot stop them. Facing attacks from so many Wudang disciples at the same time. Even during Qingming Festival, there is no chance of winning. However, if all the sects and schools in the world flock here at the same time, can intentionally create chaos. You rewrite. Although this is still an immature idea, at least we still have some chance. If there were only Wudang sect, there would naturally be no room for us to interfere, but if all the sects get involved and the situation becomes chaotic, then we have a chance to reap the benefits. Furthermore, for us, if the situation gets chaotic, there must be one guy who jumps out excitedly first, right? Although your words may sound crazy, they don't seem completely unreasonable either. Okay, this situation is already difficult to get out of now. So how do we spread the news? Just go out and make a big publicity that there is a sword tomb here? No one will believe it. What else is there? We are running out of time. No matter what we say, no one will believe it. We need to find someone who can make the world believe to stand up for us. Who is that person? You shouldn't ask who it is. I should ask where it is. I'll go back, everyone. Let's rest first. You said no vibration lost. He also suffered serious injuries. Yes, Elder. It seems that the rumors about the Huashan Divine Dragon are true. Shudao Jinren Wudang Sect Leader. I think so too. It's not surprising that one of his third-generation disciples was able to sweep 10 of Zhongnan's second-generation disciples without success and was defeated by him. Moreover, it has been 2 years since he fought against the disciples of Zhongnan. That's really cool. It's the sect leader. Do you know why this happened? It's all because the disciples are too foolish. It is all because of the characteristics of Wudang martial art that such thing happened. All martial arts in the world become stronger with practice. But the cultivation of martial artists who practice Wudang martial arts cannot match the growth of other sections for Wudang martial arts. The deeper the internal strength, the deeper the understanding of martial arts. The longer one's time of comprehending swordsmanship, the stronger their power becomes. If it weren't for Wudang martial arts, but for the martial arts of other sects, I dare say he would never lose to the child known as the Huashan Divine Dragon. Wow, do you understand what I mean? What kind of answer does the leader hope to hear? If I answer the sect leader correctly, then I am insulting Wudang martial arts. But if I say it's wrong, then I'm going against the sect leader. The disciple is dull and doesn't know what the sect leader means. Big Heart O. I'm telling you the reason. The reason why we need the medicine immortal alchemy technique. The disciple is guilty. This is not your fault. But my judgment was wrong. I anticipated that the Huashan Divine Dragon would personally descend the mountain. I thought your strength was enough to deal with him. But I didn't expect him to be so strong that he could defeat the undead. The disciple is guilty. Okay, in your opinion, what kind of character is Manhua's Divine Dragon? He's a monster. Although the disciple cannot compete with other disciples of Huashan, the Huashan Divine Dragon. They are people from completely different worlds. Is the Huashan Divine Dragon so powerful? Wow, this child's qualifications and strength are even more outstanding than the one who was inactive back then. Even he thinks that the power of the Huashan Divine Dragon is unattainable. It seems that this issue cannot be ignored. In other words, the Huashan Divine Dragon will threaten the future status of Wudang. Can you go there again? Are you referring to me? Do disciples still have the qualification to go? You did make a mistake this time. So I have to give you a chance to make up for your mistake. The disciples who are going to Nanyang are almost ready. Wudang will mobilize its elite troops. This time, the elders will personally lead the team. Are you ready to go to Nanyang with them again? Excavate the sword tomb. The child known as the Huashan Divine Dragon is probably still in a hurry to unlock the treasure map. So he will definitely wait for us to come over. Waiting for another opportunity to seize the alchemy technique. If the structure of Sword Tomb is consistent with my expectations, then outsiders will not know what happened inside. The meaning of the sect leader is, I think you should understand what I mean. You will personally make up for the mistakes you made. Disciple. I will not disgrace my life. Give a penny to the petty people. Dear kind people of Luoyang, please kindly give me some silver. Luoyang. I've been hungry for the whole 2 days. You can also give me some leftover food as a reward. Dear kind people of Luoyang, please do well and give me alms. Have you heard about that? I heard that a big event happened in Nanyang yesterday. It seems that the disciples of Huashan and Wudang fought each other and Huashan won in the end. Hey, you're just talking nonsense. Wudang is so strong, how could they lose? You must have misheard. It's true. This matter has been circulating everywhere since yesterday afternoon. What? What did this guy write? Wudang lost to Huashan in Nanyang. Now even this absurd news dares to be sent to me. This brat, wait for me until you're dead. Nowadays, even unconfirmed messages dare to be sent casually. Are you looking down upon my Luoyang branch? It seems that I have been too lenient with those beggars lately. We have to call them over and hit their heads before they know how to do things. Really. In recent days, not to mention any significant intelligence that has attracted attention, I haven't even heard a decent piece of news. Why are there so many messages sent from Nanyang? It seems that something has happened these past few days. Let me have a look. The second generation of showerheads and the second generation of lying down showerheads. Wait a minute. The second generation disciples of Huashan and Wudang got involved in the dispute between Nanyang Huaying Sect and Songdao Academy. Huashan Victory withdrew from Nanyang along with Daoguan. Huashan Victory. Wudang was defeated. Huashan Great Victory. Although Wudang has a large number of people, they still have no fighting power and lost to Huashan. Just in Nanyang, there are so many similar messages coming. According to the organization, many people witnessed the scene of Huashan disciples defeating Wudang disciples. It's impossible for so many people to all speak the same language and lie together. So all these messages are true. Huashan has already defeated Zhongnan. Even Wudang has been defeated this time. This kind of thing can be said to be accidental once, but if it's accidental twice, it doesn't make sense. Could it be that Huashan is really going to return to its peak? The 9 most prestigious martial arts sects and 1 gang are collectively referred to as 9 factions and 1 gang. Long ago, Huashan was already squeezed out of the 9 factions and their influence declined. If this forgotten sect gathers strength again and makes a comeback, it is bound to stir up wind and rain. These storms will inevitably trigger changes in the martial arts world. Also, the first generation disciple of Wudang, Qinglu's sword, has no vibration. Someone saw him completely unconscious and was dragged back to Wudang on the trailer. This news is too absurd. It seems necessary to investigate this matter. You can't just barge in. Quickly report to the sub-commander. Stop him. Oh, what are you arguing about? Your Excellency is the rudder master here, right? Hiccup. Correct. So what? Let's do something together. Why does this person drink tea like this? For those who don't know, you would think he was at some kind of banquet. But it seems that this person is not a picky person, because the teacup in his hand was dirty and chipped. The tea leaves in the cup were also cheap and coarse, with only the taste of water. For ordinary people, receiving such treatment would definitely make them unhappy, but he doesn't seem to care much about it. Your Excellency is the Qingming festival, also known as the God Dragon of Mount Hua. What do you want me to do with you? I have something I want to sell to you. Selling goods. Run to the beggar's den to sell things. I even dismantled the door. I wanted to see the submaster, but they didn't let me in. I had no choice but to take action. Young hero. It seems that the young hero has not traveled much in the martial arts world, so he doesn't know much about it. The location you are currently in is the main control room of the Beggar's Sect. Although I don't know who you really see us as, the Beggars Sect is not the kind of place where we sell things. Hong Dagwang Beggars Sect Luoyang Branch Leader. If you want to sell something, please go to the street stall outside. Ah. Is it? That being the case, then forget it. I originally thought that Beggar Clan and Huashan are both righteous paths in martial arts, that's why I came. I didn't expect the Beggars Sect to be different from before. When I came to the Beggars Sect, you first blocked me from entering, and then the sub-leader sent me to the stall. How do you know what the Beggars Sect used to be like? So how do you deal with this thing? This thing is so precious that it cannot be sold directly to the market. Do you know where the nearest subdivision of the lower sewage gate is located? Lower pollution door. He was rejected by the Beggars Sect before going to search for the dirty door. It seems that he knows exactly what kind of place the Beggars Sect is in his heart, which is why he came knocking on his door. This look without hesitation. It seems that he thinks that some of the things he brings should be easy to sell in certain places. Why don't we first listen to what he wants to sell? What do you want to sell? What? Do I need to tell this to someone who doesn't buy things? Ahaha. This one. This. Oh, outside. Anyone, go get some good wine. Hurry up and go. Correct. This is a secret language. This thing doesn't look ordinary at first glance. As the Rudder Master, although I have seen similar things before, none of them can compare to the one in front of me. Hello. When did I say I could touch it? I can only watch. When did he take action under what circumstances? I didn't see it at all. I didn't even notice any movement. Although I am already familiar with the deeds of the Huashan Divine Dragon. But I didn't expect him to reach such a level. No, the thing in front of us is more important now. So, what exactly is this? Good wine. That's right. Where should I start talking to you? This. I've seen too much of your reaction. I just want to know if this thing is real or fake. This is what you should do, isn't it? Having said that, what are you willing to pay? What is your offer? How much is the bid? If what Qingming said was true, then he must have knocked out Wu Zhen and stolen this thing from the Wudang sect. And if this treasure map really points to the location of the Sword Tomb, then its value is immeasurable. Regardless of how much this thing is worth, why did he sell it? The preciousness of this treasure map is obvious. Even if only one of it is obtained, it can influence the situation in the martial arts world. You don't want to buy it. No, it's not what I meant. That's why Why don't you unravel the secret of this picture by yourself? If I could untie it, I would have untied it long ago. I can't even open this picture with it. What's the use of keeping it? It's better to sell it and earn some silver at least. That's not wrong. A treasure that cannot be opened, even if it is held in hand for a lifetime, has no meaning. But that's the alchemy technique of the medicine immortal. For ordinary people who do not require alchemy, making such a choice is indeed a wise move. But he is apparently a Taoist priest, while his conduct is like that of a businessman. No matter how strong the Taoist's own strength is, they will always abide by the rules of the gate and comply with the laws of the world. In other words, Taoists always follow the rules and regulations in their actions. But his current actions are completely unconventional. In my experience, people like him, once they are strong enough, will easily stir up the ups and downs of the world. This person is even more dangerous than I expected. Perhaps he will bring Huashan back to its peak ahead of schedule. Hey, what are you thinking? I asked you how much to bid. Cough. In short, although he has a quick mind, he probably knows very little about these things due to his limited experience in the world. If this treasure map is really the treasure map of Sword Tomb, it can be called an invaluable treasure. However, from our perspective, there are still many concerns about buying it. Firstly, even if this is indeed the treasure map of Sword Tomb, once someone finds out that it is a Wudang artifact, those who are willing to buy this map will immediately be reduced by half due to fear. I'm not sure if this treasure map can be cracked yet. In addition, in order to keep the news that our beggar's sect bought this picture from us hidden, we have to pay a sealing fee. We can only look for buyers secretly. But the most critical point is, there is no evidence to prove that this is genuine. If I buy this picture, all these risks will be borne by the beggar's sect. So what? 100,002. For the sake of your reputation as the Huashan Divine Dragon, I'll give you an additional 200 taels. 120,002. How? 120,002. So many. Fish on. Ha ha ha, I gave you a high price out of consideration for your face. If you go somewhere else, not to mention 100 taels, even 100 taels may not be possible. I just asked you where the nearest sewage gate branch is, right? Huh. Young hero? This price is not very suitable. I'll go now. Young Xia, what are you saying? Where is the price not suitable? 120,000 taels? Don't be in a hurry. If you're really not satisfied, we can also have some more losses. 150,002. 150,000. No, that's right. 1,500. This price is really rare. Because you are the Huashan Divine Dragon. 150,000. You brats are simply unreasonable. How dare you stinky beggars deceive me? 2 to 200,000 taels. We'll pay 200 taels. It seems that you still haven't figured out the situation. 30. 300 taels is also acceptable. Buy. 3 million taels, settle at once. If it's less than 3 million, no negotiation. 300. 3 million and 2. Young hero. Do you know how much money you're asking for? Nowadays, the Luoyang branch doesn't have that much silver. Even if we include all the money that the rudder can currently use, it's only about 1 million taels. If we ask for help from the rudder, we'll have to wait for at least 15 days. So what? What? Do you want to do this business or not? Since that's the case. Good. 2 million taels. How? 2 million taels is really a lot. The people in the world today who can afford so much silver can count it with just their fingers. I'll give you 2 million taels, you take 1 million taels first. I will definitely be able to prepare the remaining 1.2 million in 1 month, and you can come back to pick it up then. 3 million, paid up at once. I can't, I won't sell it. This kid is really out of his way. Although I don't know if he truly knows the value of this thing or if he just casually asks for a sky-high price. But it cannot be denied that he, as a Taoist, did reveal the accurate value of this treasure map. Because my estimation of this thing in my mind is exactly 3 million taels. This arrogant yet effortless expression and posture look really annoying. He looks like he's telling me that if I don't agree, I'll immediately turn around and look for the dirty door. Young hero. Nowadays, the Luoyang branch really doesn't have that much silver. If you can't accept the price I just offered, then this business can't be done. I understand now. What kind of money can a beggar have? But is there a way to solve your money shortage problem? Ways to get out of debt. Does mainland pawnshop have a branch in Nanyang? Huh. Why did you suddenly mention mainland banks? With the reputation of the beggar's sect, as long as you go to the bank and tell them that you need money urgently, they will immediately offer you just 3 million taels. Ask them for silver notes directly. This is for us to borrow money. Borrowing 3 million taels of debt. Then the rest of our lives will be over. Why do you say the rest of your life is over when you're already a beggar? I can hear you. No, 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 2,000,000 taels, no more. You can decide for yourself. Either sell it to me for 2,000,000 taels, or go sell it somewhere else. But I can guarantee that even if you go find the dirty door, it won't work. They may not even be able to bring it out, let alone 2,000,000 or even 1,000,000 taels. Think it through. TSK, there's nothing we can do about it. You brat, I won't be fooled again this time. Even if you go to the sewage gate, the result will be the same. If you don't believe what I'm saying and insist on going to the dirty door, I won't stop you. I didn't plan on going to the dirty door. I'm planning to go to Wuhan to take over. Wuhan branch. The Wuhan branch of Beggar's Sect. You have specially come to Luoyang to take over. Why should we split the command in Luoyang and settle this matter? I originally thought that the Wuhan branch was too far away, so I came here first. But didn't you say that the Luoyang branch doesn't have that much silver? What's up? It seems like you don't want me to sell things to Wuhan branch. Why? Because the Wuhan branch is the territory of the nine-finger beggar guy. I didn't make it into the treasure map business, that's all. If we let other subordinates buy the treasure map and take all the credit, at that time, the elders will definitely be dissatisfied with the Luoyang branch. I buy. We will buy from Luoyang branch. Just 3,000,000 taels. 3,000,000 liang paid in 2 installments. Did I said I will sell it for 3,000,000? What? Now we need 3.5 million taels. I'm just selling it. Uh-huh. Good. But, see, just now was 300. The price of this thing can change rapidly. It has already risen by 500 taels now. Hey. This price is going to rise again. Now we need 380. And hold on for a moment. In a little while, it will rise to 46. I buy. I'll pay 3.8 million to buy it. It was a wise move. 1 million taels of silver currently in the branch, plus 2.8 million taels borrowed from the mainland bank. A total of 3.8 million taels were exchanged for silver bills as per your request. This is a good deal. But please remember one thing. My Beggar's Sect disciples are spread all over the world. If this thing is fake or if you played tricks with me, I will definitely make you pay the price for it. That picture must be real. It must be true. You are so certain. Of course. Since he is so confident. Well, if this treasure map is indeed real, then its value would be several times higher than 3.8 million taels, even more than that. Why are you so confident that this is true? Because of this treasure map. Wudang has been unlocked. Oh, Wudang has been unlocked. That can indeed be confirmed. What? You should leave quickly. They should have already set off to excavate the sword tomb by now. I didn't lie to you, did I? Hiccup. Just let him go like this. What he said just now, something seems wrong. Subdivision Master. Subdivision Master. Catch that stinky kid. These ignorant guys. I don't know what happened and I don't know how to send a message back. Those children went with a mission, not to play. Where can I find space? Senior leader, you said they run here all day and can run more than 10 times a day, looking back in the direction of Nanyang. Master, don't worry. Those children won't disappoint us. Hey, you're really kind-hearted. At the end of the day, those children have to deal with Wudang alone. You really don't worry at all. The door of the house is full of hope. How did you say that with peace of mind? Those children are different from us, aren't they? With their strength, they will not be outdone wherever they go. Everything will definitely go smoothly. Of course, they have to be different from us. They must never be like us. The things we have experienced. This sentence carries the pain of our Xian generation. We watched Huashan go to seed S. Watching those people we once trusted, those we thought would lend a helping hand, all left coldly. We have also witnessed countless times that our fellow disciples, who are as close as family, abandoned their sect and left Huashan, experiencing countless heart-wrenching pains. In this chaos, we don't even have time to focus on our own martial arts. We have left Huashan desolate, so they must not be like us. As Xian Yong said, those guys must be different from us. They have to live in luxury. We must never live in poverty like us. In my opinion, fame is nothing. As long as they don't go hungry and are not looked down upon by the world wherever they go, I am satisfied. Those children will surely make Huashan look brand new. We are already satisfied as their nourishment. At least we can provide them with nutrients. Chief of the sect. What is it? Ancient Chamber's Hua Ying branch has received news from Nanyang. The young leader has received a message. The news said that a disciple of Mt. Hua and a disciple of Wudang represented the Huaying school and the Taoist temple and engaged in a martial competition. As a result, Huashan won. Qingming stayed in Nanyang and left from Daoguan. Moreover, the Huaying sect has completed its rectification and started recruiting disciples again. Is that true? The young leader said he has confirmed the authenticity of the news several times. It should be true. I knew these guys could do it. I don't even look at who they are. Surprisingly won against Wudang. These guys are really amazing, ha ha ha. Those kids. They won the martial arts competition against Wudang. You must continue to grow like this. So one day, Huashan will once again join the 9 factions. Are they coming back soon? It's not clear yet because they didn't directly contact the leader of the group. But they have nothing to do staying in Nanyang, so it's probably time for them to set off and come back now. Yeah, that's right. So it is estimated that in 3 days, they should arrive at Huashan. Boss of Finance House. I know what you're going to say now. Are you saying that we should prepare to welcome the hardworking children back? Don't worry. I will arrange it properly. I'm also going to help. You've worked hard, children. But this time it's a bit magical that Qingming didn't cause any trouble. That kid has both Dao and Qi skills, no matter what. How can one not know how to restrain themselves when going out? That's also true. Huashan Shenlong. My silver. Vice Master, are you okay? Huashan Divine Dragon. Dare to play with me? He's underestimating us. I'll let him know. Dare to provoke the Beggar's Sect. Wrong. What will happen to those who dare to provoke me, Hong Daguang? I have requested assistance from the rudder as per your instructions. But the commander said that there are limited personnel available for deployment at the moment. Find some people who are good at drawing to come and copy this treasure map for me. What? Go and inquire about which sects can afford the treasure map of Sword Tomb, and tell them that the Beggar's Sect can sell it to them at a low price. Yes. Do you need to filter the sections without? No need to filter. We have no choice now. Bring all the sects willing to buy. Find someone with a name from a nearby sect. Correct. There's more. Find out the whereabouts of the Huashan Divine Dragon. This matter cannot be overlooked. Is this really the Sword Tomb? I guess it's still a rumor this time. I have heard the news of the emergence of the Sword Tomb nearly 5 times. This time is different. Look, so many people have gathered here. And the news about Sword Tomb was spread by the Beggars Sect, which is the Beggars Sect. So even these famous figures left their current affairs behind and rushed over. Look over there. Isn't that the ghost of Jiangxi's 5 poisonous hands? At first glance, the person wearing red clothes over there should be the 3 evil ghosts. Not only the 3 evil ghosts, but also the ghostly crying Shadowless has arrived. The atmosphere is like a big war about to break out. That's the Chujian Gate and the Songbai Gate in Luoyang. The Manhwa Pavilion has also arrived. It seems that all the slightly prestigious sects nearby have gathered here. The treasure map was stolen only 3 days ago. Is it reasonable that so many people have gathered in Nanyang now? Do you know the reason behind it? Su San, elder of Wudang Sect. It seems that those guys from Huashan have spread the news that the Sword Tomb is somewhere in Nanyang. Spread the message. The word is out. It seems intentional. They spread the news not to monopolize Sword Tomb, but to prevent Wudang from entering the Sword Tomb alone. Better to be a broken jade than a whole tile, neither for oneself nor for others. This move. It exudes a hint of malice. Elder, what should we do? Business as usual. The influx of these people to Nanyang indicates that no one has yet solved the mystery of the treasure map. Although our plan to act in secrecy on this trip fell through. But as long as they can enter Sword Tomb first, let them do whatever they want. They have actually noticed that we have arrived here. But he still pretended not to notice that we were just waiting for us to take action first. As long as we start taking action, they will surely chase us to find the Sword Tomb and prevent us from entering it. However, we are Wudang. Every disciple has strength that they cannot compare to. Wherever we want to set foot, no one in the world can stop us. Preparing to depart. Immediately depart towards Sword Tomb. Soon everyone will understand. We were just trying to avoid some trouble earlier. I'm not really afraid of them. Hun Yuan Dan is ours. Why do beggars come to Qingming? That's the Luoyang branch leader of the Beggars Sect. What? Luoyang branch commander. What is the commander of Luoyang coming to Nanyang for? Why are you looking for Qingming? Who knows? That guy must have caused something else. It's obvious. That person's gaze towards Qingming showed no hint of goodwill. Nowadays, there are more martial artists in Nanyang than locals. Everything has developed as you hoped. Are you satisfied now? Why do you always come to my door and say strange things? What does this have to do with me? Aren't you the one who spread the news about the Sword Tomb in Nanyang? Are you afraid that Wudang will enter the Sword Tomb first and draw water with your bamboo basket, but it will be in vain? Okay, what are your plans for the next step? Tell me about your plan. What's the plan? I'm just a spectator. After all, I've earned so much silver, what's there to worry about? Why don't we just give this kid a beating? I endure. Calm. Carefully analyze the situation. A day ago, this guy ran away with my money. After I found his whereabouts, I chased after him here. However, given the current situation, I can't do anything. The support from the main control will arrive in a few more days. And Wudang is about to depart for Sword Tomb. Even if the support personnel arrive in a hurry and are mobilized, the maximum number of people who can come is only 2 branch drivers. Just based on this, not only Wudang, but even those who follow rumors cannot be dealt with. In this way, if I want to enter Sword Tomb, my ultimate reliance will be on it. Only this guy, after all, at least his strength is evident. Talk about irony. But at least this guy is worth a try. Although his brain is not very normal, there are still some areas that are trustworthy. If he hadn't been prepared, he wouldn't have caused this to happen like this. This guy must be prepared for being so arrogant. This is my last hope. But at present it's necessary to endure this dog's conduct. You should take action now, right? Do you want a drink? Is it time to drink now? The martial artists outside have already swarmed like vicious dogs. Looking at them, do you really have no plans? Oh, everyone is really greedy. What is Sword Tomb? A group of fools who work hard and spend money. I really can't understand. Ah, you stinky kid. Don't you want to take the Hunyuan Dan? Hunyuan Dan. Aren't you making wedding dresses for others like this? Wow. It's really muscular. Hey! Look outside. Those people all acted quickly, but you had no idea. Who is this guy again? Wudang. Reached. It's here. Set out. Good. Ah. Uh-huh. Why are you still dumbfounded? Hurry up and chase after them, see beggar kids. Hurry up and follow. Correct. Damn. We must closely follow those people from Huashan. Must. Father. What's going on here? I don't know either. They should have their own plans, right? We caught up so quickly. Even those guys who were afraid to take action due to concerns about Wudang have chased after them. They are going to openly oppose Wudang, unexpectedly solving the people behind. It's an elder. Prepare to face the enemy. Stop these people. Correct. A person blinded by greed, good advice is useless. It's better to use force directly to suppress it, as it can actually reduce sacrifices. How much further? It's almost there. According to the location on the map, it should be right here. It's here. Behind such a dense forest, there is actually an empty space without any grass growing. There must be something strange about this place. If you happen to pass by this place without paying attention, you may just feel a little strange. But if you came here with suspicion, you would find it extremely strange. Sword Tomb must be here. Check. Correct. It must be here. Sure. There's something here. Something. Step back. Found. Everyone in Wudang, stay away from me. Do you really think I don't know what you guys are hiding? Give it to me. Over there. Something. What did Wudang open? Found it, no mistake. Found Sword Tomb. The entrance to Sword Tomb is about to open. Charge over. These guys are crazy. Stop them. We can't let them go over. Hold on. Those people went towards the elder and stopped them. Su Yuan. It's senior brother. Elder of Shuyuan Wudang Sect. These people are coming with a fierce momentum and are more difficult than I expected. We don't have time to explore slowly. Can you help Wu Ran buy time? Once I receive the mixed element pill, I will immediately retreat. I will never let anyone get past me. Tisk, it's a waste of time. Everyone out. Even my swordsmanship did not cause any damage to this door, indicating that it is not an ordinary iron door. If that's the case, then there's no need for swordsmanship. Use your sword to break it open. Ha! If I had rashly entered earlier, I would have fallen directly into it. I was previously puzzled as to why the sword tomb had to be built in the mountains. Now it seems that one must first jump into this deep hole to enter the sword tomb. In other words, in order to obtain the mixed element pill, one must jump into this black hole. I always feel a sense of malice. But now it's already difficult to get off the tiger. We can't keep blocking those people behind us. Su Yuan. It's senior brother. I'll take the lead. You protect Wuran and the other disciples and come over to serve them as the rear of the temple. I will protect all the disciples and keep up. Everyone is following behind me. Correct. I'm not sure what's down there. But even the darkness that devours light cannot stop us. Hun Yuan Dan is ours. Get lost, rats. Ha ha. The guys in Wudang are really insatiable. How dare you touch something in this building? That's something I can't bear with my mighty axe. MOY. Watch me split you into 2 parts. Ah. Bad. Compete for a chance to speak. It's like a wild boar. You're so big, why are you so weak? Get rid of the old thing. If you don't let me, you won't be polite. I advise my fellow Taoists to remain calm. Don't worry, I will help you calm down. Hee, bunch of idiots. This kind of thing has always been enjoyed by latecomers. By the time we arrive, the situation will be almost clear. 5 poison hands. At that time, we only need to deal with a few people who struggled until the end and barely managed to hold on. Then I can pocket so many divine weapons and weapons. What if they don't find anything? It's too late for you to worry about these now, isn't it? Are we starting too late? I always say I have my own arrangements. There are still people who come later than us. Don't get in the way, move aside. What if there are too many people? Ah, it's so noisy. Hurry up and run. Ah ha ha. Eat me an axe. I see how long you're going to hide for. Ha! Old people are starting to play this little trick on me now. With your skills, you cannot hurt me at all. Do not. You take your remaining disciples to enter the sword tomb. Yes. I'll cover the rear. It's an elder. Listen up, everybody. This is the land that Wudang first occupied. From now on, anyone who wants to pursue them or step into the sword tomb must first ask me about the sword of Wudang. As long as you have confidence, you can beat me. This is Elder Wudang. He actually defeated the battle axe in 1 hit. Old man, don't talk nonsense here. Are you the master of the sword tomb? 3 evil spirits. You don't seem to be getting so old yet. Sansha Ghost. The owner of the sword tomb is Invisible Sword Snatcher. It's not your Wudang. You just discovered it a little early and wanted to take Sword Tomb as your own. This style is simply laughable to the world. Ha ha. I didn't expect this guy Sansha Gui to be reasonable when he talks. It's truly an honor to meet the renowned Wudang Shuyuan Immortal. Deputy Song. Surprisingly, even the Deluo sword has arrived. It's hard for me alone to resist these people. In such a short period of time. Surprisingly, so many renowned martial artists have gathered here. Although I have no intention of plotting with the three evil ghosts. But threatening everyone with the excuse of arriving here first would damage the reputation of Wudang. So you're going to be an enemy of Wudang. I just think we should compete fairly. The Sword Tomb may be discovered by Wu-Tang for the first time, but it should rely on one's own ability whether one can enter the Sword Tomb. You all agree, don't you? No, that's not right. I didn't expect Wudang to be so insatiable. Wudang is so selfish that they should be the first to drive them away. Now their men must be searching the Sword Tomb. Expel Wudang. Expel Wudang. I have already warned you. Anyone who steps into the Sword Tomb must first defeat the Sword of Wudang. This is really scary to hear. However, if we were just scared like this, we wouldn't have come here. The last one. If that's the case, then let the horse come over. He's gone. That guy is heading towards Sword Tomb. Chase. Chase after it. We can't let them monopolize Sword Tomb. Let me go in first. If you don't want to die, get lost to me. Box out. Are you going to stop me? No, you and I don't need to waste our energy on each other. Get lost. Cough. Go. Enter the Sword Tomb. I must go in. Get out of the way. There are divine weapons inside. Go to hell. Box out. Wait, why are so many people here? You're the one who recruited all the stinky kids, aren't you? How did I know so many people would come? Forget it, let it go. We also charge. Damn it, I got it. So everyone gave me a boost of morale. From now on, any mistake will be fatal. Yes, Uncle. Get out of my way, everyone. I warned you. Go ahead. Sword Tomb. Sword Tomb. Elixir. Elixir. Internal force. Internal force. I'll fight, A group of useless people, get away from me. This is. How come these people are flying all over the sky? Anyone who touches my things must die, Ho. Someone behind has started to take action. Previously, some people were intimidated by the momentum of Qingming and hesitated before taking action, but now these people are also starting to target us. Different. The current situation is completely different from ordinary martial arts competitions. Just because Qingming is paving the way ahead, my feeling is not so obvious. In fact, this place has already. It has become a purgatory of mutual killing. I have to muster up 12 points of energy to do it. I saw it. Entrance of Mausoleum of Swords. Jumped into. Hua Shanlong. You heartless guy. If you want to reap the benefits of fishing, you have to bring me along. You big jerk. Damn that really. Uncle sure. Did these damn guys forget to enter the sword tomb? Why are they stopping us? Are these people underestimating us? How did these guys from Huashan cross this indestructible human wall? This is simply outrageous. You damn beggars. Hurry up and clear the way. That one. It took us too much effort to get here. Just by ourselves, we can probably only stop here. The Rudder Master cannot force retreat now, can he? Retreat. Is this what you should say? Sword Tomb is right in front of us. I hit What are you standing there for? Come here. There's no cheap place for you to pick it up over there. Hurry up and come over. Got it. No, wait a moment. These beggars are exhausted. I have to carry them both, but we can hardly keep up with you at our current pace. Compete for a chance to speak. Go inside for me. What are you throwing away later? All the useful guys should have gone in. The rest are all trash. If we wait a little longer, there should still be some available people coming. However, it is not a wise choice to continue wasting time here at such a high military speed. Speaking of which, this place. A lush grove surrounded a large open space. The ground in the clearing was slightly tinged with crimson. Just like a battlefield that has witnessed countless fights. Forget it. Right now, nothing is more important than the martial arts arena. Fully booked today. Dear, please come back later. Oh, no. The entrance collapsed. Hee. Do you guys know what it means to be in here? It means you will become enemies with us, crying and killing 3 enemies. Ghost crying without shadow, ghost crying 3 kills big brother. If you were outside, there might still be people helping you. But it's different in this tomb. Even if I take the lives of all of you here, no one will know. What about Uncle Sure? They can't even listen to us. No other way about it now. Although they have a great reputation in Hunan area. But now that they are blocking here, we can't possibly pass successfully. We can only get by defeating them first. Prepare for battle. What the heck is this? This. I should be the one asking you. Who are you? Never mind, it's not important anyway. Give me a beating first, then let's talk about it. These people just said who they are. Ghosts cry and kill 3 times. In the Hunan region, their reputation is even more impressive than that of tigers. Fear. What 3 kills? This means dying 3 times. Why are all the cats and dogs coming to join in the fun? They are not cats or dogs. They are also well-known figures in the Jianghu. Your standards are too different from ordinary people, aren't they? What a monster. This is too sad. This is the door. It seems so. Sword Tomb. This is too direct. Is there anything inappropriate about the name of this tomb? Who named Jianzhong? It should be the medicine immortal, right? Isn't this his tomb? Name your own tomb. Don't you think his temperament is too strange? What you're saying. Generally speaking, a tomb will only be named after it is built. But this tomb is engraved with the word Sword Tomb at the entrance. Moreover, this tomb has not been opened by anyone so far. If it is said that Swordless Taking Sword named his tomb as Sword Tomb, and also spread it out. Possible. The man died 200 years ago, who knows what he was thinking at that time. But one thing is certain. No matter whether this is the tomb of Immortal Doctor or not, the person who built this tomb was no ordinary person. After all, it is hard to imagine the energy required to build such a stone chamber so deep underground. Do not relax your vigilance. This is no ordinary tomb. What to do now? Looking at the strength of those people who came in ahead, now this place is no different from a dragon's den or a tiger's den. It's hard to get anything done with just a few of us. In my opinion, it's not impossible for us to collaborate with some suitable people. First, join forces with someone to explore this sword tomb thoroughly and see if there is really a mixed element pill. If those people could share peacefully with others, they wouldn't have entered here. And the guy with some brains must have already prepared to join forces, as you said, by now. It is common for people in the martial arts world to join forces or go their separate ways to achieve their goals. Even those who are facing each other outside, once they enter here, they can only cooperate for the purpose. After all, Wudang seized the opportunity and they are truly strong members of the 9-faction gang. These people who come in, even if they have great reputation in the martial arts world, are only competing with the sun for glory compared to Wudang. In the face of a formidable and powerful enemy, these people can only choose to join forces. Even if they die, they will bite a piece of meat from Wudang. After all, someone was watching us closely behind. Look at the boy's expression and you'll know that everything is going according to his plan. Huashan Shenlong. I don't know your plan. But if they find the Hunyuan Dan first, then everything will be over. You know that in your heart, right? If you want to take action, you have to act now. That's natural. Io. Let's go. Good. Why are you still following us? We can follow and help you. I've never heard of how beggars can be of any help since I was so old. Go aside. Are you catching a chicken? I went there. Don't do this. Let's help out. If I were outside the sword tomb, I could also be a great help to you. I am a great light, a great light. Think carefully, there must be something I can help with. What kind of help is it? You just can send some information. That's pretty good about it. The Beggars Sect holds intelligence, and I can use this opportunity to establish a friendship with them. When there is a need in the future, I can use this matter to make them useful to me. You're dead today. Hiccup. Rascal. Uncle. What is the approximate status of a sub-leader in the Beggars Sect? Status? I helped a beggar with a higher status than me to support no more than 100 people. So even beggars of the same status as a bag of disciples can be at your disposal. Bag disciples, I can easily use my toes to support them. Is it? Fortunately, during the Sword Tomb period, I can have you follow along. But you have to promise me one condition. Condition? What conditions? If you just help me with capture a small beggar at the Wuhan branch of the Beggars Sect. Which little beggar? Nakayachi. A guy named Zhongba. This is not a difficult task. But do you have any connection with that beggar? Origin. No origin, but there is kindness. Gratitude that cannot be repaid. Groan. Although I don't know exactly what this guy named Zhongba did. Let's first express our deep condolences to him. This place is brighter than I thought. It turns out that there are night pearls embedded in it. This place is hidden so well that ordinary people can't enter it at all, yet there are still night lights embedded to light it up. It can be seen that this medicine immortal has very strong financial resources. However, this is not surprising. After all, one of his mixed element pills is worth 1,000. Why did it suddenly darken? What are you doing, Hua Long? Can't you see? I'm making money right now. Wow, it's so big. What is this guy doing now when he said he was leading the way and asked us all to follow him? At this moment, do you still have thoughts about this? Maybe Wudang has already obtained the mixed yuan pill. They didn't get it. How did you know? Because they haven't stopped yet. Is it difficult? Can he sense the activities of Wudang from here? I can sense a group of people ahead, but the perception is obscure, not authentic. And besides that, I didn't notice anything. Listen to what this guy said. It is clear that he truly sensed the existence of those guys ahead. This little guy's chi is so powerful, is this possible? But they will still get there before us, right? You right. But it's precisely because of this that we can relax a bit. Relax a bit. Keep moving forward and you'll understand. Oh, this one is so big. Can you really believe this guy's words? Do you think this passage is getting narrower and narrower? I also have this feeling. At the beginning, this passage could easily accommodate 5 strong men passing side by side. Unconsciously, this passage has become only able to accommodate 3 strong men passing through, and these 3 still have to shoulder to shoulder. It seems unnecessary to make the passage look like this. However, there has been an unpleasant odor since just now. It's a bloody smell. Check this out. Qingming. The situation is a bit weird. The blood flowing from the corners of their mouths is not red, but black. Are there any people running ahead who can cause poisoning? It's an agency. Well, you said the agency. Look carefully. The corpse was densely packed with many fine needles. And it doesn't look like it's shooting from one direction, it's more like it's shooting from all directions. Say, is this channel all? I didn't expect the legendary medicine immortal who puts benevolence and righteousness first throughout his life would actually set up such malicious traps in his tomb. It seems that this trip is unlucky. Qingming Festival. There are corpses at Qingming. So what if there was a corpse? We will only increase the possibility of poisoning if we continue to stay here. Let's leave first. Also, don't randomly touch the things around. There may be danger involved. Understood. This is the world of rivers and lakes. I once again have a tangible perception of our situation, and the name of Huashan cannot protect us here. If we're not careful, our lives could be in danger. Are there many such institutions here? How should I know? Although I'm not sure what kind of person that medicine fairy is. But one thing is for sure, this place is not just a warehouse for storing treasures. If it's just for hiding some divine weapons or using this place as a tomb, there's no need to set up such a mechanism. The people who built this tomb will set up these mechanisms, which must have another purpose. And this person's purpose will also determine the level of danger of this trip. Oh, that's... The color of this night luminous pearl is different from the one I saw before. Haha, this red feels very unique, looks very valuable. What are you doing? Blow one's breath. Huashan Shenlong, you acted too late this time. I took this uniquely colored night pearl into my pocket first. You don't think all the night pearls here belong to you alone, do you? I'll just take one. Didn't I say not to touch strange things casually? Run. If you don't want to give up, just run away. Beggars, run. Run towards death. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. That's why I don't want to deal with beggars. I spoke so clearly that I didn't listen. I told you not to move around. If you insist on moving that night pearl, you might have caused a big disaster. You've been in the pugilistic world for so long, how come you can't even understand simple words? It's all the fault of the rudder master, and I also suffer along with it. I didn't know things would turn out this way either. Hua Shanlong pried away so many night pearls, nothing happened. I just pried one, how did something happen? Oh, the front is also about to collapse. Run, run, run. If you slow down a step, you're doomed. The road has become narrower. Run in a row. TSK. Run faster. If you run too slowly, we'll all have to die with you. Hong Dagwang, what on earth is going on with you? Being beaten is deserved. Don't turn back and run desperately. Pure brightness. Keep running. Light. Bright. At the end of the road, there is light. Even faster. Even faster. Hurry up. Run fast. Come on, I survived when I arrived. Only the passage collapsed. You are safe here. Pure brightness. Pure brightness. Pure brightness. How could it be damn? Can you hear me during Qingming? Hua Shanlong. Hua Mountain Divine Dragon. Hua Shan God. I will become the next generation of hero swordsmen in the martial arts world. Now I have lost my life here due to my momentary loss. It's all my fault. It's all because of me. Hua Shanlong. Live. To live. You are still alive. Hold it right there. Hua Shanlong, wait a minute. You must have a lot to say. But if everything in this world can be solved in just a few words, where else would there be a war? Give me a beating first, see, Wait a minute. Fuxing Infinite Heavenly Sovereign. Fuxing Infinite Heavenly Sovereign. May all the celestial venerables bless me. Fuxing Unlimited. Damn. The evil and insidious Yaoxian. Surprisingly, his tomb is filled with such traps. Elder. The people behind are catching up. The development of things completely went against my expectations. If all the martial artists who chased us earlier had entered the sword tomb, then they will inevitably form a human wall to obstruct others from entering the sword tomb or fight and kill each other first. But now not only are fewer people entering the sword tomb than I expected, but they are also all highly skilled martial artists. These people didn't even guard against each other, but temporarily joined hands. It seems that they plan to intercept Wudang, which poses the greatest threat to them, first. There's something strange. What's wrong? I always feel that the current situation is deliberately created by someone. Can it be? It's the kid from Huashan. No, that's not right. That is not possible. Although the kid was a bit smart and thought of spreading the news about the treasure map. But if you were to say that he had already foreseen everything that is happening today, that's absolutely impossible. The attack from behind the elders is too fierce. They're about to catch up. Xu Yuan. It's senior brother. You try your best to drag those people behind you. I quickly advanced with a few people. Understand? Wow, it's so dazzling and flat. You three come with me. Let's go get the mixed yuan pill. Yes. The current situation is not the best way to delay time by blocking people from behind. Without me and 3 disciples, the pressure on the remaining disciples has increased sharply. But even if there are sacrifices, we still need to get hold of the mixed element pill. It's a poisonous arrow. Bow your head. Medicine Immortal. It's actually a hidden weapon with a highly toxic substance. What's going on in this place? Elder. In front. There is movement from someone ahead. I saw it. In this dark sword tomb where it's impossible for anyone to exist. What is moving? However, that's crazy. On those things. I don't feel angry at all. Zombie. Damn. What's going on in this place? What the heck is the medicine immortal thinking? Grand Elder. Here they come. These deceased are so pitiful that they can't even find peace in death. Take action and let them rest in peace. It's an elder. Medicine Immortal. Perhaps I am not familiar with the person under this name. If that's the case, maybe no one can come from here. Leaving alive. I was so wronged. At least I am also an elder. I really am. Compete for a chance to speak. I'm so angry. With my previous temper, I really want to pluck all the hair off this kid's head. But now when I have to use this body to hit an older person, it feels a bit strange. My hand lifts and then stops. Being killed by the Huashan Divine Dragon here is too cheap for him. Too cheap for him. He should have been buried inside just now. I knew that person would one day cause trouble. How could I come into contact with someone like the Rudder Master? Do you want to die alone? Even you guys. Come. We don't have time to waste here, do we? Ouch. You should be grateful that this time it's just okay. Play it cool, got it? Sorry. By the way, where is this place? The door is closed. It seems that no one has been here. Hiccup. There must be something here. When I was running for my life just now. Run, run, run. If you slow down a step, you're doomed. I noticed a fork in the road next to it. We should have walked along that direction. It's all because of some beggar who caused the roof to collapse. Outside, I am also one of the top talents in the beggar's sect. When it comes to my experience of wandering the rivers and lakes, I can be considered experienced and knowledgeable. TSK, what else can we do? The way back has been blocked. Go ahead first, you guys keep up with me closely. Also, Uncle. You just messed things up. Look, I won't chop off your hand. Correct. What's up? What do you see? No, I seem to smell a fishy odor. Forget it. Let's go. Quiet. I told you not to make a sound. We didn't make a sound. What kind of sound has this been since the beginning? Did I send it? Vampire bat. Red-eyed bat. I must have heard of its name somewhere before. So those red things are all bad eyes. What's there to be afraid of? No matter how you look at it, it's just some bats. Just go there quietly if it's okay. Let's go quickly. Is it really okay? But Qingming Festival. I've also heard of vampire bats, but it's the first time I've heard that their eyes are red. Ah. No, as far as I know. Ah. This type of vampire bat with red eyes is not an ordinary one. That's the vampire bat of Morlo. They are known as the common vampire bat. Tian. It is said that they are the spirits of Yunnan. If bitten by them, they will suck up all their blood and turn into a dried corpse. The size and weight of this bat are far from ordinary bats, and it is even harder than its appearance. It can be said to be invulnerable to knives and guns. Even a peerless expert would find it difficult to resist one. Qingming run. Being entangled by them really leaves no bones left. Run. These stinks. What did you say before about fellow disciples who want to live and die together? Surprisingly, he has also started to focus solely on himself. Oh, Why are there bats in the cave? Just because it's a cave, there are bats. Crazy. Didn't you just say it's okay? Yao Xian, this damn Yao Xian, he's a demon at heart. Surprisingly, they took things from Yunnan, capture it, and place it here. Master, if that guy is in the immortal realm, you must help me beat him up hard. How can I beat the world's #1? Just go with your senior brothers as usual. Aren't you always like this to me? What are you talking to yourself, crazy? You don't need to know to run. Ho! What the hell? This is like an iron block. Oh, my hand. I can't do it manually anymore. Damn it, is it the poison of paralysis? How do these bats actually grow? The body is as hard as steel, and it even carries paralysis poison. Ah! This damn bat. But some brutes forced me to use the essence of the martial arts of the beggar's sect to attack. Eat me one hit. Take Xianyan hand. Dodged my 8 immortals' palm. How could there be such a terrifying monster in the world? Oh, these monsters. The smell of blood is starting to make me more excited. There are too many quantities. What method can we use to resist hundreds of these monsters? Even if I try my best, can I withstand 10 bats? If things continue like this, it really will. If this continues, the entire army will be wiped out. Huashan Shenlong, can you think of a solution? Huashan Shenlong. Really? Falling flowers. Ah. That's the plum blossoms that had once disappeared from people's memories. The Huashan plum blossom, which has once again gained fame. At this moment, it appeared before my eyes. Her demeanor remains the same as before. These damn bats are really clueless. These guys won't pounce anymore. It seems like I'm scared. The birds' brain seeds actually know how to be afraid. Wait, are bats birds? I really don't know if this situation is strange or too extreme at the moment. Damn it, I don't know what's going to happen next. It's really scary. Why are they all standing still? Not leaving yet. Anyway, following this guy is the best choice. If it weren't for him, I would have died long ago. It was great following me. Did I just say what's on my mind? Speaking of which, mister, are you here just to play around? What can be said to help me, only to look around? Is he mocking me? That's great. Someone helped clear the way without doing anything. The notorious beggar's sect is no longer the same as before. What's the best option for me to retract what I just said? There are still caves in the cave. Another road embedded with night pearls. Uncle, I think it's a bit strange. Why do we seem to be repeating the same path as before? Well, it seems like that. Although it's not certain yet if this place remains the same as before. In such a space with luminous pearls, we should not be in danger if we do not move around. As long as they don't do those things that. To er.is human. I didn't say anything either. Great Xia. Your expression is not as you described. Subdivision Master. Huashan Shenlong. I understand your urgency. But can we take a break for a while? I need some time to check on the injuries of my disciples. Then take a break for a while. Big Seven. You agreed now. Yeah. What's wrong? Do you need anything else? It's nothing. It's just that you promised so readily that it doesn't look like you at all. What's there to it? Of course, if someone is injured, they need to rest. Okay. Thank you very much. He's such an unpredictable kid. His usual style is completely different from that of a person. He actually prioritizes his own interests over others in matters related to people. He actually has the demeanor of a great hero on him. There is a fighting atmosphere. What is happening in the distance? Appeared. There is a murderous and fighting aura coming from here. It seems that either a large-scale battle has already begun ahead or someone has fallen into a trap and is fighting something. We don't need to rush to fight with them. As long as you leisurely wait here, someone will naturally clear the way. I did it on purpose earlier, and only let the strong ones through. That's what this is all about. What other traps are hidden in the sword mound is still unknown. If things like the previous vampire bats continue to appear in the future, even I will eventually be worn down and unable to cope. In my experience, to survive in such a place, the best way is to save every bit of energy. Hey. In such a place, 10 lives are not enough. That's right. What to install? This kid seems to have experienced these things before and is very familiar with the situation in this place. It's dim and unclear here. There are also hidden unknown traps. To move forward step by step here, one needs to always be vigilant, relax for a moment, and the energy expended in the process is far beyond what ordinary people think. Aren't you tired? Why are you tired? This has only just begun. I just started. If someone like Sword Without Trace really intends to set a trap here, then there won't be only those methods just now. If they don't do it, they will do it to the extreme. Is a trap intentionally set up? The trap deliberately set by Sword Stealing Without Trace. That sword has no trace. That is to say, the medicine immortal, Why did you intentionally build this place like this? If he wants to keep the Han Yuan Dan, then the same goes for those divine weapons and weapons. Although he has no trace of sword snatching, on the other hand, he is also revered as a medicinal immortal by the world, isn't he? Why would such a person set such a trap in their own tomb and put those who come in danger? Think carefully about his name as the medicine immortal. It is also because he has treated many patients and refined many spiritual pills to help others that he is called an immortal. Regarded as a medicine immortal, isn't it? Why would such a person build such a tomb? I really can't figure it out. If you really want to get to the bottom of this, you should first think about why the medicine immortal became the peerless sword god, rather than first exploring why he built this tomb. I am very certain about the human heart. Sure. What? The human heart is unpredictable. Even someone you claim to know very well occasionally reveals a completely unfamiliar side, doesn't it? If that's the case, how can you guess what a person's thoughts were 200 years ago? So you don't have to consider these things. We just need to take what we need from here. Why did he build this tomb? This statement may sound cold, but it's not wrong. From a practical perspective, as long as we find what we need, we don't need to consider the intention of snatching the sword without leaving a trace. But I always feel that there is a deep meaning behind this tomb. As the person who took the sword without trace and the medicine immortal, it seems that he wants to tell someone who entered this tomb something. By the way, if Yao Xian really has other intentions, would you obediently put down the Han Yuan pill and leave? Of course not. Then it becomes, I am not interested in the thoughts of my predecessors. The only important thing is that there may be a method for refining mixed element pills here. And the mixed Yuan Dan. I am determined to win. Beggar uncle. Are you okay now? Hiccup. Oh. You brought the antidote for the poison of paralysis. To be precise, it should be the antidote for paralysis powder. I thought I might bump into someone here, so I brought it with me. I didn't expect it to be effective. Oh, hey. You're still carrying that thing. Haha, you underestimate me too much. I am nicknamed Beggar's Sect Wisdom Star in the martial arts world. Yes. Since the poison has been detoxified, let's go. How long is this sword tomb? We've come a long way too. This cave is curved, but in reality, we haven't walked very far. But it should be almost over. After all, there are many limitations to constructing such a place underground. However, there is one issue. When we reach the end, there will inevitably be other people present. Someone's here again. After the next wave of people is eliminated, there won't be anyone chasing after us anymore. We'd better set off immediately afterwards. If we continue to delay here, those guys ahead may have already acquired the divine weapon in their possession. This statement is reasonable. Hurry up and deal with those people behind while there's still time. That's all money. If a certain beggar hadn't collapsed the cave roof earlier, I would have taken all of them away. Anyway, it's thanks to me that you're being careful now. What? Ho! I will never forget this grudge. This cave. It's over. Wow. Is it really feasible to build such a space underground with manpower? Our route has been sealed off. This situation is not good. The smell of blood. Deluo's sword. Roughly speaking, here are no less than 20 corpses. They were all brutally slaughtered. And the one standing over these corpses. Giant axe. Shandong Quick Sword, Qingjian Scholar, San Shague. And there's also the Changjiang Ink Knife, Zhao Mingshan. Surprisingly, even you, Zhao Mingshan, you actually colluded with them and did such a crazy thing. Oh, so it's Hong Guogan. What exactly have you done here? I thought at least you and Deluo Jian knew the importance of their actions. I didn't expect you to also target innocent heroes from all walks of life. What a cruel thing this is. Haha. Innocent? Hong Guogan, I think you made a mistake, right? Have you forgotten the principles of this world? Having treasures in hand is a sin, coveting treasures is also a sin. If they have greed for treasures, then they are sinners. How can they be innocent? You, Zhao Mingshan, are you really the person I know? I thought you would at least understand what a narrow definition is. Of course I understand. Hang the rod. Outside the sword tomb, haven't we had many dealings precisely because of chivalry? Imagine if I could obtain divine weapons and weapons here, my strength would definitely go to the next level. At that time, I will be able to do more chivalrous things. No worries. Nowadays, I still value the way of chivalry in my heart. Madman. You are completely blinded by the treasure. Even if you are greedy, you should know that there are things a gentleman should do and things he should not do. You're talking like you came here just to chat with people. Don't pretend, Beggar's Sect. When you jumped in, your intentions were no different from those of us. Could it be that you didn't expect to see blood on this trip? It's obvious that everyone is the same. You insist on putting on a righteous and domineering appearance. It's really shameless and laughable to talk about it. Even so, there must be a limit to everything. At least in the face of an enemy who is not our match, I will not easily take lives like you do. I won't intentionally stay here and harm people's lives. Hanging rod, what do you mean by degree? Everyone is different, isn't it? But there's no need to say more. Anyway, you are all dying people. There are several doors here, just like the places we passed by before. But these doors are all sealed off. Are you looking for another way out? You are in such a hurry to find a way out, but the results will disappoint you. Because the only path we can take now is this one. Do you understand now? We are just following the legacy of the sword without trace now. All the way back all are closed. Other detours are winding and twisting. In the end, everything led to this big square. But there's only one way out here. In other words, stealing the sword without trace means we have to kill each other here. You actually use this kind of thing as an excuse now. So, you're not planning to let us go either. Don't blame me too much either. The martial arts world is inherently ruthless. Beggars are copying guys. Stop the atrocities committed by these heartless and unjust people. Die hard. I didn't expect all these guys to join forces. With their strength, even Wudang would have a hard time dealing with them. With the power of the Beggar's Sect and Sword Tomb alone, there's no other way they can do it. If we rashly confront each other, we will only end up with the same fate as those corpses. At this point, although I also know that this is shameless. But if we really want to start a fight, I and these sycophants will definitely be completely wiped out. Please lend me a helping hand. That's natural. Although we dare not be arrogant, what kind of chivalrous and righteous person are we? But we will not allow such unethical people to run rampant. The little rascals of Huashan's sect are really bold. No wonder people like to watch these inexperienced young people. There's no time left. Hurry up and deal with them. Go chase Wudang. I can taste the blood again. Even if we work together with Huashan, we can only barely resist and the situation will shift towards them soon. We can only escape. Anyway, we must find a chance to escape through the only way out behind. The only way now is the only way to ensure everyone's safety. You guys have argued enough. Who are you? Who am I and what do I have to do with you? Breathe out. Where did the madness come from? You just said that the martial arts world is inherently ruthless. Then I'll show you what true ruthlessness is. My hands are trembling. What happened? I didn't feel wrong, did I? That young man doesn't seem to emit any special aura. But the moment he drew his sword, my body involuntarily froze. My whole body is warning me. There is danger. We'd better not underestimate that child. What? Zhao, what are you talking about? Brother Zhao, you're really good. Even if your opponent is a child, he still carries a sword at least. Don't joke around. Ha ha ha, the Yangtze River ink knife must be scared, right? There are always some people in this world who are so scared when they see famous disciples. You said you want us to see what true ruthlessness is. My strike is downward. You come and take a look. You kid. What? What? Next. Just now. That kid. Like crushing an ant, he took the life of Deluo's sword. You rewrite. This kid is obviously experienced in many battles. Wherever he passes, blood will flow like rivers and corpses like mountains. A person who cuts off a person's head as effortlessly as picking leaves and flying flowers cannot be called a Taoist. It's just kill ghosts. Let's join forces and go together. What? I beg your pardon? I said, let's go together. Was it because the great Luo's sword failed? You want us to besiege a young man together. This is too embarrassing. It's better to keep your mouth closed. This martial world is not about heroes judged by age. The only important thing is the level of strength. And that kid is definitely a strong one. If we don't join forces, we will all die here. 10 moves. Only 10 moves. This kid first resisted the 10 consecutive strikes of the Deluo sword and then took off its head. Throughout the entire process, he was unharmed. No, he didn't even lose a single breath. In other words, he is conserving his energy. If the incident of besieging such Huashan disciples spreads, it will definitely be ridiculed by the world. Who would know anything about it as long as we kept our mouths shut? Whether it is self-esteem or something. Only when a person is alive does it have meaning. Since self-rebirth. Never have I fought a real war, only made up battles and feigned attacks before. This is the first time someone has taken their life. The real battlefield is filled with malicious intent to take the life of the enemy even if it means sacrificing my own arm. That guy is like that. The reason why I took his life. It's just because he wanted to take my life. Also, those guys are 2. There are a total of 7 people. I have to get rid of these 7 people while maximizing my energy savings. Damn. I really can't call him a little brat in this situation now. You should feel honored. If it weren't for your immense strength, we wouldn't have been able to launch a siege like this. Besiege. Those narrow-minded people who value the morality of the martial arts world may feel ashamed, but I believe that choosing to besiege at this time is actually the best strategy. Knowing that the other party is stronger than oneself and going to die one by one for self-esteem is the dumbest thing. The side who has reservations about the battle of life and death will inevitably die. You just need to do something to a younger child than yourself. Surprisingly, they gathered 7 people to besiege together. It seems that in order to survive in this martial world, one must have a thick skin. What are you doing? Be in the way. Leave. They're all here to help you. Even if you think I'm in the way, just endure it for now. I am your senior uncle and also your fellow disciple. There is no reason in this world for a master uncle to watch his nephew fight to the death and do nothing. It's more convenient for me to be alone. What uncle said is absolutely right. As a senior brother, I naturally cannot watch him go through danger alone. Not. You guys are hindering the car. I also agree with what my senior brother said. We will advance and retreat together with you. What are these guys doing? Indeed, they are still a group of children. I'm not sure what the situation is right in front of me, but I'm just clamoring to move forward and backward with a single impulse. Do you have to break your hand and drop your head to wake up? Do those guys look easy to deal with? I know they're difficult to deal with. But if we keep hiding behind you just because our opponent is too strong, Huashan will always be under your wings watching you overcome obstacles. Although we may drag you down now. But if we can fight with you, one day we can also grow into your support. If you really want to push me away, then take my life. I won't stand idly by even if I die. This kid actually said a few serious words. You rewrite. If they want to grow, they must go through actual combat. And the more dangerous the actual combat, the more it can promote their growth. In other words, for the growth of Huashan disciples, even things that I can easily solve should be left to them to handle. I understand that too. My rationality tells me to do this, but how should I put this? I know I have to put them in danger to help them grow, but once I encounter a little danger, I will still step forward first. But in my heart, I still want to block the danger for them. Although I have never had children. But perhaps this is the heart of parents. Even if you're almost dead, I won't help. Blow one's breath. I'm still helping. I didn't expect you to help either. You think too well of yourself, don't you? Senior Zhao Jie, let's find an opportunity to have a private chat in the future. Hiccup. That guy is always indulging in his own emotions and talking nonsense. This feeling is a bit strange. I feel in no way reassured. I feel even more pressure. But they are members of a cult. Senior brother, let's go. This time, you must leave my enemy to me. Senior brother Qingming. Let's go, junior brother. Let those guys see the power of Mount Huashan. Strange. That's really strange. At that time, Huashan had clearly disappeared. No matter how hard I try, I can't find that period of time back. Go. Go smash those guys' heads. Go ahead, go ahead. Senior. Senior brother leader. The former Hua Mountain. Still here. What are the beggars still doing in a daze? The guys from Huashan are all ahead of us. Give me a chance to show these guys. What is the chivalry of our beggars sect? This kid. He clearly knows that if he puts in a lot of effort, he won't be my opponent, which is why he has been avoiding direct confrontation with me. You stinky mouse. How long do we have to hide? Respecting elders is natural, but for someone like you who has been idle for many years, there's no need to talk about etiquette at all. Ahem, Zuzier dares. How could a young man with such speed? But I am Shandong Kuaijin. In terms of speed, I am superior. Whoa! What's the situation with this guy? Xiao Jie, calm down. Yes. Senior. Let's go together. Good. Ahem, These two brats. Judging solely from their appearance, it is estimated that they have been practicing martial arts for less than 10 years. But their displayed strength was like companions with decades of experience in cooperation, constantly attacking me. How could these little brats do that? Oh, where did they come from? Damn. When will this sword stop? Her endless attacks. There's no room for me to fight back at all. When did Huashan become so strong? He's in chaos. Good opportunity. Although your cooperation is good. But joint attacks always have a loophole. You have already missed the last chance. A baby boy. Senior. Go to hell. What? What's going on? What flew over to block my attack? Sword scars. I told you not to take it lightly. Ah. I have repeatedly reminded you, but you are still careless. Why don't you listen to advice? I'm asking you to focus. Concentrated. If you die here, no one will applaud your sacrifice. No one. Oh. I already said I'll do it myself. You guys are really. It's so annoying. This guy's nagging sounds a bit different from usual. How do I feel a hint of excitement in his voice? He's happy now. Go help Huashan Shenlong. I'll go to your place. Huashan Divine Dragon. Let us help you. Ha, it really does. Now even beggars are getting involved. Go ahead, beggar kids. Let me see. The killing intent on this person is extraordinary. Its imposing momentum is so overwhelming that even I can feel it. He's completely different from those stinky fish and shrimp next to him. Even though this place is currently in chaos, he has not been affected at all and only focuses on me. The perception of this person pouring out all over me now falls entirely on me. It's like I'm the only one left in this world. This guy. We're going to get serious. How do others perceive the current situation? I'm not quite clear. Under Zhao Mingshan. But I only know one thing. Pure brightness. To survive here, we must get rid of it. This monster. Cough. Go to hell. Go to hell. If you die, I can survive. Although I did indeed block his attack, the power of the attack was not completely removed by me. Such a fierce and heavy attack made my wrists ache and my organs seem to be churning. Just internal strength alone is not enough to explain the heavy force on his blade. I can feel his determination and obsession to do everything he can. Taking a desperate gamble has doubled the power on his knife, and now his knife has arrived. Don't always run away. You kid's strength absolutely is not just that alone. I have already noticed. The treacherous kid. Don't hide it anymore. Are you still hiding? I understand. Are you planning to drain my energy? I won't be fooled by you anymore. It's over. It seems that the plan to save some energy is not feasible. Okay. That's how it should be. Go all out for Splitting Knife. Jiang Sanqian XL. Nanami Ken. Cough cough. Cough. Plum Blossom. This was a fun battle. I received his approval. We have no chance of winning. How did things turn out this way? My original plan was undoubtedly a good idea. In a treasure hunt like this, the most critical thing is to choose the right camp to reduce the number of opponents. I had already successfully found an alliance, preserved fighting capacity, and my camp was stronger than other camps. Everything had been going so well for me until now. Until these guys showed up. Ah. You damn guy, you haven't put in all your strength to fight me yet. Dealing with you. That's enough. Not the same. These guys are different. The trust between them is different from that of other disciples I have seen before. This battle. We have no chance of winning. We can only escape. Now the sword tomb is divided into 3 groups of people. Wudang is pursued by a group of people, and there is also a group here. If we can find a way to escape from here and join forces with the group of people chasing Wudang ahead. If that's possible, then. In this world, it is not the strong who survive, but those who survive are the strong. There are more people in front. With my light body technique, I will definitely catch up with that person before them. If at that time the people in front have yet to decide the outcome with Wudang, then I just need to win those people over and I can turn the current unfavorable situation around. TCH. You're really shameless, aren't you? Ahem, hey. How could it be so fast? I didn't even notice it when I started just now. As soon as the battle finished, I realized that my whole body was shaking. This feeling is completely different from martial arts competition. Slight mistake. I would have lost my life. The strong sense of oppression made my sword blade heavier and my judgment slower. So this is real combat. Laborious. Where do I work hard? It's my senior brother who worked hard. They say that if you want to know your own strength, only through actual combat can you find out. I only now understand the true meaning of this sentence. It turns out that my martial arts are a mess. Collapsed into a muddle. Total mess. We defeated Sun Ming. This is the famous fast sword Sun Ming of Jianghu. If this matter is reported back to Huashan, it will definitely shock everyone in the sect. But Zhao Jia said his martial arts skills were a mess, all because the existence of Qingming. Because he made our gaze even higher and farther. I thought I was now approaching the level required by Qingming Festival. But after this battle, I realized that in actual combat, I couldn't even exert half of my usual strength. I still have a long way to go. You don't have to feel discouraged, Master Uncle. It's normal to not be able to play at full strength in actual combat. Although everyone hopes to showcase their usual cultivation skills in actual combat, in fact, no one can achieve this. So don't be so self-effacing. But you also need to face your own strength. Your true strength is the strength you show in actual combat. True strength. It's Uncle Sure. We remember. Oh hey ha ha ha. That dog is Raymond Needle, Xingdu Stone, Glacier Stone. Grow up. Like me. Wow, that's really good. Hee 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 hee. You've had enough. Except for the two men who engaged with Qingming, the others were all alive. Although these people want my life. But I haven't fully realized how to harm people's lives yet. We are still too young. With this alone, we may not be able to keep up with his footsteps. But if I hadn't stood up at that time, if I hadn't intervened during the day, I would probably have killed all these people. The murderer will always be killed. This is the rule of the martial arts world. He wants to stop me from taking a life. The current result is not bad either. If everything follows my past routine, then nothing can escape from the cage of the past. It's not me who needs to change. But it's Huashan. Since they want to become my backing for the transformation of Manhua, it feels good for me to rely on them occasionally. Are you ready? What? Now let's go catch those guys from Wudang together. Damn. There are such disgusting monsters here. Are everyone okay? We're fine. Elder. Show me your arm. Elder. The disciple is fine. Don't move. Hiccup. There's black blood gushing out from the wound. This is corpse poison. If left unchecked, not only will it really show off, but this arm cannot be saved. It can also poison the heart and endanger life. Hiccup. Long and old. Shu, Kilo. The Elder is giving me real chi. Using true chi to force toxic gas out of others' bodies is an extremely exhausting task that consumes internal energy and mental energy. At times like this, the Elder should not have wasted his inner strength just to heal me for such a small matter. Now the road ahead is unknown, and there may be situations several times more dangerous than here. We don't have time to adjust our luck. At this moment, we should save every bit of internal energy. Okay. Elder, how can you waste your inner strength on me? Getting the divine weapon and elixir in the sword tomb is important, but it is not as important as the arm of my Wudang disciple. You don't need to say much, hurry up and prepare to continue on your journey. Correct. And I'm not weak enough yet. Elder, shouldn't we help the disciples in the rear resist for a while? What can we change by helping now? If we can't knock down all those people behind us, it's just a waste of time. Since that's the case, it's better to hurry up and get the things that need to be taken into your hands. Hurry up and set off. Correct. What's there to catch up with? Just now, an extremely cold and domineering aura filled this passage and came straight towards us. although that aura only appeared for a moment. If someone who can emit such a strong aura joins the pursuit of our camp, it will inevitably cause great changes to our journey. Prefer to make some sacrifices at present and put the overall situation first. Refund. Refund me. Step back to Senior Brother's side. Senior. These guys are attacking too aggressively. We can't hold on anymore. Damn it. Ahaha, these mice from Wudang are going to escape with their tails between their heads. But do you think this way we can escape? Get out of here, everyone. Look at my big move. Get rid of all the people from Wudang who are blocking the way. Elder. Give up blocking. You gather your team and meet up with Senior Susan. I'll procrastinate. I'm really overwhelmed. Continuous battles and numerous traps. And there is endless darkness ahead that I don't know what's hidden. If I continue to linger around here, perhaps I will develop a mind demon. Now the only thing that can be called hope is the zombies I just met. After all, even if it was a medicine immortal, refining such a terrifying zombie was definitely not an easy task. The zombie level should be the most difficult one, with the most evil intentions. In other words, this extremely sinister tomb is coming to an end. Elder. Go ahead. There is light ahead. This light is brighter than what I have seen before. It's over. Disciples, please work harder. It's almost over. Correct. This is precipice. What about the mixed Yuan Dan? If this is the end, where is the mixed Yuan Dan? There. In the middle of the precipice is a space. There is a narrow crack there. The Han Yuan Dan must be there. If this is the end of the sword tomb, then the place where the primordial elixir is stored must be here. Coming. The terrifying aura I felt just now. Approaching this place at an astonishing speed. Up. You have to climb up too. We must climb this cliff. Hurry up. Yes. The Wudang guys are climbing cliffs. Hurry up and chase. We must not let Wudang take away the divine weapon. Oh, faster. Otherwise, the thing will be taken away by someone. How fast do we have to run? I'm running out of strength. Why is it so slow? I've only been running for a long time and now I'm panting heavily. Have I ever reminded you to practice your lightness skills well? Look at how little stamina you have now. It seems that I need to tidy up you guys again when I get back. Only guys like you wouldn't feel tired, would you? This stamina is simply not human. Really. I really want to punch him. If you don't want to be stabbed by me, run faster. If you're really so tired, why do you still have time to think about hitting someone? I was wrong. I was wrong. I was just thinking about it. It hurts. It hurts. You lightning-struck thing. You have the strength to cry and scream, but you still won't run away from me. Demon. Those guys stopped. In other words, they have reached the end. My mixed Yuan pill is right there. The gangsters from Wudang dare to touch my things, try it. I am determined to win the mixed element pill. Run for me, everyone. Huashan Shenlong, you guy. Wait for us. We've been driven by you all the way, and now you're leaving us behind. Beggars, hurry up and run. If you run too slowly, you won't be able to catch up with them. Hey beggar, I'm going to die. I can't run anymore. Why don't you just take my life? Come on. Fuck you. Oops. Why kick people? Ah. Why doesn't this work for me? Light. Bright. It's an export. Finally. I have seen the light. Go ahead, go ahead. This. What is this situation? Look up there. There is a gap in the middle of the cliff. Over there? Are we supposed to climb up there? Where? This. It's too easy, isn't it? Is this a joke? Climbing the cliff. This final level was surprisingly easy. It seems that Yaoxian has never been to Huashan. Those hellish days are not wasted after all. 5 times higher than this, we have to climb the intestinal cliff several times a day. Nowadays, the second and third generations of disciples of Huashan have become accustomed to climbing and napping even on cliffs with no place to rest. All of this is thanks to the training of that madman. Go ahead, go ahead. Oh. Why are they so fast? It's like walking on flat ground. Wah! Stop them. Throwing weapons. Attack their backs with knives. Leave all of this to me, you guys keep moving forward. Ho! You can't stop all the attacks. How can you handle so much alone? They're here again. It's really difficult to stop them all. Hey, you bastards! Not allowed. Move. Disciples of Manhwa. Delay them. Make them unable to throw weapons. Huashan Shenlong. Leave it to me, Hong Daguang. Don't worry, just climb up. Really? Don't put on airs. Okay. Climb up. Ho. Damn. Tiun Zone. Tiun Zone. What? That guy actually. I have suffered so much along the way, how could I watch someone steal the mixed element pill? I'm off first. Qingming. The Hunyuan Dan can only be mine. What? Running on the cliffs? Want to surpass me? This arrogant little brat. Who do you call little brat? You little brat. Mixed Yuan Dan. We. I. Something. Ding Han Yuan Dan. You're the Huashan Divine Dragon, kid. Stealing the treasure map from the hands of Wu Zhen. The way to escalate the situation to this point, which is so harmful to others and not beneficial to oneself, was you the one who came up with it, right? I completely don't understand what you're saying. It's truly extraordinary to have such ability at your age. I admit that everything you did exceeded my expectations. But it should also end here. You can leave on your own. I won't show mercy today. Even if you are just a third-generation disciple and a young child. If you dare to take another step forward, I immediately chopped off your head. Ouch. That was scary. You are now emitting a murderous aura all over your body, which is different from what you said. You seem to be expecting me to take action, right? How? Do you want to get rid of me here? I showed my murderous intent. I didn't notice it. This kid. If he were just an ordinary intelligent young man, I wouldn't consider him a threat. But when he really appeared in front of me, my original thoughts changed. I admit. This guy is very dangerous. I automatically emitted killing intent towards him. Perhaps this is my true inner thoughts. My years of cultivation have now been lost to you, kid. As you said, I am indeed shaken by you. So don't force me to do anything that goes against morality. Get out of here. Oh, roar. In today's chaotic situation, whoever loses their life cannot be held accountable. If the matter is revealed, and people know about the crime of killing, it may invite the censure of the world. But the fear of such accusations alone is not enough to make people give up the huge practical benefits of the hybrid pill. In other words, from the perspective of Wudang, getting rid of me is the best choice. But this person repeatedly urged me to leave. I believe this is the reason why Wudang is still famous throughout the world today. Why is Wudang? However, even so, I won't leave. Toasting without eating. I have drunk too much alcohol in the past as a penalty. Hiccup. Ho. Impressive. Wudang's sword is gentle, bullshit. Which gentle swordsmanship can kill a person? Is this gentle? This is going to get serious. What? Foot sword chi. I can't even do this. How could this kid do it? Oh, ha. The swordsmanship style has almost completely changed. The breath has become heavy. This is. You kid. Ahem, heh. Withstood. He blocked my sword energy. It seems that defeating Wu Zhen was not a fabrication. Who exactly are you, kid? Can we have a chat relationship now? If you really want to chat with me, you'll feel relieved. Listen to me. Although Wudang prohibits accepting disciples from other sections, but if you are willing, I can take you as a disciple of Wudang, with no price. What? It's not difficult to retrain Wudang martial arts with your talent. Come to Wudang. I can take you as my disciple and make you a generation disciple of Wudang. Not only, but I will also train you to become the future leader of Wudang. Oh, this condition is quite tempting. Are you crazy, old man? Surprisingly, he came up with ideas for other sections. Enough, stop talking. Your deep affection and loyalty for your masters is commendable. But a good bird chooses a tree to nest in, and you must know how to seize an opportunity. Being the head of Wudang is naturally better than being a disciple of Huashan. Hey. I've said enough. Why? With your intelligence and wit, you won't know which one is better or worse. Wudang can give you much more than Huashan. I've said enough, old man. You're really persistent. Me. I'm not interested in becoming a disciple for someone weaker than me. I beg your pardon? Also, what is Wudang? I. Bound to. Let Huashan become. The best in the world. Come on. Faster. If this continues, Wudang will take the lead. Master. I can't go any faster. We have exhausted all our energy to get here. Qingming alone there. Do you want to see your junior brother lose his life? Hiccup. This won't work. I have to rush over first. You guys use all your strength to feed me and climb up. Master Uncle. Aunt. This. Xiao Jie, please put in more effort. We need to be faster. I'm exhausted. Don't say anything discouraging. Insignificant skill. Those weapons can be used by you. They are all made of iron. 200 years in this damp dungeon. This sword, which has already rusted and lacks sharpness, poses no threat to me at all. What the? Where did such a sharp sword emerge? Plum Blossom Sword. Ahem, Until now, you are still playing this little trick. Ha ha. That's all. Is this what you want to see, Yao Xian? The crowd was blinded by the treasure and fell into a trap, killing each other all the way to the depths of the earth. When exhausted, what I saw was a rusty and broken sword on the ground. Are you trying to tease and ridicule these later generations? Medicine Immortal is not a good person after all. But what I'm asking for is different from theirs. What a magical weapon, I don't care. It seems that what you are seeking is the same as mine. If you want anything on this ground, feel free to take it. I don't have the mood to joke with you. I'm not joking. Plum Blossom. Plum Blossom Sword Technique. The Plum Blossom Sword Technique has actually been restored. Really? You look like you don't like Manhwa, but why are you so concerned about Manhwa's affairs? Qingming Sword. Seed Blossoms. Oh, Yuan is the source. The origin is the starting point of all things. In the beginning there was nothing, and nothing has no name. Everything in the world. All divided. Yin-Yang. Yin-Yang dual apparatus. This is Tai Chi. Taiji Sword. Taiji Wisdom Sword. It is the superior martial arts of Wudang and the unique skill that makes Wudang famous throughout the world. This is different from the previous poor imitation where Wujin only had his fur on the surface. The Tai Chi depicted under this person's sword is in harmony with his way. Soft and powerful. Boy. At his age, he can make plum blossoms bloom. If left to grow, Huashan may endanger the status of Wudang in the future. Since we can't win him over, we must eliminate him. Right inside this sword tomb. Now. No one will see. I may be able to do it now. Restriction. In the past, Huashan was unable to defeat Wudang, not simply because of its inferior martial arts skills. But it's because Wudang's softness clashes with Huashan's sharpness. The swift swordsmanship of Huashan will always reveal its flaws under the gentle and fierce rear attack of Wudang. But that's all. Even if they are incompatible, what can be done about it? Water can extinguish fires, but it still evaporates invisibly in the face of raging flames. All things that oppose each other will be defeated by stronger forces. If there is Tao in Tai Chi, then there is also Tao in the dew that condenses at the end of the leaves in the morning. Everything has a way. Tao Fa nature. The petals of the plum blossom dance in the air, but they also contain the principles of the world. I'm not using the 7-plum sword. But it's better than it. Come on. Wudang. The one I used wasn't the 7-plum sword. But is even more than that. The swordsmanship that Zhongnan attempted to steal in the past, but failed to uncover its true meaning. 24-hand plum blossom sword technique. Plum blossom. Broken the sword of wisdom. How could there be such swordsmanship? Ha! What? This is impossible. Whoa ho ho. Cough ho. My swordsmanship has been broken. Ahem. This kid. Cough, This old man is really tenacious. High rate. This kid actually tied with me. He is neither a first-generation disciple nor a second-generation disciple, just a child. No, maybe I am the one being suppressed instead. Respect. At this moment, my emotions are neither anger nor fear, but respect. A surge of uncontrollable respect surged in my heart. Boy. It's time to end. I also have this intention. Senior. One thing was overlooked. This is not a competition where others can't interfere. It is not the place for the two to duel. Senior brother. I'm late. Junior brother. Wooden box. Be sure to get that wooden box. Hurry up. Correct. Hiccup. Wait a minute. Stop it, huh? Where to run? Ho. Kid, it's over. No, wait. Not like that. This is the mixed element pill we have painstakingly searched for. Shu Yuan. Gimme. Yes. Damn. Mixed Yuan Dan. Or perhaps its refining method. If there are both of them here, it would be the best, but even if there is only one of them, we can still consider this trip worthwhile. The hardships along the way. Finally. Oh, these idiots are really. How could it? How come? Senior brother. How can nothing be wrong? How can this be? No, impossible. There must be something mysterious hidden in the box. There must be some other secret in this box. I was completely fooled. There is no other reason that can explain this. Medicine immortal You King X egg. We came this far through hardships. All that is visible are a pile of long-since rusted divine weapons and an empty wooden box. What is the so-called burial mound of swords actually for? What on earth? Damn it, a bunch of bull-nosed old masters have lived in vain for so many years. You've all come here and gone through so many traps, yet you still move that thing. Are you guys having poor brains or poor eyesight? Or are both just decorations? You were blinded by the desires in front of you and did such a foolish thing. I have always had a feeling along the way to Jinzhong. From the moment I entered Sword Tomb until now, that feeling has never changed. There are deadly traps everywhere in Sword Tomb. Somebody was killed by the collapsed channel. Someone died from being bitten by a vampire bat. Some people were even slaughtered by hidden zombies. Why did the immortal doctor spend so much effort to build this place to look like this? To test farting. A so-called test must be established on the premise that failure will not be fatal to be meaningful. No ordeal had ever so nearly proved fatal. I can't find any goodwill here at all, which is completely contrary to the name of the medicine fairy. This is like an underground cave built by malicious people behind the scenes, filled only with evil thoughts. In this situation, the wooden box. Is there no trap in that wooden box? It is naturally impossible. Do you know the consequences of messing with that thing? A group of greedy ox-nosed old masters. Aha! I'm really going to be pissed off. I am asking you to use your brain. If there was nothing in that box, then what is left now? He is scolding the elders of Wudang. If it weren't for that box. Rock. Could it be that? The guys from Washan Sect. Hithrito. That's it. It's really difficult to deal with. Huh? Huh? What situation? What's going on here? It's all because of the stupid and invincible ox-nosed old masters in Wudang. Uncle Master, don't worry. I am Qingming. As one door closes, another door opens. Master Uncle. If the sky falls, there's no way out. You. Sun Pure brightness. Think of a way. I'm not a demon. What can I do about this situation? Then we should think of a way to try it. Can't help it. Master Uncle. All men are mortal. No need to be persistent. You're such a lunatic. Crack open the gravel. Wudang disciples spare no effort to smash those falling rocks. Correct. Let's draw the chaos. Tai. 4 symbols. The 8 diagrams. Tai Chi sword formation. Tai Chi sword formation. He. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Can you do something useful? If those falling rocks could be resisted with a sword, there would be nothing impossible in this world. Let me see. The sky has collapsed and we have to rush towards the sky. Only a fool would do such a thing. This is the sword tomb. Everything here was built according to the intention of the medicine immortal. Does he really want everyone to die here? There may not be a way to crack it. There must be some. Think about your heart. Such an incredible place. This is a place with a strange path. We first fell into the extremely deep underground through the entrance. Passing through the gradually narrowing passage, experiencing countless traps and hardships. All the forks along the way gradually converge into one. Keep going all the way here. Then I kept climbing up here, and finally reached here, a place that seems to be welcoming the dawn. But the last hope was destroyed by the medicine immortal. With him acting like this. With his way of doing things. Below. It's below. Everyone, jump down. Immediately. Jump down. What the? With just one sentence from him, these people immediately jumped away. Such trust is simply unimaginable. But this will only lead to faster death. I know, hurry up and jump. You fools. Can't you understand human language? What? What the F asterisk CK? Listen up. Persuade. Eat a full meal. Cough, This child is a guy beyond my imagination. Perhaps entrusting our fate to him at this moment can help us find a way out. Everyone, jump down. Jump down. Jump to the ground at full speed, even roll and crawl, give me a jump. Correct. I fell down. Damn it, there's no time left. Hiccup. Qingming. The road I came from has been totally blocked. I knew it would be like this. The medicine immortal is such a dog. Only then would a fool attempt to break through the blocked stone wall. That will only bury everyone here together. As long as the medicine immortal is not a complete lunatic. As long as he arranges this cave, everything carries a hint of meaning. There must be a way out here. Ground. Pry open the ground. There's something underground. Dig out everything that's covered on top. Fast. There is something underground. There's also one here. There are also here. This way too. Metal. It's metal. There are wide and long metal plates laid here. Right enough. Make way. I'll split it open. Stop it, huh? You guy. This thing concerns our lives. How could you destroy it? Bullnose Lao Dao, are you crazy? Lotus. Pure brightness. Although the rock was blocked by something halfway through and bought us some time, it has now reached its limit. If we still can't find a way out. That's it. Ox nose. Don't stay there. I found the place to break through. The door on the ground. Break it open. Get out of the way. Oh, ha. I don't have time to take a closer look. Hiccup. Everyone jumped in by themselves. If you don't want to be smashed into minced meat, just jump for me. Faster. No time. Are almost everyone in? Can you go faster? That lunatic. What are you bunch of beggars doing? Someone's injured. Leave them here, they'll die. Damn. I'm just going to die. I'm just going to die. You. These fools. Arf. To meddle in other people's business is a bad habit. I really don't know how you guys are still alive. Ho. It collapsed. Fast. What's the cow nose doing? It's not going in yet. Everyone went in. Hurry up and jump for me. What the hell are these people meddling in? Ahem, ground. My head. What happened? Here. Is it a space built to give people who come here a way out? The intention of the medicine immortal. I only need to carefully consider the intentions of the medicine immortal and guess what I can do to deal with the other places in the sword tomb. But I can't predict it all here. After all, even the medicine immortal who built the sword tomb cannot attempt this place. In other words, when the medicine immortal built this place, he didn't know if it could withstand the impact of the small mountain gravel pouring down like rain. I can only pray. That guy is truly an unparalleled genius in the world. Top. Gradually sinking. Everyone, stay away from the wall. The impact is coming. Pure brightness. Damn it, this is going to collapse. Medicine Fairy, Since you want to play smart, then be really smart. How come you miscalculated this step? What are you guys waiting for? If you don't want to die, whether it's innate chi or anything else, let me use it to hold this place. Do you think I'll just sit there and wait for death? Absolutely. I won't die here. You guys. What's all this about? Firstly, a group of martial artists with unfamiliar faces suddenly flooded into Nanyang. Then the disciples of Huashan rushed out of the Huaying Gate with a look of knowing something. What are they chasing after with their appearance? Doormaster sighed. I've never seen such a cunning and shameless guy before. He blocked the entrance as soon as he jumped down, damn it. The entrance is blocked. You just said, who got into it? Who are you? Oh, sorry. At the Huaying Gate in Nanyang. The ground is about to sink. Hurry up and avoid it. Fast. What is this situation? Oh my. Isn't this the sword tomb below? Is the sword tomb collapsed? That divine weapon. What else are we talking about? Divine weapons. The people who went in with Wudang are definitely doomed. It seems to be Manhwa. Father. Can. Absolutely not. They shouldn't have lost their lives just like this. My fault. I should have stopped them. Nowadays. Only now have I seen Huashan's future. Huashan Shenlong. Didn't you say it would make the Huaying sect famous all over the world? When you said you shouldered Huashan's future, you left just like that, so what should I do? There might be survivors under the rubble. Asteroid. If we dig now, maybe we can save them. Stop it. Human beings are ultimately just physical embryos. I understand how you feel, but you have to face the facts. I'd rather die than die. Anyway, we can't get anything. It's better if they're all dead. Whether it's Wudang or the guy who went in with them, they deserve to die below. Ha. You. Let them say it. Father. Jianhu is always like this. Cruel and merciless. There are countless people in the martial arts world who feel happy about others' misfortunes and speak ill of others' gains. And in order to obtain the divine weapon, the people gathered here intentionally intended to harm people's lives. Here. No one will pray for the deceased to rest in peace. You guys are talking too much. So many people's lives and deaths are unknown, and you still curse at others and say they deserve it. Is that how a human speaks? What is that guy? Kid, stop talking. Be careful of your life if you speak recklessly again. What do you say? I am Wei Lishan, the head of the Huaying Gate in Nanyang. Huaying Gate. Is there this sect? The influx of various martial arts figures has already made the people of Nanyang feel anxious and uneasy. Since you have gained nothing now, please leave. I listened for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Why are you pointing fingers at us? What qualifications does an unknown sect leader have to gossip? Don't insult the deceased here. Get out of Nanyang immediately. Don't make me tear your mouths apart. Is that guy crazy? It looks like he has a friend buried underneath. I'll say it again, if you don't want to die, it's better for you to stay silent. You know, if we can't find what we're looking for, our mood is already very bad. What I can do for them now? Exactly. At least we won't let those who died in the sword tomb suffer humiliation. This can also be considered my greatest comfort to those disciples of Huashan. Father, don't stop me. I can't bear it anymore. We must not let these cold-blooded guys continue to speak recklessly anymore. I'm not trying to stop you. Look behind. Are those hands? Hard. Is it true that? Wah! I nearly died there. Taoist Master Qingming. Yao Xian, this old thief. Senior leader, please help me give that guy a good lesson. Qingming Taoist. That's great. That's great. Everyone has returned safely. What's wrong with this uncle? I didn't expect to see the light of day again. Wait a minute, is this? I was already burning with anger, and those guys were adding fuel to the fire. It's not whoever gets the treasure first is the final owner of the treasure. These people who can survive from the collapsed treasure trove must not have achieved nothing. They must have obtained the divine weapon. Kill them and seize the treasure. Congratulations on your safe return. Are you Zusanzi? Your Excellency is. He's Duan Sihong from the lightning gun. I heard that they often operate in the Zhujiang area, but I didn't expect them to come here as well. Hey, I have no intention of letting the people of Wudang know my identity. So it's Duan Dashya. Ahem, By the way, how is the divine weapon in Sword Tomb now? I'm sure you're not going to leave empty-handed, are you? Can't you see it now, in this situation? You mean, you all were so focused on escaping that you didn't bring out a single divine weapon? There are no weapons below that can be called divine weapons. Over the past 200 years, those things have rusted and decayed into a pile of broken copper and iron. Even if we bring those things out, they won't be the treasures that the hero expects. Breathe out. That's really a pity. However, I cannot fully trust the words of the treacherous Taoist in the martial arts world. How are you staying? As long as the Taoist asks me to wait and search for a moment, it's fine. If what the Taoist said is true, he will definitely not refuse our request. What? Frisk. This requirement breaks the rules between warriors. He is intentionally provoking. Martial arts practitioners cannot easily agree to let other martial arts practitioners search their bodies. Because having someone search means completely entrusting one's body to the other, which is like entrusting one's life to the other. What if I refuse? Ha ha ha, Master. You can't afford to decline. You guys have just escaped and must be exhausted at this moment. Can you still resist all of us? If you don't want to die, hand over everything you get from inside. In that case, we can still spare it. Since you want divine weapons, of course I have to make sure you get what you want. The divine weapon is right down there. You go down and do it yourself. Look for. Wow, wow, wow. Who else wants to know the whereabouts of the divine weapon? I swear by the name of Wudang. We didn't bring anything out. There is no divine weapon as you may think below. There are several weapons in the sword tomb that can be called divine weapons, but now that the sword tomb has collapsed, it is difficult to preserve those few weapons. That's all I have to say. If anyone still wants divine weapons, they can go dig in that hole and see. Although it is unknown how many years it will take to excavate, some weapon fragments should be able to be found. Can we believe what you're saying? You have all seen that there is no place on our bodies to hide a piece of iron. I don't have that much free time. Who else wants to see the divine weapon? Hurry up and step forward. Let's go. Bai has been busy for a while. These Jianghu people are really a bunch of bastards. Little Path Leader. Thank you very much. Thank you for saving us. If it weren't for the leader of the trail making a decisive decision, we would all be in danger. Come on, as if I had done something very extraordinary. After all that effort. In the end, I still came out empty-handed. We have to return to Wudang. Oh. Now this ending is due to our desires. I developed greed for other treasures before fully utilizing what I possessed. Perhaps all of this is destined. That sounds like a cultivator. Have you considered my proposal? Impossible. Because I am a disciple of Hua Mountain. Okay, it should have been like this. Perhaps the young Taoist is more mature than I had imagined. I am also just a Taoist priest with a big nose. Haha, Mr. Bull's nose. That is so true. Wudang will remember Huashan. I hope we won't become enemies. Bye. Oh, hey. Huashan Dragon God. We're too tired to make it back to Luoyang today. Let's stay overnight at Qingming. You're really shameless. Please, please. We're really exhausted. Who would decline the hero of Beggar's Gang? Let's go. I'm ready with wine and food to celebrate everyone's safe return. Wow, wine. Thank you, Lord. Wahahaha. In the end, nothing was found. That damn old man used the name of a genius from 200 years ago to trick everyone. It makes me so angry. Let's go. I'm so pissed off. I need a drink and a good night's sleep. What kind of wine do Taoists drink? You don't drink. Of course I have to drink. Here we go again, here we go again. I told you not to hit your junior brothers. I didn't. It was those brats who provoked me first. Are they crazy? They're actively provoking you. In the entire Huashan, who dares to provoke you? Not to mention the junior brothers, even the junior nephews are afraid to avoid you when they see you. Humph, when a group of ungrateful guys were bullied by others. Why didn't you avoid me when the first one came looking for me? Come with me. I have something to tell you. Correct. Pure brightness. What is Manhwa in your eyes? Senior brother, why are you suddenly saying these meaningless words? It's not enlightenment. Let me rephrase my question. In your opinion, what is a sect? Sect. Exactly. Those strange people who cannot integrate into secular life in order to cultivate their way out of the world, wandered around and found places like Huashan that are rarely visited by humans. It's better to live alone than to force oneself to live with someone with different aspirations. These people who are not adapted to secular life gather together in small groups and build palaces and pavilions. I founded many things and later had the idea of naming myself, which eventually formed the Huashan School. Is that it? There are quite a few people who share the same interests as me, aren't there? Isn't it? No, it's okay for you to think like this. It seems like I'm right. But that's not all. Pure brightness. It's senior brother. Life is limited and cannot last forever. This is common sense. However, and you have extraordinary talent. Looking at the entire Hua Mountain, even if you count down the heroes of Hua throughout history, perhaps no one can surpass you. But that's all. Even if you are strong, what can you change? There are always things in this world that you alone cannot reach, and there are always places that you alone cannot reach. If my ancestor from Hua had never founded Hua, but had just passed his life in solitude, would the world remember him? Will his will and his martial arts still be handed down through the ages? I understand what the senior brother means. But I don't have to live with such ambitions, do I? I just want to live my life this happily and do not want to leave anything in this world. You think this way because you haven't had any expired hope yet. Expect. One day, you will also have hopes and desires. You will look forward to your junior brothers, nephews, and even younger generations. Inherit your mantle and pass on your legacy. This is the sect. Living well together is not the entirety of a sect. The passing on of one's own will is even more important. This is too complicated. Perhaps these are still difficult for you. But you can't do whatever you want just because it's hard to understand, like today. This is not a good thing for you after all. You need to take more care of your junior brothers. Perhaps in your opinion, those children are all the same and frustrated. Even I'm probably worthless in your eyes. But you have to understand that one day these inexperienced children will become treasures to you. Wait a minute. I have to declare something. In my eyes, those junior brothers are indeed a group of fools, but I have never thought that senior brothers are stupid. Pure brightness. Do you know what the scariest thing in the world is? Vine? It's regret. I'm not afraid of you distancing yourself from the children. But I'm afraid that one day you'll regret these things. At that time, you'll regret. It will cause several times deeper pain than others. So it was a dream. I have never had a dream related to my past life. Even if you can't understand my words now, remember what I said in your heart. They will eventually help you alleviate some of the burden on your shoulders. This face that I haven't seen in a long time. Why come to dream at this time? What exactly are you trying to say? Senior. This weather is really nice. Damn. I should have obtained the mixed element pill no matter what. No wonder my senior brother asked me not to hit my junior brothers back then. These are all retribution from my past life. What are you talking about? Where did you come from, junior brother? It's been a few days now. Why do you still think about the past of things like Sword Tomb? Let it go. We should set off now. Return to Hua Mountain. Yeah, that's right. This trip has been tough, Hua Shenlong. X's. Didn't you say you would just bother for a day? But you have been relying on for several days. Huh? Oh, that. My body hasn't recovered yet, haha. Resume? The once chivalrous and righteous Beggars Sect is truly a remarkable figure. In short, Hong Daguang, 7 Bags disciple of Beggars Sect and head of Luoyang branch. Thank you Huashan for repeatedly lending a helping hand to the Beggars Sect in this Sword Tomb incident. The Beggars Sect will definitely repay this kindness in the future. That's too harsh. By the way, you need to be careful in the future. Whether you like it or not, you will surely have a great reputation in the martial arts world. After all, everyone has seen your ability this time. 2 years have passed since the Huashan Final Assembly. Your name has been quiet for some time. However, after this matter, the reputation of the Huashan Divine Dragon will definitely spread again. Being famous in the martial arts world may not necessarily be a good thing. The greater your fame, the more jealous people will think of you as a stepping stone, and the more people will step on you to become famous. Would I not know about this? Same here. I believe you can handle it. In the future, I will regularly send people to Huashan. Oh. But we don't have much to offer you. It's up to us to judge whether this is true or not. We plan to restore the dismantled branch of the Beggars Sect in Huayin County. So if you need our information in the future, go there and inquire. You also want to quickly obtain information about Huashan through this, right? Haha, when you go out, you rely on helping each other. In any case, this was exactly what Mount Hua had expected. Huashan used to live in the mountains and forests all day long, worrying about money and neglecting the situation outside. With the ability of the Beggars Sect to collect intelligence, all the intelligence problems in Huashan can be solved. In the past, Huashan was kicked out of the 9 factions and completely cut off contact with the Beggars Sect. Now, being able to communicate with them again can be considered a fruitful achievement. We have a lot of information we want to know. Why don't you send more agile disciples to the Huayin branch? And in Nanyang, you also arranged for a few beggars to assist the Huayin gate. Occasionally send us some messages. Good. This trip is not entirely without gains. If the sect leader knew about this, he would probably be so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. Don't forget our agreement. Agree on. That beggar. You promised to send him to Huashan. Okay. I haven't forgotten. Qingming Taoist. What's up? I'm a little reluctant to let you go now. What's there to be reluctant about? We'll see each other often in the future. Can I also become a disciple of Huashan in the future? Taiwan cannot. You will naturally succeed as the head of Huayin Sect in the future. Haha. That's also true. But you can come to Huashan anytime to cultivate. Huashan has no difference between lay disciples and Jinshan disciples. Like Senior Zhao Jia over there, he will also go down the mountain to inherit the family business in the future. Zhao Jia, Taoist. This matter hasn't been finalized yet. You help your father now. The matter of supporting Huashan has been decided, and you will definitely be very busy in the coming period. Okay, I will do it. This is a long way to go. I should have prepared more travel expenses for you. Oops. Nope. We have plenty of money. Oh. Then farewell. Be careful all the way. Thank you very much. They left. Yeah, I'm leaving. Huashan has changed so much. One day their names will spread all over the world together with the name of Huashan. Go back, there are still many things to do. In order to complete the task left by this ancestor, even if I had 10 bodies, it would not be enough. It's my father. Nanyang is all empty. It seems that because of the incidents recently, they all avoid going out. Nanyang was originally a small place with a small population, but now it appears even more sparsely populated. As a result, we returned empty-handed. Not returning empty-handed. We solved the Huayin Gate issue and also made friends with the Beggars Sect, right? The battle with Wudang has increased the reputation of Huashan. How could they return empty-handed with so many gains? That's what I said. Anyway, let's leave Nanyang as soon as possible. Medicinal Immortal. This damn guy. Perhaps only in this way can he let go of those unwilling things. However, why did that Medicine Immortal become sword stealing without trace? If we don't want to get to the bottom of it, we should start with capturing the sword without leaving a trace. Didn't you say that before? What? How do I know why that guy became sword without trace? Anyway, that's it. Big. Of course, this is to conceal his true identity. Because he definitely can't do those things as a Medicine Immortal. Challenging the major schools, defeating many peerless masters, and taking their swords. If he does these things as a medicine man, there will certainly be trouble, and it will arouse public anger. Also, when I think about it, it is true. But I still feel something's wrong. This alone is not enough to explain all of this. No, that's not the cause. Because while he was concealing his identity, he was also snatching swords everywhere. He threw all the weapons he had finally obtained into the sword tomb, so it seems that he is not greedy for these swords. So we should start with the reasons why he did these things. This matter is completely incomprehensible. The Medicine Immortal is not greedy for divine weapons. He doesn't care about the title of the world's #1 either. So it seems that all the efforts of the Medicine Immortal in the name of capturing the sword without leaving a trace are in vain. Why did he do these useless works? For no other reason, perhaps. Just because he doesn't like it. Sister Lu, could you please elaborate further? Medicine Immortal is a doctor. He spent his whole life treating illnesses and saving lives. Because he is a doctor. So maybe you don't like it, right? I don't like people in the martial arts world waving their swords meaninglessly and taking lives all day long. Even if he heals the person, their life will still be taken away in the end. Just because I simply didn't like it, I caused these things. What is the sword tomb? Warn. Isn't the sword tomb a kind of warning? He claimed to have captured the sword without leaving a trace. Warning to people in the martial arts world. Wait, what about alchemy? Why did he lose his alchemy skills when he clearly had disciples? It is said that the doctor did not pass on the alchemy to his disciples. It seems that they are not qualified. The more I listen, the more I find this person strange. So all of this is just because the Medicine Immortal has a strange temper and is capricious. Mixed Yuan Dan Sect. Pure brightness. Medicine Immortal Mixed Yuan Dan Sect. Sword stealing without trace alchemy disciple. Medicine Immortal Mixed Element Pill Sect Sword stealing untraced alchemist disciple. Trial. Trial. Inherit and leave behind trials. Inherit and leave behind trials. Inheritance, retention, and testing. Qingming Festival. Inherit and leave behind trials. Inherit and leave behind trials. Qingming, you go. Breathe out slowly. Quiet, follow him. Yes, yes. Inheritance, leave, trial. Inherit and leave behind trials. That guy must be. I must have discovered something. What did this monster discover? Inherit and leave behind trials. Medicine Fairy, seize the sword without a trace. Mixed Yuan Dan disciple. Sect. Medicine Immortal stealing sword without trace. Mixed Yuan Dan disciple. Disciple of the Medicine Immortal Sect. Think carefully, think carefully. What do I want? Mixed element pill and its refining method. And the places I have heard of. It's a sword tomb, a tomb without a trace of sword snatching. The whole thing was wrong from the beginning. Although the Medicine Immortal does not admit that he is the sword without trace, the sword without trace implies that the Medicine Immortal's mixed element pill was left in his tomb. I couldn't figure out this subtle difference, so I took a wrong turn from the beginning. If the Medicine Immortal thinks of himself as being equal to Duo Jian Wu Hen, then he would not have kept the fact that he is Duo Jian Wu Hen a secret. I won't name the tomb with no trace of the sword as a sword tomb and spread the news about it. In other words, if the Medicine Immortal really wants to leave some traces as a Medicine Immortal, he will never place those things in the sword tomb. In this way, the Medicine Immortal behind the swordless thief. Where is his trace again? The only mountain road. Is there anything special about the mountains over there? What mountain? You said Jigu Mountain. To talk about something special. I heard that all the roads in the mountains disappeared due to natural disasters at some point. There is only one way left to enter the mountain. You big jerk. Surprisingly, they secretly stole my information. The only road that doesn't have trees. Those who climb the Jigu Mountain will inevitably pass through this place along the path left behind. Past the Jian Tomb. The way, not the way. where the road and the non-road lie. People walking along the wrong path cannot reach here. Only those who walk on the right path can reach this place. Pure brightness. What do you understand? Master Uncle. What did the people who discovered Jinzhong do then? Sword. Sword tomb? Of course. You did it. How do I get in? What nonsense are you talking about? Of course, open the door and enter. Open the door and go in. Although this sentence can have multiple interpretations, there are two opposing swords carved on that door. If the pattern of that sword symbolizes martial arts, then it is. Entering the gate of martial arts. What happened after that? A long and increasingly narrow road. There are traps along the way. Cultivate. So that was cultivation. That's right, practice. Cultivation is like walking on the road that is increasingly narrower. At the beginning, everybody starts from a broad, smooth path, but as the road becomes narrower, those who can't withstand it gradually fall behind. Only those who have survived that journey can enter the next stage. Now everything is clear. That's it, the sword tomb. The road to the sword mound is a reproduction of the process of people practicing martial arts from getting started to practicing. But aren't there many forks in the middle? The journey of practicing martial arts is like those forks in the road. Even people who enter together may have different paths to martial arts based on their different root and bone traits. But practicing martial arts will eventually lead to 1,000 streams returning to the sect. Even if we take different paths, what we ultimately seek is the highest point, so everyone will converge on the same path. Just like how martial arts practitioners who are scattered on various roads will eventually gather at that one huge cavity. And after that, it's a long, dark cave with zombies. It is your inner demon. That is the darkest moment that must be experienced before the great success of martial arts. What about the cliffs that appeared later? What does it mean to climb high after experiencing the demon of the heart? It's the road to immortality. I finally understand all the mysteries of Sword Tomb. At the end of the cliff, the dazzling light falling from the top symbolizes the great achievement of martial arts. Just like the Taoist concept of ascending to immortality and the Buddhist concept of liberation. What's going on with those rotten divine weapons and that empty box? If it really is a realm of immortality, shouldn't it be accomplished? No, what? Whether it is the ascent of an immortal or liberation, whether it is fighting with people or harming their lives. The place arrived at last is nothing. What Yao Xian wants to say is that practicing martial arts itself is meaningless. He didn't build the sword tomb to test others, but rather to recreate his views on martial arts. In the eyes of the medicine immortal, those martial artists who easily harm and kill people in the world may seem more like his archenemies. The more he cherishes human life, the more he hates these martial artists. That's why he transformed into a sword without a trace and took away the weapon that symbolizes martial arts. He wanted to tell the strong at that time that the harmful martial arts had no meaning. But nothing has changed. Yeah, that's right. Because the martial arts man has an unusual persistence in martial arts. What Yao Xian wants to say is, martial arts are just the root of harm to people's lives. No matter how many people use the Tao or Buddhism to beautify its ultimate path, it is nothing. So there was nothing in Sword Tomb from the beginning. You rewrite. Then why did you come here? Are you trying to verify that there's nothing you're saying? I said Sword Tomb is not the tomb of medicine immortal. This is just a tomb with no trace of sword snatching. The medicine immortal does not believe that he is the sword without trace. That's just a fake identity he created, nothing. Those whose targets have collapsed. Not willing to give up, looking up at the sky and still wanting to find a target there. Because they believe there are still places to climb above that sky. But those who understand that everything is illusory will choose to look down at the ground. That underground. There are creatures in the martial arts world who only know how to look up at high places and disdain and sneer at them. There is a way out. There are survivors. Having realized this, those who look at the ground will move forward. Anyone who has found the wrong target from the beginning. It is still the people who regret the path they have taken who will move forward. As long as he is still alive. Because as long as you're still alive, you can keep moving forward. Although many people have come here. But no one ever thought about crossing the Sword Tomb and heading back. No one noticed the strangeness of that road. Because their target is the Sword Tomb. There are clearly so many clues. This barren land in the mountains is devoid of any vegetation. It is like a place where gold is buried in the eyes of those who come for treasure only. But in fact, this is just a dead end where not a single blade of grass grows. For those who come solely for the Sword Tomb, the path behind the Sword Tomb is meaningless. Medicine immortal. So that's what you're trying to say. Walk forward. Keep moving forward. Even if one loses the goal they have been pursuing for their entire life. Don't despair because of this, just understand what's under your feet. It's not too late. Let's move forward with both feet. Not for martial arts. Not for goals that were sought to be achieved. Just for life. Harmonious. An ordinary place that grows naturally. Here you are. If you don't understand the intention of the medicine immortal, even if you come here, you won't find anything. That's right. Because this is really just a mountain. The water source of Jigu Mountain. Although the water flow is very small. But the small streams gradually merge with other streams to form a large river, which eventually flows into the sea. The once small water flow on this road nurtured countless creatures. This is also Tao and Ren. If the medicine immortal really wants to pass on his will to the world, those who accept the inheritance must first overcome his worries as the sword without trace. The Sword Tomb is just his sorrow. It's his concern for martial arts and the world in his eyes, Ilio. So, after getting rid of those worries, what is the small stream that the medicine fairy wants to pass on to the world? It was his backbone. If I were a pharmacist, if I were a fairy, I would. My lifelong achievements are like this current of water, carrying my will and spreading it throughout the world. It will become the starting point for saving countless lives. One person's will can spread throughout the world and save countless people. This is an extremely arrogant idea. But if what he wants to pass on to future generations is really that thing, if that will can really be transmitted intact to my hands. That water source started from a small stream and became the source of countless lives. If there really is inheritance, it will only be here. It doesn't necessarily have to be here. That doesn't feel like stone. Mix. Mixed. Mixed 'em big. The secret to mixing elements. Found. Mixed Yuan Dan. The secret to mixing elements. Oh my God, I found it. I really found it. Yao Xian, this stinky kid. Ha 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 ha. Senior brother sect master. Holy shit, I found it. I found it. Lianzi Qingqi. Who can understand the deeper meaning of my arrangement and find this place? Then this person is qualified to receive my true biography. I will leave my lifelong learning to those who are qualified. The method of refining the primordial pellet and medical skills should be used to save the world. I think with your ability, must be able to fully understand my meaning. This. It's true. He. Hee. This guy is crazy. But I completely understand his feelings. Because I've been drooling uncontrollably too. Oh my God, what a mixed element pill. Although we went through hardships just to get it, I never thought we could actually find it. That's really refreshing. However, being a person still requires reasoning. This is not a tomb. Why are you giving such a big gift? Here is. This is the tomb of the medicine immortal. Maybe he doesn't even have a tomb or anything like that. Because for the medicine immortal, after leaving behind his lifelong learning, his life has no meaning anymore. Or perhaps he left this world quietly all by himself in a remote mountain forest where no one lives. Even though there is no body of him here, there is still his will. From this perspective, calling this place the Tomb of Medicine Immortals is not inappropriate. Because what the medicine immortal truly values is not his own physical body or mundane things, but his will and thoughts. That's enough. But is it really appropriate for martial arts sects like Huashan to take away the Hunyuan Dan? After all, the will of the deceased is not here. The unobstructed medicine immortal is just gambling. I bet his plan is flawless, and I bet that the people here fully meet his requirements, but this is just his wishful thinking. But if he really wants to pass on his thoughts and will to future generations, he should not leave it to his disciples to inherit his will in this way. So even if he was not satisfied with his successor, his thought could continue. One day, you will also give birth to hope and desire. You will look forward to your junior brothers, nephews, and even younger generations. Inherit your mantle and pass on your legacy. This is the sect. Living well together is not the entirety of a sect. More importantly, the inheritance of one's own will. That dream. Senior brother, so you just wanted to tell me these things. That's why it only entered my dream last night. Are you so worried about your dull junior brother? Qingming? Even if the heir's ability is limited, as long as they are passed down from generation to generation, there will always be someone who can fully inherit my thoughts and will. So even if one cannot fully trust their disciples, they will still let them inherit and pass on the legacy. Such continuous inheritance has formed a sect. The medicine immortal doesn't trust his disciples. He hopes there will be a perfect genius who can fully inherit his ability and thought. But his method cannot achieve his goal. A lone warrior will always underestimate others. A genius like Yao Xian naturally feels that no one in this world is outstanding enough. In his opinion, only geniuses like him can inherit his abilities. I used to be like this too. But Yao Xian, you're wrong. I was also wrong in the past. I didn't have the chance to comprehend the past. My senior told me at that time. One day these children who are still growing up will become your most precious treasure. Senior brother, I understand now. This is not something I can do alone. Without the help of my fellow disciples, I definitely couldn't have comprehended anything. Everyone has worked hard. You're crazy. Why are you suddenly saying these things? We need to find a doctor. These guys. I won't travel alone anymore. As long as Huashan remains, as long as Huashans will exist in this world. So even in a few hundred years, mine will continue to be passed down. Because the will of my fellow disciples will be with me. Is that right, senior brother? There's no need to dwell on the past. Because the will of Manhua, which they fought to protect, is now with me. Those senior brothers who left first, as long as the famous work of Huashan still binds us, we will never be separated. Let's go. Return to Hua Mountain. Big. Why is it such a dangerous place like Sword Tomb? It's all greed. You can't forgive them so easily. We have to give them a good scolding this time. Now our sect has nothing. The glory of the past has long passed, and now Huashan is just starting to take off. Now those children are our most precious things. These children must also realize that their well-being is more important than the interests of the sect. That's right. I will make sure they remember it in their hearts when they come back. However, we should still praise their efforts. They did too much this time. Sheeta. They must be praised. It's also something they did, which is truly unacceptable. Many things have changed. This scent. It looks like he's back. The children are really fast. It seems like they have all run to the mountain gate. Ha ha ha, what are these guys in such a hurry to run so fast? Ha ha, isn't senior brother also running? The disciple returned to the mountain and the sect leader personally welcomed him with such courtesy, which may be inappropriate. But isn't it natural for emotions to come to this? This day has finally arrived. We welcome the day when our disciples return home after achieving success together with our disciples in the sect. Children, come back. The brisk footsteps are fast. Fast. That's too fast, isn't it? Uh-huh. Why break in the door? Chief of the sect. What? What? Do not approach. Those who approach die. What's going on here? They've been crazy for a day or two now. Nowadays, even the sect leader dares to hijack. This has truly transformed from a madman to a group of madmen. This is. What do you think this is? Hun Yuan, from Nanyang to here. I haven't dared to take a break these past few days since I came back. I think everyone on this journey looks like a thief. Fortunately, we were careful not to be discovered. No one knows that Hua has gotten the complete primal pill. You did a good job. Oh. Wow, that refreshing aroma. Oh my God. Dinner was already prepared. We should eat quickly when we're back. Ahem, you guys. What did you earn back? Cute little guy. What? Mixed element thug Yuan Dan. Master, this one. Well. How to? It should be the secret to refining the mixed element pill. The methods recorded in it do indeed conform to the principles of elixir refining. Oh. Master of Yungjue Huashan School Medicine Hall. All the records here are high-level secrets that I can't imagine. However, even if we cannot fully understand these contents, as long as we follow the refining method above, we can still refine the mixed element pill. Ooh. Okay. Now all we need to do is find the necessary materials. Cannot be refined. Are you playing with us? What can be refined in one moment but cannot be refined in another? It's not difficult to refine the mixed element pill according to this secret method. Anyone with some knowledge of alchemy can do it. But the problem is, then there's no problem. What else is there? Why is it said that it cannot be refined when it can be refined? Because the required materials are extremely expensive. Money. Well, money, The required materials are not ordinary and expensive. If we want to refine a large amount of mixed element pills, we may have to sell the entire Huashan Mountain. Even if we sell all the industries in Huayin, it's not enough. What? What the hell is the pill so expensive? Lingdan is naturally expensive. Don't you think even Shaolin, with its thriving incense, can't refine many de Huandan pills? The mixed yuan pill is a spiritual pill that is even bigger and better than that. It can be refined for a small amount of money, which is already very cheap. Only the medicine immortal can refine the mixed element pill using materials at this price. It would be difficult for others to achieve even with herbs that are 10 times more expensive. 10 times. Okay, that's why you can't refine it, because you don't have money. How expensive are these materials? Huashan is not a sect lacking in silver nowadays. Count all the expenses together. At least this much material is needed. This is the price. That is. This, that, and this. And this one, that one also counts, the total is. Master, hurry up and throw away this useless secret. That medicine immortal or something must be old and confused. This is not a treasure at all, but a poisonous substance. This is so difficult. That is not the level of difficult at all. We need to sell all of Huayi's assets to refine a mixed element pill. In this way, we will all have to become beggars and bow down to the beggar sect. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. To cultivate a skilled player, we need to remove the financial pillar of Huashan that we have painstakingly built. As the head of Huashan Finance and Economics Cabinet, I absolutely do not agree to do so. Surprisingly, it's because of this issue. It's a matter of money, right? Then it's okay. Night Pearl. These are all. We have a lot of money. With the help of the Galaxy Business Group, the affairs related to the mixed yuan dan have progressed rapidly. Finance Pavilion. What exactly do you want these materials for? Huang Zomi, the young leader of the Galaxy Business Group. Everything is going smoothly at Huashan now. Purchasing these is just an attempt to refine our sect's spiritual pill, the Purple Sky Pill. Then I just need to find these things and send them to Huashan. You rewrite. But I have one more request. It's best not to let outsiders know about our search for these things. Why is that? There is a saying that the world of rivers and lakes is dangerous and treacherous. Previously, we had a confrontation with Zhongnan. This time I had a small conflict with Wudang. Now many factions are watching us. A minor conflict with Wudang. It is true to hear that disciples of Huashan once went deep into the Sword Tomb to search for treasure. Yes, it is true. I see. I understand why they need to be so careful. There are rumors that in the dangerous situation of the collapse of the Sword Tomb, disciples of Hua Mountain saved a group of martial artists. There are also rumors that they have clashed several times with renowned figures in the martial arts world and Sword Tomb. Among them, the Huashan Divine Dragon is the most popular. After the Huazhong Conference 2 years ago, his name once again resounded throughout the world. There are rumors that he drew with the Elder of Wudang, although this news must be exaggerated. But the emergence of such rumors also shows his exceptional martial arts skills. Under such circumstances, if news is spread again that Huashan will refine a new batch of a secret pill that the sect has not been able to refine for a long time, then other sects will certainly be wary of Huashan. This is also a quite tricky matter for Huashan, so they can only conceal it. Elder, don't worry. Although businessmen value integrity the most, we also respect the wishes of our customers. I am naturally reassured about the hosting of the Youth League. Elder, there are quite a few silver taels needed to gather all these materials. Money. Here it is. We will fully prepay to you. What? Isn't this the Night Pearl? Why do you have so many top-notch night pearls of this size? Each night pearl is more precious than a gemstone of the same size. Are these enough? Elder, these are beyond. Although the value of the night pearls still needs to be estimated, it is enough to cover half of the material you need. Is that so? It's only half. Not bad. It seems that he has no intention of playing tricks with me. Then all these night pearls should be processed, the silver earned should be used to purchase materials, and the rest should be sent back to MT Hua. You have to entrust such an important matter to me. Haha, Huashan and the Galaxy Business Group are already as close as brothers, aren't they? If I don't trust the Galaxy Business Group, who else can I trust? Haha. Then our business group's commission. Conscience. All based on conscience. Conscientious price. Is this person a robber? I will quickly identify the price and find a buyer. I will never disclose this matter to the public. The young leader is indeed very proficient. Please walk slowly. Goodbye. Black. Hee Lucier. Hey. Ha. Ha. Hee. Ha. Ha. Wow. Ha. Ha. Everything up and down Huashan is very strange. No, this is no longer strange but suspicious. Uncle and elders always laugh for no reason. Even that kid Qingming is very abnormal. He actually asked us if we were injured. That guy who was like a reincarnation of an evil spirit actually worried about us. Are you okay, Uncle? Are you hurt? This is really scary. And those rumors, I heard that senior brother defeated Sword Dragon. I also heard that Qingming kid fought against Wudang Elder and ended up with a draw. What exactly happened when you left the mountain this time? Some of those rumors are true, while others I cannot confirm at the moment. But you don't have to worry. This is a good thing for everyone, and it's the same for you all. It is just that I need to keep it secret for now, and cannot tell you. When the time comes, I will naturally tell you that I understand your curiosity, but for now, all you need to do is keep your guard and wait. Do you understand? Senior. This statement is truly chilling. Don't you trust us yet? It seems that now we trust those guys during Qingming more than our senior brother. Our past affection. Grown. So how about it? Do you have any dissatisfaction? I've already said I'll tell you later. Senior brother. Who possessed it? Just who? Just like this. 2 years after the Huazhong Conference, Huashan ushered in such peace days again. However, suddenly, Qingming, the sect leader wants you to go over immediately. Zhao Jie, you should also go. Master Disciple Zhong. Bring Qingming and Zhao Jie to meet the sect leader. Come in. Wow, leader. Xiao Dao Chang, are you okay? Hua Mountain, the leader of the Galaxy Business Group. Long time no see, how are you doing? Haha, what could I do wrong? Thanks to Captain Xiao, everything is fine now. You really look great, like a spring chicken. Haha. I have called for Qingming as per your request. Master Huang, you can say whatever you want to say. I came to meet the sect leader in person this time too. The matter entrusted to me by Huashan not long ago by the Galaxy Business Group. Because of that matter. Is there any difficulty? Chief of the sect. I'm really sorry. With the current strength of our Galaxy Business Group, we are unable to fulfill the instructions of Huashan. Wait until you say that the Galaxy Business Group cannot be organized. If we really have to count the things entrusted by Huashan. Not to mention that the Galaxy Business Group cannot do it, no business group in the world can do it. It doesn't matter which guild you choose, the result will be the same. Hiccup. That. My mixed element pill. There is nothing in this world that cannot be accomplished. Can you find a way to achieve it? Hold him down. What are you doing? I didn't say anything wrong. Let me go. You are due to ice crystals. I heard that the ice crystal comes from the most dangerous place in the deep sea of the North Sea. So I also expected that this thing would be hard to find. Ice crystals belong to the power of North Sea Palace. It is indeed very difficult to find. However, with the ability of my Galaxy Business Group, I can still find it. The material we cannot find is not ice crystals, but it's something called purplewood grass. Purplewood grass. This material is indeed in the list of materials we requested, but it doesn't look particularly special, so I didn't pay attention to it before. Is purplewood grass very precious? The price is very high. No, it's exactly the opposite. Although purplewood grass only grows in certain specific places, it is very rare. But it has no great medicinal effect, and it is not considered a herb. That's why. Master Xian, you must have heard of the 5 palaces outside the Great Wall, right? The 5 palaces outside the frontier. They are the 5 forces located on the border of the Central Plains and beyond the Great Wall. Each palace possesses a power comparable to that of the 9-faction gang. In the martial arts world, they are referred to as the 5 palaces beyond the Great Wall. These 5 sects are Beihai Ice Palace, Moro Blood Palace, the Padala Palace, Nanhai Sun Palace, Nanman Beast Palace. The problem lies in the 5 palaces outside the Great Wall. Southern Barbarian Beast Palace, Nanman Beast Palace. This purplewood grass is a wild grass that grows in the deep valleys of Yunnan. The past is not difficult to find. Even if there are no merchants involved in trafficking, we can still send people to Yunnan to search for it directly. Although it may be a bit troublesome, it is not difficult. But now the road to the place where purplewood grass grows has been completely blocked. The road is blocked. The blocking force is the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace that I mentioned earlier. To be precise, they not only blocked the way to the growth area of purplewood grass, but also obstructed the passage of Central Plains people within their sphere of influence. It's just a martial arts sect that illegally cut off the road without the permission of the court. This is too outrageous. The code of conduct of the Southern Barbarians cannot be judged by the common sense of our Central Plains. Once their martial arts sects and armed forces occupy a piece of land, they become kings on that land. Even the government has no way to deal with them. But even so, I still don't understand. Why did they block the road? That is because, after the great battle with the demon cult, the relationship between the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace and the Central Plains deteriorated sharply. When the evil cult attacked the remote lands, they sought help from the Central Plains. But at that time, the forces of the Central Plains believed that there was no need to waste combat power on matters outside their borders. So no help was given to them. Compete for a chance to speak. That's why the Central Plains suffered heavy casualties later on. At that time, the demonic cult cleaned up the lower area, including the Beast Palace, and then advanced northward, which resulted in almost no remaining forces in the border area to support the Central Plains. After those demonic disciples were finally cleaned up, the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace completely cut off contact with the Central Plains people. Nowadays, even Central Plains people are not allowed to approach Yunnan. Various business groups also suffered significant losses as a result. Yunnan's tea is also quite famous in the Central Plains. These teas are one of the biggest sources of income for merchants in Sichuan and Shanxi. Because of the blockage of traffic with Yunnan, they have suffered heavy losses. That is to say, the Beast Palace insisted on cutting off ties with the Central Plains, to the extent that merchants had to give up doing business between the two places. You rewrite. I can find all the other materials for you, Master Xian. But only this purplewood grass is truly beyond our control. I'm really sorry. Master Huang, please don't do this. It's not your fault either. Master of Medicine Hall. It's the sect leader. What do you think? If there is no purple wood, can I refine a mixed purple sky pill? Master, this refining spiritual elixirs involves blending all ingredients to perfection and refining them using unique refining techniques to achieve miraculous effects. If one material is missing or the correct dosage is not used, the final effect may not even be as good as directly taking those materials. If there is no purple wood grass, then the purple sky pill cannot be refined. So, now it's those guys from the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace who are looking for trouble and don't even want to give us any wild grass. Are these bastards crazy? Are they looking for death? Hold him down. Block the way. Give them a beating and they'll know they've made way. Wait until I break their heads and see if they dare to block the way. Chief of the sect. What else do we have to do? I'm going to smash those guys' heads and bring back the purple wood grass. Kid, that's the Beast Palace of the Southern Barbarians. It is known as one of the 5 palaces outside the Great Wall. You don't even have 10 heads to make trouble in that kind of place. Why should I worry about my brain? It's those bastards who should worry about their heads. Damn it, what he said actually makes some sense. Those Huang Tuanju. If Yunnan prohibits the entry and exit of Central Plains people, can we hire people from other places to purchase for us? For example, people from the western regions. Can we send people from other places to Yunnan? A cock's crow. Oh, roar. My senior brother occasionally has a moment of inspiration in his head. Oh, roar. This kid is a piece of business material. We also tried this method, but in the end, we all came back without success. The people from the western regions who traded with Yunnan had already signed a treaty that they could not sell anything to the Central Plains. It's also true that people from the western regions violated the treaty by selling goods to the Central Plains. But once this kind of thing is discovered, their lives will be in danger, so they won't do it unless absolutely necessary. In addition, this purple wood grass grows deep in Yunnan, just around the territory of the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace. And that place is not only inaccessible to people from the western regions, but also to all outsiders who do not belong to the Beast Palace. Therefore, we cannot approach it at all. I see. Since that's the case, the conclusion is already clear. We must go to Yunnan and make those bastards hand over the purple wood grass. The other party is the Beast Palace. So what? I am also a disciple of Manhwa. We must obtain the purple wood grass. After all, we have obtained a refining method for rare spiritual medicines such as the mixed element pill, and we cannot be hindered by the lack of materials. Even with the power of Manhwa, one must obtain purple wood grass. Qingming Festival. Can you do it? This matter is extremely dangerous. But we have to. So I have to ask you. Can you bring back the purple wood grass unscathed? Chief of the sect. I am Qingming. No worries. I will definitely smash those guys' heads and bring back the purple wood grass field whole. Hurry up and prepare the children's luggage. Palm leader. Sending Qingming to Yunnan. Correct. Master, take a step to speak. Are you planning to let the children venture alone? I understand that it's best to have a leader for this trip. But you also know that those children are together. I'm not saying that. You have to let the children go to such a dangerous place. Shouldn't we prepare countermeasures instead of packing up and sending them away as soon as possible to prepare countermeasures? Countermeasure. Countermeasure. Let them eat that. That? That one. That one. Hun Yuan Dan. Take it. This is for us. Is it for me? Isn't it difficult? It's reasonable to let the elder take it first. Oh, what are you saying? What's the use of eating this for us old folks who are half buried in the soil? These are just a waste for us. This mixed element pill was found by you, so it's natural for you to take it. Besides, even if we found this hybrid pill, it should still be taken by you. Elder, don't waste any more time. It's not a big deal. If you take 5 pills, there will still be 15 pills left. More than enough for research purposes. You don't have to bear any burden. Going to Yunnan to search for purple wood and grass will definitely not be easy. You will have more confidence in taking the mixed Yuan Dan before going. It is still unknown whether the purple wood grass can be obtained or whether these mixed Yuan pills should be kept for now. Chief of the sect. When did you become a thief? Is this from Manhua? If something was found by that kid Qingming, then it's naturally his, isn't it? What should the children do if they get injured while going to Yunnan? Those who don't know may think you planned it this way. Shut up. Do I not want face? So, just eat this, okay? Chief of the sect. I understand that these children should be given the mixed element pill. I am aware of all of this. But what if we can't find purple wood grass this time? If that's the case, instead of letting them hastily use up the 5 pills, I might as well find a way to wait until they are seriously injured in the future and then take them out for them to take. Eat. Something is useless if it's not needed. Thinking too much is not beneficial for eating. Hey! Just be the master. You come. Disciples will never forget the favor of the sect leader and elders during the day. I will never forget the kindness of my master's school. Haha, what kind of kindness are these children talking about? My little sweetheart. Ugh. This overwhelming pressure. Surging waves within the body. It seems like it will gush out as soon as you open your mouth. If I release the power of my body, this pressure will engulf me in my body and surge wildly. This is the Han Yuan Dan. Concentrated. Now is not the time to think about these things. We must fully guide the constantly surging aura within our body. This wave-like aura broadens my veins. Every meridian in my body, wash away the filth for me. All perceptions of the body. Like a newborn. Even the tiny details of fingertips are the same. The impact that surged like a wave slowly receded. I feel my whole body. They are all full of charm. But we can only stop here. With my current strength, C is still unable to fully absorb and transform this waterfall-like grandeur into my own use. Moreover, since ancient times, there has been a method of locking the aura of spiritual pills in the body for later absorption and utilization. If I were to be too greedy right now, even a slight mistake could lead to a major disaster. Let's first place these auras in the Dantian and slowly end the exercise. My body is filled with strength. My eyes are clearer than ever before, and I can hear the sound of grass swaying in the mountains behind my ears. There is no obstruction between the mouth and nose during breathing, and the breath in the body is smooth, unobstructed, full, and surging. I seem to be invincible now. This vigorous power is truly exhilarating. Master Disciple. Chief of the Sect. Oh my God, what is this? Why did he float up? Ahem, 5-colored light. Is this the 5 Chi Chao Yuan? No, he's a bit different. Master, it seems that something earth-shattering is about to happen. Oh, The atmosphere inside the door has been unsettling lately. To be precise, it's more like a floating and unreal feeling than restlessness. Second-generation disciple of Huashan sect. Since those guys came back from Nanyang a while ago. Since then, the atmosphere at Huashan has been off. The platoon leaders all have a floating appearance. At first glance, it seems like that guy has made some great achievements again. Although I have to admit that compared to the days of wearing tattered clothes and gnawing on grass leaves before, the days when you can eat meat until you get tired and wear good clothes are so much better now. But occasionally I still miss the peaceful Hua Mountain of the past. Nostalgia for that pure place of cultivation. After the five returned to Huashan, every other day they were summoned to the headmaster's residence. Nowadays, second-generation disciples all know the power of Qingming festival. How could there be colorful lights in the headmaster's residence? Such an important aspect. Why doesn't this lunatic even keep up with his luck? Poo-poo. What is this? Why did the palace collapse? Hey, my house collapsed. That's how you reacted. It seems like it has been rebuilt. Coincidentally, at this time when money is scarce. Collapse is also quite good. No, that's not right. The most important thing right now is not this. Qingming? This. Why did this place collapse? Was it attacked? Which guy did it? That stinky kid is you. Senior brother leader. The light just emitted before Qingming. Isn't it the five energies converging? Hard to say. His light is slightly different from the 5 Qi gathering that I have heard of. According to reports, when the 5 Qi Chao Yuan people perform physical exercises, 5 colored circles will appear. But just now, I only saw 5 colors of light that didn't form a circle. So he's not much different from that realm either. After all, he just made such a big scene. It was really unusual. I'm not sure about that either. However, no matter what, taking the mixed element pill is effective. Anyway, how much stronger has that guy become? How much stronger has he become? Very strong. Mixed Yuan Dan. The aura contained in it is not much more than the purple cloud pill that Huashan is proud of. But the purity of the spirit contained is absolutely unattainable by the purple cloud pill. I used to take Shueme pill, and even if the aura contained in it is refined, only a small amount of pure aura can be obtained. However, the mixed Yuan Dan is filled with such pure charm. Although I only absorbed less than 20% of the aura in this pill this time, I had to expel the rest. But only this 2%. It can also bring about significant changes. I thought the aura in my body could only accumulate and grow over time because it was too pure. It seems that the current effect may be that the mixed element pill can solve my dilemma, but it is still unknown. How? Is it effective? Ahem, Elder. This medicine is simply too effective. Show red. Master, the one in your arms. It wouldn't be a problem to use a few more, would it? Absolutely not. Who knows what will happen in the future? Today, the pharmacy of Manhua is not yet ready to be used. If a disciple is injured, even if it is a primordial pill, it must be used to save people. I can't give it to you anymore. If you want, just step on me. So then you mean that they should be kept until the disciples get injured? Am I right? This strange feeling is that what's going on? I seem to have said something wrong. I would like to express my gratitude to the sect leader in advance. Yunnan Suilai is known for its risks. I don't know what might happen in such a dangerous place. Master, for the sake of Mount Hua, I am willing to sacrifice my life and death during Qingming festival. Only, if senior uncles, aunts, and brothers are injured in dangerous situations and lose their lives, then I really won't be able to close my eyes in peace. If there could be another hybrid pill in such a dangerous situation. Not 3. No. Just 5 more. Why is it that the more you want, the more you need? Don't worry too much, we only need 5 to ensure our lives are safe and we can return safely. Just 5 more. Patriarch of Yuanchar, such a precious medicine. Hee, thank you, Headmaster. What did you say to the elixir, kid? Thank you. Release me and let me punch him in the back of the head. Master. Got it, got it. This is not an easy task. Master, you can rest assured. What's there to worry about with the presence of the mixed Yuan Dan? This kid did it on purpose, right? Qingming. It's the sect leader. Always leaving the difficult matters to you, I feel really sorry. My guilt for you always linger in my mind. Chief of the sect. Isn't that what every sect is like? All sects are like this. Although this kid always makes me feel angry from time to time and occasionally causes some helpless incidents for me. But I still can't develop disgust towards him, and the reason behind it is precisely because of this. Because of his subtle and open-minded attitude. I sometimes think he's surprisingly childish. But sometimes I feel like he's an elder than me. This child has been in Huashan for a long time, but this strange feeling still lingers in my heart. How could someone be so complicated? The 5 palaces outside the Great Wall are famous for being isolated from the world, and their personalities are also solitary and eccentric. Among them, the southern barbarian beast palace is the most bizarre and difficult to deal with. The laws and principles of the Central Plains are completely useless. You don't have to worry. This line is a bit far away, but everything else is fine. Not only, but there is a solution to all problems. Indeed, he should not have been allowed to go. Master, you don't need to worry too much. Even the beast palace of the southern barbarians is not someone who cannot communicate. Oh. Look at this majestic posture. Watching this child, the pain in my heart is like melting snow and ice in spring, slowly disappearing and disappearing. Disciples will do their best to have a good conversation with them. They will definitely appeal to emotions and reason. Cut off our necks and hang them on a pole. That's right, that's the best. You guys, I haven't finished speaking yet. If you want to say something, please also say something reliable. If all of this can be solved by just talking, why are there still wars in this world? It's because of guys like you that wars happen in this world. It's all because of people like you. If everyone were like you, that person would still have a way out in this world. It would have been a purgatory long ago. What? I'll try turning Huashan into a purgatory today. That guy has become like that kid since I don't know when. Ha ha. Forget it, it's already a foregone conclusion. Listen to orders during the day. It's the sect leader. From this moment on, you represent me. In the southern barbarians, your words are my words, and your commands are the commands of Huashan. Master, this burden is too heavy. I believe you can do it. The disciple led the order and left. Experience comes from this, and people always fear things they have never done before. But only by walking forward with fear can one's horizons become broader. Do we really not need to lead them to such a dangerous situation? I'll catch up now. Senior brother, don't say anything meaningless. What's the difference if we lead the team to everything? We are at least a little older than them, you. May I ask what we, as elders, have been doing all along? What else have we done besides dragging down Mount Hua and putting it in a state of plaque removal? Young children, no matter what they do, elders will always worry. This is a common sense in the world. But if we intervene and help in everything because of this, it will only hinder the children's growth. When did you become so reassured about the children? Don't worry, how could I possibly let go of those guys? I'm not worried about them. I just know that they are at least better than me. This is also something we need to go through. The experience of parting ways with the children in my arms. The ancestors of Huashan will take care of these children. That old man, please stay. There are guests visiting. Please don't reject me from the door. Give me a cup of cool cold water. I came here specifically to fulfill my agreement with the Huashan Divine Dragon. Huayin County. I hope the Galaxy Business Group can contribute a little bit to this trip for everyone. Would you like us to sit here? I have arranged for someone familiar with the business on this journey to drive and take care of everyone. Under the Galaxy Business Group, Li Bao. Oh, this is a 4-carriage. The young leader has already incurred expenses. Thank you very much for your preparation, but this is a bit too extravagant for us, isn't it? Not extravagant. This time, it's because our business team is not strong enough that we asked everyone to come on this trip. We will do our best to help everyone. However, thank you very much, but this carriage is of no use to us. We ran faster than it. What nonsense are you talking about? Haha, you are making a fuss over nothing. As long as you spread your legs and run hard, you can run faster than a horse. That's you bastard. Haha, if the Qingming road is long, the journey will naturally be faster than a horse. Of course, it's not difficult for the other few either. Just considering that the long journey here can save you some energy, it's always good. Our merchants in Sichuan will prepare horses for everyone along the way. If the horses get tired, everyone can immediately change horses along the way. In this way, horses can travel day and night, greatly reducing the time to travel to Yunnan. Thank you for the kindness of the Galaxy Business Group. Okay, everyone get in the car. If we don't leave now, we'll be late. Yes. Uh-huh. Okay. It is better that way. Why did he let go so easily? Their uncle-nephew relationship is really close. We're leaving now. The young leader bid farewell. Finally, we have set off. Even if there is a Qingming Taoist on this trip, Yunnan is not such an easy place to explore. However, these warnings are useless and just adding unnecessary chatter. I just hope they can safely return from that tiger's mouth. What is the Nanman Beast Palace like, senior uncle? In fact, I know very little about the Savage Palace. But I plan to inquire about the Sichuan branch of the Beggars Sect on my way to Yunnan. After the incident with the Sword Graveyard, we established a relationship with the Beggar faction. They will probably tell us this bit of news. Interacting with the Beggars Sect is indeed very helpful for us. If there's no Beggars Gang relationship, it would definitely cost more strength to get such information. However, the Beggars Sect probably doesn't have much news about the Beast Palace either. After all, the Beast Palace has been cut off from the Central Plains for a long time. I only heard that they mainly practice external martial arts, and because they can tame beasts, they gained the name Palace of Beasts. But these are all news from a long time ago. What is the significance of the Beast Palace? whether they drive wild beasts or manipulate ghosts and gods with money. What matters is not what kind of people they are, but how strong their abilities are. I heard that each of the 5 palaces outside the Great Wall has a strength no less than that of the 9-faction gang. So the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace is also. May not. If that used to be true, but now it's different from the past. Didn't the demon cult once bloodily cleanse the 5 palaces outside the Great Wall when it was rampant? Except for Beihai Ice Palace, which survived, the other palaces were indeed as he said. Because at that time, the primary target of the demon cult was not the Central Plains, but the sects outside the Great Wall. The demon cult was worried that when attacking the Central Plains sects would join forces with the outer frontier sects, so they first attacked the outer 5 palaces and broke through them one by one. Among them, the North Sea Ice Palace is the farthest from the demonic sect, so they could not reach them, and therefore they were not in danger. But the other 4 palaces were all bloodied and knelt down in front of the demon cult. Countless people died in that catastrophe. Only 100 years have passed, and it's not enough for the 4th palace to fully recover. This way, things may become easier. If it's really so natural, it's good. Li Xingqiu. Eat before you go. Eat first. Just walk a little further and you'll get to the town. Isn't it better to rest there? No, this place is pretty good. Why did the carriage suddenly stop? I have something to do. Everyone get off the car. Why don't you bring your bag? What if I take my baggage and the guy lets the carriage go like this? It's such a long way off. If you put the package on top, won't that guy let the carriage go? By then, won't you be the only one without any baggage? What exactly do you want to do? Didn't I say it? There's something I need to do. What should we do? Master Uncle. How much has Master Jianzukuri helped me? Help. Although I don't want to admit it. I'm just tired. Qingming is growing up too fast, and at the same time, what we need to do is becoming increasingly dangerous. But as we walked alongside Qingming, we couldn't keep up with his footsteps. This is an undeniable fact. You rewrite. This trip to Yunnan may be even more dangerous than Sword Tomb. With the current martial arts skills of our senior brothers, uncles, aunts, and senior brothers, this trip may be a life-threatening situation. We are not unaware of this. But we have no way to improve our martial arts in a short time. Who said there's no way out? Didn't the junior uncle eat the Han Yuan pill? As long as you refine the aura in it, you can be twice as strong as you are now. Twofold. However, no matter how hard I try, it will take at least a few years to fully absorb those charms. Of course, a few years may not be considered long, but no worries. 1 month is enough. 1 month, this statement is true. When did you see me telling a lie? I've seen it many times. Not this time. I also hope what you're saying is true. What exactly is the method? Is it helping us with luck? It's simpler than that. Simpler. There are such wonderful methods. It seems like you know something. Hurry up and tell me what method it is. As long as I can become stronger, I can endure any hardship. Very good. Uncle, have you heard of Tugongwushiwe? Of course, I know. Pushing the palace through acupoints refers to the method of unblocking qi by striking or rubbing when qi is stagnant or blocked. What does this have to do with what you're saying? That's right, it's just like you think. It's definitely a lie to say that I won't have any emotions when I take action later. I just hope you can understand that when I hit you, I definitely had a deep friendship. Feelings of deep friendship. You said you did your best. Since you said that, then I believe you. If the sword tomb is already empty, then it's natural for you to return empty-handed. I can't blame you for this. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. Excessive desire can bring disaster. Although our Wudang has a rich heritage, I always want to ask for more. Fortunately, this time it didn't cause any major trouble. I hope you can forgive me for letting my disciples suffer for nothing. I didn't expect us to be fooled by someone from 200 years ago. Martial arts is ultimately nothing but nothingness. He didn't leave anything behind just to say these things, right? But I have one more thing. There's one thing I can't figure out. You said you were tied with a child from Huashan. Yes. Is that kid a genius? He's a genius. If I had continued at that time, I would have been confident that I could surpass him. But the problem is that I don't know how long it will take to control that child. Such a victory would be meaningless. In other words, you have comparable strength. You rewrite. Unable to determine how long it will take to suppress the other party. As he said, the difference in strength between the two of them was so small that their physical condition and a little bit of luck that day could affect the final outcome. Haha, I heard that when the child defeated Wu Jin, I just laughed it off and didn't expect it. He's a genius. Don't worry about him. Is this okay? I know what you're trying to say. In the past, Mount Huashan once threatened the status of Wudang. Now that an unparalleled talent has emerged there, we should not sit idly by and wait for death. But what a genius can do is ultimately limited. Especially in declining sects like Huashan, it is even more difficult to showcase one's skills. That child will eventually be exhausted by Huashan and waste himself in vain. That child is extraordinary. Besides his astounding martial arts talent, his judgment and decisiveness when facing events were also far beyond the reach of ordinary people. It seems that you really like that child. I had tried to persuade him to join the Wudang school. You have actually achieved such a level. I even used my future position as a bargaining chip to persuade him. Elders have no right to interfere with the position of the sect leader. But he still spoke these words calmly in front of me, indicating that he believed the child had such strength. This is no longer just admiration, but a recognition of the child's strength. Even so, the result is the same. By his own efforts, it's just about making their names louder. It is impossible to lead a sect solely by one person. He needs the strength to unite everyone, and these people must also have firm beliefs. That child cannot do all of this. Let's call it a day to strengthen our vigilance and vigilance towards Manhwa. Approve. What would happen if that child understood the principles spoken by the sect leader? What if he understands that one person alone cannot lead the sect forward? He won't understand. Even if he understands everything, there won't be any difference. Talents cannot be cultivated by gritting one's teeth. If you understand, how will it be? The answer is still the same, he won't understand. No matter how talented or intelligent that child is, they cannot understand this truth. Because this principle can only be understood after experiencing it. At such a young and energetic age, it's impossible for him to comprehend these things. By the time he understood this truth after experiencing it, he was no longer a teenager. But if there is really a chance, if such a thing really happened, perhaps the name Huashan will ultimately rank ahead of Wudang, but it is unknown. I was overthinking it. I'm overthinking. How could I sleep here? Look at your senior brother's appearance. Are you still human? What are you saying? The sound is too light, I can't hear it clearly. Wow, you're just a devil. Give me another punch. I was beaten up by that guy and fell asleep directly. No, I should say I fainted directly. I don't want to wake up. The sun has just risen, and when everyone wakes up, they will have to go through those hellish tortures again. I'm not trying to avoid cultivation either, it's just that this is Xiao Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie, what are you doing? Senior. You cried. Are you injured somewhere? No, senior brother's internal strength. My internal strength. My internal strength has increased. What is this kid saying? I said that damn internal strength has increased. Internal strength has increased, and all wounds have recovered. In this way, we won't have to continue to suffer from that crime. Hiccup. So, in that case, it has truly grown. It's better to just depose me somewhere so that I don't have to be beaten from today on at least. Why did the strength inside the body become stronger after being hit? Why? This is too outrageous. I don't know what to call pushing the palace over the acupoint. What should be called full body torture is actually effective. This absurd and ridiculous method actually works. Master, you haven't recovered yet. How many hits did you get? What are you whispering about? We are discussing the current situation. Being beaten so badly, my internal strength actually increased. You bet. It is precisely for this effect that I put in so much effort yesterday. Is that so? The effect is right in front of me, and I really have nothing to say. I just can't figure it out no matter how hard I try. Isn't pushing the palace and crossing the acupoints just to unblock the blood vessels? Almost. It's just that what I did was slightly different from pushing the palace and crossing the acupoint. What? Different from pushing the palace through acupoints. What is that? What else could it be? I just gave you a good beating. Don't stop me. For the sake of peace in the world, I must cut him down. Okay, give it a good beating. Why does that have an effect? TSK. How did you train here? This muscle. How did you develop it? Muscle. Naturally, it has undergone cultivation. Why does cultivation lead to the growth of muscles? This. It's simple. Because I was injured. What do you mean? Muscle torn. Will muscle injury lead to enlargement? Not only muscles, but all areas that have been injured will become larger than before. The wound is swollen. Bone fracture becomes thicker. Although it can be varied by the circumstances, the general idea is this. Conversely, the best way to exercise is injured. Although it may sound foolish, this is the truth. Getting injured while practicing foreign martial arts has even become a fixed method of cultivation. For example, whipping the body or inserting hands into hot sand, etc. Isn't Shaolin also famous for the cultivation methods of these foreign martial arts? But isn't that a way to cultivate foreign martial arts? Doesn't Huashan also have similar training? Didn't your palm tear countless times when you first used the wooden sword? But now what? Have you ever torn your hand while dancing swords all day now? No, I haven't. The more injured a person's body is, the more solid it becomes. It's better to go too far than to go too far, but if injured appropriately, it can actually forge the body stronger. The same principle applies to internal strength. The so-called internal injury refers to the damage of internal energy. The damaged internal force will also become stronger than before during the recovery process, and the two are interconnected. But I've hardly seen anyone recover from an internal injury and become stronger at the same time. That's for sure, RO, because the internal energy gathered by their movement is limited. But even if Master Yun doesn't use martial arts now, he still has enough aura in his body for absorption, doesn't he? So. This is not a very difficult principle. As long as the meridians are struck appropriately to cause appropriate internal injuries, the body will activate its aura in order to restore the internal injuries. In this way, the body will search for other chi within the adjustment group on its own for healing purposes. As long as you have enough supply, the injured area will recover and become stronger than before. This principle is simple. It applies to both internal energy and physical body. So what you are doing to us now? Is it that we were intentionally injured so that our bodies could absorb the essence of the primordial pill on their own? You rewrite. Wow. Wow. I didn't expect you to have these principles in your mind. You actually have a brain. These bastards. It's really difficult for them, because one cannot comprehend these truths without enduring hardships and experiencing life and death on the battlefield. Moreover, I have already taken very lightly to take care of the strength and safety of these guys. People who have never personally experienced it are naturally difficult to understand. You don't have to worry about these things. Just treat this as a competition. Anyway, even if you were to spar with me, you would be beaten up. Does this make you feel much better? It's okay, I won't die. I can't die. Who have you heard of who died from cultivation? I haven't heard of it anyway. Of course you haven't heard of it. Everyone has died. So, are you saying that if we can resist your tyranny under the pretext of cultivation now, we can quickly become stronger in a short period of time? That's right. Just stick it out. It's okay if you want to use a sword. Then you'd better be careful. If you leave a scar on your face, your already unlikable appearance will become even more sinister. That's why I like this guy during the day. No matter what kind of suppression he faces, he will never give up. Come. Look at the trick, stinky kid. Go to hell, huh? Just rely on this. Not enough to see. That's too weird. It's been exactly 5 days now. Even the healthiest person should have been unable to handle being beaten like this for 5 consecutive days. But these people are actually more energetic than the first day. Whether it's punching someone or getting beaten up. I don't even know which side to sigh over now. Lower plate, lower plate. Lower body exerting force. Damn it, bottom plate. I've been talking about it for a year now. Emphasized so many times. Still a little bit. Not changing anything. Compete for a chance to speak. It seems that it's just the ability of Guangcheng to pretend. Before I come back, I will adjust my energy and pay close attention to repairing it. Where are you going? Can't you go to Xiaojiet? Wishing you a dog that gnaws on mud and collapses your nose. Can you say something reliable? Even if he falls, the ground collapses first. That guy just now. How could he? Master Uncle. What are you looking at? It's so mesmerizing. By the way, you guys. Have you seen that guy sweating during Qingming? Huh? What do you mean? Did you ever see that guy sweating? That guy is also human, of course. Not have. Upon careful consideration, I have never seen him sweat during his time at Sword Tomb. Because that guy was already like a monster, I didn't realize anything was wrong. Why did Uncle suddenly ask about this? Nothing, nothing. Can't you go to Xiaojiet? I just saw it clearly. That kid's hair on the back of his head is completely soaked. A monster that is evenly matched with the elders of Wudang. Surprisingly, I feel exhausted from practicing with us. This is not because we have become stronger. After all, even if we take a mixed element pill, our strength is still not comparable to that of Wudang Elder. If so, listen to me, everyone. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, hey, I'm dying. Senior brother, I'm really going to die. Pushing the palace and crossing the acupoint sounds easy to say. What I did was not a random move by cats and dogs to push the palace and cross the hole, but to strike the opponent with appropriate force without damaging their body, while injecting their own internal energy into others' bodies. If the force is too strong, it will cause excessive venous damage. If it is too light, pushing the uterus through the acupoint will have no effect. The force must be just right. This secret technique must be applied with appropriate force based on the opponent's internal strength to be effective. It's also because I took the mixed element pill that I dared to give it a try. Every time I use it, I feel like my brain is about to be drained, my mental energy is exhausted, and I quickly become exhausted. Why do I torture myself so much? I got it. I got it. That's really nagging. Even if I don't put in the effort now, they will still be able to absorb the remaining mixed element pill energy in their bodies and become stronger in the future. But the key lies in this future. Even for mountains that anyone can climb, there will be differences between those who climb early and those who climb late. The longer the time, the more obvious the gap becomes. The earlier you arrive, the harder and more difficult it will be for Pa. Being one step ahead always makes it more difficult. Seeing these guys getting stronger every day, I can't help but want to teach them more and cultivate them to be even stronger. I want them to get stronger faster. However, what comforts me is that these guys' tenacity is indeed much stronger than the Q generation of the past. In the past, everyone was afraid to avoid sparring and practicing. So, if I teach these guys, they will then teach other master brothers or train apprentices. By continuously inheriting this, the entire Hua Mountain will become stronger. That's right, senior leader. Perhaps that day will come earlier than I expected. The day they were no longer just my burden like they are now, the day they grew into companions whom I can entrust my back to. These guys are really comfortable. Do you know how hard I have worked? Oh. What are you guys doing here? Not resting. Rest. Even this training requires rest. If you're tired during Qingming, you can rest. You don't have the strength now, do you? Let me make a hole in you. Ventilation will make it comfortable. Come again. Breathe out. You guys. It seems like I haven't been taught enough. Then I will do as you wish. All together. Go ahead. Kill him with one move. Break his head. These guys really suit my heart. Senior brother leader. This kind of Huashan is also good. We've arrived in Chengdu. Pant. Sichuan. Here we are. However, we're only halfway through the journey to Sichuan, right? When can we get to Yunnan? How arrived earlier than I thought. If we beat it up for another 2 days, it should be possible. Didn't you all come here alive? I plan to go to the Sichuan branch of the Galaxy Business Group to pack up the carriage next. What are your plans next? Do you want to go to the branch with me? We have already arranged the people to collect the intelligence about Yunnan. I don't know if the intelligence of the Galactic Merchant Group is detailed enough. To be honest, with the ability of our Galaxy Business Group, it is difficult to find a way to enter Yunnan. Although we had business dealings with Yunnan previously, most of the transactions were with intermediate small business groups and few were direct business dealings in Yunnan. Therefore, the intelligence network of the Silver Galaxy Trading Group has not yet reached Yunnan. I'm sorry I can't help everyone. But we can arrange accommodation for you. If you need accommodation, just let us know at any time. We would be grateful if you could tell us these things. We plan to first understand the situation before going to the bank business group. The journey has been tiring, so please rest well first. Let's go in too. Correct. Remember one thing. We're here to inquire about ways to enter Yunnan, not to cause trouble. Sichuan is the territory of the Tang family. Not far away, there are Taoist priests from the Qingming sect who often come here. The disciples of a sect occasionally come and go here, so we must be cautious in our words and actions. Uncle, don't worry. Senior brothers are all very obedient. What I'm saying is that you are you. Everyone, let's split up and gather intelligence first. Although I have to go to the Chengdu branch of the Beggars Sect to inquire about the situation, I believe the merchant is still more familiar with the information about Yunnan. Asking them more should be helpful. Yes, Uncle Master. I feel like this is not of any use. Shut up. Do you understand that even a small message can change the outcome of things? Let's go. Sichuan is at least adjacent to Yunnan. Why hasn't there been any news? The reaction of the Beggars Sect is the most outrageous. Ways to enter Yunnan. Why are you asking us? He said that Yunnan is already barren and beggars cannot survive, so there is no way to collect intelligence. The same goes for the business group. Not to mention the business, they said they couldn't go to Yunnan, so they knew nothing about Yunnan and were helpless. I'm afraid they didn't tell us the truth. The situation of the Beggars Sect may be true, but those merchants may not necessarily be. Even if they knew anything, they probably wouldn't be willing to tell us. Why? Because they have no reason to tell us. This is not profitable for them, is it? But we promised to give them generous rewards. That was not enough. To make them tell the truth, at least that plum blossom pattern had to be covered. After all, everyone's vigilance towards outsiders is relatively heavier. This is far away from the Central Plains, coupled with some historical problems, that's why they are like this. But the most important thing is that the Tang family in Sichuan has a great influence here. Those businessmen had to look at the Tang family's face in order to survive in Chengdu. In this way, how could they openly welcome some outsiders dressed in other sects' patterned clothing? Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I say so, will you take off your uniform? Of course not. I don't feel like anything is being excluded, just be excluded. You were still wearing a mask before. How can it be the same? Anyway, this won't work. If you really want to get intelligence, you need the assistance of the Tang family in Sichuan. If it doesn't work out, at least we have to hide our identity as outsiders. But how did you know all of this? Wait, are you from Sichuan? I think I heard you mention that your home is in Sichuan. Right. Correct. No wonder you know this. So, senior brother Zhao Jiat comes from a merchant family. Then we don't have to ask around anymore. Just go to our senior brother's house, right? Oh, how bad your personality is. If you don't want us to be guests, just let everyone wander around Chengdu. That's so inhumane. Are you qualified to say that? Oh my god, okay. It's all over. Anyway, everyone is the same. They are all children abandoned by their families. That's why you don't want to go home. It's okay. During the day, senior uncle will definitely understand your feelings. I left home on my own. I left on my own. In short, that's the situation. Let's go to your house first, senior brother. Good. Chengdu Shantuan? The scene of the collapsed plaque is really nostalgic. So my senior brother's family sent you, the second son, to Huashan because they hoped you could revitalize the family. Let's go say hello to your father's hall. Not over there, this way. Ah, isn't that a wall over there? Here. This is where the emperor lives, right? Here it is. Oh my god. Senior. So you are from a wealthy family? Bigger than Mount Huashan's gate? Zhao Jie, are you the master here? Not a menial? This is my home. OMG, senior brother looks so different. No. Senior apprentice brother, you should think again carefully. Yudao means that everything about a person will be reflected in their appearance. Senior Zhao Jie, your appearance clearly shows that you come from some remote and impoverished area. How could you be a precious young master from a wealthy family? I'll go to your place. But I remember you telling me before that your family was just a small business group. Because you look like you're from a small business group, I still believe it. Is it so strange that I was born into a wealthy family? No, that's not that it's strange. Your eyes clearly indicate that it's very strange. It's not strange, it's completely possible. Isn't it common for such things to happen? The son of a wealthy family, who was often treated coldly, left home because he couldn't bear the harsh treatment at home. Shut up quickly. Who dares to make noise and play in front of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce? What do you think this place is? 3 managers. Hiccup. Phew. A young master. No, it's second young master. It's second young master. Oh my God, how did you become so imposing? Manager San, please calm down. Is there something else about being grand and imposing with them? Is it a dialect? Senior Yin Zhong, do you have any background information that you are hiding from everyone? For example, are you actually from a wealthy and prominent family? I am an orphan. Most of Huashan comes from a background like yours. Someone, hurry up and report that the second young master has returned. Hurry up. Correct. You don't know how much the homeowner misses you. Don't stand outside. Hurry up and enter the house. Pharynx. Xiaojie. Why did you only come back now, you heartless kid? I haven't even heard from you. Father, mother, I'm sorry. Life is really unfair. Why do some people become stinky beggars when they are reborn? So, your family must be very wealthy, right? It's because I can't see that you are the son of a rich family. How did you persevere despite the hardships of life in Huashan? Once you enter the mountain gate, everyone is an equal disciple. What is the importance of family background? Important. 3 orphans, 1 running away from home. Although uncle has a family. But he was kicked out, so he's similar to us. I said I came out on my own. But your family is so wealthy, yet they watch Huashan crumble without even taking out a penny. Even if you give a little alms, it's enough to make a living on Manhua. No, it's not that I'm already too old and still use my family's money. Besides, is that my silver? Traitor. Swindler. Don't make things too difficult for him. He didn't mean to hide it, it's just that we misunderstood. Xiao Jie also has his troubles. Oh, look at how these wealthy children favor each other. We orphans should stay away from there and eat alone. Is this what's important now? Are you still going to Yunnan? So, what did your father say? I haven't mentioned it to him yet. Why? The deadline I agreed with my family has long passed. Actually, I should have left Huashan last year to go home and help take care of our property. Why don't you leave? It's not because meeting you finally made me achieve something. Anyway, that's how it is. My father thought I had completely left Huashan and returned home this time. I need to explain this matter clearly to him first. It doesn't matter. The 4 of us can go. What are you talking about? I am a disciple of Huashan. Even if I die, I will go to Yunnan with you. Why do you have to join us with such a prestigious status? Is Zhao Jie's identity very prestigious? Senior brother, can't you tell? Their family scale will never be inferior to that of the Galaxy Business Group. What is the identity of senior brother Zhao Jie in this way? At least we can communicate with the young leader of the Galaxy Business Group. Huang Zongyi is on an equal footing. Wait, it doesn't seem like there's anything special about this. It seems so. Are you complimenting me or mocking me? Master Uncle, I plan to have dinner with my family later and then inquire with them about the way to Yunnan. Well, although this matter is a bit difficult for you, I still ask for your help. Just because we enter Yunnan, it will attract attention, making it difficult for us to implement our plans, whether we want to negotiate with the southern barbarian beast palace or sneak into the growth area of purplewood grass. If there is anything at home that needs us, feel free to ask. We would definitely do our best and never refuse. It's Uncle Sure. What? Are you just asking for a way to go to Yunnan after you haven't returned for 5 years? Do you know where Yunnan is? I know. You know, you're still asking. It's been a year since you promised me back then. You're so late to come back, but it's not just to go home. Do you know what you're saying? That's why I don't want to come back. Father, I must do this to go to Yunnan. Going home and inheriting the family business is what you must do. Isn't there already a big brother at home? Have you forgotten the ancestral teachings of your family? Everyone in the clan must inherit the family business. This is the ancestral instruction and the rule. I promised the sect leader that I would definitely complete this trip to Yunnan. Isn't your promise to me a promise? You don't need to say anything more. You said you wanted to go to a place unaffected by the Chamber of Commerce to gain experience. I agreed and even sent you to the down and out Huashan sect. Because I believe that only those who endure hardships in places without assistance can grow strong and thrive. But now you're going to forget your promise to me and leave the Huashan turtle cowering behind. What you're worried about now is all about Huashan. But the place where you should truly put in your best effort is the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, our Zhao family, isn't it? Xiao Jie, I am your father. Can't you understand and empathize with my feelings of separation as a father and child? Father, please help us find a way to go to Yunnan. Do you have to do this? This is something that I, as a man and a disciple of Huashan, must do. If I can't do this, I can't do anything. Please let your son do what he wants again this time. I understand that your decision has been made. But I don't have a good way to enter Yunnan either. Let's put an end to this matter. I see pu'er tea from Yunnan for sale in Chengdu. And our business is also selling pu'er tea. If you don't have a source of goods, it's impossible. Even if the Nanman Beast Palace is guarded tightly, you still have a way to ensure the supply of these quantities of tea in the city. Whether or not. When were you doing these? Whether it's private transactions or open trade permitted by the Beast Palace. Regardless of its size, there must be caravans traveling between Yunnan and Chengdu. Please allow us to travel with the caravan. Even if you work as a porter for a caravan, you can still do it. Impossible. If you insist on hiding your identity and infiltrating Yunnan, you must do dangerous things there, right? Can you tell me what parents in the world would find a way to put their children to death? Impossible. Absolutely not possible. Mother. Mother. Don't you always tell me that being in charge of a business group traveling outside is a dangerous thing? But if I can't even complete my trip to Yunnan, how can I become an excellent businessman? I have to go. Let me go, Mother. You child clearly had no intention of becoming a businessman. You must go. Correct. What if I insist on disagreeing? That I have to walk to Yunnan even though I'm wearing this dress embroidered with plum blossoms. This kid. You've really grown up. I will wait until I meet with several disciples of Manhua who are going to Yunnan with you to make a decision. I want to see if they are worth trusting and entrust you to them. That's my final concession. How? Hiccup. No, it doesn't count whether someone can succeed or not. Grace. I invited everyone here for this purpose. Just treat this place as your own home and live in peace. During the day, the second-generation disciples of Hua Mountain met with the leader of the Zhao group. We happened to pass by Zhao's nephew's house and came to visit hastily. If there was any offense, we hope you can forgive us. Oh. At first glance, this child appears to be well-mannered and courteous. It's really impressive that someone with such a handsome appearance is still so respectful and polite. I didn't expect Huashan to gather so many young talents. Speaking of which, that person is. It's okay, you don't have to worry. That child is like that. Ah. It definitely tastes not bad. You are saying you called us here because of the Yunnan trip, right? You rewrite. The child who had no news for 5 years finally returned home, which was supposed to be a great joy. But as soon as he came back, he was clamoring to go to Yunnan immediately. As a father, I have a headache. You must also be aware that it is very dangerous there. I am treating everyone with such hospitality. I want to first see if someone who wants to bring my child to such a dangerous place in Yunnan is worth trusting. I see. You don't have to worry. No parents would be willing to let their children go to dangerous places. We won't take Zhao Jie to Yunnan. Master Uncle. I'm going to Uncle Shire. Without me, you wouldn't have been able to reach Yunnan. Even if I break my leg, I will crawl to Yunnan. Don't drop me. Sit down. Master Uncle. I'll have you sit down. I promised the sect leader that I would definitely complete the Yunnan project. Even my senior uncle can't stop me. Do you really think so? What? If the sect leader knew about this, do you think he would still let you go to Yunnan? Although the master's school is important, the family's home is equally important. Is it your way to go against your parents' orders and do things they don't want? Uncle, this. What nonsense is that? Where are there so many ways to follow your heart? You behave yourself. No, it's not like that, Uncle. What's wrong again? Is it okay for you to abandon your senior brother just for the convenience of entering Yunnan? If that's the case, I'd rather trouble myself. This is about Zhao Jie's family. This is also a matter for our sect. Which is more important, home or master, should not be decided by the master uncle. How to do it can only be decided by senior Zhao Jie himself. Even if you are a senior uncle, you cannot force him. Because this matter needs to follow one's heart. Senior brother, what do you want to do? Hiccup. Let me decide. Isn't this just natural? But if you want to go to Yunnan, you must get help from my family. Really? Hiccup, don't worry about those. Who am I? Even without these aids, I could still smash the heads of those wild beasts and palace people. Don't worry about those. Just do what you want to do. How odd, seeing this little boy's appearance, I actually feel strangely reassured. Master of the household. What happened? There are customers. There are guests visiting. Foresees Chamber of Commerce. Megatron in Chengdu, Sichuan. In this late night, the Chamber of Commerce has already closed its doors without any customers, and there are 2 possibilities for knocking on the door to visit someone who is so impolite. The first type is that the other party has extremely urgent business to attend to, even if it's impolite. You can't break in like this without authorization. Please wait in front of the door. And another type. You can't force yourself to break in. Please take a step. Have you requested approval from the meeting leader? Leave. It's Lord Hui. This person is Tang Zhan. Isn't that young Master Tang? I have met Zhao Huizhu from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Tang Jian, the fifth son of the head of the Sichuan Tang family. In the Tang family of Sichuan, where everything is controlled by blood relatives, he is essentially at the center of power. Such a character suddenly intruded into my 4C's Chamber of Commerce at night. It seems that the visitor is not good. It's really an honor for me, Zhao, to meet all the heroes of the Tang family. Just visiting late at night without even saying hello. As the organizer, if I don't have time to prepare, I'm afraid I might neglect everyone. Sorry, it's really my competitiveness that's why I'm impolite to come and disturb you. Please don't blame me too much, Lord Zhao. Competitiveness. What can make Tang Xiaxia competitive here? Second young master. I heard that the second young master of the 4C's Chamber of Commerce, who invited him to learn martial arts outside, has returned. The Tang family found out so quickly. Xiao Jie has only been back for half a day. Even though this is Chengdu, the speed at which they received the message is too fast. The Tang family is so well aware of the movements in Chengdu. Isn't it? Well, that's right. My incompetent son just returned home. Haha, Zhao Jie of the 4C's Chamber of Commerce, the second son of the Zhao family, is a talent that even our Tang family would want to recruit. When Zhao Huizhu sent Zhao Ergongzi to another place. Our patriarch is very sad. Tang family leader. Since he mentioned the head of the Tang family, his trip must not have been simply due to some child's impulsiveness. Why did they come here? As far as I know, Second Prince Zhao has become a disciple of the Huashan sect. That's why I wanted to take a look. What skills did Zhao give up the opportunity to study martial arts in my Tangjiachuo and instead worship Huashan? Zhao Ergongzi must have gained a lot. Only in this way can we eliminate some of the regrets in the hearts of our Tang family, right? Although I had anticipated this, I didn't expect them to come so quickly. The control of the Tang family. All powerful families in Chengdu will send their offspring to study Tang martial arts in Tangjiachuo. But these children are just learning some superficial knowledge. The unique skills of the Tang family can only be practiced by the descendants of the Tang family. They are worried that the unique skills of the Tang family will be learned by outsiders, and even do not allow Tang family women to practice Tang family skills. Only Tang family men can practice the Tang family's unique hidden weapon technique. In other words, the descendants of other forces who entered Tang Jiatua could only practice the superficial martial arts of the Tang family for a few years. The Tang family cut off the development of martial arts for all the descendants of noble families in Chengdu through this means of not entering the mainstream. Lost the power to become a warrior. The Tang family ordered these children to rely on the Tang family while also creating a sense of belonging as collateral to the Tang family, ultimately leading to the current situation of being controlled by the Tang family. However, Zhao Jie refused to let them break this control. Why do I have to be a puppet manipulated by others? And I also chose to support him. Because I don't want my child to become a pawn that will only be manipulated by the Tang family. If we want to send Zhao Jie to a place where he can achieve success in his studies as long as he works hard and doesn't anger the Tang family, I can only keep him away from Sichuan. After careful consideration, I have chosen Huashan. For Zhao Jie, the Huashan faction is just right. There may be some misunderstanding. Tang Xiaoxian must also know that Huashan is a real and destitute sect. I only sent that child there because he likes swords, without any intention of avoiding the Tang family. Haha, I understand. However, you said Ntihua is a declining sect. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What is the reputation of Huashan now? Zhao Huizhu should know better than me. This is really. Your equivocal appearance seems to show that you still don't know who first made the name for Mount Hua. The name of Huashan, which has spread throughout the Central Plains. There are 5 people at its core. Zhao Jie and Yin Zhong, disciples of the 3rd generation of Hua Mountain. 2nd generation disciple during the day with Louis Xue. Nowadays, the names of these 4 people are often mentioned in the Central Plains. Why are all the names he mentioned people from here? Even the Tang family cannot find out the true identities of these people in such a short period of time. In that case, what he said should not differ much from the facts. One of the 5 people who made Huashan famous. It's Zhao Jie. That person is really my son. Also, Huashan Shenlong. I have heard that the number 1 up-and-coming star in the world, the sacred dragon of Mount Hua, has also come here. Although my name cannot be compared to it. But since I've heard that this rising star in the world is in Chengdu, how can I not come and admire his demeanor? Huashan Shenlong. He means that among his companions, there is the legendary Huashan divine dragon. If that's really the case. Are you referring to the young hero during the day? Ah ha ha. Zhao Huizhu, are you joking with me? I really don't know if you only traveled between Yunnan and Sichuan. So there are some omissions in the information about the Central Plains, and you still want to deliberately deceive me. What are you saying? How could you deceive me? Blow one's breath. Okay, anyway, it's not important right now. To get back to the point, as a Tang family member, I would like to meet the Huashan disciples who are visiting Chengdu. Can you please summon them? What should I do? If you want to make a living in Chengdu, Sichuan, you must listen to the Tang family's words. Only. The group of people who came here is not only the seniors of Zhao Jie's teacher's school, but also the guests of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. The Tang family is so fierce that I cannot push them in front of them. I am too aware of how terrifying and vicious these people from the Tang family are, so I cannot do this. What should I do? I understand what you mean now. However, it's too late today and all the guests have gone to bed tomorrow. Are you all asleep? I went to bed so early. It seems that the disciples of Huashan are very lazy. They have been exhausted from traveling all the way. Zhao Huizhu. This is about my Tang family. Is Zhao Huizhu trying to obstruct my Tang family now? How could that be? It's not my intention to force you like this. I hope you don't blame me. No, I won't. But it seems that the disciples of Huashan are really cowardly. Even though they heard me, they still have to hide behind the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Hey, restrain yourself. I told you to restrain yourself. This is Sichuan Stinky Kid. The sect leader asks you not to cause trouble. Who are you? Who are you? What are you? You broke in late at night and caused trouble. Do you want to seek death? This person is crazy. Manhua sect. Hey, have these little brats been eating their manners lately? Still hiccuping, Shouldn't you report your own name before asking someone about their name? That's ridiculous. Ah ha ha ha, oh hey, he's so drunk. Excuse me, excuse me. Go inside quickly. Pure brightness. Be obedient. Pure brightness. He is the Huashan divine dragon Qingming. Well, Huashan Shenlong. He. Oh, let go. He's calling me. No, no one is calling you. You heard wrong. Qingming, let's go in first. He clearly shouted at me. Hello, I'm here again. What are you asking me to do? I was rude just now. I am Tang Jianlo from the Tang family in Sichuan. Tang family. The Tang family from Sichuan. But the Tang family, I know, is at least a group of well-educated people. A cultured person actually broke into the door in the middle of the night, clamoring for someone from the host's family to be handed over. That's really interesting. Could it be that the Tang family I know is already extinct, and another Tang family has established a new Tang? Your stinky mouth. Very impolite. Your stinky mouth, stinky mouth. Oh. During the daytime at Hua Mountain. Day. Huajing Sword. So you are the one who dealt a heavy blow to the Wudang Sword Dragon. You're being praised, but it's true. Finally, there is someone who can communicate normally. The lower part of the pavilion must have heard it from behind, so I won't dwell on it anymore. Zhao Gongzi and I have a deep connection to the Tang family. My visit today is just to see what young Master Zhao has learned in Huashan. Please bring out Prince Zhao. That's all I'm asking for. Although not acting in a royal manner, he is like an emperor. It seems that in Chengdu, Sichuan, the Tang family is indeed as high and mighty as emperors. If we rashly refuse his request, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce related to Zhao Jia may also be affected. In that case, Master Uncle, I'm going out. Xiao Jia, what exactly is this? I didn't get it. What the hell is going on here? This is all because Huashan's reputation has grown. They don't want these powerful families in Chengdu to break free from their control. If you spare me, other influential family members will also follow my example and learn martial arts from other sects outside. The Tang family is also aware of this, which is why they want to humiliate me in this way to prevent future troubles. Oh, this is too outrageous, isn't it? This is the way of life in Chengdu. It is also the Tang family's way of controlling Sichuan. If Huashan was involved, things would become more complicated. Leave this matter to me to handle. I understand. Please wait a moment. Master Uncle, I would like to hear how you plan to check my nephew's martial arts skills. Haha, do we still need to ask? Do martial artists have any other ways to check their martial arts skills? If we don't just confront each other directly, then everything will be clear. That means you want us to hand over Zhao Jia to see the martial arts of Zhao Jia, the second son of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and a third-generation disciple of Huashan. And make the results public to let the entire Chengdu know about this matter. That's right, isn't it? This is a matter concerning the Tang family in Sichuan. Do not allow others to interfere. This is natural. No, we at Huashan have no intention of interfering with the Tang family in Sichuan. I just have some doubts. Confused? We have no intention of interfering in the affairs of the Tang family, it's just that the people here want to check Zhao Jia's martial arts skills. What's the problem with this? It's up to you guys. What? Since Your Excellency has the guts to step out and ask to see the martial arts of the third-generation disciple of Manhua, then we also need to reciprocate with respect. Come on, let me see your strength first. If you don't want to, then don't even try to touch my nephew's finger. This is my Huashan matter. Do not allow others to interfere. Master Uncle. Hee. Let me not cause trouble, but I ended up causing trouble myself. Huashan is becoming more and more respectable. Are all these guys from Huashan crazy? Huashan didn't take my Tang family seriously. It seems that Huashan is really a remarkable sect. How dare you stop my Tang family to protect a disciple? Since that's the case, you can naturally bear the consequences of doing so, right? We protect our disciples at Huashan without those unnecessary calculations. Disciples are the most important, so there is no need to think too much. But I don't think the Tang family is like that. Although there is no such possibility. But even if Huashan is wiped out due to today's disaster, no Huashan disciple will resent me. This is Huashan Mountain. I'm sure I'll resent you. I will blame you. He's too exaggerated, isn't he? Aha. These damn guys can't even close their stinky mouths at times like this. However, why should the master's uncle take action? From the beginning, it was the senior uncle who stood out, but isn't this about senior brother Zhao Jia? I know senior uncle is very ambitious in this regard, but you have already shown enough grace just now. Now it's time to give senior brother Zhao Jia a chance to showcase himself. After all, he rarely sees his parents once. What does this guy treat the Tang family like? Even experienced experts from the Tang family, known for their use of poison and hidden weapons, would find themselves in a tough battle. You should know that the Tang family's martial arts are dangerous, and even a slight mistake can endanger one's life. But he actually wanted Zhao Jie, who had very little practical experience, to confront the people of the Tang family. This is too dangerous, isn't it? It's okay, it's okay. Don't they all say that tigers will throw their cubs off cliffs to exercise when raising them? Elders love to worry. I learned from the experience at Jianzuka that loving and protecting someone ultimately does not bring them help. If you solve everything for the younger generation under the pretext of caring for them, it is equivalent to taking away their experiences and opportunities. Is Senior Zhao Jie so weak in the eyes of Senior Uncle? He will never lose. At least I won't lose to those people. Qingming has such trust in Zhao Jie. Perhaps I don't trust Zhao Jie enough. He can't lose. After all, I have trained him so hard. If it weren't for the last 2 sentences, I would have been almost moved. Senior brother, right. If this guy steps forward during Qingming, this matter will definitely be easily resolved. Good wine. But one day, I will no longer be able to hide behind that guy. I look forward to him solving everything. I don't want to be his burden in the future either. If I had the idea of relying on him, I wouldn't have followed him to Yunnan from the beginning. I understand that I am not yet on par with him. But at least I want to help him a little. To walk with him, one must have at least this kind of awareness. Winning or losing. The key to the problem is not here. This is my feud with the Sichuan Tang family. I should be the one to settle it. That's all this is, nothing more. Master Uncle. I understand what Uncle sure means. But this matter must be resolved by myself. Xiao Jie. Can you do it? I am a disciple of Hua Mountain. Go ahead. Correct. You come. Isn't that what you wanted from the beginning? So it's right for me to compete with you, isn't it? How dare he? That one is. Deerskin gloves. Wearing these gloves means he's going to use poison, and it also means he won't show mercy in this battle. No, we must stop them. Kage is in danger. Young Xiaotang. This matter. Father. Xiao Jie. Although this is a matter for the Four Seas gang, it is also a matter for Huashan. Please trust me. Sichuan Tang family. This name was once a symbol of fear and terror for me, as well as a barrier that I found difficult to overcome. From the moment I was born into a merchant family in Chengdu, the Tang family in Sichuan was like a heavenly punishment hanging over my head. But now it's different. What did I learn from Manhua? That's too much to say with your mouth. I can only use this sword to tell you. Brother Wu. Why waste a good knife on a chicken? Let me meet him. Tang Hao. The scene of Hua Zhengjian not taking action and Wu Ji taking action is not pleasing to the eye. Never show mercy. That's natural IO. The peculiar movement of putting hands into the sleeves and covering them. Even those who have not personally seen the disciples of the Tang family in Sichuan have heard of their unique starting technique in the martial arts world. This action neither reveals the weapon nor appears aggressive, which may lead people to mistakenly believe that there is no threat. But if someone who understands the characteristics of the Tang family sees this starting gesture, they will never let their guard down. Because all the hidden weapons of Tang disciples are fired from this sleeve. Sichuan Tang family Tang Hao. Huashan Zhao Jie. Arrogant guy. His gaze alone makes me very dissatisfied. I have to give up one of his arms today. Cow hair needle. Dozens of extremely fine cow hair needles that are difficult to see with the naked eye have flown to his eyes, but he has not yet noticed. Recruitment solution. Cough. Next. One move. Tang Hao is at least the son of the head of the Tang family. Although his strength is not the strongest, as someone familiar with the Tang family's secret weapon techniques, he is not something that can be easily dealt with by just a cat or a dog. But he was actually defeated by someone with one move. There are no extra moves, only one round. Instantly defeated. He was careless. No, it's meaningless to say these things now. Because being able to capture the opponent's weakness and relax their vigilance is also a form of strength in itself. Sichuan Tang family. In the past, they were a high wall that I could not cross, a punishment that I could never escape even in my lifetime. But just now, I toppled down this wall. Next. This posture is like the sword god descending into the world. Next one. I only know how to play with these fancy tricks. Blind one. Blind one. Don't look back. Never turn back. Not taking action. I have given you enough time to consider, haven't I? How dare you, brat. Tang End. Brother Wu. Leave. But that guy. The difference in strength between Tang Hao and Tang He is not significant. If Zhao Jie's victory over Tang Hao is not a stroke of luck, then Tang He's move will inevitably result in a loss. You're not his match. Step back and take care of Tang Hao. Correct. Just now, my younger brother was careless and impolite. But I'm different from him. You have to be careful. I feel the strength of this person. He was so strong that he made my body hesitate before reason. Unlike gangs, the 5 major aristocratic families are composed of a small number of elite members. These elite strength can actually rival with Wudang's second-generation disciple, Stegosaurus. To deal with Tang Zhan, one must have the strength of Wudang's Sword Dragon. In other words, I now have to compete with Sword Dragon, who has fought with my fellow martial uncle before. I'm getting nervous. Not excited. How much stronger have I become? The impulse to confirm this question made me excited, and my body involuntarily swayed. Hello, senior brother. I'm talking so much that my ears are starting to calluses. Why did you turn your head and forget again? The first to die on the battlefield are those who are too excited. I've said this many times, but they still don't listen. Do you really want to seek death? If you really want to die, you don't have to go to so much trouble. Just sink your head into the basin and drown. Why do we have to die in someone else's hands? It's because I forgot myself. Ignoring the opponent in front of me, I became excited just because I could compete with a master. Calm. The essence of Huashan's martial arts lies in the fine sword tip. Only when you can control the sword perfectly can you unleash its full power. As long as the sword is perfectly controlled. Regain consciousness. Calm down the mood. Calm. Stay calm again. Compete for a chance to speak. I had to say it before I remembered what to do. If this kid steps forward, things will definitely be easier. But he didn't choose this simple method and watched anxiously until the end. A person who is always held in their arms cannot grow. If children are not allowed to approach the shore due to fear of their knees being injured or falling into the water, so the child will never touch water for the rest of their life. Let go. Even if you are full of worries, you should believe them and let go. This is the right way for them to grow. I see. I thought I was better than that kid in leading my nephew forward. It seems that I still have a long way to go. Trust. Believe in my junior disciples. And the disciples of Huashan. Trust them. Amazing concentration. No, maybe he has transcended focus and entered a state of selflessness. Can I do this to him? Can't. At least not now. However, focus is only one aspect of martial arts. In the face of greater power, it doesn't have much significance. So fast. The last flying knife is too late to block. The clean and efficient speed of the action is astonishing. This is just a simple flying knife technique that injects internal energy and throws flying knives, but the high level of flying knife technique he displays is simply frightening. What's even scarier is, he seems to know how I can avoid a series of flying knives. Even if there is no poison on the flying knife, with such speed and accuracy, even a single blow can endanger one's life. Ambitious. He is indeed a master. However, don't shake. The sword is your hand. Remember it for me. Huashan martial arts lies in the delicate sword edge. Perfectly control the sword in hand. It is the only way to make plum blossoms bloom. The opponent is very strong. In danger. So what? Huashan plum blossom. Even if the storm rages and the blizzard rages, it still blooms as before. No matter what the environment is, plum blossoms are not disturbed and bloom brilliantly, standing firm and unmoved. With my sweat. With my efforts. Let it bloom. Let's go bloom. Qingming sword. Plum blossom. Penetrating. That's right. One flying knife, 10. I have heard people mention it before. Regarding the use of 11 flying knives in the Tang family's flying knife technique. The last of the 11 flying knives can take a person's life in ignorance and unconsciousness. The speed of the flying knife is very slow. Very slow. It flies at such a slow speed, and yet oddly it does not fall to the ground. However, will appear. It's bound to happen. The terrifying power it carries. Got you. Plum blossom. Next. Hiccup. I can't hold on anymore. But I won. I'm defeated. Completely defeated, with no room for defense at all. How is this possible? My son Xiaojie. I won. Talent. That's right, he used to have a talent for swordsmanship. But I am well aware that his talent in swordsmanship is only slightly stronger than that in business, and it is not particularly amazing. But it's my son who wasn't particularly outstanding before. I won. He defeated that Tang Jian. Uncle Master. I win. Oh, right. Uh-huh. What's happening in front of me? Suddenly. Vertigo. Master Uncle. Why did I bleed so much? I'm a little dizzy. Stop talking. Blood. Cannot stop. Oh, tisk. I can't even dodge a knife. The bleeding has stopped. TSK, if you go even half an inch deeper, your life will be in danger. What kind of unlucky words are you saying? Let's just curse him. I'm telling the truth. You're happy. The heart. He was never as happy as he is now when he defeated Wudang disciples and even obtained the mixed element pill. It seems that for him, the Tang family must be a huge and unparalleled wall. Now that he has crossed this wall, he will also gain more growth. After all, if we only talk about his talent in swordsmanship, he is not inferior to anyone in Huashan. But he still has a long way to go. It's not just swords that make plum blossoms bloom. There are still people. I hope he can take this as an opportunity to bloom like a flower. Give. Drinking a cup when feeling frustrated is the most effective. Have a good drink. You are making fun of. Do you think you'll never lose? How could that be? I'm not that arrogant yet. There are many older brothers in the Tang family who are stronger than me. Big-hearted, but they are all your older brothers. What? You haven't lost to your younger brother, have you? I guess I haven't lost to my peers before, have I? Although there are many people who are better than you now, you will always be able to catch up with them in the future. Is that what you think? He must have thought so. Heroes of this age all have the same ideas. They always dream that as long as they keep growing up like this, one day they will become the best in the world. Just like me in the past. But I have never lost before. But most young heroes cannot achieve this. They will always experience failure and accept their limitations. Can people who have never experienced failure become stronger? After the wound heals, the muscles will become firm. On the other hand, if you haven't been injured, your body wouldn't have become stronger. Don't you understand this? See how you chose. You need to use this defeated wound as a stepping stone to make yourself stronger. We still have to hold on to your great self-esteem and waste our time because of this injury. Comfortable. You don't have to be too disappointed about that either. Although it's a bit embarrassing now. But soon everyone will know that losing to that person is not something shameful. You keep your word. See you later. Can I ask you a question? You. How strong is it? You are far from my match now. But I can tell you. If your flying knives are not 11 but 12. Even I have to handle it carefully. How could you know that? Those. Overall, you should work hard. If you practice it, even if you can't defeat me in the future, you can still become the #1 in the Tang family. The guests said that they are leaving. It's as if I'd just been through a storm. Will the Tang family give up? Hard to tell. We should take our leave now. What will happen to Zhao Jie regarding this matter? It's hard to say, and I don't know either. As I mentioned earlier, this is a matter concerning the Tang family. I can only go back and report my defeat to Zhao Jie truthfully. How it will be after that will depend on how the family decides. I heard that the Tang family will repay their grievances. Although Tang Zhan doesn't seem to hold a grudge against us, his intentions don't necessarily represent the Tang family. No matter what, the Tang family will eventually take action to resolve this matter. It looks so similar. A long time ago. Well, once upon a time. Taoist brother. Hey Taoist brother. I told you to leave my share for me. When it comes to stabbing those bastards behind the back of the demon cult, no one can compare to me. This is the first time I've seen a bull-nosed Taoist like you, big brother, who speaks without using their mouth or sword. Taoist brother. Eldest brother. Tang family. Tang. And my nephews and nieces. Entrust. Sorry. I was unable to fulfill your last wish, and in the end, I did not protect the Tang family. But your unique skills have been passed down. The unique skill of 12 flying knives. Although he can only reach the level of 11 now. But one day, your descendants will throw 12 willow leaf flying knives into their hands. Of course, I will definitely prioritize the interests of Huashan. But don't worry about it. Even if the Tang family causes trouble, as long as it's not a big deal, I will spare them once. I'm all looking for your face. It's been a long time since we had a drink together. Although this wine no longer has the same taste as before. Qingming. Qingming, you guy. Get up. How do you drink so much? Ah. Don't shake. Dizzy. Can you drink so much alcohol without feeling uncomfortable, you crazy? I drank a full 5 bottles. Get up. Zhao Huizhu invited us to have breakfast together. What kind of etiquette is it for my nephew's family to drink like this? Disgraceful. I have fire in my hand. Is this Samadhi true fire? You're using that to force out the smell of alcohol. Oh my God. My wine. If this was in the past, I would never force out the alcohol. Uncomfortable is uncomfortable. What age did you start drinking? Didn't he say that Zhao will come find us? Let's go. Aunt? Clean up. Ah. Correct. You're here. Hey, hey. What's that expression on his face? Either control your expression well or just laugh out loud. I tried to control the corners of my mouth with force on my face, but couldn't help but dance repeatedly. With such a big mouth open, flies are about to crawl in. Are you that happy? He should also be happy about it. Defeating the Tang family in Sichuan is undoubtedly of great significance to Zhao Jie. Last night we were discussing big things, but there was a sudden setback. So I've specially invited all of you here this morning to have breakfast together and then discuss our strategy. You were talking about going to Yunnan, weren't you? You were right. I was extremely worried about letting my child go to Yunnan to stop him, but after watching yesterday's tournament, I have changed my mind. Everyone has trained Xiao Jie so well that even if he were to go to Yunnan with you, nothing big would happen. What do you mean by that? You were right. In fact, our Four Seas Chamber of Commerce has a long-standing relationship with Yunnan and has been in contact for a long time. So the Chamber of Commerce can send some small caravans to Yunnan. Coincidentally, the caravan is about to depart today, so you can travel with them. As for Xiao Jie, I shamelessly entrusted him to everyone. Thank you, Lord Zhao. Haha, why are you being polite to me? I should be grateful to all of you for raising my child so well. The caravan is expected to depart in the afternoon. After finishing your meals, everyone can tidy up and set off. Did everyone hear what Zhao Huizhu said? Immediately pack up and prepare to depart after finishing. Yes. Yes, uncle. I don't want it. Okay, so. What strange words just seemed to be inserted? I beg your pardon? I said I don't want to. I'm not going to Yunnan. So that's how it goes. You were beaten up by those guys from Huashan and didn't achieve anything. You came back so dejectedly. Is it? The person who did it was not Huashan Shenlong or Hua Zhengjian, but the second in command of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Correct. Do you know what these words mean? Tang Ba, Sichuan Tang family young master. Understand? I understand. You're still so confident. Are you the legitimate lineage of the Tang family or the son of the head of the family? What kind of identity did you lose to? Zhao Jie came back so dejectedly. Don't you know what consequences this will have? Next, everyone will watch our Tang family's jokes. And those who secretly don't take the Tang family seriously will definitely take this opportunity to stand out again. Oppose various actions of the Tang family and join forces with those sects outside. The 1,000-mile embankment was destroyed by an ant nest. Don't you understand this truth? I naturally understand this principle, big brother. This is talking about something important. It's the young master. How do you plan to take responsibility for all of this? If your mistake this time is minor, it will tarnish the reputation of the Tang family. In severe cases, it could jeopardize the Tang family's control over various families in Sichuan. These consequences cannot be compensated by sacrificing your life. I am willing to be punished. Good. Willing to be fined or punished. Say. You are well aware of how big a mistake you have made. Tang Chuanyue, Sichuan Tang family leader. Nature is self-evident. Then why do you look so happy? Because I have gained something from this trip. Harvest? I have found the path I want to take and understood the vastness of this world. I also know that there are countless people in this world who are stronger than me. I have ignited my fighting spirit and will work harder to surpass them. Therefore, how could I be afraid of this punishment in front of me? The person who is stronger than you refers to the second in command of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. I did lose to him, but if we compare again, the result will be different. But not necessarily for others. Are you referring to Huazheng Sword and Huashan Divine Dragon? Yes. Huazheng Sword is obviously stronger than Zhao Jie. This can be seen from his attitude towards Zhao Jie. But Huashan Shenlong? I don't know. You don't know? I don't know. I don't know if he's strong or weak. No, it's not so much martial arts as he is. I can't see through it. My realm cannot see through him. Tang Lamp. As far as I know, he is a child with a strong desire for victory or defeat. The Tang family's training is extremely ruthless, and anyone can't help but give up. Even before I became an adult, I had escaped from training 3 times. But only he persevered without complaint with a belief in wanting to become stronger. Although he only has a stronger desire to win or lose than me, for someone like him. Describing the Huashan Divine Dragon would be even more difficult for him than losing to someone else. Master, there's no need to listen to him anymore. Please order him to be punished before sending me to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. I will handle it cleanly and neatly. It was the disciple who overstepped the bounds. As you just said, that person's strength doesn't seem outstanding. I mean the Huashan Divine Dragon. In my opinion, it is indeed the case. But you care about him the most. Why? You should be aware that these names in the martial arts world have no meaning at all. What do you think is special about him besides his name? He knows the secret techniques hidden in the Tang family. The 12th flying knife thing. What? You said he knows the 12 flying knives. How could it be? Impossible. The Tang family's sky full of flowers and rain, as well as the shadowless poison, are well known to the world. If he knew about these two, it would not be surprising. The unique skill of the 12 flying swords is a secret of the Tang family and is now almost lost. You said he knows about the existence of this skill. Nowadays, it is impossible for anyone in the martial arts world to know the existence of the 12th flying knife. If someone who didn't know about the past told him, how could a child possibly lift the 12 flying daggers? Tang Zhan. Tell me in detail about your martial arts competition. Don't miss anything. Why is that? Why don't you go? What kind of temper are you playing? Anyway, I just won't go. Ah, 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 ah. Then you stay here and we'll go to Yunnan. You can live here, right? It's okay. However, senior brother, will the Tang family give up easily? How is that possible? They will definitely come to find us. That's why we need to go to Yunnan as soon as possible. If we stay here any longer, I don't know what kind of trouble will happen. What about the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce? You used the Dark Explosion Dagger but still lost. And he just saw the Dark Explosion Dagger and said that this move requires the cooperation of the 12th Flying Knife. This is impossible. If only seeing the Dark Explosion Dagger reveals this, it means that the child has a deeper understanding of martial arts than I do. Genius. Even a genius is indescribable. Get ready. Big. They were able to break into the door in the middle of the night yesterday, which shows that they attach great importance to suppressing Zhao Jie. But in the end, they not only failed, but also lost face by returning. Wait a minute. That is to say, Zhao Huizhu knows that the Tang family will come to seek revenge, but he still wants us to leave. Even if we leave, the Tang family will still come. I will personally go there. Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Leaving here won't solve the problem. I actually overlooked this point. The reason why he was acting inexplicably just now turned out to be because of this. You're already an adult, just say it directly. What kind of personality are you playing with? Zhao Huizhu seems that his trip to Yunnan can only be slightly postponed. We won't leave. Even if we have to leave, we have to wait until the dust settles on the matter of the Tang family. Young hero. After all, this matter was caused by us. We must be responsible to the end. How come it's because of us? It was the uncle who provoked it first. Shut up. Do you know how vicious the Tang family is? Although Xiao Jie defeated Tang Zhan, compared to the true power of the Tang family, Tang Zhan is just a child. Can't. You guys leave here immediately. Otherwise. It's too late. It came faster than I expected. It seems that they have already arrived. Head of the family. Head of the family. Tang family leader. I personally came to the door. Finished. Head of the family. Warehouse what? The head of the Tang family. Even if the elders intervene in the conflicts between the younger generations, the head of the Tang family actually came to the door in person. Wow. Suddenly, a big shot has arrived. Zhao Huizhu. Tang family head. The head of the Tang family personally came to the door. Where is he now? Waiting at the gate. This is waiting for me to go out. Okay, it seems there's still room for improvement. If the other party came to the door with the intention of seeing blood, then we would have been completely wiped out by now. He's waiting for us outside to open the door, which means he's still giving us dignity at this moment. Xiao Jie. It's my father. Promise me from now on that no matter what happens, you won't come out. What? Promise me quickly. Okay, I promise. The same goes for all of you. Absolutely cannot come out. You don't understand what it means to go against the Tang family in Sichuan. Never come out. Never do it. I also thought about making everyone escape immediately. But now that the head of the Tang family has arrived, escape has become impossible. Because as the head of the Tang family, he could never come alone. At present, the entire Four Seas Chamber of Commerce may have been secretly surrounded by the guards protecting him. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce is now. It has become a tiger's den. There is a fierce tiger behind this door. No, this person's ferocity is no longer comparable to animals like tigers. The truly chilling figure has come to tear apart my flesh and blood. Open. Door. There he is. The one who is always looked up to, who no one dares to look straight at. Super Spreader. I have seen you, the head of the Tang family, come with your grand presence, which has truly made my humble abode shine. Long time no see, Lord Zhao. I should have visited first. It's really my fault for making you humble yourself to a humble abode. Please punish me. Stop talking about the scene. I'm here to do something. I'll lead the way. Please come inside. PSO. Actually, I know it in my heart. At this point, I am powerless to do anything about it. Because the key to the current situation is not how I should respond, but why he personally came to the door. First, try to delay for now. Chairman Zhao. Yes. Tang family master. Are those Huashan kids inside? Those children refer to the group of children from Huashan. Lying in front of this man is meaningless. They are inside. Are you planning to? Groan. I want to meet those kids. His goal is not the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, but it's a disciple of Huashan. Zhao Huizhu. Correct. This shouldn't be difficult, right? That's natural, it's just. I have no excuse for being available. The kids are here, I can't think of any way not to hand them over. Master Tang, about what happened yesterday. Well, by the way. Congratulations. What the? I heard that your second son has achieved success in his studies. My family has lost a lot of face. That's all luck. How dare a dog be compared to Prince Tangjian? Tangjian, please speak up. There's room for defense for your defeat. No homeowner. Zhao Jie is stronger than me. That's right. Humility is a good thing, but excessive humility will only make the other person feel uncomfortable. This is something worth celebrating. Even if you are happy and joyful, it doesn't matter. If your son's talent could shine in my Tang family, it would be even better. Even if he can't, it's lucky that he can find a place where he can use his talents. Thank you very much, Master Tang. However, people are always more foolish than I imagined, bugs. They saw those talented people succeed and thought they could succeed too. What do you think of Zhao Huizhu towards this kind of person? These people may be foolish, but they shouldn't be unable to see their identity clearly. People with delusions are always in the minority. Is it? And what about you? Do you have those delusions? My delusion is to follow the Tang family leader. Well said. Then bring the children from Huashan over. But the Tang family leader and his team. Didn't you understand what I was saying? I have already said it twice. This is the third time. Bring the disciples of Huashan to me. I will not repeat myself a fourth time. A huge pressure fell on my body. My body feels powerless, as if I'm about to collapse in the next moment. But, those Huashan disciples are guests of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, dogs are also among them. As the chairman of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, I cannot hand over customers without reason. As a father, I would never give up my child. Even if the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce no longer exists. Which father in the world would give up his child out of fear of these things? If you must punish, just end this with my life. I believe that harming innocent people is not the style of the Tang family. I was wrong. It is indeed a good thing for children to achieve success in their studies. Tang family leader. However, this matter seems to have affected the judgment of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Let you temporarily immerse yourself in a beautiful dream. Even the Tang family's style of conduct has been forgotten. It's my fault for letting you forget the Tang way of doing things. I will tell you personally, what is the style of my Tang family? Make it unforgettable for you forever. Flee. Run away quickly. Don't. Help me. Help. Hello, uncle. Your temperament is too strange, isn't it? You. It's the Huashan Divine Dragon. Ask while knowing the answer. Qingming Festival Young Hero. I'm not asking you not to interfere. Oh, Zhao Huizhu, haven't you noticed yet? That uncle came here intentionally to say these words to me. That's right, isn't it? Hiccup. Breathe out. Huashan Divine Dragon. You are different from what I expected. But none of this matters. Just let me take a look. What kind of person are you? Wait a minute, Wait a moment. I have met the head of the Tang family. The younger generation is a second-generation disciple of Huashan during the day. The original is Washengjian. Tang, the head of the Tang family, has heard of the younger generation. Gee, the younger generation, feels honored. This lunatic can't distinguish who can provoke whom, can't he? Or is it that he doesn't even know the meaning of the name Tang Chuan Yue? It's just ridiculous. Is there really anyone in the Central Plains today who doesn't know that he is the famous Poison King? Even the head of Huashan must treat the head of the Tang family with respect here. I knew this kid was crazy, but I never thought he could go so crazy. No matter what else. Just the amazing sense of oppression I just felt. I can hardly catch my breath just standing in front of him. This is the legendary Peerless Master. My nephew has offended many younger generations just now, so I apologize on his behalf to you. If you insist on imposing punishment, please punish the younger generation. You. Correct. The younger generation is responsible for looking after these children. So. It's not like that. You move aside. Hiccup. That uncle didn't even take his senior uncle seriously. He was after me from the beginning to the very end. What are you talking about? Anyway, that's it. I must step forward. Because from the moment he stepped into the inner courtyard, his killing intent came straight towards me. He came specifically for me. Take a good look. This person is a character. Tang Chuan Yue actually made this guy say such things. Could it be that he is also nervous? So how? You must have something going on in this formation, right? You're a little nervous, aren't you? Matter. Well, you must have something to do when you come to find someone, right? I have a question to ask you. Do you think anyone can be so reckless in front of me and still live well? Have. Of course there is. There must be such a person, right? If it weren't for that, I could have been the first one too. What kind of holy is this kid? I've been unleashing my killing intent on this kid since just now. Faced with such a powerful killing intent, even my sons would faint in fear. But this kid seems to be very familiar with it, with a calm and composed demeanor. Just from his appearance, he doesn't seem strong, but that alone doesn't dispel my doubts. This kid is unpredictable. Either ordinary or unremarkable. Either unfathomable or unfathomable. Do you want to give it a try? That's exactly what I meant. Before that, I would like to know your thoughts. Do you think I won't take your life? Correct. Are you so certain about the plum blossom on your chest because you believe in it? Do you think Huashan can be your backing? There's no backing at all. What's the use of facing the Tang family's Hua Mountain? What kind of bullshit backing? I am the backing of Manhwa. Although my surname is also Tang, I have no feelings for the Tang family's place. Because if it's beneficial, they can even betray me. I'm not joking. And places like the Tang family, if I were harmful to the family, they wouldn't hesitate to take my life. They're going to take your life. Ah, how could those guys possibly harm my life? I am the Dark Lord. I don't believe in Manhwa, but in the Tang family. Believe in the Tang family. What does this mean? I heard that in the Tang family, you will do anything that is beneficial to the family, no matter what means it. If this is true, then you can't possibly take my life. What's the reason? Because I will become the number one in the world. It will also make Huashan the top sect in the world. If you take my life now, it's just to eliminate an enemy in the future. But if you make friends with me in the future, you will be the best friend in the world. Isn't it clear which one is more advantageous? It's amazing. He completely saw through my intention to come here in person. My intentions haven't even been understood by my sons yet. He actually saw through them. Where did such a character come from? You're smart. You're a bit too smart. This is quite obvious. According to what you said, if you become the number one in the world in the future, then the Tang family will be your friends. My friend is naturally a double-edged sword, taking photos of the liver and gallbladder with Mro. As long as you need it, the Tang family will definitely help you with all their strength, without reservation. Really? If the Tang family could really do this, I would have thanked them first. However, you have to prove to me that you will become the number one in the world in the future. This is not an empty statement. Only then can everything be concluded. But if you can't prove it, if you're just playing with my Tang family, then you have to leave your life here. No matter how strong you are then. My Tang family will spare no effort to erase you here. Qingming Festival. Qingming? Are you capable of doing it? It's okay, he wouldn't have taken my life, would he? But he said he could. From now on. Don't blink, watch carefully. I believe in that kid's strength. After all, his strength is beyond doubt. Only, can he really fight against the Tang family leader? Even before his birth during the Qingming festival, the other party had already gained worldwide fame as a peerless master of the Tang family. Can he withstand it? No, it's still not possible. No matter what I think, it's impossible. Don't let them touch. Unmixed. Junior. His ultimate goal is to make Huashan the number one in the world. If there is a chance of losing the competition, that person will escape even if they try their best. Upon careful consideration, it is indeed true. That guy's ultimate goal is not to become the world's number one, but to make Huashan the world's largest commodity. He can tolerate any humiliation to achieve this goal. In other words, if he had no chance of winning due to his temperament, he wouldn't have cared about his face. He would have turned around and ran away long ago. This guy, please take action. It should be worth believing, right? May God bless us. May this trust not go wrong. If this guy gets into a crisis, I will act without hesitation. Even if the other party is the head of the Tang family. But why me? I don't think I did anything, did I? Why did you point the finger at me, Senior Zhao Jie? You said you needed a 12th flying knife, right? I am very curious about this. How did you learn about the hidden skills of the Tang family? What is hidden? Ah. Cough up. Taoist brother. Let me tell you the secret. What? This matter must not be leaked, big brother. Only you know. People think I only use 11 flying knives. But in fact, I still hide the 12th flying knife. That's the one I killed last time, leaving nothing behind. Have not even a fragment of armor remaining. Ah, how could you say that? It hurts my self-esteem so much. How could this lunatic talk about the family's secrets like the village gossip? So this person is not here to kill and silence, is he? in order to get rid of me who knew their family secrets. Why am I becoming increasingly uneasy? You're not really going to die, are you? I just made a rough guess about that, but I didn't expect to hit it right. That speculation is very important. The method to prove what you just said is very simple. 10 moves. Under my command, I have managed 10 moves. If you can do it, I will recognize you as the best person in the world among young people. 10 moves. Hello, do you really want human life? How can you expect a younger generation to pick you up? The best in the world naturally has this strength. Being able to withstand 10 moves under you is naturally the first person among the younger generation in the martial arts world. How could someone who can do this be just a rising star? Okay, then let's give it a try. Okay, but don't forget our agreement. I will dig up the bottom of the Tang family. As long as you can do it. I heard you cracked my son's flying knife technique. Well, that was cracked by senior brother Zhao Jie. All the same, I will use the same flying knife technique. You should feel honored to confront me with this flying knife. In the long history of the Tang family, there was once a person who mastered the art of flying knives, and this flying knife was the treasure he used. The soul-chasing dagger has returned to the Tang family. My pleasure. Honored? The word honored is not appropriate enough. After all, this method of death cannot be considered honorable. 1 move. I beg your pardon? The attack just now was considered a move. There are still 9 moves left now. Hey, 9 moves. More than enough to take your life. No, you will regret it. You will regret wasting a move like this. I will tell you why this move was your failure. Just use this sword. That's amazing. Watching this child's sword blade, some emotions that I had forgotten for a long time surged out again. What is this feeling? You rewrite. It's fear. As the Poison King Tang Chu and Yue, I feel fear from a child younger than my son. Breathe out. Ha ha ha. I won't show mercy. I had no intention of holding back from the beginning. Because if he can't stop my flying knife and dies like this, it means this guy's strength is just that. And it doesn't matter if one of these people dies. Hit it. He hit the soul-chasing dagger that injected me with extremely strong internal energy. With the power of this sword, it is reasonable to say that if he rashly attacks or blocks the sword body, he will be broken and the soul-chasing dagger will pierce his neck. But he didn't use much force and just waved it so easily that the soul-chasing dagger was misplaced. I'm afraid no one present understands how difficult it is to achieve this. It seems that I underestimated you too much. I told you would regret it. Good. Such being the case. From now on, I will do my best. Breathe out. Just relying on true qi can create vortices in the surrounding area. A slight mistake in such power could really endanger one's life. The disadvantage of flying knife technique is that once the flying knife is released, it is difficult to retract it. The key now is not whether the other party has the intention to kill me or not. Even if he has no intention of taking my life, just a small accident, I will be decapitated. Flying knives are coming towards me from all directions. But their speeds are not the same. Flying in different directions, but at the same time. Plum blossom. Sword curtain. 5 reconstruction children. This time it's 5. Very powerful. Manhwa Jushin. Hiccup. Wrist. Damn. The wrong action revealed a loophole. There is also a 5th flying knife. The 6th one. I'm about to get stabbed. Blow one's breath. Ha ha. He was able to avoid the 5 thunder chain, but he even managed to dodge the deadly move of lightning. Such strength has far exceeded the level of a rising star. It's already very strong. This child is already very strong. 4 moves. I said, there are 6 moves left. Chest sword. 6 tricks. If it's just to prove, then everything has already ended. If this competition is meant to prove that he is indeed the first among the younger generation, then this goal has already been achieved. Perhaps soon he will cross Mount Hua and become the world's first sword. However, my mood is very strange. I still want to explore. Where is this guy's limit? What is hidden behind this impenetrable monster? Even if the first person of this younger generation dies at my hands in the end, I am also willing to spare no effort. What? He rushed over. Ahem, the impact on the wrist. An accidental wrist can break. But we have to hold on. As long as we hold on until the end of this competition. Let's talk about it later. 5 moves. Attempting to break through with brute force without using swordsmanship. Interesting. Can you also defeat this move with 1 blow? Soul 7 stars. There are too many flying knives in this move to defeat them one by one. But if you step back, you will be tripped and killed by the accompanying flying knife changes. But this move. It's Tang Biyu's unique skill. This move. I'm already tired of watching it. 6 moves. He broke through the flying knife and came forward. That's the move. But the speed and power he displayed were far from comparable to Tang Jin's. This blow cannot be avoided. Break it down. Plum Blossom. 7 moves. My body has been backfired. The sword was used too quickly to deal with the powerful attack. This move is currently affecting me. It doesn't matter. Bring your destiny. Come. Let go of me. I'm going to kill him. I want you to calm down. Calm down, what? Calm down, that old thing. Take Qingming. Qingming did not die. Ha ha. Almost died. He actually caught my flying knife with his teeth. I clearly targeted his weaknesses. Normally, he should have been stabbed in the front with a flying knife and died. However, he actually bit the flying knife with his mouth at that moment. How could he have such a reaction between electric sparks and flint? Extraordinary. Although it's all about improvisation, having such adaptability at the critical moment of life is truly remarkable. At least from this, it can be seen that he is not the kind of fool who would waste his talents. This amazing martial arts and adaptability. And that strange and experienced style. Even a genius is not enough to describe this kid's stunning talent. 8 moves. There are still 2 moves left. It's time to get serious. Dinyin still has 2 moves left. If you can even catch this, that means you won. Another dark explosion dagger. Danger of being too close. Different. This is different from before. Can't hold on. Even if avoided in the end, it will still be swept into the vortex. Don't even think about it. This is not a situation that can be resolved by thinking about it. Trust the sword. My sword carries the whole of Manhwa. My sword is Manhwa. Huashan is my sword. Just trust my own sword. Believe in my sword. The lush plum blossom branches will not be broken no matter how fierce the trials are. Finally, the plum blossom bloomed. After 100 years of wind and frost, it blooms again. Above my sword's edge. 24 seasons plum blossom sword technique. Plum blossoms are difficult to wall. If one sword cannot stop it, then I will wield dozens of more swords. If dozens of swords don't work, then swing a few hundred more swords. The plum blossoms in Huashan will continue to bloom. Sea flowers are difficult to wall. No matter the time of day or night. Winter comes after autumn. Over the years, time has passed by. The plum blossoms of Mount Hua will bloom again after a short period of withering. No matter how powerful the power in the world is, it cannot escape the cycle of reincarnation. Keep blooming. Continuously blooming and thriving. Plum blossoms are difficult to wall. The momentum of the flying knife has weakened. Blocked. I told you before. Different. Here we go. Stronger power than before. 10th move. He wants to counterattack head-on. How is this possible? Mortal. It's too late to avoid it. Pure brightness. This. Is this your judgment? If so, I believe you. Show me. Let me see what exactly is the sword of Mount Hua. Final move. 7 plum blossom sword. Flower. Defeated it. I am almost at my limit now. But it's not over yet. The 10th move is not over yet. Coming. Revolve. The combo from dark explosion to spinning targets the unguarded back. Countless masters have died under this ruthless tactic. But I am also familiar with this move. Because I've already grown tired of this move. Come on. Forward. Into the fray. Go forward. Because it's in the front, not behind. It's what I want to hold in my palm. Victory. It's over. "10 ways to. Hey you. You're a fraud. Son. You. You. You bastard. I don't even know what reputation is. How dare it decide my victory? Homeowner. I am doing it for you. Shut up. Pure brightness. Qingming festival is not allowed. Pure brightness. Qingming, wake up. Qingming. Ah, you bastards. He. Yes, master. Send the Huashan dragon god to the medical hall. Tell them to save him at all costs. If Mount Huashanlong is dead, then the main hall of the medical hall. All the elders in the Liantong medicine hall were beheaded. The young master is the same. It is. The head of the family. He will be definitely saved. Don't come here. Hua Zhengjian, calm down. I'm very calm, otherwise I would have stabbed you in the throat with a sword long ago. The medical skills of the Tang family are renowned throughout the world. In this Sichuan, the best way to cure the dragon of Huashan is by the Tang family. But now what I can't believe the most is the Tang family. I lose. In this battle, I lose. And losing very ugly. Therefore, please at least give me a chance to make amends and restore my reputation, proving that the Tang family is not a shameless person. Please. Can he survive? We will save him. Even if the Tang family spares everything. These words. You'd better keep your word. What's the matter with me? The bloody smell rushing into the nose. Almost skin-burning killing intent. So unfamiliar. Too unfamiliar. Taoist brother. What are you doing? What kind of god did you suddenly leave during the battle? This doesn't sound like you, Taoist brother. Tang Bu. I don't know either. Maybe a little tired. It's time to get tired. After all, we've been fighting continuously for 3 days now. Oh, hey. Brother, it looks like you're really tired. I've even spoken a little less, unlike you. Shall I give you a pill? Forget it. I don't believe what you gave me. Ah, Taoist, you're like this again. If someone hears about the Tang family's secret elixir, they might want to close their eyes and swallow it. Don't you believe in the Tang family? That's the Tang family. Of course, I believe in the Tang family. I just don't believe you. You're here again. I'm really sad because you're like this. I've already said that I accidentally gave the wrong poison last time. You can only say with your mouth that I really want to slap you. After eliminating those guys' special forces this time, the situation will shift towards our side, right? I should be able to. After all, we have put in so much effort. How many times have I told you that if you don't treat your wound, it can be very troublesome? Oh. Never mind, it will be fine by itself. It will be good. But it will be better if you apply some medicine. Ah, this medicine is very expensive. It's all stuck on my clothes. Hey, what are you doing tearing clothes for? This is the Tang family's unique golden ulcer medicine that even with money, one cannot buy. Give it to you and be grateful. You're not polite when you keep saying you dislike Tang family things. These are two different things. I didn't understand before. I don't understand why the Tang family is so stingy with every penny. But now I seem to understand. If there is no power, everything is just empty talk. If the Tang family were stronger, they wouldn't have been forced to flee from Sichuan to such a far place. Many members of the tribe wouldn't just lose their lives like this. Brother Taoist, I've been thinking lately. If I had listened to my family back then and not interfered in the family's decisions and everything. But instead, they choose to believe in them and let them do it. Will the Tang family be stronger and bigger? In that case, would the Tang family be able to have one more person survive? Don't say those useless words. If that were the case, the Tang family might actually face a direct confrontation with the demon cult and the entire clan would be destroyed. Me too. So I think as long as the war is over, I'll help the head of the family, that kid. After all, before I had the title of Grand Elder, I had never seriously assisted them. You were already reckless and causing trouble before. Causing trouble with one's temper. That's you, big brother. Oh, the weather is really bad. It's so gloomy, haha. Causing trouble with one's temper. What he said is not entirely wrong. After all, my contribution to the sect is only the title of Plum Blossom Sword Master. Shallah, I have always lived my life recklessly, without properly teaching my disciples or guiding my descendants. When the war is over, by then, everything will be different. Taoist brother, please promise me one thing. If I die in this war, please take care of the Tang family for me. What nonsense are you talking about? Although I am the Dark Lord, my chances of survival are much higher than my older brothers. Take this as my brother's last wish and take care of the children of the Tang family. If you keep talking nonsense, get out of here. I really want to give you a sword. Oh, Taoist brother, please don't do this. I'll give you 1,000 poison pill. I really did it. Wait a minute. Oh, it's not that difficult. If you want to strengthen the Tang family, then you can do it yourself. You must survive no matter what. What are the dead thinking about? About what will happen after they die. If you die, everything will end. Although that's the case, it's still different. The Taoist elder brother is a transcendent Taoist who naturally does not understand this kind of feeling, but even if I die, there will still be others alive, won't there? There is still such a thing in this world. Like an unresolved concern. Don't push things onto others, do your own things. However, I will end this war. I will take down the head of that celestial demon. So you supported me until then. Good. Shall we make an appointment? It's really useless to just talk about these things. With Big Brother's skills, he can definitely do it. 1 month. Less than a month later, Tang Bu was killed in action. Bandage. It seems like I'm not dead. I won't die just because of this injury. In my previous life, I almost broke my waist in two, but I survived. However, this is these guys. It seems like I'm used to being poor and sleeping so soundly on the ground. They haven't slept for 3 days. He said he wants to stay by your side until you wake up. You wake up. 3 days. I wanted to give them a break, but they not only didn't listen, they drew their swords on me. They were already very nervous, and I was worried that if I continued, something might happen, so I clicked on their sleeping hole. At least arrange them in a more comfortable place. They'd wake up at slightest movements. How am I supposed to place you? It seems that the relationship between you two is very close. If the children of the Tang family could be like you, then I could also worry less. I'm really envious. What is there to envy? Just take care of it alternately. Why do all 4 people have to endure? These idiotic youths. That's really stupid. However, there is an indescribable strange emotion that runs through my heart. Huashan Shenlong. I apologize to you, see, huh? This thing happened because I was careless for a moment. I didn't expect that Guy Tang Ba would do such a despicable thing. I know no matter what I say will not redeem me. But I will do my best to make up for your request for forgiveness. Firstly, I admit that I lost this duel. According to the agreement, Huashan Qingming will always be a guest and friend of the Tang family in Sichuan. If you want, I can also take Tang Ba's head and give it to you. I have no way to teach my son. As long as it can redeem oneself, as long as it can restore the reputation of the Tang family that fell into the quagmire, I am willing to do anything. He had to accept it now that he had reached this point, right? That's it. That's it. No doubt. What else? Oh my goodness, heavens. I stabbed someone in the stomach. What friend? Oh hey, do you want to easily expose this matter? Furthermore, parents should be held responsible for their children's mistakes. How can we silently shift all the responsibility onto the child? Hey, neighbors. This is the style of the Tang family. This is the Tang family. Nowadays, people who say they don't know anything and blame their children for everything can be considered aristocrats. Oh, hey, this is really such a place. It can even be called a prestigious family. All the famous families I know seem to be extinct. Wrong. I should go to Chengdu and let everyone know just what the Tangs are up to. Just pass on the message to the courtesans. I estimate that this news will spread throughout the world in 3 days. Yo. You calm. Oh, hey, that's not right. In that case, my brain won't be able to hold on. After all, you can all throw flying knives and sneak attack during the martial arts competition. Do you still care if you want an extra hit from me? If that's the case, you're already dead now. What? No, nothing. I was wrong. Such being the case. What did you want? Are you asking knowingly? Of course, it was compensated. If someone was stabbed and an apology was enough, it would be resolved. What do we need the Yamen to do? Where else in the world would there be a war? No, that's right. We should compensate you. But what should be compensated for? Let me think about it carefully. How can we take care of the Tang family's family background? How can we achieve a win-win deal? But what? Can you give me a very precious thing to replenish first? 1,000 poison pills. The 1,000 poison. There aren't many left in the Tang family either. So let me taste it first. Tang Bu, no worries. I will take good care of the Tang family. If you're not satisfied, why don't you come back to life and give it a try? This bandit-like guy. So precious 1,000 poison pills. Head of the family. The young master will no longer be your brother. What? If you were the Huashan Divine Dragon, you wouldn't be willing to cooperate with a family led by someone who has attacked you before, would you? Coco is the head of the family. The strength of Huashan Shenlong is beyond doubt. But even though he is the #1 person in the world, the situation in Huashan where he is located is really worrying. If the place he is in already has strong power and financial resources, why does he need to ally with us? It is precisely because Huashan today does not have the space for us to showcase ourselves as we did in the past. We use them while they rely on us. This is the best thing for both of us. The position of young family head is vacant. You have to compete with your brothers. The child will work hard. I have another task to entrust to you. The Tang family must have someone to befriend the Huashan Divine Dragon. Based on my observation, the Huashan Divine Dragon is very lenient towards its own people. If you can become his own person, the Tang family can benefit more from surpassing their alliance with him. Head of the family. I don't care about the position of the young head of the household. But if this is beneficial for the Tang family, I will do my best. Good. This time it must succeed. Following the orders of the homeowner, capture the heart of the Huashan divine dragon. Make sure to befriend him. ICO. What's on your mind? My hands are not moving anymore. Oh, sorry. Ah, do the Tang family even play fans very well? Truly the invincible Tang family. Isn't this just doing odd jobs? Ah, wow. Delicious. Why is a person who has been stabbed so lively? Let's not talk about that. You're not too good looking, are you? When I sit up and get hit by a knife, it hurts a lot, and I can't do anything about it. I can only lie down until it improves. Should we teach him a lesson while he's injured? Whatever. He will always understand it in the future. This meat soup is really fragrant and mellow. I burned my neck. Oh, I was expecting too much. It seems that you don't know that in the Tang family, eating well, drinking well, and resting well are the true manners. So senior brothers, don't have any burden. Eat quickly. Is there anything lacking in accommodation? Ah, Lord Tang. Thanks to you being very comfortable. Speaking of which, Sichuan cuisine is really delicious. Although it's a bit spicy. Once you get used to it, you won't feel spicy anymore. Well, so I plan to keep eating until I get used to it. Chewy. So spicy. Splendid. He was clearly experiencing Tang family food for the first time, yet he was able to enjoy it without any worries. Because they were good at using poison, most of the visitors were wary of the Tang's food and wine. But he was so reassured, which shows that Huashan Shenlong trusts the Tang family very much. Great. Is he laughing or angry? Both are right. But what's up with you? Are we going to have dinner together? No need. Those. Nothing happened. I just came over to take a look. Let's see how you guys are doing. What is that? Is it a human head? Why did it happen to be you? Why does this uncle look like this? I would like to introduce someone to you. If you young people could get closer to each other. It's also a good thing. That's right. Come in. Come on. This is my daughter. Say hello. Tang Xiaoxiao, the only daughter of the Tang family. I have met all the heroes of Huashan. Follower. Who knows if the introducer introduced us to this kind of person? That follower has been following me for a moment without leaving. When I eat, she cooks. When I drink, she pours. That posture even made her follow me to the thatched cottage. Then you should escape back to your own room. Why did you come to my room? Uncle, I was really scared, that's why I hid here with you. Although I heard about the name of Tang Chu in Yue, the poisonous king, I never expected him to use such a scheme. That clingy girl is clearly a toxic girl, not an only woman. Ha, you're not wrong about that. What else? Getting married. What a bullshit kiss. What kind of person did I become, a Taoist? Have I gone crazy? I got married to the daughter of the Tang family leader. But it also shows that they have high hopes for us, doesn't it? He's willing to send his only daughter over. It seems like he really likes you. Hey, could you please tell him there's no need? Valuing and treating me with poison. In my opinion, this is that uncle. The ultimate move. Why isn't it coming out? It's time to come out now, isn't it? Sister, it's time to stop. What are you saying? Don't worry about it. That's weird. He has no reason to hide from me. Why? I am so beautiful. Who will avoid me? Is it because he is a Taoist that he doesn't understand appreciation? Or is it because he lived in a remote and impoverished area for too long and didn't know how to appreciate beauty? Why on earth did he avoid me? Isn't it because he has no interest in women? Is there a man in the world who is not interested in women? That's really strange. Jie is usually afraid to avoid marriage. Why did she suddenly become so eager to get married? You really like Hua Shenlong. Genre, yesterday was the first time I saw him. At least we need to have some understanding to talk about liking it, right? I don't have any magical ability to see through people's hearts. Why are you suddenly so proactive? If I miss this opportunity, where do you think I will marry in the future? My father loves me very much. But he is also the head of the Tang family. Father, if he has to choose between Tang and himself, he will definitely choose Tang. So when he can't drag on anymore, he can only marry me into a suitable family. In the end, I will have to marry into those powerful and influential families in Sichuan. But I would suffocate in that kind of place. Think about it, you have to follow the rules from eating, drinking, to even walking. Can you live such a life? It's really difficult. But what can I do? I can only accept fate. Because this is the fate that the daughters of the Tang family cannot escape from. However, that person, he is the first young person in the world recognized by his father. So you think if you want to get married, you should marry the best person in the world and get the title of the best lady in the world. Am I crazy? What's the use of that name? It's not like I became the number one in the world. If he can reach the highest level in the world, he will definitely be busy practicing, so he won't have time to go home. In this way, I will be alone in the empty chamber, withering like a flower. Why did you have such a tragic marriage? Where could there be a better marriage than this? Good. I think that life would be 100 times better than being controlled everywhere. This kind of marriage that allows me to live my own life without worrying about others. Once missed, there won't be any more. Don't let such an opportunity slip. I want to catch this Huashan divine dragon even if I die. Although my father opposes it, he cannot live for me for the rest of my life. Whether or not. So Auntie had already planned it. But Huashan Shenlong is not the kind of person who can be easily taken down. Although I don't know much about it, I don't think everything will go as smoothly as Auntie imagined. What are you thinking about again, kid? How could I force him to submit? He's someone that even his father approves of. I can only respect and care about him. What about emotions? What is emotion? Two people living together and supporting each other naturally give rise to feelings of shared joys and sorrows. This is what emotions are all about. This idea is too realistic. In short, there is no better marriage for me than this. Upon closer inspection, his appearance is also quite attractive. Although I am very dissatisfied, the way he looks at me is like looking at a stone on the roadside. But over time, his attitude will always change. You're really full of fighting spirit. As long as we are clear about the future of Tang's daughter. No one can easily blame Jie for being so proactive. Without the recognition of the Tang family, even the Tang family's secret techniques and martial arts cannot be practiced. Just because she's the daughter of the Tang family, she hasn't really seen the outside world. Living in the Tang family like a captive flower. When the time comes to sell for a price, one can only be arranged to marry someone. How could such a marriage be happy? Genre. It's Auntie. I must live a happy life. The first key to the door of happiness is now there. Anyway, I have to marry that Taoist. Can you help me? In exchange, I will also help you. Make you the uncle of the world's #1 person. Good. I believe, sister. Young hero. Qingming Xiaoxia. That's really strange. Where did he go when there was no one in the room? I lost. 0-0, I really lost to her. Hiccup. The wound is still hurting. It's just that someone of the Tang family leader's level actually caused me to be injured. Damn it, it's really getting weaker. Although it was indeed Tang Chuanyua's son who attacked me, it is not a reason at all. After all, despicable things on the battlefield are commonplace, and sneak attacks are also a technique. If I could be a little stronger, a surprise attack of that level wouldn't hurt me at all. Mixed Yuan Dan. There is also the 1,000 poison pill. Is this all right? Although it's risky if everything goes as I want. The drawback of insufficient internal strength can be completely solved. Although it has not yet reached the level of the previous life, there will not be a situation like this where one cannot exert their true strength due to insufficient internal strength. Wait for the body to heal first. Young hero. Qingming Xiaoxia, let me talk to you. Why do you always have to run away? I'll buy you some candy to eat. Stop it. What kind of bullshit candy? Hey kid, you're not stopping me yet. Oh, there. Right there. Why did you just go there? Right enough. It seems that she really doesn't dare to come in here casually. Here you go. Ready to go? Drink it. This tea is cold. How could anyone want to marry their daughter to a Taoist priest? Even if she's your own flesh and blood, there's no need for her to behave so blatantly, right? Blatant. I'm not blind. How could I be willing to take my daughter? Isn't this instructed by the Tang family leader? Of course not. Why does she keep pestering me? Does my father really want to see me marry those old men? Just be ruthless, close your eyes and introduce me to him. Just introduce me. How should I know? Let someone like you, who only sees wealth, be my son-in-law. Don't dream, I'm just following her temporarily. Why does that sound so strange? What happened to me? You are indeed extraordinary in martial arts. But you're not a good person, are you? Why is this person so sensitive in such matters? As a father, I naturally hope that my daughter can marry a good person instead of someone with high martial arts skills. Now it's just because I'm hindered by the Tang family leader and it's difficult for me to interfere too much. It seems that you are in a difficult situation. It's really difficult. This uncle is interesting. Seemingly highly valued for profit, but also highly valued for reputation. He acts calmly and can even sacrifice his family, but at the same time he has warmth. He is a person completely different from Tang Bu. However, this is also normal. After all, he is the head of the Tang family and naturally cannot do as he pleases like Tang Bu. If it weren't for Tang Bu's exceptional talent in martial arts, let alone getting into the position of a senior elder in the Tang family, Tang Bu would have had such a temperament. Even if expelled from the house, it's not surprising. But I believe that you and Huashan will become my breakthrough point. Get down to business. Are you ready? Of course. Okay, then you can speak now. What do you want from the Tang family? Then I won't waste my words either. Do the Tang family want to form an alliance with Huashan? To be precise, the target of my alliance is not Huashan, but you. But I am inseparable from Huashan. I understand. But I hope you can also understand one thing. As long as you can use Huashan for my Tang family, the alliance between Huashan and the Tang family can be formed. Supporting Huashan is not a difficult task for us. I hope you can remember that the Tang family is willing to pay these for you. That means the dominant Tang family in Sichuan is willing to support the entire Hua Mountain for me alone. This is indeed quite exaggerated. But you are worth it. Your lies are really skillful. What do you mean by that? Don't look at me with such a serious expression. I'm not saying that Master Tang's words just now had impure intentions. It's just that your kind attitude really makes me uncomfortable. It seems like you're still too young to see the situation clearly. That's right, your martial arts are indeed excellent, but we still don't know what the future holds. You should know that not all tiger cubs can become tigers. From this point of view, Huashan is not qualified to negotiate terms with Tang Jiaping on an equal footing. Even if you become the #1 in the world in the future, it will still be the same. Because it's difficult for you alone to make the entire Huashan Mountain stronger. Just because I saw your personal growth potential, Huashan wanted to negotiate with Tang Jiaping and others. What for? It's reasonable for you to think so. But the so-called negotiation is not conducted between equal people. But it's between people in need. Now it's not Huashan that needs the Tang family. But the Tang family needs Huashan, right? What does he know when he says that? Is this the Tang's place? You rewrite. There's a Mei below and Qingming to the left. To the right is Wudang, and to the top is Zhongnan. There's still a bit of darkness down there, but they let it go. After all, their position has little impact on the overall situation. I finally see the real emotions on your face. Maybe this person's suppressed nature jumps out like Tang Bu. However, as the head of the Tang family, one must not be someone who is naturally unconventional and changeable. What he wants is obvious. Practical benefits. Only tangible benefits can move him. Such a profit-driven person is so actively promoting something that harms their own interests. What do you want to say? Isn't that quite a coincidence? What? The situation of being surrounded on all sides. And they are all 9 major gangs that are equally strong or stronger than the Tang family. Think about the beggars all over Sichuan again. TSK, this is really tightly packed. I think you misunderstood something. We have no animosity with the 9 factions. On the contrary, we can also be considered comrades in arms with them. That's right too. Indeed, before the defeat of the evil sect. Whether it's the 5 great families or the 9 factions, they can naturally unite in the face of a common enemy. But if that enemy disappears, the united people will fall apart due to their own interests and search for new enemies. Even comrades who have been on the same path all along will go their separate ways. What do you want to say now? Other aristocratic families don't have much influence. After all, the Southern Palace Peng family and several large aristocratic families such as Murong are all located on the east side. Only the Tang family is on the west side. And the Tang family's connection to the other prominent families is controlled by the 9 sections. In other words, it was said to be one of the 5 great families, but in the end, only the Tang family was surrounded. Only the Tang family fell into the encirclement of the 9 factions and was under pressure on all sides. And this is definitely not the situation that the Tang family wants to see, right? Due to this situation, the Tang family now needs allies. An ally who helps you restrain these 9 prestigious sections. Behind Wudang and Zhongnan. It's just an excellent position to restrain these 2 factions. Huashan is located here. Practical benefits. Touching his tangible interests. If we consider the Central Plains as a huge chessboard, to get rid of this encirclement, we can't ask for help from the inside, but only can drop the pieces outside. Because as the condition is already encircled, dropping the pieces from the inside cannot change the situation. Do you think Huashan can have such great value? Based on the fact that Huashan, which is no longer part of the 9 schools, It is precisely because Huashan is not one of the 9 sects that it is valuable, right? If we have already joined the 9 factions and are naturally associated with other 9 factions, how could we be willing to join forces with the Tang family? Master Tang also thinks I'm not wrong, right? I'm sure you clearly stated that you are a comrade in arms, but when it comes to a close relationship, it's just that. He's right. Although people usually don't speak so bluntly, the fact is that. Master Tang, let's open the skylight and speak frankly. Your real intention is to win over Huashan and use us to contain and surround the 9 major sects of the Tang family, right? Once the news of Huashan joining hands with the Tang family came out, the 9 great sects would naturally be afraid of Huashan and would spare no effort to suppress it. In this way, their containment of the Tang family will also be reduced. That guy. He saw right through it. I underestimated him too much. He's not a silly kid who only has martial arts skills. Perhaps he is not the one being played with in the hands of the stock market. But it's me. I misunderstood you. What do you think I am? A young man with martial arts skills. Actually, you are a young man with strong martial arts skills. Tang Bu, this stinky kid. When people leave, they don't even discipline their younger generations properly. I confess. That's exactly what I planned. So Huashan has no intention of forming an alliance with the Tang family. It's not natural. But the result of this alliance was that the Tang family benefited, getting a respite from the encirclement, while Huashan paid the price and was subject to more constraints. That's not fair. We want a fair price. It's not a superficial alliance, but a tangible and fair benefit. That's what counts as negotiation. Cost. I understand, then One thing needs to be clarified first. This alliance is not about the Tang family providing assistance to Huashan. But Huashan accepted the request of the Tang family. Before listening to your price, please put away your lofty posture. I am now representing Hua Mountain. It seems like I was wrong. Tang Chuanyue, the head of the Tang family, was disrespectful and offended. We still hope that Haihan, the Taoist priest of Huashan Qingming Festival, will be honored. I accepted your apology. How can the Tang family make Huashan willing to join forces with us? Things. The first thing is weapons. Weapon. The poison and hidden weapons of the Tang family will never be disclosed. If Huashan wants the Tang family's hidden weapons, there's no need to talk about it. It's not a hidden weapon. Hidden weapons are useless on Mount Hua. That's right. Did you see that? Well, the quality is not very good. Although I used it a bit harshly, the quality of this sword is not very good. However, this is also a matter of no other choice. After all, Huashan did indeed have a tight budget in the past. Although Huashan is now wealthy, it is still difficult to find a blacksmith to mass-produce good swords for us. Well, those sword-casting sites have long been occupied by other sections. That's right, but here we have the best blacksmith in the Central Plains. Forging swords is a piece of cake for them. But if everyone can't write well in calligraphy, they shouldn't blame the pen for not being good, right? Talk nonsense. Which calligrapher doesn't have over 100 pens in their house? Haha, that's also true. Even if the sword is not good, it can still exert its strength, but that doesn't mean there is no difference in the quality of the sword. I heard that the Tang family's smelting technique is the best in the world. So I hope the Tang family can cast a plum blossom sword for Mount Hua. It's not difficult, I promise you. What about the second thing? Teach Huashan a skill. Skill. You are very clear about it, but you keep making unreasonable demands. The secret techniques of the Tang family are not passed down without the bloodline of the Tang family. It's not a secret technique of the Tang family. Now there is only one red scar left. Your resilience is amazing. It is the extraordinary medical skills of the Tang family. What I want is the medical skills of the Tang family. Teach medical skills. Why are you interested in medical skills? No one has ever thought about learning the medical skills of the Tang family. If it weren't for warriors, they wouldn't have needed the medical skills of the Tang family. Because Tang family's medical skills specialize in external and internal injuries, they do not study common diseases. But Huashan needs. He told me in his dream. How important is medical skills? If I had understood the Tang family's medical skills at that time, perhaps I could have saved a few people. But I don't know how to do it. I only know how to randomly lose a stroke of internal energy. Eldest brother. Tang family. And my nephews. I'll just ask you. Merely delivering internal energy cannot save a person whose chest is stabbed by a sword and in imminent danger. The powerlessness and sorrow of those precious people who have passed away before our eyes. It's really unbearable. Please teach the medical skills of the Tang family to Huashan. In this way, the mutual relationship between the two parties will naturally become deeper. This matter is not easy. I still need to persuade the elders' house. But I will definitely find a way to do it. If this is the price to ally with Huashan, then it's totally worth a try. It's not necessary to achieve it. We have to take over Huashan. So far, these 2 points are still within my ability. But I'm a little scared to listen to your third thing now. This third thing must be the most difficult, right? That's right, it's the most difficult. What is it? Please treat Huashan as a friend to the Tang family. Of course, we need to form an alliance. Not an ally, but a friend. Not willing to betray their allies at any time due to changes in conditions and circumstances. But a friend who can lend a helping hand in times of difficulty. This is the relationship I've always wanted. This thing. Not all agreements are useful, even if they are reached, they may not be observed. Why did you make such meaningless demands? I don't understand. Your previous requests had their reasons. But this one seems to have no reason. Did I overlook something? You haven't. Why did you make such a request? Yeah, why is that? Don't make that expression, you brat. Consider me as someone with a peculiar temperament, don't you? Eccentric. Did you know? What? These days, the number of people who want to cooperate with the Tang family is countless. But no one has ever said they want to become friends with the Tang family. What you said is really interesting. It's just that our Tang family doesn't know how to treat friends. So I hope Huashan can tell us. What is a friend? What's so difficult about this? Friend. My friend. It's really embarrassing. However, this child's joking words inexplicably shook me. I have met many people in my life, and he is the most incomprehensible person to me so far. Saying such words from his mouth makes my heart flutter even more. I promise these 3 things. Then this can be seen as an alliance between the Tang family and Huashan. Now it only depends on whether Huashan can accept the result of our negotiation. This is not a problem. I will write a letter and ask you to put your seal on it. And then send it to Huashan. Then the matter is settled. You have such a great influence in Huashan. Not so much that I have influence. It's better to say that they have been neglected and looked down upon by other sects, and they have accumulated resentment in their hearts. If they receive the letter, they will definitely accept it with tears in their eyes and joy. I understand. There are many things to deal with. To handle your request as soon as possible, we need to act quickly now. Where are you going? We still need to discuss. Let's discuss. Didn't we just discuss everything? What we just discussed is the matter with Huashan. This injury. We haven't discussed how to handle it yet. Hiccup. Didn't I already give you the 1,000 poison pill? Oh, this almost caused a big problem. Almost caused a fatal accident. If you want to give a spiritual potion, it's over. Besides, no matter how valuable the spiritual medicine is, it must have been obtained by someone first. Is it difficult to create a spiritual medicine that can even create a person? Is it? That's why I didn't cause any casualties when we ran into each other. If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. Can you just throw me a pill now and ignore me? No, it's not. For the convenience of both parties, I have already compiled it into a book in advance. Compliments such as being thoughtful are unnecessary. You can compensate me by following this. A bit too much. Take your time to take a look. Form an alliance. Don't you wait a moment? It's just a matter of a few of us making arbitrary decisions. Is that okay? Why can't it be done? Isn't there a senior uncle here? I. From this moment on, you represent me. In the southern barbarians, your words are my words, and your commands are the commands of Huashan. Didn't the leader say that? You forgot. Not a stinky kid. The sect leader said that because he didn't know what would happen in the southern barbarians. If the sect leader finds out about our self-proclaimed alliance with the Tang family, we will. You'll be very happy, won't you? I should be very happy. Wait, brat. He disappeared for a while after finishing his meal, but when he came back, he suddenly said something about the alliance. Although I know Lord Tang is very fond of Qingming festival, I never expected him to agree to form an alliance. Think carefully. Well, the alliance is not bad based solely on the results. No, it's not that bad. On the contrary, it can be said that there are endless benefits. After all, if we can get the help of the Tang family, one of the 5 major aristocratic families, Huashan can also take advantage of the situation and spread its wings. First, you have done well. Although I don't know how you discussed with the Tang family leader, you did a great job in achieving the current outcome. Thank you for working so hard. Uncle, you ate the wrong thing. Why do you suddenly speak like this? I'm getting goosebumps. However, there is still one inappropriate aspect to this matter. How should the 9-faction gang handle it? In the past, Manhwa was always on good terms with the 9 sects and the first gang. There has never been a precedent for cooperation with the 5 major families. The relationship between the 9 factions and the 5 great families is very delicate, and there are also hidden currents in private, which I believe you are well aware of. Collaborating with the Tang family may be beneficial for Huashan at the moment. But if Huashan returns to the 9 factions and advances together with them in the future, the alliance with the Tang family will pose a hidden danger. What I'm worried about is this. Did you consider this before making the decision? What benefits does returning to the 9-faction gang bring to Huashan? Beneficial benefits. Of course it is. The name of the 9-faction gang. The name of the 9-faction gang. How? Do you want to return to the 9 factions and join the ranks of Zhongnan? The reputation of the 9 factions is comparable to the benefits of forming an alliance with the Tang family. Uncle, do you have no self-esteem? Who expelled us from the 9-faction gang? It's those bastards from the 9 factions. Now that we have become stronger, we need to be reintegrated into the 9-faction gang like innocent people. Didn't you say before that you wanted to forget the past and return to the peak? We Huashan are not fools. Don't have any strange fantasies. What kind of relationship does the 9-faction have if they can really lend a helping hand when needed? Huashan wouldn't have fallen to this level of land now. According to what you said, the Tang family is different from the 9 factions and their gang in the past. They will come to our aid when we are in trouble. We need to make them such allies. There are no alliances that are born with difficulties, but they are just the result of postnatal management and maintenance. The Tang family will become a support for Huashan. No matter what you're worried about, All you need to know is that this alliance won't cause us any losses now. I understand. Let's do it this way. Master Uncle. First use the power given to me by the Sect Master to advance. I bear all the responsibility. Zhong, please immediately write a letter about the various conditions of the alliance and send it to Huashan. It's Uncle Sure. Qingming, please confirm the content on the side. Big Pro. The elders in the family will definitely agree. Even if there are any problems, Elder Xian Yong will definitely help solve them. After all, this is a decision made by Qingming that everyone trusts. Don't worry about those. So the Tang family matter can be considered settled, right? Well, it's time to go to Yunnan now. Senior brother, are all the caravans going to Yunnan ready? That. I don't think so. No caravan. What are you saying? Last time, it was clearly stated that there was. In fact, our Four Seas Chamber of Commerce has a long-standing relationship with Yunnan and has been in contact for a long time. So our Chamber of Commerce can send some small caravans to Yunnan. Coincidentally, the caravan is about to depart today, so you can travel with them. That's because Father wants us to leave Chengdu as soon as possible to deceive us. He said he originally planned to find some businessmen to send us away and explain this matter to us after we left Chengdu. I have one more condition. No, a condition has appeared. Not a condition, it should be a request. As a friend's request. Can you help me find a caravan going to Yunnan? We want to blend in and enter Yunnan. Keep going to the depths of Yunnan where the Beast Palace is located. There's no time left. Please help us quickly. The word please in Shaanxi has a different meaning than Sichuan, right? Master, what are you thinking? Alliance with Hua Mountain. It's not an alliance with Wudang or Zhongnan, but with Huashan. Is that okay, my lord? Elder's House. A group of people who rely on their age, rely on their old age, sell their old age, and refuse to step down from power in the name of their family. The annoying old man who still wants to meddle in all the affairs of the Tang family, big and small. I don't know when their power gradually increased and even attempted to surpass the head of the household. Even if it's a decision, I have to act on their faces. A bunch of damn old guys. Master, could you please explain? All right, everyone is too excited. Calm down first and listen to what the homeowner has to say. Master, but I didn't listen to my words either. Dare not. Master, please speak up. How did you plan on this matter? Presbytery Master. Tang Wei, the head of the Tang family elders' house in Sichuan. Huashan has enough value to become our ally. This is really strange. The head of the household is not old yet, is he? I don't understand why you made such a judgment. Could it be that Huashan has regained its former glory before I knew it? Or does the homeowner mean that the Tang family is now so destitute that they want to associate with Huashan? Let Huashan aside in advance. A few days ago, something even more serious happened. I heard that Tang Ba's position as the young head of the family has been abolished. Is it? Let's hear the reason then. Why should Tang Ba be deposed? He is not suitable for the position of young head of the household. Not suitable? Yes. I don't think he can bear the heavy responsibility of being the head of the Tang family in the future with his abilities. Since that's the case, why don't we ask him to give up his position as the head of the family earlier? This is also a good thing for him. Who are you planning to choose as the new young master? Naturally, it follows the tradition of the Tang family. Choose one of his brothers. Is he mocking me? His father once took away my position as the young head of the family. You are well aware that Tang Ba has outstanding strength. Isn't his ability enough to take on the role of the young head of the household? If it were before, I would never have thought that Tang Ba's abilities were insufficient to make him step down as the young head of the family. But someone made me witness Tang Ba's shortcomings, and I had to make this decision. Huashan Shenlong. What do you mean now? It seems that the selection of the young head of the family should prioritize ability. That's right, isn't it? You rewrite. Say. The young head of the household may not be the child of the head of the household. In other words, the meaning of the head of the family is that if there were children in the Tang family, they could surpass the Huashan divine dragon. Then this person can sit in the position of the young master without any objections from you. As long as the person with the Tang surname is a capable head of the family, they can reside there. I admire your broad-mindedness. So that child is the best standard. How about this? Let the children compete with the child named Huashan Divine Dragon. Whoever surpasses him is the young master of the Tang family. The hospital owner probably has a deep misunderstanding about this matter. Nowadays, there is no younger generation in the Tang family who can rival the Huashan Divine Dragon. Master, don't think that what you know is everything. The children of the Tang family are definitely not weak in strength. As the head of the Tang family, how can I not trust my own people like this? Tang Yi. How about having that child named Qingming compete with Tang Yi? It seems that you are eager to make Tang Yi the head of the young family. Didn't you say he wouldn't receive special treatment just because he's a grandson? I'm just discussing it based on my abilities. Okay, but to make a bet, there must be a bet, and challenges naturally come at a cost. How about we make a bet? Bet. If Tang He wins the martial arts competition with the Huashan Divine Dragon. After that day, the power to appoint the young head of the family was handed over to the elder's house. But if Huashan Shenlong wins, before I step down as the head of the family, the elder's house cannot interfere with my decisions. How? Do you dare to bet me on this? How can such a big deal be played around like this? Master, this is too risky. It's too risky for both sides. Can't do that. Hospital owner. Good. Hospital owner. Hospital owner. Stop. You kid, stop for me. Oh, don't run away. Come over. Today, let's talk slowly. How could this person run so fast in this outfit? There's a great tea house in Chengdu. We can go there for a cup of tea and watch the sunset together. Why do you hate me? Am I ugly? It's not ugly. Why is that? Do I look fierce? No, and not because of that either. Then why do you always avoid me? There aren't many women like me. Born beautiful. Kind and gentle temperament. Rich family background. This means your family is too wealthy. But that's not the key issue. I really have no plans to get married. I don't have that kind of intention towards you either. I don't think so, do I, You are the Miss Xin Yue, who is a senior schoolmate or something. That's why you want to push me away, right? It's too obvious that she's so beautiful. You can't refuse such a beauty. Ah. Hey, what are you overthinking over there? Never mind, I won't say anything. In short, I have no intention of becoming a relative at all. Stop bothering me all day long, go find someone else. Do you think I will give up if you say that? Me too, I decided. Anyway, I will make you feel my charm. I was an 80-year-old man in my previous life. No matter what you do, in my eyes, it's no different from having fun with your granddaughter. What kind of charm were you talking about? A little brat. I'm at least older than you. Speak politely. Elder sister. The homeowner asked Qingming Xiaoxia to come over. Does it have to be now? It is said to be an urgent matter. Take Qingming Xiaoxia to my father's place first, and after they finish talking, make sure to bring him to my residence. See? Correct. Don't run around, you must come back. You are tired. The Tang family is not normal. That won't work. What do you have? It seems like you're very busy. Thanks to someone's gift. I will never apologize for this matter. Forget it, why did you come to me? The caravan you asked me to find during the day has received news. The peace merchant group in Chengdu is preparing to send a caravan to Yunnan. I can have them pick you up. I estimate that we will depart the day after tomorrow. Oh? The speed is faster than I expected? Thank you very much. Also, there is another reason why I came to see you. I have something to ask for. A true friend. You can accept the dark side of the other person that is difficult to talk about with equanimity. Since he wants to become friends with the Tang family, it's okay to know all of this. The subtle conflict between the head of the Tang family and the elder's house. But this incident has also involved him. I wonder if he can accept it. As is the way. That is to say, the senior elders in the elder's house held back the head of the household. That's not entirely wrong. Dragging back. Brother Taoist, I've been thinking lately. If I had listened to those people in my family and not interfered with their decisions and everything. But instead, they choose to believe in them and let them do it. Will the Tang family be stronger and bigger? So I think as long as the war is over, I'll help the head of the family, that kid. After all, before I had the title of Grand Elder, I had never seriously assisted them. Why is he worried about things similar to yours, kid? Although you asked me to take care of the Tang family, it was definitely not you who brought me to the Tang family. After all, when a person dies, they are dead. Dead people are not conscious. But the will of you left in my memory during your lifetime. But I cannot ignore it. Are you asking me for this matter? I refuse. You said you have nothing to do with him. With you by his side, a shy and reclusive woman, he remains unmoved. How is this possible? He is only interested in whether his martial arts have improved or not. Oh my God, there's such a person obsessed with martial arts. Marriage is hopeless. A marriage without emotions. Why are you so persistent? You have no worries about food and clothing. It's okay not to be obsessed with marriage, right? On the surface, it does seem so. But if you knew what kind of place the Tang family is, you wouldn't think so. The Tang family's laws are extremely strict. As a woman of the Tang family, I have only one path to choose from. That means marrying into a family that satisfies the Tang family. What I am doing now is the only resistance I can do. Anyway, I will eventually be forced to marry into a place that satisfies the Tang family. At least husband, if I choose it myself. Is there any other way? There is no other way. This is the Tang family. Tang family women are not allowed to practice Tang family secret techniques and cannot become Tang family warriors. We can only be considered as half of the Tang family. The daughter of the homeowner is even more so. But thanks to the identity of the head of the family's daughter, I have been able to live to this day without worries about food and clothing. Just as the future life is the price of my prosperous life over the years, how much can I feel better in my heart? Just. Road there. There's always a way. It's just that you haven't thought about it. Don't act like you know everything anymore. What I need now is not some appropriate comfort. I'll do it. I'll take that road for you. Why? Why are you helping me? Because I used to be like you. But suddenly one day, it appeared on its own. My way. Now I have at least found my way and won't get lost again. You and I are no different. You will also have other options. Other choice. I never thought about it. Other roads. It really. Does it exist? I refuse. I understand. This matter cannot be forced. However, I will give you a gift. Gift. This gift was not given by me. I'm just handing it over on my behalf. It will be the former Grand Elder of the Tang family and also the Dark Lord Tang Bu. A gift to Tang Kunua spanning many long years. Please arrange the martial arts competition tomorrow according to the plan. Whatever I do tomorrow, please don't interfere. What would you like to do? It's not that simple. I'm the best at this. You came here and ate all of these. Awoo. It's all delivered, of course we have to eat it. Are you a reincarnation of a starving ghost? Didn't you say you're going to have a martial arts competition this afternoon? Is it okay to eat so much now and make your body feel so heavy? It's okay. The little man has come to serve the food. A cock's crow. Finally, here comes Kung Pao chicken. Still serving the dishes. Let's have some wine to moisten our throat first. Great. And then take advantage of the lingering smell of alcohol. Wow. Surprisingly, there is such a flavor. This taste is really amazing. Is that really that delicious? Then I'll give it a try too. Oh, hey. Where is there a master uncle who disrespects the food of his nephew? This is the food prepared by the Tang family for me. Uncle, you eat something else. Are you crazy? This sect is becoming increasingly unruly. I'm really going back the more I mess around. Uncle, eat your own food. You finished eating everything, haven't you? Tang Yi Gongzi and the Huashan Divine Dragon. Young Tang Yi has the talent? What are you saying? In terms of strength, Prince Tang Yi is a leader among the younger generation of the Tang family. But a few days ago, even the head of the family fell behind in the competition with the Huashan Divine Dragon. That was all instructed by the head of the household. Is it difficult for a homeowner to still assassinate a small Taoist priest from Huashan? Tang Yi. Don't be nervous. Grandfather. As long as everything goes smoothly this time, you can ascend to the position of young master. The position as the head of the family will naturally be inherited by you one day. Do you have confidence? My grandson has never slackened in his cultivation during this period. But the opponent is the Huashan Divine Dragon, known as the #1 rising star in the world. To be honest, my grandson dare not boast that he will definitely win. A useless guy. Are you afraid of a child 10 years younger than you? Don't worry. How could I push my only grandson to the brink of death? Huashan Shenlong is like a toothless tiger or sick cat now. Don't delay and take him down in one fell swoop. Well, how could you? However, you must never spare his life. Always remember. I understand what you mean now. Don't worry. I will make that kid never speak up. 1000-day collection. This poison is divided into yang poison and yin poison. If they are not taken together, they are just ordinary powders and liquids that will not cause poisoning. But if both are taken together and mixed in the stomach, toxicity will occur. A person who has been poisoned by this poison is like being drunk, with unclear consciousness and unable to perform martial arts. Even the most powerful person cannot win Tang He as long as they win the 1,000-day trophy. Not only, but even if his stance is to support the Huashan Divine Dragon. But as the head of the Tang family, is it okay for him to sit with Huashan? We cannot entrust the future of the Tang family to that kind of person. Don't be overshadowed by the momentum of those guys. You go first. It's my grandfather. Relax. This is where I became the head of the young family. Huashan Divine Dragon comes out. Today, I will prove to you that my Tang family martial arts are superior to your Huashan martial arts. You are truly a young master. Everyone, come over here first. Really? Is this okay? It's okay, it's okay. But. The Huashan Divine Dragon has arrived. That person is the Huashan Divine Dragon. What an impressive aura. However, what about the Huashan Divine Dragon? What are you guys doing here? It was clearly agreed that I would compete with the Huashan Divine Dragon in martial arts. Who are you to dare to compete on the martial arts stage? Huashan Louis Xue. Can't you understand human language? Where is the Huashan Divine Dragon? Where is it? It's here. Huashan Shenlong. According to the agreement, you should be the one competing with me. Because there's something going on, let's just leave it like this. What nonsense are you talking about? Oh, I can't do anything about it either. I ate too much in the morning and have indigestion. It's all because the Tang family's food is so delicious. Eating too much can cause indigestion. Is Huashan so shameless? Shame. Oh, that's really strange. Who is the shameless person? What? You said you wanted to compete with me in martial arts. What on earth are you? I am the dragon of Mount Hua. Are you showing off your reputation? How can a warrior be so arrogant? What the hell are you talking about? A warrior must be humble. That means even if your Tang family is treated as a small sect with only 5 members and treated lightly, you can still laugh it off generously. This. Do you think my name was earned through betting with people in the streets and alleys? How did my name come about? I won it with blood, sweat, and hard work, risking my life and death and enduring countless hardships. But what are you saying about the martial arts competition? An unknown person dares to shout and compete with me in martial arts. I want to step on my name and ascend to power. Don't play this trick with me. Challenges also have thresholds. Where would an unknown person dare to shamelessly compete with me? But don't worry, I'm still very generous. If you win the martial arts competition with my senior sister, I will compete with you. Wait, this is still too troublesome. If you win against my senior aunt, then it's considered that you have won against me. How? You want me to have sex with a woman? I am the young master of the Tang family. You shameless guys. If you finish speaking, start now. Contest of arms. Too many words. Dare to mock me. Master of the household. You can agree to this matter. He must have some plans. Anyway, he's not the kind of person who will fight a losing battle. There's no harm. Hiccup. Are you saying that if this woman loses, you will really make me sit in the position of young master? Correct. This idiot. In front of so many people, looking at me like this, wouldn't it let everyone know that I'm the one behind you, man? Although only fools wouldn't guess this. But there is still a world of difference between speculation and certainty. Speaking of which, what do you mean by overeating and indigestion? Huashan Shenlong. What would a person with his abilities say about overeating and having a stomachache? It's just nonsense. Is it possible that he was aware of the existence of Qianriju? No, this is impossible. He probably just instinctively felt something was wrong with his body. That's why that woman was sent on stage. Anyway, if you can't win, then choose the most respectable way to lose. He must think that losing to Huashan in battle is not too embarrassing for the female disciple. Although we can't let this guy die here, there are plenty of ways to take his life. Since the homeowner has made a promise, now we just need to step back and cover up appropriately to get the real benefits in hand. Take her down. Be careful. I know how to use poison in this competition. So you. Don't try to walk down the martial arts arena alive. Young master. What exactly does she want to do? Can't. I have to stop this martial arts competition. Sister, calm down. If you intervene now, it will only turn this competition into a child's play. But you also know the strength of Brother Tang He. If she's not careful, she won't even be able to save her life. She didn't act recklessly. What? She will naturally go up, knowing the danger involved. She's a warrior. So sister, don't humiliate that girl. From the moment she stood up, there was no longer a distinction between men and women on the stage. There is only one battle left between warriors. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere. So that sentence. Well, there are two of them. React quickly in all aspects of judgment. Although I don't want to admit it, you are indeed stronger than I expected. If you're not a woman, maybe he can really beat me. Remember, it's only your own fault for not being able to reincarnate as a man. That kind of thing is not important. What is important here and now is you have fallen behind. What's that? Although I heard sharp noises, my eyes couldn't see anything. That is. Cow hair needle. It's a cow hair needle. Wait, this needle. Wildly arrogant. That needle. Danger. Poison. Once this poison strikes, your left hand will immediately become immobile. So many hidden weapons, if you miss one. This competition has come to an end. So, when I was polite to you, you should have understood the terror of the Tang family. This is the true power of the Tang family, which combines poison with hidden weapons. The longer the time drags on, the more unfavorable the situation becomes for you. Give up and end up. If you beg for mercy now, I can spare your life. Poisoning. You rewrite. I'm sure you're not stupid enough to not notice your own physical condition, are you? It's you who's stupid. What? Do you think you can still be here well before the poison spreads? Stand. Yeah, you can only push forward. After all, this is the only way you can win. But do you think I can't even think of your tricks? Broken Soul Sand. He wants to use poisonous sand to block his view and delay time. The longer you delay, the deeper the poison in your body becomes. I will not back down. Father. Ahem, View. Jump out first. Where? Where did she go? Where did she hide in such a short time? When did she run under me? How could she be in the middle of the Broken Soul Sand? Qingming sword. Uh-huh. Plum Blossom. Plum Blossom. Ahem, I said. You're too weak. The poison has clearly spread. How could her body be like this? Crazy. You are crazy. Flowers and plants in the greenhouse. People who have never fought are not qualified to judge the strength or weakness of others. What? You arrogant woman. I want. Head. Head. Brain head. Talking too much. Please give me the detoxification pill. Once you take this, everything will be fine. Auntie, come here. Different. This person talks a lot, but he's different. Why did you act so recklessly? I don't want to breathe with that person. Hiccup. It's better to seek treatment as soon as possible if you're poisoned. If you deal with it casually, you will suffer. Now, quickly detoxify yourself. Senior Brother Zhao, come and protect the mistress. Uncle, lend me your sword. Ah, sword. What are you borrowing this for? Of course, I'm going to give them gifts now. It shouldn't be said that the gift was handed over to them. Get ready. Our ancestors' rattan always hurts a little when they hit someone. She did it. She defeated her. Tang Yi. The one who did all this was not the dragon of Manhua, but it was. Woman. The victory and defeat have clearly been decided. Why did that person still go up? To be honest, I really don't understand what's going on here. I had some expectations for the famous Tang family before. But now this is really disappointing for me. What do you mean? Is he looking down on us? Just won one game, don't get too complacent. Okay, don't be so angry. If you were standing from my perspective, you would also have the same idea as me. Please take a look. Mastering the strength of the opponent and oneself before starting is the foundation of the foundations. I didn't expect the Tang family to not even have this basic ability. He didn't lose to me. But I lost to someone who was traveling with me. I am the one among this group who is known as the Huashan Divine Dragon. In other words, from the beginning, Tang Yi could never have won over me. So facilitating this martial arts competition is tantamount to bringing shame upon oneself. Underestimate the opponent, overestimate oneself. This is a major taboo for those in charge of the sect. So I wanted to ask, the person who demands such a ridiculous martial arts competition, who the hell is it? The situation has become tricky. I knew early on that my grandson was not a match for the Huashan Divine Dragon. That's why I thought of poisoning him. I didn't expect Tang Yi to lose to that woman. And it's still in front of everyone's eyes. This guy wants me to say all of this myself. He knows I can't do this. Unable to tell the truth, I can only withstand the strange gazes of the crowd. Become a fool who dares to challenge the Huashan Divine Dragon without even knowing how many pounds and tails his own grandson weighs. Is that person the elder? This is really strange. I heard that the Elders' Hall of the Tang family is a place where the head of the Tang family provides advice and strategies. The Tang family leader, who is very clear about the strength of both sides, is sitting over there betting that we will win. In that case, let me put it this way. Who exactly is providing advice and strategies for whom? He. How dare you, kid? The Elder's house is naturally good. The role of the Elder's house is to provide advice and strategies for matters unfamiliar to the head of the household based on long-term experience. The wise and resourceful elders were also very helpful for the head of the Tang family to lead. But it seems that the current Presbyterian Church is not like that. On the contrary, it seems to have become a hindrance. It's better to be careful with your mouth. I think you are a child of Huashan. You have a lot of tolerance for your recklessness, but tolerance is also limited. Did you see that? I said he had a narrow vision. I don't even know who is tolerating whose recklessness. Do you know why you did such a stupid thing? Because you are weak. You kid. Because it's too weak, it's hard to see how strong the opponent really is. Just like you guys, you still need to offer advice and suggestions to the head of the household. If it weren't for your elders, Tang Jiagan wouldn't have suffered such humiliation. And the homeowner's plan can also be quickly pushed forward. This is the cost. The price to pay for listening to the words of these elders in the elder's house. You big jerk. Huashan Shenlong. Mind what you say. These are the elders of the Tang family. Our master is so kind even to the heart. Carrying such a heavy burden, yet still having to consider the etiquette of elders. You kid, it's just endless. Do you think I will continue to tolerate it? Look, you still don't know how to adapt to the times. I am telling you to stop taking it. You can't see this. Just like that, what else? Elder? Please prove to me. You are qualified to be an elder. How should I proceed? Wrong. This guy just wants me to personally ask how to prove this statement. How to prove? It's simple. Just now, you kept saying that you were tolerating me. But this is what the strong say to the weak. If you claim to be stronger than me, please prove your judgment. If the elder wins the martial arts competition with me, then I will show you the respect of an elder. If I win, then you'll be blind and short-sighted. Ha. Ha. Ha 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 ha. What? You said you wanted to compete with me in martial arts. It seems that you have lost yourself with a bit of fame. You want me, an elder of the Tang family, to compete with you in martial arts. I know that as people get older, their ears may not work well, but repeating the same thing can also be tiring. What is your answer? Well, it's actually better this way. Anyway, this is already the worst situation. If we can defeat this arrogant guy in front of the Tang family bloodline, at least we can break the current predicament. As for the rest, it's not too late to slowly tidy up later. Head of the family. What do you think? Can you accept if I take this kid's life? Huashan Shenlong is a friend of the Tang family. There is no reason to stop what friends want to do. Bind the sack before it be full. You passed. Take care. Don't boast casually in front of people. The Tang family will have another source of humor to talk about. There's no need to argue with him anymore. I will immediately poison him until he is covered in bruises, and then stab him in the stomach with a flying knife. Wait a minute. Just in case, I have one last question. Do you want to use poison? If it's used, then I'll add another condition. Condition. Nah, it's not so much a requirement, more of a gamble. If you win, I will give you everything you originally wanted. What? What? Huashan left the Tang family and will never come back. The position of young head of the Tang family that the fool just wanted will also be given to him. Are you out of your mind? Don't worry, I'm very clear-headed. But your conditions also need to be changed. If I win, don't keep bothering me. I will complete what you want. Please abolish the Elder's house. Advisors like you are of no use to the Tang family leader. Tang family leader. I have discussed with you beforehand about Qingming's step-by-step provocation, right? This is also the first time I have heard these words. Hiccup. Oh, then why did you not stop this fight? I think he should have had some plan to do so. What the hell is that guy doing? Could it be that he ate too much Sichuan food and was so spicy that he became delirious? Madman. I previously discussed other matters with the Divine Dragon of Manhua. I haven't heard him mention that he wants to personally compete with the abbot of the Elder's house. Master Tang. You have fought against Qingming, so you must have a general understanding of his strength. If Qingming is on the same day as the head of the Presbyterian Church, who will win? If they had fought, it would have been a situation of unilateral suppression. Indeed, it is the Qingming festival. Without. He is the head of the Elder's house. What? When poison and hidden weapons combine, the true power of the Tang family will also be revealed. You have also seen before that I did not use poison when fighting with Huashan Shenlong. If the hospital owner only uses hidden weapons, it may be debatable who wins and who loses. After all, the Huashan Divine Dragon's mastery in body techniques and swordsmanship is truly astonishing. The hospital owner is known for his poisonous techniques. If there is no way to deal with the poison, within 10 moves, it will become a charred body. But Qingming also had a relationship with the elders of Wudang. Tang Wei is Tang family's supreme elder. I also heard that the deity of Mount Hua once fought with Zusanzi from Wudang and retreated with his life. But how can Zusanzi be compared with the master of Tang Wei Courtyard? There are also gaps between elders and elders. If Wudang is to take the initiative, the secluded Supreme Elder must make a move. Then we need to stop them immediately. However, this is a martial arts competition that risks the reputation of a warrior. If we stop it, that guy's hard-earned reputation will be destroyed in an instant. And he's not someone who listens to advice. Friend. You can just say that I am an eccentric person. He said he wanted to become friends with the Tang family because of his eccentric personality. The friend he speaks of. Just because you are eccentric, does that mean you can bet your life? Giving everything at any cost. He's just a friend. I won't watch you die. Even if it means going to war with the entire Presbyterian Church. It seems that your intelligence is just pretending, yet you say such foolish things. Do you think I will agree to this condition? In fact, I had promised the head of the family that if Tang he lost the martial arts competition, I would not interfere with the head's decision again. And if I really lose to you, even without the conditions you mentioned, what face will I have in the future to look up and be a good person in the Tang family? Do I need to agree to your extra request in this situation? If a person knows shame, they will naturally abide by the agreement. But it seems that you don't know what shame is about your previous actions. What? Do shameless people really abide by private agreements that no one knows about? I don't even need to think that you will definitely find various excuses to try to interfere with the Tang family leader again in the future. After all, in your eyes, there are only these trivial things. Not everyone will become a respected elder as they grow older. To establish their own authority, they suppress those who compete for power and influence among younger generations. Not qualified to be a so-called senior. A true elder is not someone who would do such a thing. Now I understand. What do true elders look like? I also understood how much they cherished and valued Manhua. And whether it's you or me, the things left behind are just useless names. But luckily, there is still a chance to make up for it. Let's take action. Or you can simply say in front of everyone that you are afraid of losing to me, so you cannot agree to my conditions. If that is the case, I will go too. Good. If that's the case, then I'll do as you wish. Let you endure the most extreme pain in this world and then die. My skin hurts. What is it? Cover your eyes. Cover the skin and retreat. There is enough poison mixed in this airwave to melt the surroundings. If you are accidentally around, you can also get caught up in poisoning. Go to hell. Hall. If you easily get hit, then it's boring. This alone won't stop me. Ignorant ant. Ghost King order. This is highly toxic. Everyone immediately covers their mouths and noses. Has the hospital owner gone crazy? In front of everyone, break the taboo and use the Ghost King order? This lunatic. We must stop him. Damn it, pull that old lunatic down. It's bad. No one can take action. Even if the Tang family falls for this Ghost King order, they will die. This old thing dares to do this. TSK. Fuss. This should have been done a long time ago. It is impossible to legitimately seize power nowadays. In that case, we can only resort to force. It's all because I have always attached too much importance to status and decency. If they had been deterred by strength at the beginning and instilled with fear, there would not be so much trouble now. Child, you are too arrogant. The Tang family is not the master of poison and hidden weapons, but the master of poison. If you only see the art of hidden weapons, then you're underestimating the Tang family. Do you know what's scattered around you? These are the Ghost King order and the 7-step soul-chasing sand. They are all highly toxic without any antidote. Even the most powerful warrior cannot avoid all the poison in this dust. Drive back every scattered grain of sand. You righteous martial artists always don't look up to the Tang family. But this is just a matter of our Tang family showing mercy towards you. After all, only our Tang family adheres to principles and does not use unsolvable poison when fighting with fellow righteous people. If we use all the poison, then the supreme martial artist in the martial arts world will be the Tang family. Even if I don't take action anymore, you will still die. But that's not enough. Qingming. Happy smoke. Being poisoned with this substance can make one go crazy due to pain. The twisted and struggling appearance seems to be filled with joy and even madness, hence the name Joyful Smoke. This is the last gift I give you. It will make you endure hellish pain in the last moment before you die. How to homeowner. I had a serious battle with him. It's too late. Even if I rush to the martial arts platform now, the Huashan Divine Dragon has no way out. Tang Wei is no longer qualified to be honored as the head of the Elder's house. He has even betrayed the bottom line that must be followed as a righteous person. How can such a person still be respected as an elder? What face do you have to call yourself an elder of the Tang family for doing such a thing? You actually used poison without an antidote to compete with righteous disciples. What is the difference between your behavior and those vicious cults? The generation of cults. Master, please wake up. It's because of you that the Tang family couldn't win the world. What is the current situation of the Tang family? As long as we make up our minds, we can dominate the martial arts world with the Tang family's poison and secret weapons at any time, but now the Tang family is only hiding in Sichuan, thinking that it is a local overlord. How long will these old rules and regulations restrain the Tang family? Qingming? Amei? Don't laugh at my big teeth. If these people really dare to wash Hua Mountain and Amei Mountain for our enemies, they can't use the Tang family's one-day curfew. But what is our current situation? We are surrounded by these unpopular sects and can't do anything. Is the future of the Tang family really what you want? Is this the Tang family you want to live like a fool, enduring and living like a fool? So what? So you can use highly toxic substances on people at will. Do you think this can explain what you did? Your actions will only make the Tang family enemies in the martial arts world. Or rule the entire martial arts world. Isn't it? Master, stop blaming me. I am the sinner of the Tang family. Because the real culprit is you, who made the Tang family so weak and vulnerable. Alliance with the Huashan River. Ridiculous. How much do you underestimate the Tang family to do this? Master, we elders did not retire because of our weak strength. If you always bully me like this, don't blame us for changing our minds. You'd better remember this clearly. To stop his atrocities, immediate action must be taken by throwing a flying knife. However, can I bear the consequences of taking action? Although he committed such heinous acts, he is still an elder of the Tang family. Among the many descendants of the Tang family, there are still quite a few who listen to him. Is it really feasible for me to take action against him in front of everyone in this situation? Isn't this just giving the other party an excuse to attack? I should have stopped him from the beginning. It's all my fault for giving him the opportunity to speak in front of everyone. It's all my fault that I didn't realize he was hiding such great ambitions. The most important thing is that I should not allow Huashan Shenlong to launch a challenge. Everything is my fault. I shouldn't have taken chances, I should have stopped the entire competition. I was unprepared and blindly trusted. I was also hesitant for a moment. This is how things have developed into what they are today. I must take action. We must stop him. Watch it. Watching the Huashan Divine Dragon that you believe in. Watching the ending he had hoped for shatter. What? How could this be possible? Addicted. Surprisingly, it made me look like this. Truly worthy. It's truly Sichuan cuisine. Ah. Uh-huh. Sichuan. Sichuan cuisine. Ah, how could you not be poisoned? You should have turned into a pool of blood without leaving any ashes at this moment, right? How is this possible? Even a top-notch expert with deep internal strength can only suppress toxicity and hold on for a while. But only experts can do it. How could this guy have such skill? Oh, it's all stuck on it. I just heard from you that you can say anything outrageous. In relation to some of these, I make the following statement. First, the reason for the Tang family's failure to rule the martial arts world does not lie in their non-use of poison, but because using poison could not dominate the martial arts. What? Second, it's not that the Tang family agreed to form an alliance with Huashan, but Huashan agreed to form an alliance with the Tang family. This is very important. Please make sure to remember it clearly. The third and final point. The Tang family leader had already understood the situation of the Tang family and wanted to join forces with Huashan. But you still can't see clearly. Master Tang has worked so hard. I still have to work hard for people like you. I see that you still have an expression of confusion about the situation. Anyway, no matter what I say, you can't understand. Just assume that I have a special constitution and won't be poisoned, right? Okay, let's move on then. If you have any poison, feel free to try it out. When people mention the Tang family, they all say we are a famous family equal to the Nanyang family. Both the Nanyang and Peng families have produced the world's top experts, but the Tang family has never had one. Are you saying this is because the Tang family used poison? Exactly. Poison is not a good thing. For people with a certain level of martial arts, poison is indeed invincible. Just throw a few needles at random, and as soon as you touch a little opponent, a large piece of poison will fall down with a loud bang. With such effectiveness, what else would a poison user fear in this world? But this is also the crux of the matter. You can easily win with poison. Who would still delve into the art of hidden weapons? The Tang family thought that as long as they used poison, they would be invincible. Everyone with nose holes facing the sky and no one in sight would naturally not improve their strength. But if you encounter experts like Big Brother, their tricks won't be enough to see. No matter what I say, those fools can't understand these things. Poison can deal with experts, but it cannot deal with peerless masters. I want to dominate the martial arts world with poison. A pipe dream. If this would work, how come the Tang family fled to avoid the heavenly demon? Poison without antidote. Just because there's no antidote doesn't mean there's no way to detoxify. There are always other ways to deal with poison in this world. I only know 2 ways. This is impossible. The poison of the Ghost King's command can penetrate into the body through the skin even if one holds their breath. Other poisons are even more so. One is what this person is saying at this moment. Completely isolate a person from their surroundings with internal strength. Not inhaling toxic gas and not letting it come into contact with the skin, so naturally it won't be poisoned. But this method cannot avoid the poison on the hidden weapon. Even if it's just a concealed weapon cutting through the body, the poison on the weapon will seep into the body. In the face of this situation, it requires the coping methods of unparalleled experts. This method uses internal force to purify the toxins that enter the body. Those masters who have reached the pinnacle of internal power application can use their internal power to dissolve toxicity. They don't need anything like an antidote. The so-called antidote is just a medicine given to those who are not strong enough to dissolve the toxicity in their bodies. What is the point of an antidote for those who can withstand the poison? Therefore, even if the Tang family uses poison as a weapon, they cannot become the world's #1. And Tang Bu had long since understood this. At that time, the Tang family paid almost no attention to him and allowed him to travel around the world. He experienced countless battles and life and death, and thus understood that relying on poison cannot become the #1 in the world. Instead, he devoted all his energy to the art of hidden weapons. The Dark Lord Tang Bu, who moved the world under the name of the art of hidden weapons, also appeared in this world. No, stop talking nonsense. You probably won't be able to use your internal strength anymore. You clearly have already. Oh, that one. Do you know that fools always think he's the only smart person in this world? I had anticipated that you would play these tricks before the martial arts competition. It's too obvious what a person like you would do. If you don't believe me, just try again. It's no use. I have already said that my physique is special. Taoist charm has the characteristics of eliminating evil and purification. And the aura that gathers within me is the purest of all Taoist energies. I have seen the limitations of the internal strength of ordinary Taoists in my past life, and in this life, the aura that has been condensed from scratch is the purest in the world. In the face of this small, refined and pure aura that has been painstakingly condensed, the mere toxicity is not to be feared. I had planned to take out a mixed element pill if I lost. I didn't expect the toxicity to be purified so thoroughly. What a charming little thing. But it's also true. Thinking back to the pain suffered in order to condense these aura, the detoxifying effect still needs to be present. Okay, what are your plans now? Blow one's breath. Ha ha. Ha ha. So you have no idea about your own situation. Take a good look at your hands before we talk. Special constitution. No matter how impressive you are, you will not be able to bear it after all. When you meet the king of hell in the underworld, tell him that you are here because you underestimated the Tang family's poison. If it's burned, then Samadhi. Samadhi, true fire. Only a peerless master who has reached the pinnacle of internal power application can ignite such sparks. How could you, kid, be like a frog at the bottom of a well? Tang Bu wanted to break the old ways of the Tang family before his death. Because he understood that if the Tang family only knew how to boast about their own martial arts under the name of a Sichuan overlord, they would never become the world's overlord. Just the fire of Samadhi really surprised Tang Wei. His appearance shows that even though the Tang family has been stagnant for the past 100 years, it has not changed. But I think so too. After all, such people are the center of power. It's time to change all of this. Even if we smash these people's heads, we have to break them before standing up. Don't come over here. Go die. Go die. You monster. Way too toxic. If they simultaneously explode the surrounding area. I said it was useless. The poison of Tang family. This is impossible. Absolutely not. I can't just lose like this. Even if we lose, we can't lose like this. If I lose the poison skill that I have cultivated throughout my life. I took the place of the head of the Elders' Senate thanks to my experience and qualifications. The reason for my existence. All of them have disappeared completely. Too weak. Not like Tang Chuanyua's flying sword with mysterious power. Not as experienced and skilled as one should with age. No. It's not over yet. Tang Men money. The coins that Tang Bu used in the past are always dirty and old due to excessive wear and tear. I already said this is evidence of cultivation. In the past, Tang Bu's position in the Tang family was no different from Tang Wei's. As the head of the Elder's house, Tang Wei can shake the entire Tang family. And Tang Bu's departure from the Tang family is actually no different from outsiders. The two of them are in different situations, but both hold the position of senior elder of the Tang family. What is the difference in strength between the two of them? If the person standing opposite me at this moment is Tang Bu, with my current strength, I cannot even withstand 3 moves and will be crushed by him. Even with Tang Wei's level, he dares to shamelessly claim to be an elder of the Tang family. Fool. It's really infuriating. When you were dying, you begged me to take care of the Tang family like that. I'm sure you would never want to see the Tang family like this now. Let's put an end to this embarrassing appearance. Since you can't understand with your brain, then use your body to remember. Give me a beating and remember it firmly. Uh, uh, uh. That's right. I. I won't lose. MMM, Go to hell. You monster. This is the power of the Tang family. Full sky flowers. Full. It's raining cats and dogs. Stay away from the hospital owner. Even places with roofs are not safe. Poison and hidden weapons fell from the sky. Cover you with flowers as rain. You guys call this thing a sky full of flowers and rain. Full sky flower rain is a secret technique known as one of the two great legends of the Tang family, along with the invisible poison. Just relying on Tang Wei's strength, he can't even imitate cats and tigers. In the past, Tang Bu once displayed an unfinished sky full of flowers and rain, which was completely different from the one in front of him. Tang Bu's moves can be described as dreamlike and illusory. You rewrite. Just like its name suggests, the whole world is covered by a rain of petals. It's like Tang family, all of you listen well. Even if it's imitation. Nowadays, the only person in the world who can imitate this move is me. It is the experience and gift that Tang Bu has imparted to the Tang family over 100 years. Petal rain falls freely and agilely from the sky. Some petals wander gently. Some petals fall dangerously. Some of them linger in place, determined to dance gracefully and gracefully. And the fallen petals just move with the wind. Free variation of tailwind. He was completely mesmerized by the dreamlike beauty of this petal rain and couldn't see it. The entities that exist in these countless changes. A flower that covers the sky and sun. How is this possible? "24-hand plum blossom swordsmanship. Sea full of flowers. How could you, kid? I. But the Tang family. Tang Wei. This swordsmanship. What sword technique is this? What exactly is it? It's a dream. That's right, it's like a dream. A dream-like swordsmanship. What swordsmanship is this? Plum blossoms fill the sky. Plum blossoms are everywhere. Originally, this is the Huashan sword technique. Only plum blossoms filling the sky is not just a matter of Huashan swordsmanship. Because this is a sword technique created by combining Tang Bu's mastery of the heavenly flower rain barrier with my own understanding. Although it is the Huashan sword technique, it is also a secret technique of the Tang family. However, he naturally had no idea about this. I can only do this one step. Prove in front of everyone how useless the elder academician is. Overthrow Tang Wei in front of everyone and rendered his martial arts useless. Now it's up to the Tang family leader to handle it on his own. After all, how the Tang family will move forward in the future still depends on their own will. How? This martial arts competition. Huashan Divine Dragon Qingming Young Hero and Huashan Sect Victory. The Tang family leader announced the victory or defeat with his not-so-loud shout, falling under this clear sky. Though a little dissonant, but also revealing a little expectation. At this moment, it heralds a new change for the Tang family. Is that better? I know. He can't hear. What they said was just my imagination. The dead cannot be spoken of, and they will not be resurrected. Only the dead are dead. I who was reborn alone, still miss the attachment. Continuously looking back at the past. Qingming. Don't worry, kid. I will occasionally take care of the Tang family. Of course, I don't work for nothing either. Thank you, Taoist brother. The entanglement of past lives ends here. The promise I couldn't keep in my past life has been fulfilled at this moment. So, rest in peace. Stop it. My one and only true friend. Ah, it's so hot. Why is my body getting hot again? The poison has already dispersed. Hiccup. Hold on. Don't move. Kid, you're still carrying poison gas all over your body now. Are you trying to kill us? Ah. I really think so. Antidote. Is there still poison gas left? Why are you also so afraid? You are the head of the Tang family. You quarantine for a week first, I'll arrange it. I burned it. Oh, it's too exhausting of internal energy. After the incident, you can figure it out by yourself. Okay. The Speaker of the Senate, Tang Wei. Sinner Tang Wei. Do you know the crime? Sinner. I. What is my crime? If losing to that monster and failing to maintain the dignity of the Tang family is considered a crime, then I am guilty. But in that case, Lord, aren't you also guilty? Victory or defeat is not pursued, and responsibility is not pursued. I said you're guilty, but there's another reason. Bring people up. Correct. That's right. Young master. The head of the family has brought everyone here. Because of Tangshire. Tell me. If you confess all your crimes in full, I will spare your life. I. Tangshire. What do you mean? I'm just doing it for the Tang family. Hospital owner. Anyway, it's all over. Who will still follow you now? What's the point of talking about your appearance and situation? For whom do you protect whom? I was instigated by someone to collect wine and food from Huashan Shenlong for 1,000 days. The person who instructed me is Tang Wei, Presbytery Master. I was instigated by someone to consume wine and food from Huashan Shenlong for 1,000 days. The person who instructed me is Tang Wei 346, Presbytery Master. 1,000-day collection. Lord Abbot added the numbing poison to the wine and food. He actually did such a mean thing. Wait a minute, I'll say that. The food you ate back then. You knew it was poisonous and ate it all up. It's really delicious. Does it matter now if it's tasty or not? There is room for controversy regarding the use of highly toxic substances in martial arts competitions or opposing the head of the household. But poisoning the participants in the martial arts competition beforehand is completely different. Because for the Tang family who use poison, this is absolutely unacceptable. It is also a matter that shakes the foundation of the Tang family. Are you sure you were instructed by Tang Wei, the head of the Elder's house? Correct. What else can you justify? Finished. All is over. Afterwards, the Tang family will no longer respect me as an elder. After this battle, the Elder's house and I will lose everything. Tang Chuanyue, on the other hand, took all the power of the Tang family and could manipulate them at will thereafter. Landlord. I really did it all for the Tang family. You're just using any means necessary to achieve your goal. If we talk about sincerity and loyalty, there is only room for discussion if we act honestly and without going out of line. Just stop blabbering. If you keep talking, it will only dirty my ears. I order in the name of the head of the Tang family in Sichuan. Tang Wei committed a heinous crime and was stripped of his position as the head of the Elder's house and was imprisoned. Before the investigation is completed, the Elder's house shall not be in charge of the affairs of the Elder's house. All the senior elders of the Elder's house shall not leave their residences. At the same time, everyone in the Tang family also needs to act carefully before the matter is investigated. Obey the orders of the head of the family. Also, Huashan Shenlong Qingming. Exist. Thanks to your efforts and sacrifices, I have had the opportunity to understand the dirty things that exist within the Tang family and eliminate chaos. As the head of the Tang family, I hereby formally address you, your fellow disciples, and the entire Huashan sect. Thank you. Thanks, Huashan. Thank you, Huashan Shenlong. Thanks to MT Hua disciples. The Tang family's approval. Huashan was expelled from the 9 factions and everyone can be deceived. It has only been a few years now and has gained the recognition of the Tang family, the dominant power in Sichuan, to reach this position. Qingming, the 3rd-generation disciple of Huashan, accepted gratitude from the Tang family on behalf of Huashan. Also, what are you doing? It's time for Uncle to step forward. Hiccup. Ah, yes. The 2nd-generation disciples of Huashan thanked the Tang family on behalf of Huashan during the day. I hope that this matter can deepen the friendship between the 2 factions. Sincere coexistence. That's natural. Long live the Tang family. Long live Huashan. 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 The cheers are a bit exaggerated. If such a thing happens again next time, you must tell us first. Ah. Oh, why bother with such a small matter? You must tell us. Although the poison won't harm you, kid, we really thought you were going to die. Rascal. Actually, we're not that worried, are we? Yeah, that's right. Mark my words. If such a thing happens again in the future and you continue to be so willful and reckless, I will definitely not forgive you lightly. That. I see. I'll do as you say from now on. Rascal. Hello, at least wave your hand to them. This is all cheers for you. How dare I provoke such a person? My neck is fine, it's so long. It's really lucky. It's too awesome. Yes. That's amazing. Indeed, the title of the world's #1 rising star cannot be bestowed upon anyone. I'm not talking about him. Ah. Is Louis Xue. Zainer, I've made up my mind. What? I. The matter with the Tang family was handled quickly, and Tang Chuanyue seemed to have been waiting for this moment. he led Tang Wei into the dungeon. At the same time, citing the failure to stop Tang Wei's authoritarian behavior, the Elder's House was temporarily closed and other senior elders in the Elder's House were suppressed. The dominant power of the Tang family has already been held by Tang Chu and Yue. Despite the strong resistance of other elders, the Tang family has no one to support them anymore. They dare not and cannot oppose the head of the family on their own. So in the end, they had no choice but to hand over their authority and leave the academy. By the way, Tang He and other family members of Tang Wei who conspired with him were also detained and held incommunicado. Tang Kung solved all the issues caused by Tang Wei in this way. Today, the most senior member of the family is in prison for questioning, and no one in the family dares to speak up. This atmosphere of panic will allow me to act more freely during this period. This is not my best opportunity to take in all the people and things that I can bring under my command. Master Tang didn't expect you to be such a terrible person. Then how can I compare with you? Do you really not mind not mentioning these for now? If Tang Ba becomes the head of the family in the future, you will definitely meet frequently. Can you hold back this anger? It doesn't matter. Although he did make a mistake this time, is it necessary to depose his position as the head of the family because of it? Dismissing his position as the head of the family was not just because he made a mistake. Tang Ba is narrow-minded. This can be seen from that matter. People grow up in mistakes. Well, his situation can be considered a mistake, right? Oh, I was a bit presumptuous with what I just said, right? You need to be careful when you think about it now. Keep talking. Okay. Why do you think Tang Wei has become so vulgar? It's hard to say. I'm also curious about this. When I was still a young head of the family, he was still young and not the vulgar and unbearable appearance he has now. Because he has only stayed at the Tang family all along. Because he has been staying at the Tang family without getting hurt or suffering. He didn't know the world was so vast, and affairs so complicated. That's why he still holds a grudge over the small matter of being ousted from the position of young head of the family many years ago. People need to go to the world to experience failure, setbacks, mistakes, and humiliation in order to grow. And conversely, if you take away everything from someone just because of one mistake, that person will not grow up. Anyone is like this. Looking back on the past, senior leader was so hardworking and laborious. I just realized how bad I was in the past. If the sect leader had refused to take care of me because of my bad temper, which makes dogs dislike me. Later on, there would be no Plum Blossom Sword Lord, and now I naturally no longer exist. Are you saying that no one is perfect from the beginning? Everyone is like this. It's not about not making mistakes. It's about what you learn from them. And I don't care about Tang Ba's surprise attack mainly because if he wants to mind if it's awkward, he should be concerned. Does he dare to openly betray me even though he stabbed me in the stomach? If he becomes the head of the family, I would actually think it's better. Okay. I get what you mean. But Tang Ba made a mistake, that's a fact. As the head of the family, it's up to them to compete fairly. Well, it's up to you. And there's more. Next, I'm going to get to the point. Xiao. Little her. She said. She said she wants to worship Hua Mountain. Ah. What? Why on earth would she say that? Why? How do I know? Decline her? We have to reject her. Do you have this power? Of course not. What is the temperament of your sect leader? Oh, so this is the daughter of the Tang family, Huashan has welcomed a big shot. Anyway, this is just a visit from a distinguished guest. Hurry up and arrange accommodation for them to take good care of them. So that's the kind of person. I absolutely don't want to send Xiao to Huashan. Then don't let her. So she entrusted you. How did he come to that conclusion? Even though I now hold great power in the Tang family, the centuries-old tradition of the Tang family cannot be broken overnight. Acting rashly will inevitably suffer huge backlash. Under this situation, within 1 or 2 years, Xiao Xiao will definitely be arranged to marry into a wealthy family. But I only hope that Xiao Xiao can live a happy life. Since she cannot be happy in the Tang family, I must at least send her to a place where she can become happy. Does that have to be Manhua? Isn't there still Wudang, Zhongnan? Amei is also pretty good. Are you asking my daughter to become a nun? Oh, what a terrifying daughter-slave. Anyway, I'll leave that child to you. If you take care of her, I can safely escort her away. Wait, who promised me not to? How am I supposed to look after kids at my age? My daughter is older than you. What matters is not age. Where could she grow up to, no matter how big she is? Why don't you trust this kid? You said earlier that you wanted me to pass on the medical skills of the Tang family to Huashan, right? Uh-huh. Isn't this already discussed? Is it possible that you want to use this to threaten me now? Several internal power techniques for purifying the body. Several hidden weapon techniques and lightness skills that are not considered secret skills. And most of the medical skills passed down from home. These are all the things Xiao learned. The head of Tang Family Medicine Hall once said that she would succeed to the medicine hall. She is an expert in medical skills. Ah. Haha, I've always hoped to have a little junior sister. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of her. Thank you very much. This is the first time I have ever seen someone whose kind expression makes me feel more uneasy. Ah, the medical skills we agreed upon back then were not enough for her alone, do you understand? That's natural MO whether it's sending disciples from Huashan to the Tang family or sending doctors from the Tang family to Huashan. I will teach good medical skills to Huashan. Xiao is just helping out among them. As soon as you leave, I will take my tribe and Xiao Xiao to Huashan together. I will go see the leader of your sect to explain the situation to him and personally entrust Xiao to him. You need to go in person. Since we want to be friends with Huashan, we naturally cannot send people from below. It seems that you really want to be friends with Huashan. Can't. How could this be possible? I can't wait for it. After all, Huashan's current strength is not enough to be friends with the Tang family. If the Tang family is willing to be friends with Huashan, that would be even better. Plus, I have a connection with the Tang family in the past, so naturally I am even more looking forward to it. I postponed the departure time of the caravan by 1 day. You can depart with them to Yunnan tomorrow. It's really been delayed for too long. I should have started faster. May I ask why you are going to Yunnan? Well, it's a secret. Can't even tell a friend? If our leader agrees, we can let you know. It seems that I must personally go to Huashan to hear the secret. All the matters that need to be discussed have been discussed. Ah. What are you doing? Didn't you thank everyone before? That's thanks as the head of the Tang family. Now it's my gratitude as Tang Chuan Yue, a warrior of the Tang family. Thank you very much. I am extremely grateful for this assistance. This Qingming festival may seem like he demanded a lot from the Tang family, but in reality, he gave them a lot. From this, it can be seen that he is actually a warm-hearted person. Thank you for speaking up. It's not warm at all. What else do you want after you've taken so many things and left? Hey, don't do this. This time it's really not something valuable. And this can only be said now, so I didn't mention it to you before. I can only say it now. No. The poison of the Tang family must not be leaked. I also mentioned it last time. I know. That's why I said this matter can only be done now. The loss of power in the Elder's house should be done now. So that's what he meant. You've really emptied the entire Tang family this time. You should be willing to give this to your friend who is about to travel, right? Good. But this way, I'll be at a disadvantage. I also need to add one condition. Hey, how did you become so good? Tell me, what conditions? Show me again. What? The move you performed on the competition stage. Just show it to me one more time. Inheritance. Even if people disappear, their thoughts and wills will still be passed down. The lifelong efforts of our ancestors are passed down to future generations. As long as our thoughts and wills continue, our will never perish. Yeah. This is the sect. That move is very tiring. Is it difficult? If you want me to have enough Sichuan cuisine, I'll show it to you. How much do you want? I'll give you enough to eat. The Tang family said the renovation costs of the collapsed house and all other losses will be borne by them. It's not surprising that they will promise compensation. Tang Jiasu is concerned about reputation. I just didn't expect the Tang family leader to personally come to the door. The Tang family is not the kind of sect that doesn't care about dignity. If the Tang family causes harm to others due to their negligence, they will definitely compensate them doubly. But I've never heard of the Tang family head apologizing to the affected sect. The Tang family head will not bow down to others. But he actually came to apologize in person for this matter. It seems those things you have done outside have a greater effect than I thought. However, you are both a disciple of Huashan and the second son of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, and there is also a reason for this. Xiaojie, are you really not planning to go home? Father, I like Hua Mountain. Is it deeper than the feelings of the family? I think there's a path I need to take there. I am proud of our Zhao family. What father and big brother did was the most amazing thing in the world. But this is not where I should be staying. Sorry, father. A person only lives for one lifetime, and in the end, the child wants to leave this world as a disciple of Huashan. Xiaojie, do you know what my wish is? I don't know. My wish is not a big deal. I just hope that your elder brother and you can help each other take over the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce passed down from the Zhao family's ancestors and pass it down well. I have had this dream since you were born. However, now I understand. That's my wish, King, not yours. I have my wishes, you naturally have yours. I can't cover up your dreams for the sake of mine. Father, Qingming Taoist is right. You should decide this matter. When he said that, I thought he was very arrogant, but now I understand why he said that. Even a father cannot decide a child's life at will. Because you also have the qualification to pursue your own dreams. Go and follow your dreams. Also, don't forget that we have always been supporting you. You must come back unscathed. Father and child, remember. The matter of the sect. The matter with the Tang family. Also, my past dust. At this point, all matters related to Sichuan have been resolved. Although it caused a lot of delay, I also made reliable friends. I have found a smooth way to enter Yunnan. That's it. And what I harvested was more fruitful than I had expected. Is everyone here? It's you again, the latest. Master Tang is waiting for us in front of the gate. People who walk together have an unyielding spirit. It's a pity that I still want to eat some more. Sichuan cuisine. You've eaten so much, yet you can still say that you want to eat more. From parents to children, from master to disciple. And those who know the way forward and those who seek it will pass on the torch from generation to generation. If you act faster, we can leave a few days earlier. Why is this person so stingy and bringing up the past to talk about things? I'm just leaving. I'm leaving. So there's no need to reminisce about the past anymore. Now it's time to move on to the next station. It can be said that Yunnan is completely controlled by the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace. The current head of the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace hates Central Plains people and has an extremely cruel temperament. You need to be extra careful when acting. If you want to achieve what you want in Yunnan, it's best not to conflict with the Beast Palace. The leader of the Peace Business Group is waiting for you outside Chengdu Prefecture. You just follow his footsteps. Thank you again for taking care of me. I hope we can meet again with smiles on our faces like this next time. Bon voyage. We can see each other more often when you come back. Sigh. Do I really have to accept this person? Don't have that expression on your face. We are about to become a one-pot relationship. Please provide more guidance in the future. Xiao. It's my father. Is that how you, as a junior, speak to your elders? If you really plan to become a disciple of Huashan, you must forget that you are the daughter of the Tang family. Did you go to Huashan as the daughter of the Tang family? Did you go to Huashan just to become a disciple of Huashan? Dear senior brothers and sisters, take good care of yourself on the way. From this moment on, little sister is no longer the daughter of the Tang family. I will first go to Huashan to learn the laws, regulations, and rules of the sect. You will naturally learn things like the Huashan Dharma and Vinaya after you have been properly disciplined. Tang Chuanyue now rebukes Tang Xiaoxiao in person in order to nip in the bud any potential conflicts that may arise in the future and stabilize Tang Xiaoxiao's position. Truly skilled in scheming. What a deadly daughter slave. Going deep into Yunnan requires a long journey. If the road over there is not well repaired, it will take longer than you expected. It doesn't matter if the journey is long. Anyway, we have a lot of things to do on the way. Okay. Just deliver it here. Goodbye. Master Tang, take care of yourself. Wish you a smooth journey. Hey, wait a minute. You have no regrets. Feel no regret. Huashan Jian. It seems a bit regretful that there were no female disciples or junior sisters among the previous 3 generations of disciples. That's why I particularly like this new little girl now. But I'm still a little worried. She is the daughter of the Tang family, so it may be difficult to discipline her. No preferential treatment. As long as they are disciples of Huashan, everyone is equal. If she claims to be the daughter of the Tang family, arrogant, rude, willful, and reckless, then I will definitely smash her head with a clear step first. Oh, okay. They left. Well, let's go. People in Zhongyuan. Are they all the same as them? Of course not. Looking around the world, there are no more people like them. Therefore, we must also give it our all. Because soon they will set off a hurricane throughout the Central Plains. May the Father rest assured. I will definitely do my best. Then let's go and see for ourselves. See what other people in Huashan look like. Well, let's depart immediately. Wish you a smooth journey. Friends. Here, please replace this. This is the clothing of the Peace Merchant Group. Why do we have to change into this outfit? Young Xia, we are going to Yunnan now. If you wear your current clothes, something big will happen. Guojing and the leader of the Peace Business Group. You also know that Yunnan is very dangerous. In theory, outsiders are not allowed to travel without permission. Only if you can dress up as our merchants, you may have a chance to successfully enter Yunnan. I see, then we really need to change clothes. But let me convince a kid first. What are you doing? Don't change it yet. Hurry up and leave. If you delay any longer, it will be too late. The entry and exit of personnel in Yunnan seem to be completely controlled. Although there are officials in power in Yunnan, they are only superficial efforts. In fact, Yunnan cannot escape the control of the Beast Palace at all. The entry and exit of Central Plains people into Yunnan are also fully controlled by them. The lack of success from the local government has made the Beast Palace even more domineering. Why did the government let them go so recklessly? Yunnan is a place of poverty. Even if the government is at odds with the Beast Palace, they have no profit to make. So the government is not persistent in subduing Yunnan. In this situation, only merchants like us who handle Yunnan tea are damaged. If something happens this time, our business group will never be able to set foot in Yunnan again. There is only one dead end left for us. So I once again implore everyone not to do anything that reveals your true identity. I feel that the influence of the Beast Palace in Yunnan is greater than that of the Tang family in Sichuan. Well, that's normal. After all, there are still some sects in Sichuan that can restrain the Tang family, but there are no sects in Yunnan that have secular influence. When we arrive in Yunnan, we need to first investigate the local situation. When will it arrive? When will we be able to reach Yunnan at this outrageous speed? Is it so dark that we haven't even left Sichuan yet? If this road had been repaired a little better, we could have walked even faster. Because this road leads to Yunnan, the government doesn't think it's necessary to take care of it. Both the government and other sects are unwilling to conflict with the Beast Palace, and naturally will not send warriors there. Therefore, the border between Sichuan and Yunnan is now a lawless zone where bandits run rampant. Business groups have to risk their lives to pass through. So the number of guards in the team is even more than that of merchants. Yes. Although the journey is difficult, we are already doing our best to keep going. Even if we are in a hurry, we can only ask for your patience. Please forgive us. Oh. It's okay, Lead Gua. We apologize for causing you a lot of trouble. You don't have to force yourself anymore because of us. It's too slow. Too slow, too slow. Following this route, when we go to Yunnan, it's not just a season, it's already a year. On our way back, we must all pray that the Master is still alive. What nonsense are you talking about, brat? This is also impossible, isn't it? The speed of horses pulling cargo and carts cannot be fast. You can't let someone pull the car away, can you? That's a good idea. How about we pull the car and go? Do you still remember that we had to conceal our identities? Why did it stop? You have to leave quickly. The sun is setting and we need to camp and rest. If we keep walking, the horses will consume too much energy. It's too dangerous. We must be more careful as we have entered the border area between Sichuan and Yunnan. Although I had some expectations when I decided to follow the business group, I didn't expect it to be so slow. This won't work. We have to come up with a solution. What are you having? Approaching. What kind of person? You're so lucky to set up camp here. Don't you know that this is the territory of our barrier tiger fortress? Lightning Kwai Sima Huai. I know your name. I heard that you are a person in the Sichuan area. But for us in the barrier tiger village, it's just an ant. So I advise you not to pull out that sword. Once I draw my sword, I will immediately take your life. Oh, If you obediently leave things behind, I can make you die in pain faster. If not, I will make you kneel and beg me to take action. Pick your choice. I saw bandits. I'm studying. Is it a bandit? No, appearing here should be called a horse thief or a horse bandit, right? What's going on with that lunatic? Anyway, it's just a robber, isn't it? Yes. But why are you so happy? I'll take care of it. Don't solve anything. Solve it. Why do such good horses have to deal with them? Horse. Isn't this the good horse that carried us to Yunnan? Oh, hey, this is really ours. Fortune. It is also great. Ah. The trip to Yunnan seems to be getting smoother.